Get it out.
Strength, love, honor, trust. That shit makes me wanna bust my ting on a bed for violating one of us. Take a clean heart and then dip it in rage. Force a king to live in a cage. Make him a slave for minimum wage. Put death on his plate and then fill him with hate. This is the world that we live in today. All of our energy given away. Malevolent entities have been manufacturing enmity. We've been enemies for centuries. So what, bruv? What's that got to do with essentially, they want us all gone eventually. Okay. Alliance of defiance, the rise of the rebellious tribes. I'm dead into ride. What is life if you ain't ready to die? I'm trying to thrive. What's the sky if you ain't ready to fly? What kind of guy am I if I ain't ready to try? Don't you know? All smartphone screens are scrying mirrors. Don't you know? Where supreme beings ruled by lying lizards. Don't you know? My free eyes open, but I ain't crying rivers. Strength, love, honor, trust is all you need if you're riding with us. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor, trust. Strength, love, honor.
Now as I sit and wonder, waking up from my slumber, trying to free my mind from the spelling that man are under. Now I can see the clarity, actions with no disparity. Evil doers hiding the dealings in the name of charity. All I need is honesty, honestly through this odyssey. Trust, love, honor, respect's a rare commodity. Integrity's a must in my presence, that's my policy. Guidance of the new generation, that's the monarchy. Gang, gang, they ain't with it, let them hang. Knowledge is my weaponry, wisdom is what I bring.
Strength, love, honor, trust.
20, if that's seen, I need freedom, that's a must. This is ebb and flow, cause and effect. Let them know, got these nooses round my people, them's neck. Let them go. Nowadays I watch while I step. You never know, cause your best friend could switch up the set and turn to foes.
Strength, love, honor, trust. 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 Strength, love, honor. Yo. Condoms, Berettas, peas, rum shots and Hennessy. We rub dumb celebrities, gunshots for frenemies. Get stomped out for snakiness, punched up for jealousy. My don-don's the waviest, tugs on the 7 seas. On job we never sleep, go getting 24. Calling me an anarchist, I don't obey any law. Guided by my higher self, kicking off every door. Violate the fam, I'm jumping in without any thought. I was in the Old Bailey, wishing I could teleport. Last man that tried to eat my food, got his belly bored. Have your girl talking to a ghost like she's Demi Moore. Still my aura shines like a diamond without many flaws. Sturdy, woke. Sturdy, woke. Woke. Sturdy, woke. Sturdy, woke. Sturdy, woke. Here we go, yo. I could run up in your trap with a nobody wouldn't know what happened to you. Surround your flats, but if I got bubbles, run cash, you'll get your son splashed. That ninja man no budjo. Told the witch drop, suck his mama, do not rap the juju. These other rappers sounded childish, come like gaga to you. I spit the truth to the youth, I got that food for the soul, for my dudes. I clap the pounded yam and soup at your bowl like a grown man. I am not amused by the roads, cause these new school youths seem immune to the cold. Eyes blood red, I am high as L. Wanna sell my soul for the YSL. Red pill dealer, a woke but I'm filthy. Heart full of love, but the judge says I'm guilty. Cops are the ops, my broskies them feel me. I think the Secret Service want to kill me. Sturdy, woke. Sturdy, woke. Woke. Sturdy, woke. Sturdy, woke. Sturdy, woke.
This is for the chefs and bartenders, for managers, owners, and front of house.
I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame. He's on fire. Johnny flaming them, way too much heat in my cranium. Make a hot boy push up geranium, make the lava splash like I'm Caperton. Or the block like the sun boy. Jado, I'm not entertaining them. I got brimstone on fire for raining them. I'm a hot boy from Monday to Sunday. Run up your skin like the sun rays. Seven man's gag, one sun gaze. True to see the heat, I'm projected. I'm me, them selected. You know that I has a deeper connection. With the E for my chi is a weapon. I can melt concrete when I'm stepping. Cause I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame, the man them are liars, the man are not riders, the man them are strange, I'm trying to live righteous, but not like Mike, cause he were nothing the same, do not roll with vipers, the wappy snipers, quick to put one in your brain. We real ill, revolutionary but still deal, red pill, chill, will kill, if I shoot it won't be no nil-nil. We real ill, red pill, chill, will kill, if I shoot it won't be no nil-nil. I get 2 for 1 like a meal deal. I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire.
There's not much they can say. We come with fire and rain, the essence of blessings and pain. Tsunami all over parade. We turn up and burn up brigades. Make you don't get in my way. Akibulanians up in the place. We do not play. We go what never expires. I got the fire now. Who wants a flame? Huh? More time. I'm on my own wave. Scrap the book. I'm on my own page. White sparks, no cold gate. I got them fire bars and that's cold flames. Now why would I lie? Look, I come with heavenly vibes. If ever you try, disrespect what's on the line. More than your ego will pride. Highly explosive. This shit will damage you. Ether is flammable. Highly corrosive. Don't make me get animal. Move how a savage do. Why'd you provoke it? The flow kicking like kangaroo. Head up and cabbage you. Rip and unravel you. Fire and brimstone should avidly roll.
I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame.
Fire my soul, fire my rust drop belly. Anytime I'm rhyming Shelly, he wanna get scolded. Fire for a cheech and snitch dog, you know the cold man grow with. Young killies keep a mask and glove, 2 bells in a snub, they don't more than COVID. And it's food for the dogs that they lost, ain't nothing ever done for showbiz. I talk to the real, don't care if the fake ones listen. I think fire on ganja, more fire on Babylon system. Free Brody in prison. Free the Brodies that think that they free, but they chain to social addiction. Can't let go the phone, come like their whole soul is missing.
I got the fire.
I got the flame. The flow is insane. I drink till I'm drunk, then throw up on flames. Really don't play games. I don't know what them man thought. When I rhyme, I'm the human torch. Can't see a rhythm get torched. Who wanna see a rhythm get bun down? When we land this lit, there's no sundown. Sweet one wants to get bum round. Make hood stand up and not calm down. Score pointing pussy like touchdown. I got the fire. I set shit ablaze. This fire can't tame. Trying to lock it in cage. It's like war in the sun. So I'm gonna get blue.
I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire.
This month, save 20% off everything at optibac.com. So, trust.
And y'all want to do. If y'all want it, if you don't want it, then it ain't gonna come. If you want it, you gotta put in work to go get it. Sitting on your ass, ain't doing shit. You ain't gonna get it. If you want something, you go get it. You feel what I'm saying? You work hard and you go get it. Don't just sit there and talk about it. Go get that shit. Go get it. I believe in you.
I was out looking for good and I found self. Soon as I stopped chasing money, I found wealth. No double guessing, I know who I am. Self-manifesting, I know that I can. I just want freedom to get it for
man, it's
myself.
pro-life. I just want the freedom to live it. That's why they dream when I build it. Back in 05, I sat in jail scheming to lick it. Like as soon as they free me out here, I was so blind, trapped by the greed and the image. Now I'm exceeding the limits. When it's so high, smoking the premium spillage. Bitch slap demons and spirits.
Hey, I was out looking for God and I found me. The rightful heir to the throne, I crown me. I got all the tools that I need to succeed. I don't need to choose a piece of the weed. I just wanna be all I can be. 2 + 1, I just wanna be free. NEGUSKING. It's all about empowering yourself, mind, body, soul. That's real yourself. Watch the company you keep and the fuck who you eat and the bed that you sleep in. That's real yourself. Still keep a big gun by the bizzle. Loaded with shizzles, we're living in his hell. I was out looking for God and I found self. Soon as I stopped chasing money, I found wealth. No double guessing, I know who I am. Self-manifesting, I know that I can. I just want freedom to get it for myself. I was out looking for God and I found self. Soon as I stopped chasing money, I found wealth. No double guessing, I know who I am. Self-manifesting, I know that I can. I just want freedom to get it for myself.
Would you believe that I was odd? If I told you I looked in the mirror and hypnotized myself into perceiving I was God, your understanding of your own divinity got abused in church. Genesis 9:25. They tried to use the verse to tell you a curse, personification of the universe. What I'm attempting to encapsulate in this unique verse is you and I verse. Oh, we don't need new sneakers or the new FIFA. We need new leaders. And I don't mean Obama or the pastor, your mama, Sean Carter. I'm talking to you fathers more than marijuana farmers, getting bananas with your llamas, always getting into dramas, disrespecting the partners. The kids are left in the darkness, and no one's left to lead the way. And they ain't sure who mum loves more, weave or rapes. As I blow a smoke ring and sip my E&J, I wonder if we never lost pack where we be today. I know it hurts, but it's real. First they work in the kills, and there's rappers spitting verses in the skirt and some ills. But all the real niggas get murdered and killed. I'm sending out a SOS, this is an urgent appeal. We need more focused soldiers, too many culture vultures. Witnesses with no credit, trying to culture over the revolution. Will not be televised, get off your damn sofa. Be more than a dank folder and study that Sankofa. It's gully when man knows the truth about his ancestors' legacy. Carried on his damn shoulder, identified him more with UBP than he can Sosa. But he's got his swam and couple man in a Land Rover with a plan for couple grands. It's a mad road, son. You be sitting in the can if the plan goes wrong. And it will, gonna set us up to fail. Getting in and out of cells that we can't get enough of jail. No peace in the streets, it's just another hell. But mum's heart still broke when they ain't give my brother bell. This ain't a stupid cartoon. They're shooting harpoons at us young tooting car moons. Look at our wounds, they will Malachi your cue to silence the truth. Mumia Abu Jamal, you for life to give views. Fluoride to calcify the third eye of the youth and leave them blind and confused. Smart lies in the news, dirty like the junkie in the park, light in the spoon. Do you know the truth about the dark side of the moon? Let's go to NASA and ask them who's Jack Parsons, stranger than John Carter versus Marvin the Black Martian.
You know, when a man's got a crater on the moon named after him, Alistair Crowley's brethren, you don't even know who that is. Go ask NASA. They'll be giving you stuff like Avatar and E.T. and all this rubbish. They ain't telling you what's really popping. You think you're in the know? Got your eyes wide shut.
We should run up in the Vatican, gas blasting, but you mango munching coons are too busy dancing and laughing, asking for chances and meager advances. An elitist and heartless system, defeat is the harvest. It's like you sow with your soul, but what you're reaping is garbage. Most of you are brainwashed by television, so you switch your brains off while Jedi's spitting. Yeah, it's real, but your dying is still realer. I am 7, the red pill dealer, slanging reality raps about these alleys and flats, no fantasy fronting, trying to bring reality back. Fuck boys keep screaming about carrying straps and handling crack, but none of them can actually rap. Turn on the mixtape, all I hear is yappity yap. I'm getting cash in the trap. Blah blah, something about grabbing my gap. I'm more genocidal, anti-Nubian propaganda from my mouth of the being perceived as a proper gangster, but I just see a proper wankster.
And even though he sells, he's just the anchor. Smoke and mirrors, illusion for the camera. Look how many false prophets infiltrated since the Panthers. I hit the steam room and meditate, unblock his chakras. Astral projected by repeating forgotten mantras. Quantum leaping to the past life, gasp anger. No crabs in my bucket, but both my dogs are cancer. When I die, don't cry, let's smoke a box of ganja. Throw my CD on the stereo and drop some bangers. One last time, turn it high, let me speak to the masses. Listen to every song I wrote, while you sheesh in my ashes. Give my son my lyric book and let him read from a passage. I'm a believer in magic, and in every bar I cast a spell to free your mind from this darkened cell. Grant you bell, liberate your soul and break your art from jail. I know you feel your dogs are real, they're food gazy. So good sometimes it's hard to tell, but I can see the star trapped in the heart of a trap star. It's different from a star rapping about trapping but lacks heart. The world gets deceived, but the media easy. Give us free is what I scream at the TV. Hieroglyphic subtitles when I dream in Swahili. Feeling like the seed of a fiend. All I know is there's lessons that I'm yet to learn, tables that I'm yet to turn, bridges that I'm yet to burn, stripes that I'm yet to earn. Still on the battlefield, feeling like a veteran. They're trying to trick you out your souls, and you're letting them. They're trying to trick you out your souls, and you're letting them. Illuminati.
Yes, big up family. Welcome to the Sunday service. Right, let's get this in the correct order. So if anybody hasn't already, please go over and subscribe to Illuminati Clips, where you will find some like little clips of some of the live streams that we do. And yeah, just go over there and subscribe and hit the like button and all that good stuff. Let me drop the link for you. Boom. Right, so today we are going to get into some Irish history. Who don't like it? Tough titties. If anyone wants to join me, I'll drop the link again. I've got a couple of little videos, sort of like between 4 and 10 minutes each, which kind of breaks it down and puts it in a particular timeline. So there might be some information that's repeated, but you'll get the gist of it as we go along. Let's see. All right, let's get into it.
So what's up YouTube, David Scully here. So today I wanted to make a video about my PhD journey and did some digging into my past. However, I went a bit too far into the past and discovered some absolutely ridiculous things about my country, Ireland. So there was an ice bridge.
And also, conscious eye open, when you're ready. I'm also waiting for your evidence today, bro. And if anyone else wants to jump on and has any other topics, or we want to go into any other history or whatever, then feel free to do that, family.
Bridge between Scotland and Ireland 14,000 years ago during the Ice Age, during the end of the Ice Age. And amazingly, 12,500 years ago, there was evidence of Paleolithic people in County Clare, a beautiful spot down in the southwest of Ireland. So logically, one might think this is where the first people in Ireland came across. Now, Now, there's no account of who these early settlers were, but the earliest Christian writings of Irish folklore, such as the Leabhar Gavála Éireann or the Book of Invasions, states that Ireland was settled 6 times. Now, here's where it gets a bit creepy. So bear with me now. The first settlers were apparently led by Khazir in the Christian texts, called Banva in earlier folklore, Irish folklore, and she led 50 women and 3 men. All of them died. The second group, called the Partholón, they arrived by boat through Kerry, apparently. Beautiful spot now in the west of Ireland, southwest of Ireland. They lived for several generations in now Dublin, capital of Ireland, before all dying mysteriously of a plague, all of them, in a single week. Now the third group, the Numidians, they arrived around 4,500 years ago. They set up royal forts all over the country. So this uninhabited island...
Wait, sorry, yeah, we do have to address the fact that his eyebrows look like overgrown caterpillars on his face. I don't know what's going on there.
The country. So this uninhabited...
What is this? Yeah.
Island becomes fully settled by the Numidians, the leader Nemid, and many of his sons and thousands of followers, right? No, actually the entirety of the settlers were killed or flee to Greece or Britain or to the north. According to the Book of Invasions, or Leabhar Gavála Éireann, Ireland would remain uninhabited for another 200 years. So what happened? Why are all these people dying? Why are all the settlers coming in and mysteriously dying on this uninhabited Ireland? Well, there was said to be a supernatural race in Irish mythology that represent natural chaos, disaster, and plague, death and darkness. They were called the Favorig or the Favorians. So the Favorians were meant to be there. They were said to be there for all the settlers, and they were meant to be there witnessing all of the deaths of all of these settlers. They were meant to be mysterious supernatural beings who were living in the underworld or in the sea. So in the last stand against the mysterious Favorians, 60,000 Numidian warriors were killed. The Numidians were so oppressed by the Fomorians that they had to pay tribute of 2/3 of their children, their corn, and most importantly, their milk. The remaining Numidians flee to Greece and Britain. Reminds me of a little TV show I was watching called Game of Thrones. So let's just revise here for a second. There's evidence of a land bridge in Ireland, evidence of settlers 12,500 years ago, and mysterious non-human beings killing all the new settlers. So the fourth group of settlers were actually the descendants of the Numidians, and they're called the Fir Bolg. So they were slaves in Greece for over 230 years before sailing back to Ireland via Spain in a large fleet and divided Ireland up into 5 provinces for the 5 chieftains of the Fir Bolg. Over time, 9 kings of Ireland led the Fir Bolg. They enjoyed this period before they too were defeated by a supernatural race. However, this time the warriors who defeated the Fir Bolg are known as the Tua de Danann, the tribe of the gods. Christian writers labelled them as the opposing force to the Fomorians, but logically I reckon they were all the same, hunter-gatherers that were given enough time to become a civilization, and the invaders just thought of them as these mysterious race of people who were supernatural beings, given thousands of years to naturally civilize in isolation. In any account, these warriors were known throughout history as kings, queens, heroes, demigods, or immortal fallen angels. Anyway, after defeating the Firbolg, the first High King of the Tuatha De Danann was
Big up, bro. Hello.
Oh shit, what you saying? You good, yeah?
Yeah, I was wondering what happened to your mic there. Yeah, we saying very good.
Yeah, just there, man. Where's Maku and that?
I think Maku's probably out playing football. And yeah, waiting for the rest to join in. So I'm just getting this little bit of Irish history out of the way while I got
What?
time.
So you're the one who done the stream today, yeah?
Yeah, Maku sets it up, and then I usually start it on a Sunday, and then he reaches back from football.
Okay, because I was just gonna ask him a few things still, but I'll wait.
All right.
What are you saying though? You all right, yeah, MJ?
Yeah, I'm good, bro. I'm good. Been spending time with the family. Had my uncle over from Ireland, actually. So yeah, and I'm dog sitting for the next 2 weeks because my dad's gone traveling around Europe. So yeah, I've got the dog.
Traveling, or
yeah, like he's hitting. He's gone like France. Where's he gone now? France, Brussels, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Italy, Germany, and then he's going to finish in Spain for a couple of days. I think he's going to look at a couple of properties in Spain.
okay.
Yeah, because he's getting to that retirement age now. So, and he needs to take a break from life to get into that kind of transition of you're becoming an old man now. You're retired. You need to settle down and focus on just chilling, just eating, just having a healthy lifestyle. Do you know what I mean? Instead of all of this running around that you're trying to do in life.
I hear that still, but you know what it is, yeah. I got a little. I had a little something to say, but I might just wait till them man come back still, because it's gonna be more funnier their reaction. You know what I'm
yeah, when you got like Sniper and Emzalini and them man.
What I was gonna say was this year. Let's just imagine Emzalini, Jedi, and Maku is in the chat, in it, just in case I don't come back. Yeah, they're in the panel, should I say? And I come in, I would have said, boy, oh boy, it's Saturday today, huh? Ain't there supposed to be a little pay-per-view event popping off today? You don't know what I'm talking about, do you?
You fully, do you know what? Just come back later with that joke,
you know,
because it's wasted on me.
Don't you know that Emmanuel and Ard are supposed to fight today?
Oh,
It's been 2 Saturdays, B. I want to see some warrants, you know. I want to see who's chatting shit. Who is about
you know what?
that
I don't
life,
think
talking life.
I don't think
yeah,
Art has been
JD,
about.
you know what it is.
Art ain't been about.
I know.
Emmanuel's been on. I swear, Emmanuel was here yesterday.
Emmanuel make his lanky ass make his way down there, and just, you know what I mean. Let's see who actually shows up, because we're gonna know who's a real talker, who's a real bullshitter right now.
But Emmanuel will show up. You know, he has before.
Huh?
You know, Emmanuel has shown up before. Pardon me.
Listen. I don't know about none of that. I'm talking about today's a pay-per-view event. I'm trying to work out who's what's what. You know what I mean? They both agreed on fighting. You know, where's Jedi and them, man? We need someone to actually put their foot down and make sure the shit be correct. You know what I mean?
Yeah, as I said, Art has disappeared the last 2 weeks. Emmanuel's just like Emmanuel's a madman.
I know. I ain't seen or heard from him ever since. You know, especially he was the brother putting the stipulations in place. So it's like, what's going on? Let's make it do what it do.
Do you know what I think it is though? You know, when these men are talking a lot of the time, it's the drink talking. It's not actually them.
Of course.
And then when reality kicks in, it's like, no, they realize they got families and youths and all of this. Do you know what I mean? And
yeah, brain damage is a motherfucker to live with.
I remember Emmanuel's all masoned up and that. Like, and I don't know what Odds is on. Odds is just a strange character.
Boy, I don't even know, man. Like, I just want to know. Listen, just be a man of your word, innit? That's it from both parties, man.
You just want to see grown men fight, Middlesex, or what?
That's it. That's all I want. I just want to see adults beat each other up. Like, is that so much to ask? What's this? The Maku Fighting Championship? Don't take the piss. MFC. Okay, say nothing.
MFC. But do you know what? Like, I've noticed on these streams since I've been watching, there's been so many people that talk about, yeah, let's meet up, let's have a charity fight, let's have a proper fight, let's have an MMA fight. But I've never actually seen it happen.
Of course, man. These lot are fraudulent.
Dropping locations left, right, and center. Man walking out on road at 2 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock at night, looking for next man. Like,
to be fair, that's the closest we've come to a realistic shit talker. You know what I'm saying? A person who's willing to leave his residence and make something happen. Even though that's all fake shit too, because you know they ain't gonna really run into each other and all that. You know what I mean?
And to be honest, I don't really think I would want them to, just in the sense of I wouldn't want something to happen and then for it to be associated with the stream.
Yeah, of course.
Like if these men, if they meet each other on road and something happens, then cool. Like it's all flying, you know what I mean? But for it to be all like televised and all of that shit, like what are we doing? We ain't supposed to be snitching out here.
I agree with you still. I agree with you. But you know what I'm gonna do? Yeah, I'm gonna jump off. Yeah, because I'm gonna quickly do what I gotta do. But I only came in just to quickly stir some shit up, but no one's even here, so it's like it's not even resonating, it's not even hitting as hard. I guarantee if Jedi was in, he'd be like, oh shit! We forgot about that. You know?
I just don't think it's gonna happen. I think they're just two waste men that just talk a lot of crap.
None of that shit they ain't gonna do nothing. Plus, who wants to see two unprofessional fighters just like looking like a cartoon character and shit, just swinging that put up, like, come on, bro.
I think I wouldn't mind seeing them like bitch slap each other. They probably both deserve it.
Although Emmanuel just, he seemed like a horror movie. Like he seemed like one of them motherfuckers who's used to doing something fucked up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
well, he's a Mason, isn't he?
He was originally maybe a gimp of some sort, yeah. And then they fucking tortured and tormented him for days. And then now he's become this creature, you know what I mean? Like a Hellraiser type character.
Traumatized.
Brother.
No, I'm done.
All right, soon come MJ, yeah? Good chatting to you.
All right, bro, in a bit.
See you soon. Bye.
All right, let me play some more of this.
Awkward Braze, son of a Fomorian and a two-a-day, a two-a-dinanan.
Cooker. No more waiting for the kettle to boil. No more waiting for a pan of water to boil.
These mythical High Kings reigned between, apparently, 890 myth. Anyway, after defeating the Firbolg, the first High King of the Tuatha was Awkward Braze, son of a Fomorian and a two-a-day, a two-a-dinanan. These mythical High Kings reigned between, apparently, 897 BC to 1700 BC, before the next invaders arrived, the Malaysians. So one of the Gaels who conquered Spain, Regan, he builds a tower, and his son Ead supposedly spots Ireland from top of the tower. So this Ead sails there and is killed by the three High Kings, Macul, MacArt and Migrant. These three High Kings were descendants of the Tuatha. So Brogan's 7 sons then led an invasion, landing in Kerry, and fought their way to the Hill of Tara. 5 sons died, and Ireland was split north and south between the remaining two brothers, Aberfin and Erimon. Unfortunately, they fought each other, and Aberfin killed his brother and took the High Kingship of Ireland. So from 1700 BC all the way up to Tuatha in 76 AD, the sons of the Malaysians led High Kingship in Ireland with brutal battles versus the natives, or the Tuatha, and they fought each other over the kingship. One of the most brutal being between Fiú Fionlach and the natives in Ireland and his son, Tuatha. So an Irish man named Éilím mac Conrach led a revolt against the High King Fiú Fionlach. The nobility in Ireland was massacred, and only 3 pregnant women apparently escaped, including Fiú's wife. So 20 years later, Fiú's son, Tuatha and his mother led an assault on the hill of Tara, and he became the High King of Ireland, and the lineage of the Malaysians continued, all the way up until a man called Brian Boru took over High Kingship of Ireland, and the reign of the Malaysians was over. This wasn't until 1002 AD, and this ended the domination of the Malaysians over Ireland. So Brian Boru is one of the most interesting stories in Irish history, in my opinion. I've read the book as a kid, I'm going to buy it again, and if you're interested, there's a link of it in the description. So mythology's interesting and fun and all, but realistically, the history professor O'Reilly says that there was indeed 4 invasions of Ireland. Similarly, advances in DNA studies suggest that the Gaels originated 26,000 years ago in Central Asia and made their way to Ireland approximately 2000 BC. So the Laur Gavada Éireann, or the Book of Invasions, as we talked about earlier, correctly dates this to be the time that the Gaels invade from Spain. Remember the story of Brogan. So from the time of the first settlers, all the way through the 4 to 6 invasions, all the way up until Brian Boru, there's numerous battles, there's thousands of contestants of the kingship throughout the centuries and the millennia. Very interesting history. I'm not going to go into it in such detail today. I just went through the parts that I found interesting when I was doing a bit of research, and hopefully you enjoyed it. Thanks for listening along with me today, and yeah, cheers. Slán.
Yeah, sláinte, all that good stuff. Big up, Kemo. It's an Irish takeover today. Get me. Right, let me find the next one. And right, so hopefully, if people can remember the conversations that I was having with Maku probably about a year ago, and we were saying, I think Maku was trying to say that the Irish were all Celts, but as you can see, because we've been invaded so many times, like this is what I say, we're definitely not all Celts. There's no way that we're all Celts. All of this happened like up until 1000 AD. Before then, like more invasions and stuff happened. So like to say that we're all Celts is impossible. There's definitely like all kinds of mixtures going on in the Irish DNA. Right, so let me get to the next one. Come on. Right. So in this one, watch.
Check out this banging gusto burger. 3 of your 5 a day. Yes.
Watch the graph that's on the side where it shows the population growth and then the decline as well. So this is obviously breaking down the different kingdoms and rulership that there was over Ireland at the time. The most important thing to watch is red is when it's British rule and green is when it's Irish rule. Obviously, this is starting from... let me go back a bit. Yeah, 100 CE. So you'll see the different changes. Let me just play it from the start. Watch the red now. Look at that. Full British rule at that point. Right, sorry. Wait. Let me slow this down a second. Stop. Right, let me go back a bit, because just for anyone who missed it. Right, so we were under complete British rule, right? Part of, they called it the Kingdom of Ireland, but was part of the British Empire, right? Then they give Ireland, they call it the Commonwealth of England, right? So they make us a Commonwealth country, and then Ireland basically fought back and was like, no, we don't want to be a Commonwealth, we want to be a republic. So it becomes a protectorate, then it goes back into the Kingdom of Ireland. It's mad. Now, watch the population growth from here. $6 million, $7 million, 8. Oh shit, 6, 5. I wonder what happened there. This is obviously after Ireland got independence against this in the 1900s. All right, cool. So for those of you who are thinking, what the fuck, basically that was to show like the changes in the landscape and the rulership of Ireland over the years. So let me get to the next bit so we can explain that sudden climb and then decline in the population.
This is a story about Ireland, and it's a story about an event that you've probably heard of, but might not know much about. It's usually called the Irish Potato Famine. In most history books, the Irish Potato Famine doesn't get a lot of attention. At most, it appears as a pretty simple story to explain Irish migration abroad. In the beginning, Irish people depended on the potato for food. Then there was a potato disease. Many Irish died, and others migrated abroad on what they called coffin ships to England, Scotland, Australia, and North America. But the story of the famine is a lot more complicated and a lot more disturbing than that. It was much less natural and much more artificial than you might think, and it all goes back to a man named Thomas Malthus. Malthus was a British economist, and in 1798, Malthus put forward an influential idea and a rather counterintuitive one. Malthus said that when food production increased, people were better off for a little. But that improvement led to an increase in population, which eventually caused societal problems. There were too many people and not enough food to go around. Poverty and famine were the natural results. Like animals, Malthus said, humans had a certain carrying capacity. When it exceeded that carrying capacity, enough people would die to return the population to a natural equilibrium. So in the 19th century, that so-called Malthusian model became the conventional wisdom in European intellectuals. It led them to focus on what they called overpopulation and made them think of famine as nature reducing population to a sustainable level. No serious economist today will tell you that having too many people is the reason people are poor or hungry. In 1981, the economist Amartya Sen explained the real cause of most historical famines. If you look at the historical record, Sen said, a collective lack of food is never the real problem. The cause of famines, while it often has something to do with a decline in agricultural production, is more related to the unequal distribution of food. There's enough food for everyone, but some people can't exchange what they have for that food. Sen found that famine is usually not the result of too little food, but of exploitation and unequal economic relations. Irish people were the other, against whom the British could define themselves. They were viewed as lazy, barbaric, barely human. Ireland itself was run as a colony for the emerging class of British capitalists. While England was rapidly becoming the wealthiest country in the world, Ireland was kept incredibly poor. The population was almost entirely composed of peasants. A large majority of all houses were huts made of mud. And the land those peasants lived on was owned almost entirely by absentee English landlords who never visited Ireland and extracted exorbitant amounts in rent. Even the British government regarded these landlords with disdain, calling them, quote, the most oppressive species of tyrant that has ever lent assistance to the destruction of a country. So most Irish people were on a treadmill of extreme poverty. They were the most destitute people in all of Europe. In many districts, one government report found, their only food is the potato, their only beverage, water, a bed or a blanket is a rare luxury. And that part about the potato is especially important. Ireland has a lot of fertile soil and a topography that is ideal for grazing cattle. But when the British came in and colonized Ireland, they systematically took that land and used it to produce beef for the domestic English market. And so the economically poor Irish turned to the potato, a versatile crop that could be grown in large numbers on bad soil. And while the potato was adaptable, it was also really unreliable. There had been widespread potato failures pretty much every other year in the 19th century. And in the 1840s, a new potato disease, originally from North America, arrived in Europe. Huge potato crop failures sprung up in northern France, in Belgium, and in the Netherlands. But none of those places were as dependent on the potato as a source of food as was Ireland. So when the disease got to Ireland in the 1840s, the results were devastating. In 1845, about a third of the Irish crop was destroyed. By 1846, 75% of it was gone. Hunger spread rapidly with unprecedented severity. This period became known in Ireland as An Drachia, the bad life. But as Amartya Sen observed, this wasn't just about a pure lack of food. In fact, during the entire period of the famine, Ireland was continuing to export food out of the country. Enough cows, sheep, pigs, and grain were being shipped out of Ireland that could feed the Irish population twice over. But the British government refused to do anything about it. Soon, the Irish began begging their British overlords for relief. And early on, the Conservative Party government, then the representatives of the old British aristocracy, had a fairly sympathetic response. They bought food from America and brought it to Ireland, distributing it to the poor. But in 1846, a different party, the Whigs, came to power in Britain. And the Whigs did not have the sort of aristocratic paternalism that the Conservatives had. They were advocates of a philosophy called laissez-faire, the idea that the free market, left alone, would solve virtually any problem. So the person they put in charge of famine relief in Ireland was a man named Charles Trevelyan. Trevelyan had been a colonial administrator in India, and he was a big believer in those Malthusian ideas about population. He didn't really want to stop the starvation. He thought it was, well, necessary. The famine, Trevelyan said, was, quote, an effective mechanism for reducing surplus population. He said it was the judgment of God that sent the famine to teach the Irish a lesson. The real evil, he said, is not the physical evil of the famine, but the moral evil of the selfish, perverse, and turbulent character of the Irish people. So Trevelyan's solution to the famine was to let it ride. The laissez-faire Whigs decided to change nothing. They refused to stop the movement of food to England and limited the amount of food they offered to the starving Irish people. The food that was being imported into Ireland was largely used not to feed the Irish, but to feed the cattle being slaughtered for British consumption. Even when they did offer some relief to the Irish peasants, they instituted moralistic tests, requiring that recipients live as indentured servants in a workhouse to improve their work ethic. The British even required that food only go to people who owned almost no land, forcing impoverished farmers to sell all the remaining land they had to their landlords, many of whom lived in Britain. And so, the famine only got worse. Diseases of hunger like typhus, dysentery, and cholera spread wildly, killing just as many people as the lack of food. Social structures broke down. Ordinary people turned en masse to begging, crime, prostitution. In Western Ireland, some resorted to cannibalism. The British, fearing a rebellion, sent army troops instead of food. As the news of the famine spread all over the world, shiploads of food finally began arriving. Americans from all strata generously sent money and food over the Atlantic, only to have their donations met with huge British cargo fees upon arrival. Even the Choctaw people donated to the famine relief funds, just a few years after they had experienced starvation themselves on the Trail of Tears. It was a beautiful example of international solidarity. But these donations weren't enough to stop the ruthless exploitation by British landlords. Even when enough food was being imported, it wasn't getting to the Irish people. Starvation and death continued. Impoverished Irish, with barely enough to eat, were evicted from their homes. One priest remembers the scene of a mass eviction. 700 human beings were driven from their homes in one day and sent adrift on the world to gratify the caprice of one who before God and man probably deserved less consideration than the last and the least of them. The hard scenes I had then witnessed, I must remember all my life long. The wailing of women, the screams, the terror, the consternation of children, the speechless agony of honest, industrious men, wrung tears of grief from all who saw them. By the time the famine began to end in the early 1850s, about 20% of the Irish population, 2 million human beings, had died of disease or hunger. Another 2 million had left for brighter shores. Today, Ireland's population is still lower than it was in the 1840s. But Ireland has never forgotten the famine and the generosity that some showed to them. During COVID, when the people of the Navajo Nation were hit hard, Ireland repaid their kindness shown to them during the famine by raising $2 million. And Ireland has never forgotten those who did not help them, the British government, and all those who valued profits over humanity. As the British historian A.J.P. Taylor would later write, the English governing class had the blood of 2 million Irish people on their hands. All Ireland was a Belsen. I'm Rory Duffy, professor of history and filmmaker for the Gravel Institute.
Yo, big up.
Sorry. Big up, Silly. You good, bro?
Yeah, how are you?
I'm good. What are you saying?
Nah, this is a good video, man.
Yeah, I was trying to find one that like broke it down quite well, and I think that was quite good in terms of explaining
religious and political violence. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, I think that one broke it down quite well, to be honest.
It's very interesting how the British, like, basically didn't even see you as the same people. Like, they just treated you like shit.
Less than human.
Right. It makes you wonder, like, why are they doing that to you guys? Maybe there's something about you guys why they're doing that.
I think ultimately because, as you've seen from that video, there was that whole thing about population.
Yeah.
So ultimately, to me, it comes down to population control, because they were trying to say that, we were having too many kids and and as you've seen, like, they predicted this so-called famine that we were going to have anyways by saying that, there won't be enough food because these that are breeding like rabbits and like, this is the whole perception they put on us, is we don't know any better than to basically fornicate and have children. Do you know what I mean? And that's the kind of narrative that they put out there. And then obviously, yeah, this so-called famine happened, so-called potato disease, whatever, and then just wiped out the people. And as we were saying, like, the 2 million people died, and 2 million people, they said, sailed off to better shores. But a lot of those people were given the option by the British Empire of, oh, you've got such a shit life here, jump on a boat, we'll take you to America, jump on a boat with us, we'll take you to all these, you know, wonderful places, and da, da, da. So ultimately, it's just all down to population control and them not allowing anyone close to them to have a population which may be able to, I don't know, do something to them, I suppose, isn't it?
Oh, so it was more so like making sure that you don't rise up to do damage.
Yeah, because we did. At one point, we actually did invade Britain, sort of like, I think it was just before, like BC sort of thing, just before the Vikings came to Ireland. I think we were helping the Vikings to invade Britain. And that's when Ireland was taking slaves from Britain. That's when St. Patrick was taken over. And then that's when the whole Christianity thing started in Ireland.
Because Ivor the Boneless died in Ireland, isn't it?
Yes, he did.
So there was a lot of Viking there as well, like in terms of like the genetics and the culture. Like there's a lot of like Scandinavian kind of stuff there as well.
Norwegian, yeah.
Norwegian, yeah.
So
would you
a lot of Viking presence there?
So would you be considered like the OG, like European, and the British are like the Saxons and the Romans and the, you know what I mean? Basically.
I don't know. I really don't know. That's the problem. I feel like because there was such a bag of mix-up going on, like in ancient times, I think it was a two-folded thing. I think, as I said earlier, they didn't want the population there to grow too much, and also they wanted to use that land for themselves. So I think they just wanted to use that land to be able to, there's another video I was watching where they was breaking down where basically they farmed all of their cattle in Ireland, but then all of it was sent over to England. Like Ireland didn't get any of the cattle that was bred in it. So I feel like they just kind of wanted to use it as like an extended agricultural land.
Mm-hmm. But they didn't want you guys in the way of their profit.
No.
Interesting.
I'm telling you, it's crazy. And that's the thing, like, because obviously a lot of people hear about like the potato famine, but they don't know the actual story behind it, innit? And then a lot of people know the recent history being the Troubles and where all of that came from. But it's like, bro, we had like over 1,000 years almost of oppression by the British. Do you know what I mean? So it just came to a point where it's like, no, we've had enough of this. Like, we want to be fully independent. We don't want to make no deals. We don't want to be part of the Commonwealth. We don't want to be part of the British Empire. Like, we just want to be our own people, innit?
But you know what's very interesting, MJ? The people that run as well, they're very selective on who they, help, in terms of people in need. Like when you look at the J people, if you know who I'm talking about, like when their thing was happening in Germany, like Britain literally fought for them and gave them a country.
Yep.
And it's not like they had like they weren't related to them, they didn't know them in any way. Like why is it they were so generous with this group of people, but everyone else, whether it's Africans, Irish, anyone else, it's just, I don't know. It's weird, man.
I feel like when I sort of think of the bigger picture and how the landscape, okay, we see the changes that are in Ireland, right? So imagine the changes that there are across like the entire globe. So maybe they didn't want, or maybe they gave them land in a certain place because they didn't want them where they originally were. Do you know what I mean? Like I feel like there's reasons where people have been placed in certain places. You know what I mean? You think of all the Irish that have gone to America, the Jays that have gone elsewhere. Like it seems that maybe they were getting them out of Europe.
Oh, so like as a way to like kick them out, but like in a nice way, kind of.
Yeah, to control the numbers. That's what it all seems to be about, is controlling the numbers in one way or another.
Interesting.
I'm telling you. And then, yeah, obviously that's what I'm saying. Like, all of that is what then led to Ireland having the War of Independence, which was in the early 1900s. And that's when we became the Republic of Ireland eventually, after a couple of years of like back and forth political madness going on. And then that's when the trouble sort of continued between the North and the South. And then all the major trouble started again in the 70s up in the North. And I've got a video of that actually, which is quite interesting because the English used to blame the Irish all the time and say, oh, it was the Irish that started the troubles in the North, which obviously led to a lot of people losing their life. However, there was a report that came out about a year ago or something, which basically now the British are taking accountability that they started it. There's proof, like there's videos and there's been inquests and all sorts of stuff now. Like they're the ones that started the trouble up there.
Wow. And during the World War, like both of them, did Ireland fight with Britain?
No. Ireland didn't get involved in the World War at all. In fact, that's when Ireland decided to have their own independence, their War of Independence, because they took advantage of the fact that England was off warring with other people. And that's when Ireland was like, right, this is our chance now. Let's go.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, so they stayed mutual. Ireland had never been involved in any of the world wars that have happened.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Mm.
Yeah, because even in America as well, they weren't treated very nice as well in America, innit?
Initially, they weren't. It was that whole thing again of like, oh, they're less than human, da-da-da-da-da. But then people would say it's because they fought, right? And partially it's because we fought, but I'd say the main thing is like a lot of people kind of bought their way into politics, and by buying their way into politics, then they were able to influence certain decisions. So we know that like the Irish were given control over the police department in New York. And that was all that sort of political movements, you know what I mean? And they bought their way into the political arena in America. So eventually, like Irish people did have a lot more rights than what Black people had over there, for example. But it wasn't without them having to pay their way in or without having to fight some sort of fight.
So they kind of like did some J tactics of circling the money around and buying businesses and, you know, getting your way up, kind of.
Basically.
The Italians did that, though, isn't it? A lot of people are learning from the Jays, you know. I'm saying Black people need to learn from the Jays as well, man. They're running shit, man. They're running
Facts. Shit. But you know, there's like apparently in America now, there's 25 million people that claim to be of the Irish diaspora, but the population in Ireland is only 5 million.
Wow.
That's how much they've changed it. Like that's the disparity that they've caused. You know what I mean? It's funny. I reckon that like the population of Ireland right now should be about 20 million or something.
Wow. So is there a lot of space? Is it not as crowded?
I mean, Dublin City is probably like the most populated place, or probably Cork. But yeah, there is a lot of open space over there. But there's a lot of open space over here as well.
That is true. But then they give us this illusion that, population.
Yeah, we're overcrowded and stuff, but we've got empty fields left, right, and centre, and empty houses left, right, and centre, and empty tower blocks left, right, and centre.
Yeah. And so, that's for farming, that's for agriculture, and It's like, okay, all right.
People in the chat are trying to tell me that the Irish were in the World War, so let's find out.
That's what I thought as well. Because everyone was in the World War, even the Indians, everyone was in the World War.
Right, in World War. Let's go to World War One.
Everyone was fighting against the Germans, man.
Ireland's role in the First World War. Okay, I stand corrected.
I knew it. Everyone fought against the Germans, man. Everyone.
So that was in 1914, right?
Is that both of them World Wars?
That was World War One. Okay, so at this point we were still under Irish rule. Okay, interesting. Where the Irish involved 200,000 soldiers. Right. World War II. Okay, that's what I was thinking of was World War II, because Ireland did not join the war but declared neutrality. I can't speak.
It's neutrality.
Yeah.
So that means they didn't have a problem with Hitler. Basically.
I think at this point, this is when we were trying to get our own independence in it. So this is what I was saying earlier on in terms of we took advantage of the fact that this was going on to basically sort out our own shit in it. It says here, indeed, the World War in Ireland was not referred to as a war at all, but as emergency. And staying neutral, despite British and latterly American pleas to join the war, Ireland, under Eamon de Valera, successfully asserted the independence of the new state.
So they took the opportunity while the UK was distracted with this World War thing. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah, basically.
Makes sense.
Yeah, they was
It would have
clever.
been a shame if they fought with them after all that's happened. You know what I mean?
Actually, this is the video that I was going to play, was the War of Independence. So this is what happened in 1916. So let me play this quickly and then hopefully it'll break it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Dun, dun, dun.
Now, if we're going to look at the old history of Ireland, we need to go back to the 1100s, back when Ireland was ruled by small individual kingdoms. Things would stay like this for a good long time until the Normans invaded the island in the mid-1100s. And once the Normans did finally take over Ireland, they began taking land from the native Irish. And just like the Polish being bullied by their neighbors, the Italians switching sides, and the Americans taking over useless islands in the Pacific, this would become a trend. In 1155, Pope Adrian IV gave permission to King Henry II of England to invade the island. He did this a couple of years later, kicking the Normans out of Ireland and establishing English rule over Ireland. And with the English in charge, nothing could go wrong. Everything was going to be fine. 1530s. Ireland's invaded by the English again due to the fact majority of them are Catholics and King Henry VIII no longer likes the Catholics. The island of Ireland was then brought back under English control.
Do you know, it's so stupid. Like, they're the ones that converted us to fucking Catholics. Like, oh, you're all pagans. You need to be Catholics. Da, da, da. Now you got a problem with us being Catholic. Like, make it make sense. How are you going to give us something and then demonize it against us?
So wait, they fought over religion. It wasn't. Is that what they mean? Really?
Well, that was his problem with Ireland, because he decided to be Protestant, made up his own, whatever, do you know what I mean? Done his own thing, and then was like, yeah, we don't let these people know because they're Catholic. But really it was because I think Ireland wasn't sort of doing the Christian thing in the way that they wanted us to. Ireland kind of, because a lot of the concepts from the pagan ancestry of Ireland were put into Christianity, Ireland was like, yeah, we're just going to keep on doing our own thing anyways.
Oh, so there was a bit of a like mix with the OG stuff into Christianity.
Yeah.
Okay. But that's very interesting how King Henry VIII is like, oh, they're Catholics. I don't like Catholics. Let's just go and take over again. And change. It's a bit weird. I don't know. Something's up with that. Yeah.
And King Henry VIII, being as kind as ever, decided to introduce laws that would discriminate against Catholics, which majority of Ireland was. God, aren't the English just so lovely? With Ireland now back under English control, it was then split into 4 provinces. One of these provinces was known as Ulster. Ulster will become very, very important in the future. So Scotland began sending over settlers to Ulster so that they could colonize it and create a Protestant-led government of Ireland. With so much mistreatment, a rebellion was bound to begin. And in 1798, a rebellion began. A group known as the Society of United Irishmen, a group inspired by the events of the American and French Revolutions, rose up against the British. The rebellion experienced 5 minutes of success and then was stomped on by the British Army and government militias. And due to this rebellion, the Acts of Union were created, which annexed the Kingdom of Ireland into the Kingdom of Great Britain, creating the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland. So things in Ireland are fucking terrible. discrimination, colonization, loss of rights and autonomy, but who knows? Maybe the future may be brighter, and the people may be given hope. And then in 1845, the fucking potato crop failed, and 1 million people died. So due to the Irish exporting most of their beef to Britain, it left the Irish dependent on potatoes, so when the crop failed, they hardly had any food to eat. 1 million died and 2 million fled to the United States. What did Britain do during Ireland's time of need? Absolutely fucking nothing. The British decided to first ignore the problem and play it down in the eyes of the world. And then that failed. So they decided, don't worry everyone, the free markets will save the Irish. And when that failed, what did they do? Economic reforms. Because that's what Ireland needs most. When they're having a famine, they need their economic reforms. And do you Revere, can you guess see what that did? Absolutely fucking nothing. So after so many massive failures, they finally decided to help the island out a bit. Mainly to industrialize it. And in the 1850s, after 1 million died and 2 million fled, the famine finally ended. But luckily enough, the places least impacted by the famine were all filled with Ulster Protestants, because of fucking course it was. So you're probably thinking, hey, after all of this terrible shit, the future must be at least a little bit better, right? And to you I say, no. Honestly, it's just as bad. You see, after the famine, the majority of Irish were kind of getting sick of Britain's bullshit and started calling for independence, other than Ulster. Ulster is so loyal to the United Kingdom. And in 1914, with the majority of Ireland calling for independence, the British Parliament passed the Government of Ireland Act, which would give the island home rule. And then some Austrian guy got assassinated and the whole continent went to war for 5 years. And due to the Great War, the act was suspended until 1916. And then it was suspended again. At this point, the Irish were fucking furious. So two Irish nationalists went to the German Empire, which was now at war with Britain, to talk to the government. The two guys went, hey, you guys are at war with the British, and we hate the British. We're gonna have this rebellion in Dublin. So how about you give us some guns, and we fight the British, while you invade Ireland? And the Germans, who were currently fighting a multiple front war against half of Europe, was like, hey, if we give you some guns, will you fuck off? And now the Irish had some help from the Germans. So on the morning of April 24th, the Easter Uprising officially began when armed Irish rebels began seizing areas in Dublin. Along with seizing land in Dublin, they began getting in small skirmishes with the British soldiers. The next day, the British, realizing what was happening, sent in the army and decided to crush the rebellion, and on the 29th, the rebellion was over. And the British, being as smart as ever, looking to ease tensions with the Irish populace, decided to execute 14 of the leaders and commit war crimes all over Ireland. Small skirmishes with Irish rebels would continue throughout the years, but none as big as the Easter Rising. In 1918, with the Great War coming to an end, the Germans began the Spring Offensive, which led the British to try to enact conscription in Ireland. The Irish weren't having any of that and began to protest, and when 1918 general election came around, the pro-independence party Sinn Féin won 70% of the seats. The newly elected MPs from Sinn Féin decided not to meet in Parliament, but instead, on the 21st of January 1919, to meet in Dublin and create the First Dáil. That day, the MPs decided to declare independence for the United Kingdom and form the Irish Republic. The newly independent...
He forgot to mention, they basically refused to sit in the Houses of Parliament in Britain, innit? They was like, no, we ain't doing this. We're going back to our own country and we're forming our republic.
The Irish Republic sent out a letter to the nations of the world, declaring the Irish Republic was now a free, independent state and in a state of war with the United Kingdom. The Irish War of Independence had finally begun, and this time, the Irish were determined to win. The first instances of violence began on that day of the declaration, when members of the Irish Republican Army ambushed and killed 2 members of the RIC in Sligo. The IRA began moving fast, performing raids on government property and committing political assassinations throughout the island. The way the IRA was fighting the war had become unpopular with the Irish Republic in the beginning, but the British made sure not to keep it this way. When the IRA killed a British private outside the town of Fermoy, the British army responded by setting fire and looting the entire town. The British also created a special division within the RIC nicknamed the Black and Tans, due to the colors of the outfits. The Black and Tans would become infamous for their brutal responses to IRA attacks, often targeting civilians. The summer of 1919, the G Division was set up by the British to surveil Sinn Féin members in Dublin. Michael Collins, who was one of the main leaders behind the Irish independence, set up the squad, which was meant to kill members of the G Division. This was successful and left Britain without much intelligence in Dublin. To make up for the lack of intelligence, the British created the Cairo Gang, another spy group. Along with the Cairo Gang, another separate group was set up, called the Auxiliaries. The Auxiliaries were just like the Black and Tans when it came to the way they treated civilians, but except this time, their uniform was grey. In 1920, many areas in Ireland were put under martial law. The war continued the way it began. IRA troops would ambush soldiers and Black and Tans or Auxiliaries would retaliate. This was until November 21st of 1920, Bloody Sunday. Michael Collins, believing he had gained enough information about British intelligence within Dublin, sent out the squad on the morning of the 21st to assassinate intelligence officers within the city. Almost all of these intelligence officers were part of the Cairo gang. In retaliation for the attack in the morning, the Black and Tans and auxiliaries were sent to Cork Park, where a football match was taking place. The purpose of this operation was to search the people there in case any of them had ties to the IRA or the attacks earlier that morning. But once they arrived, instead of doing what they were supposed to, the troops began firing into the crowd of civilians, killing 14. Later on at Dublin Castle, 3 IRA POWs were executed for their role in the assassinations. More atrocities would continue that year, as in December of that year, the IRA troops ambushed British soldiers in the town of Cork, killing 1 and wounding 12 others. The Black and Tans would go into the town on December 11th and burn it completely to the ground. By 1921, the war had become more unpopular among the populace, as the brutality was getting worse and the killings were also getting worse. In 1920, the British Parliament finally decided to pass the Government of Ireland Act. This act split Ireland between the 6 northeastern counties, which would stay in the United Kingdom, and the other 26, which would become a dominion of the British Empire. Though the act was finally passed, many Irish nationalists wanted to continue to fight to have a fully independent and united Ireland. An attempt to capture the Customs House in Dublin was crushed by the British, and the IRA finally began to realize that they could not win this war if they were to continue. On July 11th of 1921, the governments of the Irish Republic and United Kingdom reached a truce, ending the conflict. Representatives of the Irish Republic, including Arthur Griffith and Michael Collins, traveled to England to negotiate a treaty. An agreement was met, resulting in the Anglo-Irish treaties being created. The results of this treaty included that most British soldiers within Ireland would be withdrawn, Ireland would become a dominion of the British Empire like Newfoundland and South Africa, and King George V would be the head of state. The most important part, though, of this treaty is that Ireland would be split between the 6 northeastern counties which would stay in the United Kingdom. And if you know anything about Irish history, this would lead to some troubles. After signing the treaty, Ireland was split between Northern Ireland and the Irish Free State. Though some like Michael Collins agreed with the treaty, saying it gave them the freedom to achieve freedom, others like Eamon de Valera were against it, as Ireland was not united and still loyal to the crown. With such a major split between the two sides, Ireland re-engaged in another conflict less than a year later, the Irish Civil War.
And there you have it. Big up, MA.
Big up, MA.
Yeah, big up you, look. Yeah, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, British Empire is fuckery, man.
I know, it's kind of like, it's the same story, just in a lot of places, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And they say that Ireland was like their training ground before they went out to other places to do these things.
Yeah, definitely. And then you can see they did it in India, Bangladesh, Australia, the Caribbean, Africa, everywhere, man. Just they're notorious for taking a blueprint. I mean, like, right, that worked quite well, didn't it? And then going and doing the same shit elsewhere. You know what I mean? Systematic brutality.
That's Babylon.
Yeah, ultimately, as I said, it's just to have that power and control over people, isn't it? Control over numbers,
Demonstrations
lands.
had been banned at the time of internment.
That's the other video I was speaking about. But yeah, it's just the same shit. Different day, different year, different place.
But the Romans and the Greeks did the same thing. When they came to these countries and they colonized, they did the same thing. So I wouldn't say the British Empire is the only example or the worst example of it. I would say that this has been happening for a long time with other empires, bigger empires.
They all sort of learned from each other, I suppose, in that sense.
Yeah, man. Mad thing.
All right, so for the people in the chat that are talking about the original Irish people being black and St. Patrick and the leprechauns and da-da-da-da-da, to my understanding, no one's ever sort of like provided any evidence of like a group of black people, let's say, living in Ireland. However, I think they did discover some bones which they connected the DNA back to, don't quote me, it was like maybe Egypt or something like that, right? So there is some evidence that black people may have been in Ireland. Now, the story of St. Patrick and the leprechauns, obviously as a child, we were told that St. Patrick, patron saint of Ireland, he came over, gave us all Christianity, drove the snakes out of Ireland, blah, blah, blah. Then I grew up and I was like, hold on a sec, what snakes in Ireland? Pardon me, and I started looking into the story. And there's some people that say, although some people say this is a myth, that the snakes that they refer to in the story of St. Patrick are actually the Pygmies, people of the Pygmy tribe that lived in Ireland at the time. And the reason why he drove them out is because they were practicing what he considered to be paganism or black magic, unnatural things that he didn't understand. And obviously they wouldn't convert to Catholicism. So because of that, he drove the Pygmies out of Ireland. That's my understanding of the story to that. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know, but it kind of makes sense because, as I said, there's no snakes in Ireland, so I don't know what snakes he was driving out of Ireland. It must be a metaphor or whatever for something else, isn't it?
Well, I just did a fact check, and that's not true, apparently. That whole there being black pygmies in Ireland, and then the St. Patrick came and wiped them out. From what I can see here, it's saying that that's not true.
That's what I'm saying. They say it's not true, but I don't know. Like, where did that story come from? And then why are they saying that he drove the snakes out of Ireland? Like, what's that actually mean?
Well, it could just be like how Santa Claus from St. Nicholas rides a thing full of reindeers. You know what I mean? Like, some of it's glorified, some of it's accentuated. You know what I mean?
So
but it doesn't mean
that. In a private chat, I put a link. I haven't read it properly, but it's from the Irish Post. It says ancient Irish people were black with blue eyes in a new documentary suggests. So you can share that link and we can read it, maybe. I don't know nothing about this, by the way. It's not my area of expertise.
I would imagine there would have been a proto, like European, like type people in that region with darker skin at some point. And this is just coming from my understanding of migration. But as far as the pygmies being killed off and all that, I don't think that's been proven.
All right, let me see this. Ancient Irish people were black with blue eyes. New documentary suggests. When one thinks of the Irish, the image is fairly clear. Fair skin, pale complexion, and a copy of the Irish Post underneath the arm. But a new documentary claims that the earliest Irish people look nothing like that at all. The Burren Heart of Stone, which aired on Irish television last month, has suggested that the early inhabitants were in fact black and had blue eyes. Scientists in the documentary used modern forensic techniques to explore Ireland's past, and they found evidence that black people lived here around 10,000 years ago. It's understood that the evidence... Hold on, 10,000 years ago? When was the Ice Age?
It was 10,000. The deluge was 10,000 years ago.
Okay. It's understood that the evidence was found in County Clare region, but there's nothing to suggest that they didn't stretch out the entire island.
Where's County Clare?
County Clare is sort of like to the west, southwest.
Okay.
No, west. Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, in one of those videos, in fact, they did say that the earliest settlers was in County Clare. Right, the documentary says these inhabitants gathered shellfish and hazelnuts and hunted wild boar. They lived typically in and around the cliffs on the edge of the sea and likely slept. Anyway, moving on. It didn't say caves. It didn't say slept in caves, okay? It didn't say slept in caves. moving. But hold on. Remember, we're talking about the black people with the blue eyes right now, right?
Liberties.
But we're not talking about white people right now, so it's okay.
So it's confirmed. So she's accepted it then. It's either one or the other. Either there's black people in caves or there's white Irish people in caves.
I don't mind saying we lived in caves, you know what I mean? We had to live somewhere, innit? So, boy, if we didn't have like these luxury houses that we have now, then a cave might have just sufficed. It's taught that around 4,000 years ago, these inhabitants were displaced by farmers who moved in and eventually established a modern Irish gene pool as we know it today. Yeah, which is a whole bag of mix-up. The evidence follows on from the discovery made by the Natural History Museum in London. Oh, here we go. That Cheddar Man, a Mesolithic skeleton found in a cave in the southwest of England in 1903, had dark to black skin. Okay. With blue eyes and curly hair, as we reported back in 2018.
And again, I don't know how they know what the melanin content was or all of this. But again, this is artist interpretation, as they say.
Exactly. We think the ancient Irish would be similar to the Cheddar Man, said Dr. Dan Bradley. Okay. The current very light skin we have in Ireland now is at the end point of thousands of years of surviving in a climate where there's very little sun.
It's interesting. Look at the language. We think, right?
Yeah, we think. It's an adaptation to the need to synthesize vitamin D in the skin. It's taken thousands of years for it to become like it is today. So is he basically trying to say that we've basically become lighter from these original inhabitants that we're saying we've now become as pale as we are now? But I've said this before, not everyone in Ireland is pale. We don't all have the same makeup. You know, like when you go to sort of certain Norwegian countries, right? It's like they all have blonde hair, blue eyes, or whatever, right? But Ireland is not like that. You have people with blonde hair, ginger hair, brown hair, black hair, ones that look slightly tanned, more tanned than others, ones with freckles, one without freckles. Like,
I think he's trying to say, he's trying to say that the original progenitors, or whatever the word is, so-called black with blue eyes, but then over time there has been mixing as well as the skin lightening. So that's what I understand that you guys saying anyway. So it's not just these are the originators and everyone from Ireland is coming from this group of people. I don't think that's what they're saying. That a portion of them are in fact originated from these people, but then there's also a large amount of DNA and genetic material that's coming from outside of the Irish ambit. Do you know what I'm saying? So who would be what? I don't know, man. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And then obviously over time you have people that intermix as well. So it's no doubt a mixed up gene pool anyway. But obviously the original people there were these so-called.
Do you think it's like the Aborigines?
Possibly. It sounds like the way the description sounds like that, to be fair.
Yeah, it does actually. Well, it's estimated there was up to 40,000 people living on the island of Ireland back then, and it's likely that every Irish person is descended from those individuals one way or another. Now, see, the thing about that is in one of the previous videos, the guy was saying that obviously we had certain plagues and and people were wiped out. So I don't know, like I'm not saying they weren't there. I definitely believe, like, and evidence shows us that there was people there, but I don't know how long they would have survived if it was 10,000 years ago, given all of the invasions and everything that's happened since then. Maybe some of them could, and then, as you said, like, result of that would be then mixing with the other invaders and people that landed there.
Yeah.
But
depends,
say every Irish person is descended from those individuals one way or another.
Yeah, I know. I get. Like, it's difficult to imagine that could be the case.
Right, because another person will say, "Oh, we all descend from Celts," and another one will say Vikings, and another will say.
I mean, we could be quite confident to say that that's not true, innit? Like, even if there's one person that isn't descended from, do you know what I'm saying? Like, if I go and move to Ireland, if I go and move to Ireland tomorrow and have a child, that child is probably not going to descend from, do you know what I mean? So that then they're definitely wrong about that. But this is the newspaper saying it. It's not the doctor saying it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And again, they're using kind of it's likely loose kind of language, isn't it?
Right.
Yeah, that's about that. Anyways, they're
Zulu.
always making like discoveries, though, isn't it? And that's what I'm saying. Like, who knows what else could be discovered as well?
Yeah. Zulu. What was the name of that brother that used to be in CC from Ireland? They used to always argue with.
Orange.
What was his name?
Orange.
Who?
It's Orange.
Ulrich.
Say it again.
Ulrich.
Ulrich.
That was his name. His name was Ulrich.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's his real name, but that's the name that he came on the panel.
No, someone else.
He's my age. And I used to argue with him all the time. That's one.
He's playing rugby in Ireland and that.
No, but he used to have a different name, man. Not Ulrich. That wasn't his screen name.
There was.
He had their name.
No, it wasn't. Ulrich was that guy that used to come on from Holland and have the weird
Ireland.
Nah, it's from
Ireland.
From Ireland.
Ireland. Black Irish.
Oh, okay.
I swear that wasn't the name that I knew him by anyway.
I know you're talking about MMA. I know you're talking about.
He's always this Terry, innit?
Yeah. He's nuts, fam. He's such a troll.
Yeah.
There was also Edo-man as well, who was a bit weird. I don't know back in the days.
Isn't Edo-man wisdom?
No.
It's not Larry.
No.
Are you sure?
No. Larry is Yoruba, man.
Is it?
Yeah.
No, but they do sound similar though, don't they?
Oh yeah. They said, Reggie said Raz. That was his name. Raz from. You remember Zulu that way there?
I know what you're talking about, but we knew him as Ulrich.
Yeah, we used to our panel say Ulrich, which argues him all the time. He was a mad guy. Weirdo.
His accent was thick. His
accent. He was from Uganda, innit? He was from Uganda, but in Ireland.
That's right. Yeah, I used to work in a petrol station, I think.
Yeah, and he used to play rugby and all that.
So did he have an Irish accent like that guy in the video?
Brutal, worse than that.
It's a bit tick.
There was a couple of videos going around the group chat as well of the Somali guy living in Ireland, and he's got a proper thick Irish accent as well. And people laughing, like, just seeing the face and then put the accent, like, obviously where they're not used to it. They're like, oh my god. It's like, oh, you go over there, everyone's just talking Irish. So
apparently in Liverpool there's a clan of black travelers.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Big clan, two clans of big travelers, black travelers in Liverpool. Was apparently one that
where they're from? Where they're from?
From Ireland. Like, was one of the Irish travelers married a black woman, and then he started a clan of his own.
Oh.
They all speak, and they all speak. Apparently, they all speak the twang and everything.
Wow.
Yeah.
Do you know the Irish, the travellers basically, like in Ireland, the reason why they sort of became travellers was because they were trying to escape all of this bullshit from the British. So they weren't trying to live on no British man's land and all of this, and they started taking to the roads like, fuck it, we'll just do our own thing, innit? This is how the whole concept of travellers came about.
But look,
I guess you would say you get the same in the UK. Because there's traveling communities that are actually like originated in this country, innit? So it's that same thing of removing people from their land and ending up, just going wherever you can find.
But I think a traveler is the European way of saying nomadic people. But you get travelers in most European cultures. Most people got their own.
Africa. Yeah.
So we know them as nomads. But they say when it comes to Europe, they give them the name traveler or gypsy.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Or tinkers, or they're all kind of names they've got.
But most people say, it's going to be controversial, the original gypsies were the Ashkenaz, the jewelers. Dealing with jewelry.
Yeah.
That's where the name jewelry comes from. The jewels they always wear, or the slim trinkets and all that.
Yeah, man.
Ah, maybe they had a few travellers of their own, didn't it?
You know what? I'm not gonna lie, yeah. I think Irish people are hilarious, right? And there's a sketch. I don't know how I came across it years ago, but it's called The Sweet Shop, and it's a show called The Unbelievables. And I don't know if you lot will ever be able to play it, but I don't know. I hope people find it funny like I do, man. I think it's hilarious. Funny.
Yeah, Irish people do like a laugh.
Funny.
For me, sometimes it's just the accents alone. Like Dublin sent me a couple of videos the other day, and he actually said to me, "He was like, do you reckon the Trio family would be able to understand what they're saying?" And I was like, "Bruv, I had to play it twice myself to understand them."
It's like how I feel about Jamaica, man. Sometimes it just goes over my head.
Well, since you guys brought it up, not me, the Irish and Jamaican accent, the connection.
Yeah.
What you will say about that?
Yeah, I was going along with that theory as well, but then I heard another theory, and I can't right now remember what that theory is. But yeah, there's quite clear similarities. Do you know what I'm saying? Quite clear similarities there. But they're saying that that's because of proximity, right?
Yeah, but then something came to mind. I was thinking, Irish don't say blood clot, but I realized the Irish like saying bloody hell. Lord, don't they? Bloody.
Yeah.
Well, blood clot means literally blood clot, innit? Blood clot means blood clot.
I'm thinking, wow, that is amazing. That makes sense. But if you Irish people, they love saying the word bloody as well. Oh, bloody hell, mate. Oh, bloody. Am I lying, Mary?
What kind of accent is that? Say that. Do that again, Beefy.
No,
That's a bloody hell, mate. You sounded a bit Indian there.
Yeah.
Bloody. Yeah. No, but I didn't know that until like recently. Like that, I didn't know the theory until recently about the Irish teaching the African slaves how to speak English. That's how the patois came about. That's why the Irish and the accents were similar. Which would make sense actually.
It would. I mean, there is certain things that we share as well. I can't remember. The only one I can remember is Ganzi, which people will call a jumper in Jamaica, and that's the Irish word for a jumper. So there is a couple of similarities in the language that's used as well, which shows that there was obviously some sort of Irish influence in some places, isn't it? But, unfortunately, we know that there was quite a few overseers and possibly slave owners as well that was in Jamaica that were Irish. So, there's going to be some influence of the accents and language that's used in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
But you don't get do you get a lot of Irish surnames in Jamaica? Well, I think the giveaway for it is the poor surnames. If there are a lot of most surnames you get are English, they're not really Irish in Jamaica.
Yeah, no, you get Irish surnames, yeah. Anyway, any surnames across the British Isles, you'll still find them in the Jamaican gene pool and Caribbean gene pool.
Told you, Beefy, my kids have got an Irish surname and it's not mine. People assume that their name is my name, isn't it? Because it's Irish, and I'm not actually new. No. And I've known people from Jamaica that even their first name is Irish. Like I knew a guy called Rushin. That's a proper Irish name.
I think as well I want to ask you was right now I was trying to do the research on the St. Patrick Easter, but I've realized there was never no Irish kings or queens like in Scotland and England. How come that is?
There was.
Oh, there was.
Yeah. Before the British Empire started getting involved, we had kingdoms, innit? There was 9 different kingdoms. And before that, it was tribes and clans. And then it went from tribes and clans to kingdoms. And then, then the British started getting involved. And then it just went all over the place from there, innit?
I thought it was, when we say British, the British all the Isles together? Or is Ireland separate from the British Isles?
Well, it was separate until around the 1100s when British started taking over. And then they basically ruled for like hundreds of years. And then there was all this back and forth going on until, as I said, up until recently when we finally got our full independence back.
So the British really are mostly Scottish and English, yeah. Yeah. Well, when you hear about British history, you say Irish. You always hear about King of Scotland or Queen of Scotland or King of England, but you never hear of Ireland or Wales that much. Only Prince of Wales, of course, which is a monarchy in waiting. But yeah, I find that's a bit. Since Irish has a big history.
When you type in United Kingdom in Google and you read the description on the right, it says United Kingdom, made up of England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland, is an island nation in northwestern Europe, England, birthplace of Shakespeare and the Beatles. That's funny.
Wow.
That's no wonder, like, when you go to look at this cat trying to get over it. I'm gonna go and murk a cat in a minute. Yeah, when you go to the continent, people think that it's literally Shakespeare and the Beatles over here, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Oh man, that's a bit of an when you go and look at the country's history, the first two things you see are two entertainers. One who wrote most of African English history, Shakespeare, Shakespeare, as I would call him. I don't know. That's a bit weird, isn't it? Is this history really real or is it really fabricated? What do we know about history? Is it man-made or is it people tell us what it is?
I think they control what they want us to know in that sense. So by them having that up of the Beatles and Shakespeare, it's like this is what they want England to be known or Britain to be known for right now instead of what it's historically known for.
Fuckeries.
Because you see, like, this is the thing, all of this stuff, like, it's the same as what you guys will say about history. You know, they're not telling you the true history. So, like, what we've learned here from these couple of videos today is obviously stuff that I would have learned in school, but they're not going to tell you in a British school because they don't want you to know the truth about what they was doing, innit?
And when they're telling the story, it is they want to free people and liberate people, not fuckeries. You know what I mean? So it's how perspective, I suppose. They can tell the same story, but in a different way.
Yeah, tell it from their version of it.
Yeah. Which is mad most of the time. Mother.
But yeah, I'm just going to play this last video. It's just a couple of minutes. And it's basically, I'm sure you guys have heard of Bloody Sunday, right?
Yeah.
Here comes Wendy Wu. You'll give her a heart attack.
So we're going to play a game, actually. We're going to play Spot Wendy Wu in the video. Because we know that Wendy Wu was part of the people that were in Northern Ireland, right?
Deployed in Northern Ireland, yes.
Indeed. So yeah, if anyone spots Wendy Wu, just shout.
I got a big surprise.
So this is rare actual footage of how it all unfolded on Bloody Sunday.
Demonstrations had been banned at the time of internment. But on Sunday, the 30th of January, several thousand people in Derry marched towards the city centre.
all factions in the Catholic community united against internment under the banner of civil rights. The army police decided not to stop the march for fear of violence, but to contain it within the bogside. At the junction of William Street and Rossville Street, the marchers passed the army barricades. A substantial number of marchers broke away from the march and turned towards the army barricade.
Watch the reaction now. The ritual battle began. Then the crowds fell back before the CS gas. Units waited behind the army barricades, ready to launch an arrest operation. They were members of the 1st Battalion of the Parachute Regiment, known to be one of the toughest regiments serving in Northern Ireland. Just before 4 o'clock, they were ordered in.
Pause.
This footage is mad.
Pause a sec, please. Are we watching a World War movie or something?
No, I was watching Ireland just 50 years ago.
Like, what is going on? Like,
I know. It's crazy. This is what they were doing remember, this is their land. In fact, this is Northern Ireland where this is happening, but obviously it's the Catholics they got a problem with, isn't it? And this is them again keeping control, like, because Irish people just, we just want to have our land back. We just want to be unified again.
Once we talk about, we hear about these days chemical warfare, weapons of mass destruction. They were using tear gas. Is tear gas not chemical weapon?
Bruv, look at the madness they was doing. The whole, the water pipes, do you know what I mean? And like, they don't care. Again, it's like they don't see us as humans, isn't it? They don't care about our life. We're nothing to them.
And another thing as well, I won't be able to correct. I think this was, the protest was good, but know the way the camera was strategically placed at a certain location, and then people all of a sudden react, and then this happens. Like, I think this was planned and staged and filmed so they can show people in the future, you fuck with us, this is what we do. Like a proper record. Fuck with us, and this is what we do. Because everything seems like all the cameras seem to be in strategic areas. You know what I mean? Coincidentally, there's this camera here filming this, there's a camera here filming that. Man, I even saw one camera being hit by a water tank. It didn't move. So that's like actually been placed down and anchored down to film the shit. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Yeah. Madness.
Telling you. Only 50 years ago.
Most of the rioters had dispersed.
See, the rioters have gone. Like, what you're not doing? You're just looking to fucking kill people. Yep, there's Wendy Woo. Driving the truck.
Do not fire back for the moment, unless you identify a positive target.
Hear that?
Shooting had begun when a soldier opened fire on an alleged nail bomber.
Alleged.
Wait.
Alleged. Alleged.
Wait, how can it even be alleged? How? Not even alleged. How?
How do you misidentify a nail bomber? You know what I mean?
How do you identify them to begin with?
No, exactly. If they blow up something with nails, then they're a nail bomber, isn't it? How can you misidentify that?
But listen. He said, he shot into a crowd and he shot as an alleged nail bomber. Like, what are we doing here? You shot in a crowd, you shoot a nail bomber. Oh yeah, coincidentally. You know what I mean?
These times the British didn't give it, well, they still don't, but they didn't give a flying.
Propaganda at the maximum, bro, boy. Little strategic words placed here and there can make a story look much different. You know what I mean?
Right.
But now they were stopping a rebellion, terrorists. When you're shooting at random people in the crowd, like what are we doing?
By this time, they perfected the art of not giving a shit, innit?
The art of terrorism. The art of terrorism. I mean, you got the media and the action to back it up. You're good to go. You're good to go.
What was it? Do you know what the resistance to this was in the UK amongst like the normal people?
Well, that's what all the bombings and stuff over here was about, right?
No. I mean, among the working class populations of the UK, England, what was their position on the violence that was happening? Was there like opposition to it?
I think they were also fooled by the media, innit? To them, just rebellion, innit?
Well, you got to remember, back in the 70s is the era of no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. So, for example, when my dad came over here in the late 70s, I believe, maybe 76 or 77, his experience was a lot different to like an Irish man coming here today, because he said he walked around for hours trying to find a pub that he was allowed into. That's when all those signs were up, trying to find accommodation. Like basically he was just chucked out of places left, right and center, beaten up twice before he actually found a pub where he could get a pint, right? So that was his experience. So obviously there was the narrative about Irish people at the time was they're still not human, we don't like them, we don't welcome them, we don't accept them.
So it's hard to like, you know, when people say, oh well, you know, it was only the government and only the elites that were doing X, Y, and Z. Like, it's clearly, if they can be like that to the Irish, like how are we gonna argue, or how's anyone gonna argue against the fact that the majority of people in this country have always been really in line with the government, or especially when it comes to a conflict that either threatens their livelihood or threatens, you know what I'm saying, their vision of themselves as, you know what I'm saying, whatever it is, you know. To me,
I
that's
mean,
yeah. Sorry, go on.
You're 100% right there. Like, was most people, vote for the government, innit?
Yeah.
It's how this is how people play into the game. Was if you don't vote for these governments, then they haven't got no power to do the things they're working on people's behalves. Unfortunately, majority of the people in the country vote and are involved heavily in politics, so they endorse most of these actions.
Right.
And most people just really do follow blindly, don't they? Whatever the media puts out there is what they will believe. They don't actually look into what's actually happening or think critically about what they're told.
I mean, this is talking about the war in Iraq, but that was just they show that they've been doing this over and over and over again in history, where they lie about shit, go and attack, kill people, and just carry on as normal. Going to do again the same thing somewhere else, same play again, propaganda, lies, manipulation, and do whatever they want to do, and call it insurgency and quelling rebellion and all this stuff. All these terms we now got used to hearing. They're the biggest terrorists. They use fear the most. They're the ones who use fear the most to, if you don't listen to what we're doing, this is what we're going to do to you. But anyone else who talks about violence is a terrorist. Madness.
Let me finish this off quickly.
In all, 108 rounds of live ammunition were fired by the army.
The pressure must have been crazy, man. The neighbors, trying to fuck you up every day.
And this is how you get generational. People don't forget.
And this is why I can't just necessarily accept the people that are up there as my people right now. Dead bodies, just how we do, isn't it?
John, do the preach.
Yeah. And do you know what's mad is like now, because of all this Brexit stuff, they're really talking about having a unified Ireland again. Like there is so many political talks happen about it. Europe saying how much money they can give if we decide to be reunited again. And I've always said it's going to happen, and I think it will happen. But I also think when it happens, it's going to cause a lot of problems again.
But we've been heading all this way to the one. Even that's why all this Pan-Africanism and all this stuff. We're all heading for the same direction. One world government, one world. They will try to slip in one way or the other. I mean, they'll give you different angles, but we're all heading that direction. That's how I see it. Even this war, Ukraine and Russia, it's all about everyone coming together. That's at the crux of it. Everyone working together, being one.
And yet again, dismantling populations, because like, look how many Ukrainians are living all over the place now. Ireland, England, America, Europe, like they're everywhere. So again, it's just populations just get destroyed by them. And for
But
what?
as well, remember, if you move people around a lot, then they sort of like lose identity. Now you can go wherever you want because no one really belongs anywhere. If you get what I mean? You can now control the resources easier in certain areas because the reason people are not there anymore. You can just come in now.
No, but you're right though, Beefy, because I was thinking this the other day. I was watching a little YouTube video and there's a Ukrainian woman and she's now in America. And I was thinking, all right, so she's in America now. She's, settling there. She's planning to live there and has no plans on going back to Ukraine right now. So what happens now in a generation or two? Is she Ukrainian-American, American-Ukrainian?
Yeah.
What's her kids going to be? Like,
Then what
And as
happens?
you said, this is how now people lose their identity. What happens if she starts mixing? And
What happens to MJ? Then America and the UK will go to the Ukraine, take control of all the resources, take over the country. Then in 20 years' time, they say, all Ukrainians out of England and America, go back home.
Yeah, then.
yeah, they'll start to demonize them in some kind of way, innit?
Yeah, that's what they'll do. It's, I mean,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, so remember war in terror. They brought a lot of Muslims to the West, and now they're complaining about Muslims in the West. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
So I'm saying we've all had it at some point, you know, we've all been that demon in their society, but they don't talk about the fact of what they've done to all of our countries and our people.
Mm-hmm. The wordplay. All about
Yo,
the word.
where is man like Conscious? Conscious needs to bring us evidence today.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah.
I was gonna say no, man. Don't invoke the. But, yeah.
Yeah, why not? As I said yesterday, I'm not having my name associated in certain conversations when people are discussing people that are, you know, out and out racist. Like they have done and said racial things on these platforms. Like I can't be accused of that. And if anyone is going to accuse me, then they need to bring substantial evidence.
I'll bring it tomorrow. I'll bring it. It's 6 hours. It's 6 hours. It's between 6 and 7. But if you go in between the 9, you might find the 8 and the racism.
Big up, Stops.
Yeah,
Big up,
big
Kale.
up, big up.
You know what though? I did listen to the stream, and I listened to about 45 minutes between sort of 6 hours 20 and 7 hours something. And other than reading out the article and discussing it, and I don't know what I said. I really don't know what I said.
It's mad.
Yeah. I think Kale might have something to say though.
Yeah, he was definitely saying something in the
Kale's
chat.
always got something to say. It wouldn't be a normal day if Kale didn't have something to say.
MJ, I'm gonna send you some couple of 2 videos I want you to play it for Carol later on.
Uh-oh. Kale's just here to tell me that I'm practicing unethical code of conduct.
No, you're method acting, MJ. Method acting.
A bit of both, why not? It's a Sunday, you know how we do.
Carol, you're on mute. You're right there.
He's getting his evidence ready.
Yeah. I'm there. How you doing, MJ? Once again, we meet again.
He said it like she's a villain.
We meet again.
We meet again.
I mean, if you want to use that dialogue as something evidence that I'm free from it, I just said we meet again. It's a quote.
I know. Where's playing, man?
We got MMA, my Pan-African brother. We got Stopzilla, son brother, and the rest. We got MJ, Beefy. Yeah, man. Very interesting. MJ. IRA, very political, aren't they?
Yeah. Indeed.
Not nice what's happened, but we know who orchestrated this type of war, don't we, MJ?
You got one eyebrow raised like the Rock while asking these questions.
You know, we know who orchestrated it.
Who's that then?
The ice people.
Oh, who else? The infamous ice people, you know.
Ice,
That's
baby.
right.
They are very prolific, and what's very interesting about them that they haven't changed, you know. So yeah, big up to the ice people for now. So MJ, I'm gonna read something for you.
Uh-oh.
You know? No, it's not. It's more of a nice flow for you.
Okay.
Benjamin Franklin, very prolific type of individual. He's got a letter here, and he's talking about 20 years before the independence of the United States, Great Britain. You know, the population it needs to be controlled. The increasing of mankind, people in countries, you know, it's a problem. He was saying. He said in Pennsylvania, he was saying that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All Africans is black, tawny, Asia, tawny as well. The Native Americans again. He said that the Spaniards, the Italians, the French, the Russians, the Swedes, generally of what we'll call swarthy complexion, and the Germanic tribes as well. And the Anglo-Saxons, we are small, but also were of swarthy as well. So the thing is that these types of letters, and it's been very written well, seem to be emanating that there's a problem. Would you agree, MJ?
I would agree, yeah.
There's a problem. And the problem is the unethical code of conduct, which seems to come before religion, Roman Catholic, Islam, Christianity. It's, to me, the religion is the unethical code of conduct of the ice people. What you got to say about that?
I would say that there was a lot of madness going on with the ice people before religion was even a thing. As we can see, like the amount of invasions that happened in Ireland, and you know what, a couple of invasions that the Irish done themselves before Christianity or anything was introduced to Ireland, when we were still known as pagans, there was madness going on. So I'd say that an ethical code of conduct was being practiced before religion was a thing, and when religion did get introduced, then that was used as a weapon to continue this bullshit that they was doing.
So we could say that the religion is white supremacy, right?
Is the religion white supremacy? I suppose we could say that, yeah.
And this is very interesting, MJ. I'm not attacking you, of course. You know, I don't do those attacking things. You should know that by now. But, you know, when I watch these videos and hear certain things, like yesterday was a great debate, different types of rhetoric and how we can organize as a people. And, you know, African descendants, we've been doing it for so long. We're always trying to find solutions. And we try our best, well, the political scientist one, without offending or harming non-African people. When we do that, it seems to work against us. And when we do try and defend ourselves, it works against us. Why do you think that is, though, MJ? As a member of the Ice people and as me, a member of the Sun people, why do you think that is?
Wait, sorry, just repeat your question again, Kyle.
I says that I've noticed as African descendants, we try our best, the political, scientific ones, not to harm or mistreat non-African people while we're organizing, because we understand that there's been a lot of mistreatment amongst the European tribes, amongst the Asian tribes and Middle Eastern tribes. We understand suffering. We've suffered so long, and also have got out of our suffering through revolts, etc. But what I've noticed, it doesn't matter what we do, whether we defend ourselves or not, there seems to be a lack of empathy from the Ice people. Of these black people, we've subjugated them. They've taught us everything. We've turned them upside down. So we should allow them to do what they need to do. But there's still a problem in allowing us to do what we need to do. And as a nice woman as yourselves, and as me as a Sun man, why do you think the Ice people like to do these things to Sun people, i.e. black people, African?
Do you know what, Kale? If I'm going to be honest, I would say to me, it's, as I said earlier on, there's obviously the element of control that they want to have, right? Over not just black people, but I would say over everyone, really. anyone that has maybe land or people or resources that can make a difference to them. But I would say ultimately it comes down to greed, because when we look at like the land and stuff that they were living on, they had fuck all here. So, for example, if we use Ireland as an example of, they were using that to grow cattle and get their food supply from, and we know when they've gone to other places, it's been about well, they would call it trade, you know what I mean? But it's been about them getting certain things in, like teas and spices and other kinds of food. And I would say this is why I say greed, because it's like they weren't happy with their land because their land wasn't able to provide enough for them. So they thought, fuck it, let's go here, there, and everywhere and take. And they didn't stop with the food and the land. They carried on with the people. And I don't know what's wrong with them, if it's something intrinsic within them, or if it's just that greed that they developed because they just thought, you know what, these people have got better than us. We want everything. We want more, because that's even to this day, I still see like they're going around just taking. So I feel like that element of greed is just there.
Mary, can I put a little 2 pence in there?
Go for it.
I agree with everything you said, right? But like, if we take a few points that we all agree on and try to draw correlation between them, we can see that we, for example, take the point that Africans or people of African descent are not as organized as other people. And when we look at other people, non-African people, as being operating within organizations, right? And then we look at the fact that in terms of humanity, Africans seem to be more humane and compassionate people. And as Kel's saying, the non-Africans are responsible for selfishness and atrocities, for example. So when we draw the correlation between those two things, we can see that when people operate within organizations, they lose their humanity. But when people are less organized and less effective, they hold their humanity more so. So then we can see that there is a correlation between those two things. So the more organized you are, like for example, if you look at America and politics, even when you put a black person in charge, he will automatically become part of that system because he's operating within a set organization. So then it's like, for example, the Metropolitan Police. I'll give you another example. Yeah, they're trying to stamp out racism out of the culture of the police, but that is actually an intrinsic part of the organization. So even if they add black people in, they will then also become racist because it's a racist organization that they're operating in. So when we look at organizations, we realize that they take on their own life in a way, and the people that's within them, which we would expect to sort of have some sort of say on the organization or how it's run or the level of humanity that exists within it, we realize that that's not actually the case.
I hear you. I think another part of it as well is obviously where they continue to paint like negative narratives towards people. So you know, like
that's all part of the machinery, isn't it?
So this is why people are not going to have compassion, because it's like they paint this picture of, oh well, these people needed our help, you know, we saved them, we gave them civilization, these people weren't even human until we gave them civilization. So this is why I reckon maybe people don't have that compassion, because they're not seeing
white
them
people
on that
actually
human
believe
level.
that, or is that what the machinery is telling them? Because I know white people, and when
It depends how much how blindly they follow.
Yeah, but they can't unless they're doing it subvertively, like undercover. They can't really feel that they're superior to anyone else, because on an even playing field, based on performance, we're all equal. The only thing is people feel that have that supremacy when they're operating within a machinery, like you said, which is designed to put other people down, and that's part of the machinery. Right, but on an equal playing field where there is no organization, everyone's based on their own merit.
I have to disagree with that totally, because if you look into enslavement, I've said this many times before, the elite, as what everyone likes to call them, the top ice people elites, they taught the white slaves and servants how to keep black people in place. This is part of a psychological tactic called the Willie Lynch. So even the poor whites, they still understood a strategy of how to undermine and keep African descendants in place, which is why I always say, and it offends a lot of people, when I try to explain with proof and evidence, of course, that it's going to be very difficult for any non-African person to convince me that they do not practice unethical code of conduct when we have proof and evidence that they do, whether they are
The
rich.
irony is, you said you disagree with me, but your point actually reinforces what I've said, which is the elite took the poor working class within their machinery and instructed them on how to deal with people who are outside of their machinery. So you've just inadvertently accepted the fact that for poor white working class people to get one over on black people, they've had to operate within an organization, and wasn't really based on their individual cunning or their individual intelligence. It was based on a system allowing them to basically be one up on other people and therefore subjugate them.
What you said is that left alone, everyone's equal, and that's what I disagreed with you, because when you understand non-African people, unfortunately, and this is not African
I never
people,
used the word equal. I said there would be their result would be based on merit. So white people will be better at some things, black people will be better at other things. They're not equal. No one's equal. I don't believe in equality. I believe people should be treated as if they were equal and given an equal opportunity, but the end result is based on their merit.
But the merit typifies, Brother Khan, that if you do some form of good or some form of prestige action, then you could do the same thing. And African people, we've been trying to do that. For example, there was an African American by the name of Robert Williams in the 1970s, and he came up with a curriculum called the Bitch Test, and it was an IQ test because he kept going for jobs, and he kept getting discriminated and removed from the teaching job. They came up with a test, and he says that the IQ test was based upon African idioms, African descendants, idioms and vernaculars for the whites, and they all failed. And what he said is that the tests are based on racism, and the African descendants should teach their children, for example, the idioms of the whites and etc., in order for them to maneuver. And this is what I'm saying is that regardless of merits or not, there's still a paradigm of we are not genetically dominant, we don't have historical achievements, and we don't have intellectual potential in inventions besides what the Africans have done. And it's always going to be that way regardless of merit, and that's why I disagreed with you.
But what you said is contradictory to your original statement, which is there is a less number of white people and that they should have some sort of self-protective mechanism, which is their white superiority or white supremacy as a protection mechanism to ensure that they're not eradicated. Because obviously once we lose all the white people on this planet, we can't create any more, because there's not going to be another ice age, is there? So the ice people can't come again once they're gone. So their self-preservation results in their supremacist ideology of we are worthy of existing in our current state. And that's not from religion. Like, you can't blame religion for that, because no religion teaches that.
I never said that it's the religion. I said that it's their inferiority. And I didn't mention that there's small amount. Benjamin Franklin did.
Yeah, but you quoted him. You put his point forward.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, most definitely. Yeah.
Well, and that's what we're discussing, right?
Well, we're discussing that not so much Benjamin Franklin, but it's more to do with that MJ was saying things like the Irish, they couldn't have been like black and St. Patrick's and etc. and that. And then she was saying things like, well, what the Irish went through, we all go through the same thing. and I disagree with her because African descendant struggle is completely different. You know, we weren't classed as human beings.
No, well, the Irish.
No, we weren't classed as human beings. We were classed as 3/5 animals. You know, the Irish have not been through what African descendants have been through. You know, they weren't taught.
Kale,
I don't think they're
just a quick
claiming that.
note. I would agree with Kale, right? And I would never. The thing is, I would never say like they're not comparable in that sense. Like the struggles were different. What I always say is like for me, it's just a thing of the Irish had their own struggle in it. It's different to what your struggle was, of course, and we're not trying to do struggle Olympics out here, innit? Like, but I just wanted to inform the family today because we do speak about the Irish and stuff a lot. So it's just a thing of, yeah, while I've got the opportunity, let's try and break down some of that history in it. But I fully agree with you that the two things are not comparable.
You see, I don't have an issue with MJ speaking about an issue. I don't have an issue. In fact, a problem, sorry. In fact, people should speak about what they go through. The issue that I have is I've noticed is that those who are classed as minority, whether it be the feminist movement, the LGBTQ movement, they seem to rely on let's mix our struggle with the African struggle.
Right.
And for me, what that does for a Pan-Africanist like myself and as many of us is that we automatically codify it. We are not the same. And that's why we have to keep putting things in order. You know, when I tell our people that personal relationship with non-African people and having a political relationship, right, you'll get in the comment a lot of Sun people, African people, and this is the dopamines, by the way, which is why it's not good to be around non-African people. You hear things like, well, African people, they war a lot. You'll hear things like, you know, a couple of the comments and that, you know, we've done this and we've done that. This type of ridiculous type of mindset and forget that you're in a fishbowl, what white supremacy have created. You know, Benjamin Franklin in his quotes has made it perfectly clear. How do we destroy a people who love their culture, their religion, and extremely versed in economics? We have to take their identity. This is what the ancient, well, the Iceman in that time said. So I don't understand why our people do them things, but then again, I shouldn't say I don't understand. I know why. It's dopamines for non-African people.
See, when you say people love their culture, what would you define as culture? Because I could give you my definition of culture.
I was referring to what Benjamin Franklin said.
All right, you're saying destroying the culture, but let's outline what is a culture.
What did he mean when he said it? You mean?
Yeah, what do we commonly accept as a culture?
No,
what is a culture?
No, define what Benjamin Franklin meant when he said that.
It means their customs, their ways, their traditions, their history, their learned behavior.
You're giving your definition card. I'm saying.
But what other definition is there then?
Well, then why are you asking the question then? If we're to assume that when Kel read that out, there is a collectively understood definition, then you wouldn't have asked the question in the first place.
Because his statement's contradictory to it. That's why I'm asking him what his definition is.
No, but it's not his definition. It's Benjamin Franklin's.
But he's using that as his yardstick.
Anyway, I think it's a good idea to examine the quote, and then Kel can, you know what I'm saying? That's what I think is the best course of action. But yeah, do whatever, innit?
Anyway, Kel, your solicitor has intervened on your behalf, but you're free to answer.
Not mind my solicitor. You know, we as African people work as a Pan-Africans working collective. It's always been that in an African culture, so I don't have a problem with that. But the problem I have, Khan, is you unfortunately are practicing deception, right?
Really?
Oh, most definitely, and I'm not surprised by it as well. You know, define this, define that, define this. If you have a political scientist by the name of Benjamin Franklin, who is saying that, how do we destroy a people who love their culture immerse in great economics and love their religion, etc. We have to take away their identity and stuff, right? You shouldn't be asking me define culture. It doesn't make any sense. What you should be saying is that, wow, this strategy what you use is definitely narcissistic and definitely attempting to destroy African people, but we've done the opposite. But I'm
All
not
right.
surprised.
Would you then say that the result of his ideology has led to a clear difference in the culture of American African descendants and African people themselves? Basically, I'm asking you if American culture for African Americans is the result of Benjamin Franklin and such people trying to destroy African culture amongst their black population. I'm asking you, have they subverted black culture and made it what the culture is that what we see today? For example, Nicki Minaj.
Well, before you even get to Nicki Minaj is speaking English, right?
Well, yeah.
So like, we got to go back. You got to go that far back in it. It's not what you see as what people would term, say, for example, black culture today is levels into the future. Like if we're talking about Benjamin Franklin's statement and we're talking about colonization, this is again, it's a low-hanging fruit scenario where we can analyze that till the cows come home and come up with some interesting findings, right? But it's not getting to the crux of the matter. If he's saying this thing whenever he's saying it, we're speaking about the colonial imposition upon a people. So we need to start at the bottom, go to the start, go to the beginning. What culture? You've already mentioned it. You said African culture, right? So
well, you said language is part of the culture, right? So are we assuming that in Benjamin Franklin's time that Black Americans had some sort of African language still being maintained?
And we assume that. Sorry, say that again. You
saying that in the time of Benjamin Franklin, when he said that we're going to implement this strategy of taking his people's culture away from them, and language is part of culture, right? So are we saying that he then meant take their language away from them as well? Like, so therefore, for him to say that, there must have been Black people and African descendants amongst the American population that was speaking a language other than English.
Yeah, definitely. But
okay, I'm asking you, like you're saying definitely.
No, I'm saying definitely there would have been people that, listen, people were still Benjamin Franklin in the 17th century, right?
So this is what I'm asking you, because I don't really
but I'm telling you, that's what I'm telling you. I'm saying he was 17th century. So even after his death, Africans were still being taken from Africa.
Okay. So in that case, logically speaking, if we look at him making this declaration of this is what we intend to do to these people, and we're saying that culture and language is like synonymous, we look at the Americans, the Black Americans or the African descendants today in America, do they still maintain African languages? And if the answer is no, we have to say then Benjamin Franklin's policy worked out for him.
Definitely. I would agree. I don't think that's
illogical.
No, I don't think there's any debate about that. I mean, we don't need to necessarily just pin it on this guy, because this guy alone didn't.
No, but he's the one made the statement on the record saying.
No, I know, but I'm saying even before he makes the statement, that sentiment already exists in the white world.
Yeah, but he's the one putting it on the record, though, right?
Okay, but I'm saying in reality, Khan. Yeah, I'm saying in reality. It's not the focus is not just on Benjamin Franklin, right? Even though he's one of the founding fathers, the focus doesn't necessarily need to just be on him. I'm saying,
of course,
that I'm saying that the algorithm was already in operation by the time he's making this statement, right? So, but so I'm saying, it's
but when something gets put on the record like that, it becomes irrefutable. Then you can't like tell people, oh, you've had some subversive effect on our culture. They're going to say, well, no, you've basically heard us say it openly, right? So let's put it on the record, right?
So you're saying, yeah, right? That even today, this don't make sense in 2022. You're saying that an authority can make a statement of intent to its people, right? Just like the World Health Organization, for example. Yeah.
Exactly.
Can make a statement, yeah, to its people.
Right.
And that statement is being delivered through
leadership.
the most sophisticated system of propaganda the world has ever seen, right? And is backed by a machine that is the most sophisticated machine that the world has ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And it's being delivered to a people who have been subjugated to a level perhaps the world has never seen.
All right.
And
Can I disagree? Can we just say most sophisticated of its time?
Sorry, one second. But we're expecting the people to be robust enough to, number one, first of all, even understand what the hell man just said. Yeah.
No, I fully understand.
Number
what you said.
two,
It weren't complicated.
sorry. Number two, because you're acting like man said it on the internet. Do you know what I mean?
No. Obviously, the whole system is based on the majority of the population who's part of the machinery having a strong adherence to the message put out by their leaders, which has a trickle-down effect. So even when Kale's saying that the lower working class were indoctrinated on how to subjugate people, you have to understand that they were willingly compliant with that, and that comes from their strong adherence to their leaders, right?
Yeah, go on.
Right. So where does this strong adherence to leadership come from? That comes from their own history, their own struggle,
That
their
comes from
own
feminine
understanding,
behavior.
their own
Sorry,
understanding
he's
that
asking me, Chef, hold on.
if you don't beg for the crumbs from the master's table, you're gonna starve.
No, but I think you're going down the wrong avenue.
I'm just saying that you have to understand that
No,
these
I understand
people
what you're
operate
saying.
in systems
I understand
and
what you're saying.
organizations because of their own history. That's made
Yeah,
them.
I'm understanding what you're saying, and I'm understanding what Brother Kale has said as well. But also, we can't like
give them a
find
pass.
an answer
Obviously
to
not.
find an answer to that question. I wouldn't launch myself towards complicity immediately. I'd launch myself towards violence first. Yeah, in search for the answer. So the abuse of culture, the cultural supremacy, has come at the hand of violence, right?
Right.
You can't
It's enforced by violence.
Yeah, it's
That's
without the violence, there's no cultural
enforcement.
supremacy can really take hold.
100%.
So I'm
100%.
saying that your initial kind of point, which was, if Benjamin Franklin said this, like, and people heard it, how come they still like suffered from, you know what I'm saying? And I'm saying it's way more complex than that, because the mechanisms that were in place to actually institute these things were violent. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it came with an enforcement strategy.
The enforcement comes first before they even try to. Do you know what I'm saying? Like enslaving Africans, it wasn't like, oh, they come to you and they go, we're going to change.
Do you fancy being a slave today?
Yeah, do you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
violence first, and then the subjugation after, like the cultural subjugation after.
100%. But I've always said this, MA. I've always said this, that the global supremacy or the geopolitics of today is like based on the military might of the Western white people, and that comes from their wealth, which they accumulated through like lands like America, where they mass produced corn and such foods that, like while everyone was starving and going through these cycles of famine and whatever, they bypassed all that. And they accumulated wealth and they invested that wealth in crusades and things like this. And it's just snowballed basically to the point where they're so far ahead of everyone that no one could ever catch up to them at this point. And it's all based on military. So when we talk about things like the British doing deals with the Chinese over tea and things like this,
can you authenticate that statement?
You have to remember
can you substantiate that statement
rather
than just moving on?
Deal makers went to make the deals, there was battleships off the coast of China with cannons pointing at them.
Can you show us evidence that they have the most?
What I'm saying is that if we bring this to Africa as well,
technology?
we realize that like the reason why Africa's in debt is because all the deals that they've been forced to make have been down the barrel of a gun, and that's how these deals are made. So when British people think that they're the best deal makers and like Africans are dumb for like putting themselves in debt and not making good deals, this is all a mythology. The actual fact is every deal is made down the barrel of a gun, and it's all based on military might, and military might and power comes before everything. And
Not only
it's
that,
not about
do you think contracts mean anything to these guys? They don't mean contracts.
What?
They break contracts every fucking day. They don't care. But if you break a contract, you're in shit.
100, and that's backed by military might as well, right? It's military
Yeah.
might comes first, right?
So these contracts don't make shit. So you're right. I don't agree with that. Like most African countries are told, if you don't comply with this, we'll sanction you. That's what not. Who's cooking? MA.
This my point is this, that the average British person doesn't really accept that their supremacy is based on military might. They somehow imagine that they're intelligent or everyone else is dumb, but that's not the case. The case is they subjugated their own people to generate wealth, and once they generated enough wealth, they invested that in subjugating other people.
Right.
And now they're far ahead of everyone else, and no one can really catch up to them for two reasons. Number one, the fact that they're years ahead of everyone. And number two, that no one wants to subjugate their own people.
No, look, they started a feudal system, imperialist system in their societies, when they're the kings, the barons, and everything.
Exactly
and they spread that system around the world. They just incorporated everyone else into their system.
Exactly.
So, the system, they make sure they're on top anyway. They always make sure they're on top. So
exactly.
If the system, you got to fall in line. You know what I mean?
That's
I would
right.
say as well, that thing of no one else is prepared to subjugate their own people
to that extent.
If you look at China,
look at the Chinese, yeah, exactly.
Right.
They're
fuckery, man. They're fuckery. So they're using that model. They're using
you know what they're saying? You know these new high-rise buildings that they built in China, right? They're saying that they worked people to death and they're all buried in concrete underneath those buildings. All those buildings are lined with dead bodies. They even got disabled people, people out of mental homes. They literally slaved them, orphans, all sorts of people.
But you see, funny thing,
They
I
emptied
think
prisons, man, and they made them all work to death.
China and America were the two biggest elite experiments. One way control, put a certain way, get a certain outcome, and we could control a certain way, see what outcome you get. But they found out no matter which way you do it, you can still get the same outcome for both ways. You can control them in different ways, but still get the same outcome. But with China now, China has been the biggest experiment of how the future is going to be.
Yeah.
But if you see the way China is rolling out, everyone else is following. So they experimenting in China first. If everything works in China, they're going to roll it out all over the world. Like what they're doing in the USA with the factories. Everything that's banned around the world, they first experimented in America with the drugs, whatever, and they import the culture worldwide. You know what I mean?
But it's all based on subjugation, right?
Yeah,
and it starts with subjugating your own people, right?
Yeah.
And that's where Africans are different from other people.
Yeah.
Because they can't do that. Or I should say, they refuse to do that.
Well, our philosophy is if I am, we are, innit? That's our philosophy, innit?
Exactly.
It's not about politics or religion. It's just simple thing.
It's about operating systems, isn't it? So if you're operating within a system, right? Somebody's going to be the fuel, innit? Somebody's going to be the fuel for the other person to grow. One person's going to have to eat the other person.
This is what's happening in the Eastern Congo at the moment.
They don't have to. They're choosing to.
There's a system which they're operating under. That's a problem.
And MA, no one still ain't answered my question from yesterday, you know. That's why I jumped off, because I thought, you know what, this is getting long. And, you know, like IC3 said, you know, I'm a solution-based person. So when we keep talking about historical problems that, you know, they're part of the past. It's done. We're here now.
So what was your question? What was the question?
Do we have different choices as Black people, as a group, to the choices we have as singular entities or singular nations or tribes or however you want to look at it?
No, single people. That was a great question.
Yeah, single people. Yeah, we can use that one.
I think we do, personally. I think if we talk about sovereignty and everything, it's all about everyone being with the individual, innit? And most people are different. For me, I embrace the individuality in people. I would hate us to be all the same.
I heard I read the question differently. I heard the question meaning should we
have different what was it? Motivational, different what? Shifa?
For me, maybe I got. I think like I want to be a free man, and I would like everyone else to be free. When I say free, I want to be free to tell you what to do. I want you to be free to make your own decisions, and I can make my own decisions. That's what I want for people. I don't think how hard that is. But most people want to be free so they can tell other people how to be. That's a problem.
But then the desire for freedom is not. I mean, do you believe that you can be free alone?
This is the thing. This is the thing. This is the thing. Because like well, when you laugh alone, you smile. But when you laugh with people, it's laughter, innit? When you celebrate alone, you're joyful. But so when you do things alone, it's different from when you do it as a group. You
Can you
understand?
be free alone is the question, though. Like specifically question.
I think freedom is about being it's about self.
All right. Put it this way. In order for, like where we're standing now, in the scheme of world affairs and whatnot, and the economic system and whatever, like there's nothing that you can individually do that's going to necessarily free you and keep you free without the help of other people.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
So
Yeah, but there's way two ways to look at it. But if everyone else stopped participating in the system and everyone started doing their own thing, then no one is. Because right now everyone's operating in the system.
Yeah.
Problem. The system is designed for certain things. But if everyone not saying go out to come together, it's everyone just stop participating in the system.
Yeah, but you're saying you're giving free will. You're advocating for free will of individuals without accounting for the fact that some individuals might choose the system.
That's a problem.
Look. Beefy, what is culture is me teaching my children how to live in the environment based on what I've learned. So culture is generational knowledge that's built on living within the same dynamics, right? And that comes from the ground up, from the grassroots level up, right? But what we have now is a culture that's been formulated, and made into a blueprint where it comes from the top down, where they're telling you this is how you have to live, this is normal, this is not normal, and it's all basically designed from the top down to make you fit into the mold that they've over time worked out that this is what we need these people to be on for us to be able to get away with what we're getting away with. So culture before was a reflection of how you're living. Now it's the opposite. It's an imposition by the powers which are telling you have to accept gay people as equal to you. You have to accept this. You have to accept that. You have to accept this. And they're telling you now, and molding your children, the way that they want them to be. Do you understand? So it's like what Beaver was saying earlier, which was that I just lost what I was saying. Beefy was saying something that made me think of that anyway. Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. Yeah, it's a good observation.
Right. So these blueprints have been formulated, right, and now any country can basically buy it, adopt it, and implement it. Right. So they've come up with these different versions of the matrix, right?
Flat pack
culture.
culture.
Exactly. Flat pack culture. So now a country like, I don't know, Uganda or Turkey or whoever wants to be in line with the West can phone them up and say, send over your boys, to build this factory, and we're going to put our people through this process and want them to come out like cookie cutter molds, right? That they're going to be exactly like your people, so then we can build our economy like your economy, and then we can basically work and interface with you. And that's the reason for it, is because, like, I think what Beefy said is that their culture became the dominant culture through the feudal system, right? And this, what we're looking at now is just basically global fascism.
What do you think is the solution to this?
There ain't no solution.
I assume that you see global fascism as a problem. So what do you have any ideas of what you think the solution
I'm saying
would be?
that for them to be so open with it and blatant and obvious with it is the fact that they know you can't do nothing about it.
Right.
Right? They know that you can't fight the system because they're so far ahead. They've planned 10 moves ahead of you before you even organized
I
yourselves
disagree
into a
again.
group. Right? And
Go
any
on.
energy you kind of accumulate within a group, they know how to dissipate.
Yeah. What are you
So
saying?
are you saying what they think, what you think that they think they know? Do you think it is what they're trying to do, or do you think it's true that they know the truth? That is the actual
I
truth.
think it's a
Yeah, they know the
combination.
truth. They use your own human nature against you, right? So they set brother against brother. You know, they give one side arms to arm them against the other side, and then when the other side's the victim, then they give them arms as well. And then, like, do you know what I mean? It's like, come on.
Exactly. So we got
be
different
defeated then.
choices when separated to the choices we have when we're all together.
But we can only make choices within our own paradigm. Like, choices isn't an unlimited thing. Like, I can't sit
Yeah,
here
and
and
you're not
choose
in our
something
paradigm.
that's
You're not,
exactly. So
you're
you're
not in our
operating.
paradigm. You're in the
Yeah, but you're
opposite side.
operating
You're on
within.
the opposite side of the
Yeah, but
spectrum.
what I'm
So from your perspective, no, you
One
can't
minute, one
do that.
minute.
You no,
What
but
I'm
from your
showing you,
perspective, you'd be
what I'm
right. But from the
showing you,
perspective of
one
black
minute,
people, you're
one
wrong.
minute, Mr. Blackety Black. Listen to what I'm saying to you. There's such a thing as a universal principle. Not everything is within your paradigm. If you don't think outside the box, if you don't think outside your paradigm and look at universal principles, yeah, you're always going to be trapped in your box that someone else has put you in. And you're happy to live in your little box and go, yeah, I'm living in my own little box with my own people, and I'm happy to be the captain.
Me personally,
I'm happy
but
to
I
be a
get
big
you.
fish in a small pond.
So,
Yeah, I
so
get
are
you.
you saying, Khan? Are you saying that things will always be the same because these people are impossible to defeat? These globalists and their imposition of their version of universal morality cannot be defeated. Is that your position?
Look, when you're fighting a stronger opponent, yeah, I would quote Bruce Lee, yeah, and it's the art of interception, right? So basically what it is you wait for them to fall into a slump in a weak moment and then you strike. Like, there's no point fighting them while they're strong. Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to wait
so
for
they
the
can
cycle.
be defeated.
You
Is
have
that
to
what
wait
the
for the
Germans did to the
cycle.
Romans? Is that what the Germanic tribes did to the Romans?
Well, isn't it?
Well, that's why I thought you was going with it, because it does make sense to some extent, but at the same time, you know, we're living in different times to those people.
What it is you need to live in tune with the times, right? So, like the saying goes, you make hay while the sun's shining. Why is that? Because when the sun's shining, you can't be working out in the fields. You're going to get sunstroke. That's when you're at home making hay, right? So when it's time to stay at home and accumulate strength, you do that. And then when it's time to exert the strength when your opponent's in a weaker state, that's when you do that. That's the Tao
Right,
of
one
Jeet
second.
Kune Do. If you know about Jeet Kune Do.
How do you accumulate
One second.
strength, though?
Are you saying we should wait then? The solution is
I'm saying there's a time for everything, right? And you have to
yeah,
operate
that's obvious.
within
That's obvious. But
time.
but
Well,
is
it's
your
not obvious, but
strategy?
it's not obvious though. Why is it obvious?
You said there's a time for everything. That's the statement. There's a time for everything. That I said that is obvious.
Yeah, but it's not obvious.
Okay, well, we won't argue that. We disagree on that. Okay, so my overall understanding of what you're saying is that we must wait, or
No, it's not waiting. It's
must
not waiting.
wait until
it's not waiting.
they're
It's operating within your time, right? So you have timing, right?
No,
Everything is
I'm not talking about time
right?
now. Leave
like
that.
they
Leave
say,
the time.
Timing is everything.
Leave the timing. We already disagree on that. I'm talking about solving problems. Now, we perceive, I think we all agree that this imposition of universal morality, we don't like it. It's a problem. So I'm asking now the panel, what solutions have come to your minds? I understand from you, Khan, that the solution is that you have to wait till the powers that be are in a weaker position and then you strike. Am I correct in your understanding?
So Islamically, they say if you are objecting to something, you're doing it from the heart. Then you can do it from your voice, And then when you have the power and the timing's right, you do it physically. That doesn't mean you choose one over the other. It means you choose the one that's appropriate for that time. So in a time where we're fully subjugated, we still have to object and not succumb to assimilation, but in our hearts, in silence or amongst our group, right? Then when the time's right to rally each other, then we become vocal. And then when the time's right for action, then the action will happen all by itself as a reaction. Yeah. So like night follows day, right?
Okay.
The action follows the reaction. Like it just becomes a natural chain of events.
Right. Okay.
So I don't have
I
don't have to wait for you to become weak. It's not a matter of waiting. It's a matter of when you contract, I expand.
Right.
Automatically, because I'm already leaning on you, right?
Right.
From my heart and with my
Right.
voice, I'm already leaning on you. So when you take a
Right.
step back, I'm automatically on you. So it's not like let's implement an action.
Right. Good. That's very good. That's good. That's good.
Right.
Is that the truth though? Is that are we as a populace, as a global population, but also as a population in this country, are we then the analogy you just used about, you know, if I'm leaning on you, there needs to be resistance. There needs to be a low level of resistance.
Yes.
In action, right? So like a spring, So like a weight and a spring,
yeah.
The spring needs to have a tension, a low level of tension,
right,
to begin with. So we have to analyze whether that tension is there amongst the people at this stage to be able to confidently predict that, or be ready for that change of force. You know what I'm saying?
What I see, what I think about the solution, like for me, it's like the system is so well oiled down. They have been changing the game every 20 to 20 years. They change the game so you can never out your target. I don't think it needs a mass amount of people to change the system. Me myself personally, I think waiting for the Messiah or waiting for this to happen is just a myth. You just got to be the change you want to see, and hopefully through education and generations. We might be able to do in this generation, but maybe I think it should take 2 or 3 generations where you can get a small group of people who are dedicated and know the system so well to bring it down. But remember, it's only the elite are only a few who control the masses.
Do you not think, Beefy? Do you not think that
most people are sheep in it? Most people are sheep. It's followers. So if the right amount of people can just bring down the system, then.
But Beefy, do you not think that? I mean, I'm an optimist in that sense, right? So I would agree largely with what you're saying, but then also, do you know what I mean? Like if 20, so say 30 years ago, not even 30 years ago, say 60 years ago, in the 60s, for example, the Black civil rights movement in the United States and its equivalents here, right? They're probably saying the same shit, right? They were like, it's not going to take a lot of people for us to change such and such and such. But like, whoa. So they would have been saying the same thing. Yeah. I'm saying from where we're sitting now, can we not also be real and understand that the sophistication of the system is not, there's no ceiling for its sophistication. Like in a 20 years time, it could be an utter madness. And so when we're talking about timing, I'm not going against what you're saying, by the way. I'm just saying that optimism needs to also be paired with like the reality of the threat, the nature of the threat, right? And so I'm saying that in terms of timing, which is what IC3 and Khan were speaking about, like the alarm's been sounded. Really, we have to recognize that the system is only getting more complex and more intricate.
Right.
But at the same time, maybe there are opportunities, and I guess that's what we need to
do. Look at it this way, Let's say let me just say something, right? For a man to hold another man, the man that's holding the man has to spend more energy than the man that's being held. Now, if you struggle and try to get away from me,
everyone ignored the pause.
Listen. If you struggle to get away from me, you're going to expend your energy, and I'm going to be able to hold you forever. But if you just wait, right, until me holding you becomes too much of a strain on me that you could just walk away, the only thing you need to worry about is where you're going. Because me letting go of you is just a matter of time.
We're already at that stage, though.
Do you understand what I mean? Does that make sense?
It does make sense, but we're already there.
I
So
think
why?
I think this complexity thing is just another myth. This thing is
No,
simple.
but I'm saying, Beefy, if you accept the fact that every system go through a decline, yeah, inevitably.
Can I reply? I heard you. Can I reply?
Yeah.
All I'm saying, this complex system, everything is another myth. This is a myth given us by the media and everything. It's a simple thing.
No, it's not.
Participation. Simple as that. We love to participate in bullshit. That's our problem. We're addicts to bullshit. That's our problem.
Hold on, sorry, Beefy, you need to back that statement, car. When I'm saying it's a complex system, I can see the Ross Clark system in it. Like it's not.
But he can't see it. That's why to him
it's
it's
not the media
bullshit.
that's telling me that it's complex. I'm
To him
saying
it's bullshit.
I said complex, yeah, but it's so complex, but complex because we participate in it.
Yeah, we agree that, but it's still a complex system.
It's a complex system, yeah, but if no one is participating in it, how's the system operating?
Yeah, we understand that.
Yeah, not every man can be a general. Some man are just foot soldier, innit?
Yeah, I mean,
when we phone you and we say come hit the streets, then you come, Beefy. Until then, don't worry.
Can I say something, please? Can I say something, please? Because I think that the focus here at this moment in time is, defeating the system that's already there, or retracting, people out of the system X, Y, Z. And I think that that's the wrong road to go down. Like, at the end of the day, if we know there's a
which one's wrong, Shifa?
I think both of them are the wrong road to go down. I think if we know there's a system in place, a system that works, that has been able to subjugate us, has been able to, put people in a better position than us by utilizing us, X, Y, Z. What we have to do is not focus on tearing that system down, but creating our own one. Because at the end of the day, within every system, there's a system of rules, just like football. If you was creating a football team, you know what you're up against, isn't it? You know the likes of Arsenal, Chelsea, Man United, XYZ within the British, football league, yeah? So if you want to compete with teams like that, then you have to have players that are just as good. And that costs money. And you have to build a team that's just as good. That costs money. You have to have a ground, all of these things. So I think this is where, we as Black people, like I said yesterday, I think we have a unique opportunity, but we're not taking that opportunity because we all want to be integrationalists. And, don't get me wrong, some of us are Pan-African or whatever, some of us don't date outside of our race and the rest of the rhetoric that they come up with. But ultimately, they're not creating a system for their people.
Shifa, can I ask you a question though? How do you create a system within the system?
Easily.
How
Easy?
was it? How? By creating a system within the system, you're only empowering the system.
No. Don't doubt him. Just tell him to tell you, innit?
I'm asking you.
I'll break it down for you. How you create a system within a system, is by first and foremost, not being part of their religious establishment, and their charities, having your own religious establishment, your own charities, your own community separated to some extent. Now, if you look at America, at some point, America was segregated, right? The Black people had their own place, they had their own little towns, X, Y, Z.
No, that's not the definition of segregation.
One second. Look, but with Shiva, can you go point by point? Which you made 2 points in it. You said religion and what? Can you just focus on those 2 points first?
What I'm saying, long story short, is if you want to create a system, you have to create institutions. Institutions are what the system is backed by. Without the institutions, all the systems fail. So if you've got your own institution, you can create your own systems. And you can create your own stipulations of, what you have to abide by to be part of those systems. But we don't have our own institutions.
Can I ask a question? Are China outside of the system?
No,
when you say China outside of the system, to an extent, yes. And the reason I say yes is because let me finish. You say they're not, but let me explain why I think to an extent they are. Because we know, China is part of the UN, just like every other country. And we know that if someone comes up with a particular idea in this day and age, and you patent your idea, you can't copy someone's patented idea. But guess what? In China, they do it all the time. Guess what? In China, they got their own Land Rover, their own Range Rover, that they've literally made a fake one. They're not allowed to do it, but they're still doing it because no one can't trouble. They can't touch them. They've created their own system. They protect their own borders. They've got their own army and their own weaponry to enforce what they're doing. So you can't stop them. What are you gonna do?
That's why I asked, because it's an interesting exploration, but I believe that when Beefy's talking about freedom, he doesn't mean freedom that's limited by borders. Do you know what I'm saying? And it's not limited by, do you know what I mean? Free, like, Beefy, would I be right in saying that that's what
who makes his borders? Who's telling who did God give the deed to say this is my land?
Huh? Beefy, are you talking about God now? Is this Beefy?
Can I say something to Beefy though, quickly? Beefy. The thing is, brother, yeah. The thing is, Beefy, yeah. You see, even if we go to Africa, Africa's still got borders. You're still going to be under those influences, underneath those powers, innit? No, so to some extent, you know, the only way out is to create your own place with your own borders.
It's not borders. No, it's not borders. Yes, it's not borders. It's simple. It's Shifa. It's called respect, innit? If I go somewhere, I see someone there already, I'm gonna respect what they're doing there. I either join in or keep it moving. It's simple as. Some borders is if you find someone doing something somewhere, I'm not gonna come to your area and say, no, listen, I don't like what you're doing here.
Bro, there's no land left for them to fight over. They're fighting over the ice caps. Don't you get it? You're saying talk about separating yourself off. There's nowhere left to go. They're fighting over Alaska. Russia and America's fighting over Alaska.
Hold on. Are you telling me there's nowhere in this world that's not occupied? Is that what you're saying?
This is what I'm trying to tell you.
That's a lie.
Because the military reach, the missiles and the things that they've got, the installations, like you can't get away from it.
That's a lie.
That doesn't mean there's nowhere that's unoccupied.
There's no land. There's bare land as well. But
there's land, but it still comes under their airspace.
Can't listen. This is a myth to tell us. They build cities, and they all tell us going to live in these cramped up little cities and tell us, look, there's no space anywhere. We're all cramped up. Don't believe the hype.
I'm not saying space. Yeah, you can go and live in the British countryside. There's fields out there. I'm not saying that space. No one's talking about space. I'm saying you can't get away from the long arm of the law.
Canito, go online right now. Canito, go on your Google right now. Type in unoccupied island.
No one's talking about occupied or unoccupied, bro.
Well, you said there's no way you could go to be outside
their jurisdiction.
You said there's no way you could go to get outside of their jurisdiction, but there are unoccupied places on this planet.
Doesn't matter. You could go and live in the desert. Then man can put a laser beam on your forehead for you.
Another point.
What's that got to do with the conversation, though, Khan? I don't understand.
Because I'm saying you can't escape the authority. The authority extends globally.
Yes, you can. You can escape the authority.
No,
where are you going to go and live? Where are you going to go and live? In the Amazon, amongst the trees.
I just told you there's many unoccupied islands in this world, brother.
Well, unoccupied don't mean nothing, bro.
Sorry, what are we saying authority actually is? Because my definition
of global domination of the what's it called? Ultra elite.
My definition of authority is the ability to enact violence upon me without being able to stop.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Profusely enact violence upon you without you doing shit.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda then is, we need to have our own borders of our own land outside of the governments that exist now, and we need our own weaponry. We need our own way of protecting ourselves against the powers that be in it.
Okay. I'm with you in it.
And all of these things cost money. All of these things cost money. When you think about it, planes, tanks.
Whose money? Shiva, 1 second. Whose money are you using to do this?
We could use our own money if we wanted to.
Which currency are you using?
Well, the government uses our money every year to buy new battleships and new war-flipping tanks.
I'm asking you, bro. It's a simple question. Whose currency are you using? The dollar, the pound, the sterling? Just give me one.
It don't matter what currency, brother. We could pay in gold if we wanted to. We could do whatever we want. We could pay however we want to pay.
Okay, then these weapons, who are we buying them from?
You can buy them from the Russians. You can buy them from the Chinese. You can buy them from the Europeans. You can buy them anywhere you want.
So you think the system is going to sell you weapons to fight them?
Yeah, they probably
would. They're going to sell you weapons. Hold on, wait a second. Hold on, 1 second.
I'm finished, bro.
One second. When they sell weapons, sorry, brother. When they sell weaponry, brother, listen. When they're selling weaponry, who sold the what are they called, the Afghanis? When they was warring with the Americans, and they were calling them terrorists. Who sold them their weapons?
Can I answer?
The system is indiscriminate when it wants to sell.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
Thank you. There you go.
Can I,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
can I- Thank you. All I'm saying to you, yeah, it's a pantomime. The Russians, the Chinese, the Americans, they're all fucking involved to keep us all occupied with bullshit. So these wars are all proxy wars to keep us occupied and say, oh, let us fight each other because this is happening.
And what are they doing it for? Financial gain. Financial gain. Is it for financial gain, Beefy? That's my only question to you, brother.
So I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you. Who controls the Chinese government? Who controls the British government? Who controls all same?
The Chinese
same
control
team?
the Chinese government.
They don't.
The British control the British government.
The Chinese,
They
I
don't.
wouldn't necessarily say control.
It's run by a company, the IMF.
I disagree.
You disagree or you want?
I disagree. I think the Chinese run China, the British run Britain. On a world on the world stage, they
But
all
he's
come together.
asking you, Shifa, who do they bow to?
What
Shifa,
do you mean?
listen,
influence over
you don't
them?
listen. You're just talking for the sake of talking. Listen to what I'm saying to you, bro. These companies called the reserve banks. Yeah, there's one in China now. There's one in Russia, the one in Iran. But in Russia, this is the reserve bank. They run the economy of the countries. What they say goes. And this company is the same company in America, in Britain, all over the world. Anyway, the reserve bank, it is a private company who runs the economy of that country.
Where they getting their money from?
Everything they buy and sell, is run through the company.
Yeah,
so
but
why are you saying they're fighting each other?
Beefy,
Why are you saying they're fighting each other?
Beefy. Hold on. If so, Russia the other day started to sell oil in rubles or whatever the fuck their currency is, right? And it caused an uproar. And to be fair, that's since the dollar has been pegged to the petrol's been pegged to the dollar. No one's ever done that as far as I can remember, right? No one's been brave enough to go, you know what, we're not using your fucking...
Wasn't that natural gas that they're selling though?
Or whatever it was. Yeah.
The thing is,
wait, Beefy, I'm making a point.
Let him finish.
So, like the ability to transgress the system or transgress a part of the system or the main part of the system, which is economics, right? The reason why no one can do it or no one does it is because of the threat of violence. Now, if you have nations that have the potential to be as violent, as anyone else, then it becomes a bit of a different scenario because what we're really discussing, is even as an individual yourself, Beefy, is the ability to aggress against the aggressor, in a way that makes you successful. The reason why you're not doing nothing right now is because you know you can't, because you're gonna get fucked up if you try. Do you know what I'm saying? As an individual. So I'm saying China. I'm not saying China are outside of the system, but I'm saying the model there whereby China are complicit in the IMF narrative, right, to a great degree, but they also have the capacity to not. And if they didn't, it would be a standoff, guaranteed. It wouldn't just be wipe China off the face of the earth. That's not going to just happen like that,
right?
Because of the capacity to enact violence against those who are
their own people. But I hear what you're saying. But for me, communism and capitalism are the two sides of the same coin.
Yeah, we agree with that. I'd agree with that.
Exactly, we agree, but you're not missing the point.
I get your point, but all I'm saying to you guys, all we're seeing right now is a fight between two brothers who want the same thing for us, but they're fighting to be in control. Doesn't matter who.
Yeah, but we get it. No, but what you're doing is, respectfully, bro. What you're doing is we're doing the micro, and you keep doing the macro, and it's not helping, right?
There's no micro.
We need to understand. Look, if you're gonna free yourself, as you said, as an individual, by a bunch of individuals, a collective of individuals that have their own will, right? You're going to need to be able to have the capacity to enact violence. Violence, by the way, is not a physical act exclusively. Violence is violation. You need to violate the will of others who are enacting their violence against you. That's what it is. So I'm saying you need to have the capacity to do that. The capacity to do that at the highest level is a nuclear bomb at this point.
That's right.
Right? It's really that simple. So what you're talking about, Beefy, if you can take yourself and your own capacity to enact violence against a system that is violent against you, you can macro that and apply it to a nation state. That nation state needs to have the same capacity to enact violence against its equal.
Yeah. Okay. You know, talk about the threat. Can you tell how many times has nuclear bomb been used?
Enough times, man.
How many? I don't know.
3 times, I think. Twice, definitely, but possibly 3 times.
And you
What about atomic bombs? The atomic bomb is
once
just a smaller version, isn't it? So it's not really much different, and they've been more of them.
Isn't it the same thing?
Second,
so basically, but they just classify. There's different sizes, isn't it? Different size of explosion.
One second, guys. Slowly. Before we talk about the threat of nuclear weapons, the threat of a nuclear bomb. If a nuclear bomb goes off, we're gone. So a nuclear bomb has been used 3 times. The world is still going, right?
Yeah, but it's Beefy. You understand that there's a standoff, right?
I understand the threat here.
If Russia had no nuclear weapons,
one second, hey, I'm not worried about the threat. They can threat all they want. I want when it's been used, what is the effect of it, and everything. But the threat is a threat.
Hiroshima. It was used in Hiroshima.
I can threaten to kill
exactly as well.
I can threaten to kill you all day long. If me just threatening to kill you is not going to kill you, is it?
What are you talking about?
Well,
no, they don't need to. No, the point is they don't need to, Beefy, because they've got it, right? No, sorry, Beefy. Again, dealing with just you yourself as a one man, yeah? You don't do the things that you really want to do because you know that there's a gun waiting for you. There's a bullet waiting for you from these guys. Or there's jail. Something. Right? No, that's the truth. Hold on, wait. That's the truth. That's the truth of why you don't do nothing. It's because you know that there's a risk that you're not prepared to take for yourself and your family, so you don't do it. That's the truth, right?
Because I'm living. I'm more free because I've been born to a system where I'm living in a system, and I cannot be autonomous in the system. So I can't do what I'm doing. One day I would like to be. I can't do what I'm doing. So I'm trying to say to you guys, I'm not arguing with you guys. All I'm saying is simple.
Okay, go on.
Like, for me, it's this threat of nuclear violence. It's a threat. They're not going to use no nuclear violence everywhere. But if they use the nuclear bombs everywhere, who's going to be able to live on Earth? Nobody. So how are they going to threaten? It doesn't make sense.
So hold on. So
right, I'm agreeing with Beefy on that. I'm agreeing with you.
Sorry, Carden, one last thing. They can drop a nuclear bomb tomorrow.
Where they want?
In Africa.
Where?
In Africa. In fucking Zimbabwe.
No, never.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Never. You know why? Because Africa is where they get the resources from. How are they going to destroy their resources? Does that make sense to you?
Listen, if they need to drop a nuclear bomb, they've already exhausted all options. So they drop it because they don't give a shit no more.
To scare you. That's what they're telling you, to scare you. So
you're being silly, man. You know better than that, man. You're being silly.
I'm being silly. Listen to me, bro. So this someone saying
you're telling me that you don't believe. So they dropped 2 nuclear bombs during in the 1940s. In the 1940s, yeah. And because they haven't dropped any nuclear bombs since, because of the arms race.
No, they have. There's been nuclear testing in the South.
No. They did testing. I'm saying in terms of killing people, innit? Right. So because they haven't, yeah, and the reason we know that they haven't is partly because of the unilateral agreements that they've had in Europe and whatever, and that the system, their whole agenda has been to smooth out this system of conflict to still extract the resources and shit that they want, but without having to get their hands dirty. You know what I'm saying? So I'm saying, it's silly to assume that.
So
yeah,
can I
no. America is not going to get nuclear bombed. Yeah,
and they created laws against the use of such weaponry. They created laws.
But hold on, and then they've also banned other countries from even fucking making nuclear bombs, right?
That's right.
And that's only because they've got them. They've got them. So like ultimately the threat is this. We've got nuclear bombs. I know you want nuclear bombs, but you're not having nuclear bombs. And if you do try and make nuclear bombs, we'll use a nuclear bomb on you.
That's right.
Do you understand?
That's right. Or we'll airstrike you, or we'll flip in, we'll drone strike you.
Exactly. That is the bottom line. And I'm saying Africa ain't got nothing. Maybe South Africa have got something. Maybe Algeria or one of these, Egypt or probably Egypt's got something. But no one else is making no bombs. Trust me, no nuclear bombs are being made in Africa.
I don't think Egypt's got nuclear bombs.
If they had to, they would
definitely drop a nuclear bomb in Africa. I'm
But
just
why?
saying.
That's the question. That's the question. I see. Yeah, this is the thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're saying the would, but asking which African countries got beef with America or Russia? Who is Russia and America beefing? And the beefing Africans are beefing each other.
Bro, you're not understanding the point. The point is, if some geopolitical scenario played out whereby they felt the need to, that they would. That's the point. That's the only point I'm making. And there'd be no defense against it. The only defense would be the international, so-called international community saying, no, don't do it. If you do it, sanctions, all that shit. You know what I mean? If Russia was on some real fuckery and wanted to annex fucking Somalia instead, yeah, do you know what I mean?
But I don't see how they would. I hear what you're saying that the threat is there, whatever. But for me, the common sense I say, why are you going to destroy your budget, your oil resources? Destroy them because you want
Exactly. So in theory, what MA is saying is true, but in reality, it would never happen because of what Beefy's saying. So you're both right.
I
It's
don't
just
agree.
that nuclear weapons are so extreme
I disagree as
that
well.
you can't justify using them.
Do you know why I don't
MA,
agree?
one sec, bro. Listen,
go on.
imagine me and you fell out, right? And we're having a fight in my kitchen. Either one of us could draw for the fucking cupboard and get a fucking
man understands. It's like
kitchen
shooting
knife out, right?
I understand. It's like shooting a gun. It's like
But
firing a gun on a plane. It's like firing a gun on a plane. Right?
Our intention is for me to either dominate you or you to dominate me. Like I'm not trying to kill you, and you're not trying to kill me. But that's what nuclear weapons do. So because they're so lethal, no one can actually use them.
Hold on, no, that's not true. No, think about it. I just said I gave you all of the places that are not going to be nuclear bombed. Yeah, all of those countries that have nuclear bombs will not be nuclear bombed. That's the point I'm making. Everyone else who doesn't, there is always a possibility of that occurring in that region. Yeah,
but that also depends on what you believe in, me. Because if you believe in what's that thing where the New Swaziland and all of them things there, and what Admiral Byrd and these men there are saying, that could be a good reason why they want to disarm the military bombs, because there could be a war coming on the horizon. If you believe in that stuff, obviously
people are investing in much more effective long-range missiles, which can like carry out laser strikes. Like they're the ones that they're investing in now, because that's going to shift the balance in any kind of a war situation, including like drones. They're using drone technology because that you can take out a whole squadron of tanks.
Imagine this,
nuclear weapons ain't going to help you win a war.
Imagine this,
like Beefy said, number one, they're going to destroy the natural resources that you're trying to get.
Not necessarily. And you know what? A nuclear bomb.
But in majority of the situations,
most nuclear bombs are only going to kill a couple of 100,000 at max. That's not a lot of people. That's not a big blast area. Really,
I don't think it's anyone's strategy to use nuclear missiles in any
it's
form
not.
than
that's why
a
they
threat.
have. No, but the point is that's why they've got them, right?
Yeah, I agree with Beefy. Obviously, we're not going to agree in it. I agree with Beefy.
What's the square mile radius of a nuclear missile?
Which doesn't usually happen.
I'm saying if DRC, no, what I'm saying is ultimately, yeah, because everyone can make missiles, right? Yeah, everyone has the capacity.
Can they?
Yeah, no, everyone has the capacity to be able to make missiles, of course.
I don't think that they're freely sharing that technology, bro.
No, the technology is already out there to make missiles. Come on now, yeah, because it's there, isn't it? Right. So not only that, you have insurgent or rebel. Sorry, not rebel. Militia. And what's the other one I'm talking? Mercenaries. Who will freely give that? They'll sell that information for whatever, man, for $500,000, man, no problem.
And MA is right, because a nuclear bomb only has a 1 mile radius. It has a 1 mile radius.
Nah, I'm watching the man them that I see at the Congolese embassy, and I'm looking at them. I'm like, you're going Congo. You must be a mercenary. I've seen, bro. You've seen the kind of people that are going to these places, fam. It's crazy. If you go West Africa and see the kind of Europeans that are rolling around there, they're definitely on some shit, fam. Trust me.
Of course.
So I'm saying, if Congo tomorrow, starts a nuclear program, against the will of whoever,
they're gonna know.
Secretly, they're trying to do it secretly for ages, and then they do it for like 3-4 years, and then they find out, But before by the time they find out, they've somehow managed to make one nuclear bomb. Yeah, it's peak. Like, it's a serious thing. I'm saying.
But you're saying that,
like,
but look,
bottom line
Pakistan's
is,
done that, and what's the repercussions of that? Nothing.
Say again?
Pakistan achieved the thing what you're saying now, and what's the repercussion of that is not
Well,
much.
they did it against
Pakistan can't go against India in terms of Kashmir. They're fighting over territory. Their nuclear missile ain't helping them.
So they've
They
got a nuclear
can't
bomb.
use it because everyone's
Yeah,
saying,
yeah.
listen, if you
Yes, I've
use
read
this
that.
nuke, we're going to pound you into oblivion because you're literally killing the goose that laid the golden egg. You're killing it for
Yeah,
everyone.
yeah, exactly. They're not stupid.
Even
Innit?
Iran
They've
is
made
saying
it.
that.
They've made it because they want to be able to pacify any aggression against them, right? But clearly, it's not enough, right? With their one little
It's not,
bomb.
is it? Exactly. It's not enough.
I'm just saying that the bottom line is the level of aggression that you have the capacity to enact against anyone else. That's
Yeah.
the bottom line, and that's
There has
what
to be measured, isn't it?
Or
Has to be
yourself,
like
or to enact against
precise.
yourself.
or
Because,
yourself as well. That's
yeah,
true. Yeah.
there's that option also in the,
Like
you know,
if
the
Russia had a bomb
pro-rebellion.
that was so mad that they couldn't move it, they're like, you know what, we'll blow ourselves up and everyone else with it.
Now you've gone too far.
No, but remember,
blow
hold on, one
themselves
second.
up.
No, Cardio, you're wrong. You're wrong. Do you know why you're wrong, brother? Do you know why you're wrong? Because they put these kind of things in movies to make you think that it's not a possibility, but it is a possibility. That
No,
someone's
Russia's
so
going to
mad.
build a bomb so
Brother,
lethal that they can
remember,
threaten to use it on
listen,
themselves.
there's people who are so mad, they're so mad, they will do stuff like that. They will say, listen,
No, I agree. Russians are mad
if
like
we
that,
can't
but
win the
even that's
war, we're
too
going to
mad
blow
for
the whole
them.
world up.
Do you know
We'll
what?
blow
That's
the whole world.
Shifa, that's what they're saying anyway. Because if they were to bomb the UK, it's effectively bombing themselves anyway.
Exactly.
Exactly.
So there's no point doing it. So the weapons who's going to invest in those weapons that you can't use?
Nah, you would. If you had any sense, you would.
Well, the whole point is about what do you think about it? Yeah, is it the Manhattan Project? Yeah, when it was making, when they had all the, when they was making the
that's going to
nuclear bombs, the
expand the
atomic bombs.
most.
Carnito, you're talking right over the top of me, you know, brother.
No, but you're going into science fiction now,
You're
bro.
talking right over the top of me, brother.
Right, go on.
Yeah.
Then.
So yeah, I think it was the Manhattan
Apologise.
Project, yeah, where they was coming up with the technology for these bombs that we know now. Yeah, the more advanced ones. Yeah, and I'm saying like, if you look at that project, you're gonna find it's not just white people on those projects, innit? They got some of our people in there too. Because what they've done is they've got the best of all of us working for them. And that's why I'm saying to you, you know, this whole idea of doing your own thing, they're against it. I think personally, if, say for instance, all the black people got together and said, we ain't working with no one else no more, we're going to start to do our thing. That's a major problem. They're going to have to start a war. They're going to have to do something to combat that.
Well, the thing is, yeah, I hear you, Shifa, yeah, but I think in 2022, if we don't know that the TED Live vision tells us lies, and most of the wars we've had have all been red flags, what are we doing?
What we're doing is we're living in a world where we believe...
I think it means false flags.
We believe that our governments is the best outlet for us. It's the best chance for us at life, at a long life, a productive life, and one that's fruitful. Yeah, but let's say, for instance, you took, I don't know, 10,000 people out of the UK or out of Spain or out of wherever, yeah, out of one of these countries that are supposed to be doing well. You put them on an island somewhere, yeah, and they did better than we're doing here. It's going to change the dynamics of people's thinking, and that can't be allowed to happen because they need people in the system for it to work. Without people, the system is no longer existent, is it? Do you know where I'm coming from? So when someone said earlier in the conversation, they said the majority of the land isn't occupied. I'm surprised no one else picked up on that because I would have jumped all over that statement. Do you know what I'm trying to say?
No one said that though.
Someone did say that.
No one did.
I did. I said we all live in cities. They put us all in cities and tell us we're overcrowded. And
that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
It's not a joke. But obviously, you know, when you look at certain communities, that's why they're demonized. Yeah. So you look at the traveler community, XYZ, like they put little gems in there from early. It's like I was watching this little, like a kids program. Yeah. And it's like the Minions. Do you know about the Minions? Because I'm kind of addicted to the Minions. I'm not going to lie, but that's another story. But long story
MA, this
short,
is the guy you was defending yesterday, yeah? Just
brother,
remember.
I like the Minions. What's
Take
wrong
the
with
L,
that?
MA. Take the
Look, there's these things, yeah. They're called odd buds or odd jobs or something like that, yeah. But they're like minions, yeah. Now there's one little Irish like leprechaun one, yeah. They even take his hat off of his head so you can see the ginger hair and all of this, yeah. He's got a little 4-leaf clover, you know, and he's cursing the other odd job, like that, and making his life hard, like that. And in the end of the story, the odd job brother, the other one saves the Irish one, and takes him out of the water where he's going to drown and swims and gets him or whatever, bam. So he lifts the curse. But is that not already planting a seed in a kid's head about Irish people with ginger hair, X, Y, Z? And I think
I'm just
like,
going for my dinner. I'll be back in a few hours.
I think like at the end of the day, you know, we as people, you know, we look down and frown upon certain lifestyles and certain types of people, but you know, we know that like who mentioned the mass side the other day? These people have been around for I don't even know. I don't even know, and they're still existent now. They're still thriving now. Do you know what I'm trying to say? They're still sovereign now. Yeah, but we think we're better off within these societies. You got people like the islands just off of India. I think it's the Adama and the Sentinel Islands and all these places where people are still living now. They're still thriving now. We don't know the wealth that they've acquired because we can't measure their wealth. We don't know them. We can't even talk to them. For all we know, we could go to that island and find they got a whole gold mine full of gold.
Well, Shiva, this is a problem, Shiva.
But
Wealth
they're
is
not.
subjective. Shiva, you see,
God.
when we talk about wealth is subjective, bro.
Thank you. And this is the whole point I'm
So,
making, brother.
money don't wealth. For me, money don't wealth. For me, personally.
All right, but what is wealth? You can't be wealthy and you don't own land. That don't make sense. You know,
I'm asking you, when you say wealth according to who?
Wealth according to facts, according to the science that we know to be,
So what is wealth?
The education we had.
I hear you mentioned gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
What wealth is gold?
What wealth is gold? What wealth is gold is that it's a commodity that everyone wants, and scarcity creates value. Scarcity. One second. I'm going by just not just what I'm saying, by economics. Scarcity creates value and all of that. So if we know there's a scarcity, there's a market for gold there, isn't it? If you got gold, then people want it right now. You can sell that all now today. Goodbye.
Listen to me. Who are the biggest buyers of gold? Which people?
You tell me. I don't know.
Isn't the same system who were trying to fight? They tried to use. So for me, gold to me is worthless. Once people realize that gold is just bullshit. Gold, you can't eat gold, you can't grow gold, and when you mine gold, it ruins the environment.
Gold is a good conductor, isn't it?
It's not. It's not better than copper.
You say it's not better than copper, but gold is actually a good conductor, though, is it not?
But I said yes, but I said but not better than copper.
And gold doesn't rust, does it?
So do you see gold piping on your water tanks or copper pipes?
I never said you see gold piping on your water tank. I said gold doesn't. I just said all I'm saying is gold doesn't rust, does it?
You can say all the things, but what I'm saying to you, you cannot grow gold, you cannot eat gold. Mining gold ruins the environment. Gold is actually one of the worst things you can mine.
I hear you, but it's still worth something, isn't it?
To who? I'm asking to who?
It's worth something to the people who want gold. It was worth something to Mansa Musa, obviously.
He gave most of it away, so it can't be much. Much to him.
He bought down whole economies with his gold.
No. People
bought down the price. Bought down the price of gold. Bought down the price of gold within whole economies. Let me get that straight.
This is the thing. You see, people to him he just had gold, so that's gold there. But when people saw his gold, people who was worth something to said, "Oh, that's worth a lot." To him, that's gold. It's
I got you.
You understand? There's other people saying it's worth something, not him.
I got you. And to a man that's got 10 apple trees in his garden, apples ain't worth nothing to him. But to a man who ain't got no apple trees, it's now worth something, is it not?
I'll say to you, okay, now you can collect all the gold you want here, all the gold in the house, and I've got my fruit here. Now, do you think how are you gonna come to me and say, Biffy, let's do trade? You think I'm gonna say, give me your gold, I'll give you my fruit. What am I gonna do with your gold?
You're gonna stockpile it.
For what?
For use for whatever you want to use it for.
I remember I can't eat it, I can't grow it. So what good is it?
I hear you. People couldn't eat bronze in the Bronze Age, but they were still stockpiling bronze. They were still making. Sorry, 1 second, brother. 1 second. They were still making weapons out of bronze and fighting with each other until someone came up with the idea of steel, and alloy and X, Y, Z. So we know everything has a value, brother. And although you're saying gold, 1 second, I'll finish on this sentence. Although you're saying gold has no value, I think ultimately everything has a value. If I go to a place, there's no plants, then, you know, even the plants over here that I will walk past every day, to me, they're nothing. But to those people there, they're worth something.
Yeah, I agree. Everything has a value, but
who's
some
the value?
value is manufactured. Some value is manufactured.
Most of the value we have on
That's true.
most of the value we have is manufactured. Money, paper, waste bullshit is valuable.
That's right. Manufactured.
All you can do is valuable. All the most valuable things now are just bullshit. For me, the most valuable things are shelter, food, and shelter and food. That's all we need.
Yeah, but you have to understand the money is based on the people who own the money, innit? Yeah. So for instance, if the crown owns the money, yeah, then the crown's got all the gold in it. They're willing to pay out the person who retains this note X amount in gold. Do you understand? They're the people who are willing to do it. So obviously, you know, if the crown is known to have more money in a particular place, then their money should be worth more, innit? But then other countries have got gold too. And if you ain't got no gold here, no natural gold resources, then some other countries, there's a way for them to catch up too.
Okay. Let's play this gold game now. Let's try to make the gold game make sense. Valuable currency right now is the British pound sterling. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Can you agree?
Huh?
Can you agree that?
Say that again. Do I agree? What?
Valuable money and the currency at the moment is the British pound.
The minimum money. What did you say?
Valuable currency.
The most valuable currency in the world. Yeah. I don't know what the most valuable currency is. I don't know if it's the British pound. I know the pound is down.
Down now, but it's still much valuable. It can be down, but it can be one of the most valuable. Yeah.
1 second. I'll type it in right now. We'll try to find it. Most expensive currency.
The most valuable.
Well, that would be the most valuable, isn't it? The most expensive one.
No, I never said the most expensive one. I put the most valuable.
Hey, Beefy, them man are trying to slew you in the chat, you know.
Same one.
Because which currency is the highest in the world? The Kuwait,
Qatar or one of them, or one of them, or Singapore or one of them countries, man.
WD has crowned the. It says Kuwaiti dinar, and it's in the world. Dinar is the currency code of KYD, is widely used for the Middle East for oil-based transactions. And it says a Kuwaiti dinar equals $3.26 US. So that's more than a pound, definitely.
So their money not backed in gold, it's backed in oil, yeah?
Well, their one must be backed in oil, isn't it? But it's backed by some type of resource, who the banks, you know, and the crown or whoever owns those resources, you know, are in control of.
And then most of the oil is used. Most of the petrol and oil, it goes to which economies?
Well, it goes to economies that need it, my brother. Like, let's break it down. We said
like the West, like America, Western world, isn't it?
It could be going anywhere. For all we know, it could be going north. I don't know. I just know that it's going somewhere where the commodity itself is scarce. So, for instance, if we say, for instance, now, in the West, let's say in the West, there are things that you can find in the West that you can't find in the East, you can't find in Africa. I don't know what those things are, but I would go, if I rewound back time, I would say that the Phoenicians, according to their history, they was coming here arriving here, for the tin. Yeah. So let's say tin is something you can only get from this side of the world.
No. I hear you. I'm trying to show you. I'm going to break down so to see how we're all complicit to the system. We say we're not involved in, or we try to separate ourselves.
People want things. People want things.
Yeah, but
things,
in the West, you're told you need to have a job. You need to have a job. You need to have a car to drive to your job. Yeah. So you have some petrol in your car.
And that creates jobs because, for instance, now, let's say, for instance, now, bananas. Yeah, in England, we need bananas because people want to eat bananas. They like them now. They've had them for centuries or however long. All right. In another country where bananas grow, that creates jobs for people because now they got someone to sell their bananas to. Whereas they got bananas over there, they're cheap, innit? Like, there's so much bananas, they can't even get rid of them all. Some of them's all gonna go off and just throw away, like that. So, now they can create some value out of it.
But if that's the case, how come most of the money, most of the food, where it comes from, these countries are poor? How is that happening?
Pardon me?
How come in most of the countries where the food comes from, the countries are called poor countries or third
I'll
world
break it down
countries?
to you. I'll break it down to you, and it's not just food; it's food and resources. Yeah, if we're gonna get like serious about this conversation, then it's not just about the resources; it's about the application. Yeah, so it's not just about food; it's about the companies that now have to transform that food into loads of different things. Yeah, that we now want in it. They've created these markets. Do you understand? Some of it's like even stretching foods and putting in things that ain't even food. And now we're still eating it and we're calling it food, but is it really? And then it's like, all right, when it comes to the resources, it's things like the technology, like the TV, the PlayStation, or whatever it was, the toaster, you know, the work surface that has to go in your house, the actual bricks that make that build it, whatever. Do you understand? Now, some of it they might be able to get here. They might say, do you know what? We can get our own bricks. We can get our own. Do you understand? We don't need people for that. But what we do need, we're going to have to outsource. And now that's creating jobs on both sides of the planet.
But the thing I'm asking is like, I'm not caring about the people who are the people who are buying this shit, the people who need the computer, the people who need the cars, the people who need this. But they're the people who are actually causing the problem around the world with their desires and wants.
Yeah, but do you know what? I'm not going to say but because that's an excuse. Let's just look at this logistically and be fair about this, innit? Yeah. I can't really disagree with your argument for the simple fact that I know they write textbooks on every subject in all the different languages around the world except the African ones. Work that one out. And then it's like, okay, so if we can't even get it in our own language, that means they don't really want us to know it unless we're learning it from them. Yeah, break that one down. And then the next thing is, do you know what? We don't manufacture our own products. Yeah, we sell our natural resources or we sell our our raw produce. Do you understand? And that's the issue. And once we master that, once we really start to understand that, we're going to be able to create our own industries, just like the Chinese, because it's all engineering and packaging and all that.
But look at the Chinese industry. You people like using China as a good example, yeah? But look at the China, how they live in China now. The control where the government... They're controlled by the machines.
Are you Chinese?
Huh?
Are you Chinese?
No.
So what's your problem?
I'm saying you're using them as an example. I'm saying I don't want to do that.
I'm using them as an example because obviously the Chinese have found systems that work to benefit their country, to keep them on the world stage in the capacity that they are in comparison. And there's a reason for that, bro, because, there was an industrial revolution. Yeah. If once you know about an industrial revolution, we're in the age of manufacturing. We're now in the age of technology. Yeah. So we've had that next revolution now. We had the tech revolution. You understand? And revolutions are happening all the time. And if you're not up to date, if you're not up to speed, brother, it's like being a rapper and you didn't move with the times. Remember what Dr. Dre said about moving with the times?
I don't quote Dr. Dre, man. What you doing?
If you don't move with the times, brother, what he said, I'm quoting him because what he said is right. If you don't move with the times, brother, then you're stagnant. You're dead. You're finished. You're done now.
But my point I'm trying to make is like we all try to blame all these people, but we are the people who buy the computers, the cars, the new things.
So
yeah.
Everyone buys the computers. What you say? What white boys don't buy computers?
Wait. Listen to my thing. But then we complain at the same time about the system we live under when we demand the things of the system. When
why are you complaining about something that you can make yours?
Make yours how?
Make yours, exactly. There you go. And this is the whole issue I have. When we start doing this blackety black stuff, there's so far it goes with me when it's like, you know what, now you lot are time wasting, man. You're just sitting here being stingy to ourselves, moaning about the system we're under, when, you know what, we could all put our money together and create our own system, and say, listen, we're coming out of this one. We're going to go to whatever island.
But that will never happen because we will always be under someone else's system.
We don't have to be, though.
How?
Of course we have to.
No, we don't have to be. No, listen, sis. This is why I brought the argument earlier, and I was like, I've been waiting for this opportunity to say this again and reiterate.
Big up, Axum. Big up,
the choices we have as separate entities in comparison to the choices we have as a collective are completely different. And although I'm sitting here having a blackity black moment, that don't even include white people and other people from different backgrounds, because you have to understand, you know, if you want to do something, you just got to do it. You can't put things in your way that's going to stop you from achieving your goal, can you? That would make sense.
So when you say black collectives, let me get you. When you say black collective, can you break it down properly? Like black collective, how?
Sorry,
Well,
before you ask that question, before you answer that, Beefy, what's your so your thing is everyone do what they want to do that is in line with self kind of thing, and that is going to be enough to like what is like, you know what I mean? What's your
all I say for me, yeah, I see like a system for each operate, it needs components to be operating in it for things to be happening.
Yeah.
And the way the system works, they use us as the data, as everything else to make it work.
Yeah.
We are the ones who actually make the system work. Without us operating the system collapses. It's simple as that for me. We are the operating manuals in the system. We're the data from thing to thing. We're the things which will make the system run.
No problem, no problem.
That's obvious, though.
So I'm saying what? Yeah, no problem. We agree with that. So what is so? Again, we understand. Excuse me. We understand that you're saying that you would operate as an individual, take yourself out of the fold of certain things. Well, you haven't done that yet, right? So you would want to do that, but you couldn't do that unless everybody else also does that too, or a large enough amount of people do it. Right?
I think, like I said, most people are sheep in it. Most people are followers. I think it only takes a few people to start to withdraw from the system. Once people see that it's beneficial for them to withdraw, when people need to see results. Once people start seeing that it's beneficial for them to withdraw from the system, and that all these things that talk luxuries actually control things which are used to control them.
But do you think that the guy
Sorry, Shifter, 1 second, brother. Sorry, but Beefy, I don't know how far along the timeline you've this imaginary timeline of liberation you fought, but like most people, you just said most people are sheep, right?
Mm-hmm.
You think that you hit a critical mass of people in terms of how many you're looking for to make changes, right? So let's say 2 million people globally, right? Let's just say that's the number of people that you're saying are required to throw the spanner in the works. Yeah, they're all in alignment in terms of not wanting to be part of the system, and they all make their individual moves to separate themselves from the system, right? For whatever reason and however they do it. I'm saying, to me, it seems logical that you will hit a critical mass of people, and then it won't get any bigger than that, because most people, as you said, are sheep, and they're not going to just suddenly stop being sheep just because they see Beefy in his hut. You know what I'm saying? Eating fruit.
For me, I'm talking about how can I put it? The light
and remember, the system will still be in existence in some shape or form.
Yeah.
To me, you have to like this. As I said, the system is complex, right? Or it's sophisticated. Sorry, right? And I don't think anyone can doubt that. It's so sophisticated, and it's been running for such a long time in different iterations and new updates and all that kind of shit, that like it has built-in mechanisms to deal with different scenarios, right? Even some scenarios have been imagined but are being planned for, and then others haven't been imagined or planned for, but they have such resources that it doesn't take much for them to adapt or seek an opportunity. Do you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying in reality now, like what happens when you decide to do X, Y, and Z, and you've got 2 million other people doing it and whatever, but you refuse to build a system of your own. You're just relying on faith. Essentially, it sounds like a religion.
My thing is not about
anarchy.
No. My thing is not about building my system in it. I'm saying let's worry about bringing the system down first. Forget about your system. Let's just bring down this system. That's the first and foremost. Forget about everything else.
I get it. But I'm saying that most people, not only are they complicit now, but if the situation came about where, but this is why I always mention hacking, because I don't see any other way for a minority, sorry, not even majority, but a minority in the majority, which is those who believe the system should end. Yeah. I don't see any other way for them to be effective on a global scale that will make enough of an imprint in the system for it to start to malfunction. You know what I'm saying? That's the only way I can really see. Other than that, yeah, you can mash up a shop and
I think,
you know what I mean? Like, what can you really do?
I'm not naive to say how complex the thing is, yeah. But I'm saying, well, I know that like throughout history, when we talk about civil rights movement, that was just another revolution being quelled. They gave us civil rights movements instead. When we were rebelling from slavery, they gave us independence. That was another form of control. They know how to play the game.
Right.
You know,
brother. 1 second. Sorry. Let me say something. I'll be honest. I've been on mute, yeah, and I was
Yeah,
even
just
talking
let Beefy
to
finish though. Beefy only just started speaking,
I know.
so just let Beefy finish.
You know what I mean? So I'm not naive in any way or form about how the system operates. I'm not dumb like that. But I know as well, it's the participation part that which affects us the most. When all participate in different ways or another, it only takes a few people who participate. Like there are no people here who do important jobs for the system, but don't know they do it. You know what I mean?
I don't agree. I don't agree that it only takes a few people, because then people can be replaced.
No. I'm saying people to start off the revolution was. I said most people are sheep, most people are followers.
No, but I'm saying, look, if you're, let's say that you work, let's just say you work for the stock exchange, yeah, in some kind of way. Like you have an essential job in the whatever the fuck is called, the FTSE 100 and all that kind of shit, yeah. And there's like a dozen of you or 2 dozen of you that are looking to mash up the thing, yeah. That would be something, but I'm sure that they would recover, right?
Yeah,
I'm thinking, what, like, because listen, it's been well over maybe 12, 13, 14 years that I've been thinking about all this type of shit, right? So I've thought of all different scenarios, right? I've understood the reason for example, trade unions and what essentially their remit really is, in terms of a revolutionary stance, right? Or it can be. So I've done all this thinking before, right? I'm saying, what really and truly, it's an everybody thing, isn't it? It's not a critical mass, yeah. It's everyone would need to be on this shit for this thing to collapse, really, or at least like the majority of the world would need to be on this thing for the shit to collapse.
Yeah, and people are too afraid to, be a part of it because they're too comfortable in the lifestyle.
That's right. Hold on, 1 second. No.
1 second. I'll stop.
I keep getting cut off.
No, but I was answering.
Chill, Chef. Chill. It's still early.
It's all right.
Chill.
I'm gonna let you go. Still, I'm gonna let you go. I know you want to say something. Yeah. To add to that, Axon, right?
Yeah.
What was I fucking saying now? What was I saying? To add to, what did you just say? You just said
I hate when that
too
happens.
comfortable.
Someone throws you off.
I know.
Comfortable, right?
Too comfortable, yeah.
Right. So people are too comfortable, and no, I can't remember. I'm trying to.
Yeah, they're too afraid and too uncomfortable.
Can I just say what I wanted to say though?
Go on, Shifa.
Yeah, because like I think that's an unfair statement. Still, people ain't just too comfortable; they just ain't stupid. End of the day, who's gonna mash up their life? 1 second. When you say afraid, no, I don't think it's a fear thing. I think it's a common sense thing. And I think at the end of the day, why are you going to give yourself extra work to do? Yeah, I was always taught work smart, don't work hard. Yeah, I'm not going to do all this extra hard work stuff that you want to do just for the sake of doing it because you upset with the system. You want to crash it first. If you can figure a way out, yeah, that's without tackling that problem of having to crash our whole system and crash our whole world, that is a lot more effective. By taking yourself out, now you can focus on the people who are still in that system. Yeah, it's like it's funny MA kept bringing up the Matrix because I never argued with it, and I was going to say something about this before, but I thought let's get to this point in the conversation. It's exactly like the Matrix, because once you're out and you're doing better than the people that's in, they want to be with you. They want to be on what you're on. Yeah, when you look at it on the largest like for instance, we can look at historically the evidence to back this up as well. People who have come outside of the British Isles, for instance, yeah, and became pirates, slave traders, whatever you want to call them, yeah, mercenaries, all sorts, have done extremely well when they've come back. Do you feel where I'm coming from? And I think that's why it's important that, like IC3 said, if we're looking at solutions, look at the direct approach. Look at the quickest. It's like throwing a punch. You're not going to throw a punch and throw a massive haymaker because someone can duck that easy. You can see it coming. They can telegraph your whole shit. You just find the quickest path out. Yeah, you just throw a straight jab, bang, straight down the middle. Yeah.
This is why I say, television. And I mean, he was saying the Matrix. The one was part machine. He was the machine himself. So I don't know what we're doing here. You know what I mean?
No, but the one in the you're wrong. You're wrong. You see, when they say the one, hold on. You see, when they say the one in the film, The Matrix, yeah, they're talking about that guy Neo, yeah. But you see, if you was talking to me and we was talking about the concept of the one, it's about one mind. It's about a mindset. Do you know what I'm trying to say? Because if you look at who brought this up yesterday, IC3, he said you got, like, for instance, Jewish people. Then they've got a particular mindset. So even in another people's land, they still have a certain mindset. As far as they're concerned, they're these people. We're just within your borders, only for so long until we got our own. Do you understand?
Sorry, someone's trying to.
Like, obviously, you know, some of us are.
Yes. 1 sec, Shifra, let's just.
Who's that?
Hello. Big up, James.
What's going on?
Jim, welcome to the panel.
Unfortunately, it is him. Shit, sorry. Joking. Big up, James.
Luckily, it's not octopus, because it was National Octopus Day yesterday. So I was thinking the octopuses might be out, but yeah.
Wait, it was
National
what?
Eight-Legged what?
It was what?
It was National Octopus Day yesterday.
And how do you know? Hold on. How do you know? How do you know this
National
information?
8 tentacle?
How do I know?
You really
How would I know? You know how I know, man. You know how I know, man.
Under the
No pause. There's no pause, and there's no pause as well. Like, I don't know.
You don't need the pause. You don't need the pause. National Octopus Day. Look out. Anyway, long story short, yeah, what I was saying is, yeah, like, we all as people, regardless of who we are, whether we're black, white, Chinese, Asian, whoever, yeah, you know, a lot of us are coming from other places. We already gravitate towards that place. So we're not thinking about, you know, starting anything new. But from the conversations we've had over here, I've come to the understanding that the governments in all of these places are all in league with each other. Nothing ain't going to change. You ain't going to be able to really change nothing at home. So maybe you need to build a new home. You need a new house. Do you know, like that? Because I'm a believer in that. If the house is all mashed up and beat down, and, you know, it's going to cost more to fix the house than it is to just buy a new one. You know, we buying a new house. Get rid of this one, buy it.
Okay, and how you suggest that happens, Shifra? Give us step by step on how this building.
I've kind of done that from.
I missed it. I'm sorry. My bad. I
could give you a more in-depth breakdown. I just mean in a sense of, you know, if people wanted to come to build large groups of, you know, individuals into, you know, I don't know, their own system, yeah, and go and buy a piece of land or buy an island or however you do it, you know, everything costs money, innit? It's just about money. It's about raising the money, innit? I'm sure there's a price for everything, innit? If you want your freedoms, you can pay for them. You know, like that. This is what I'm saying, you know? Like, obviously, you know, you can do it through the government itself if you wanted to, you know, pay off the politicians, pay them off. I'm sure they'll be involved. They'll be like, yeah, fuck it, I'm going to let you do what you want to do. You know, like that. You lot are paying shit. We'll take your money. But, you know, we could do it on our own as well. And it's like, we put a lot of money into foolishness every day. You know, people have got 10 pairs of shoes, 20, and stupidness. They got 10 jackets. You see me, I started to realize it myself. I said, I got so much things. I just went down to the charity shop to get them bare things.
Shifa, you say, okay, Shifa, you acknowledge that most governments are working in league with each other, yeah? So now you want to build your own currency. How do you now, as a group of people, start your own currency? Can you tell us?
Why do we need to start our own currency when there's so much currency?
Because you're still going to be a part of the system that you're trying to, I guess, break out of, right?
I get you, but each currency is backed by a commodity, like we already know. So that's all we'd have to do. We'd have to.
What commodity?
Depending on what we want to do, that would be our commodity, innit?
Where do we get this commodity from? What's our commodity? What's your commodity right now? You can.
I don't know, man. Listen, if you can get Listen, if you can get an island with natural resources, then, you know, who knows what, like, we could use that to make the commodity, you know, or whatever it is. It don't matter what it is.
All right, so
Until
you're
it was
going to
put
take
there.
all these people to an island, Shifo. You're all going to put some money together and you're going to buy an island and you're all going to move there. But how are you going to feed those people?
Well,
Like,
everyone's
are
gonna
you,
have money.
this is the thing, that you got to think of all the things that you actually need realistically
Yeah,
to live
that's
and
right.
survive.
So
That's right.
sorry, MJ. So one second, Schiffer. You need to ask Beefy this question because Beefy
Really,
is
it's
really on this thing, you know. Of,
crashing the whole system and shit. How do
For
we
me,
get
it's
it back?
like I said,
It's a-
I said, me, I
At
said,
least
most
we've
people.
got systems that we can barter with, and then we know there's a means of survival already in my system, but in Beefy's one,
One second. I don't know why everyone wants to be living in big groups. All I'm saying is, like, all you need in life is shelter, food, right? And you're good.
But Beefy, did you hear that last part? I don't think nobody caught it. What's the Bible got to do with anything, Shifa?
the Bible. I never brought out the Bible.
Oh, I thought I heard the Bible. Okay.
Stop
I didn't bring up the Bible. I'll be honest. I don't think
No,
this
my
is a
bad.
conversation
My bad.
for
I
the
stand
we don't want to
corrected.
do
I
it. No,
stand
we don't want the
corrected.
Bible.
No, I stand corrected. I thought I heard you say Bible.
Why are you trying to invoke the Bible, Lady B,
I
man?
thought I heard him say, I swear, bro. I thought I heard him say that.
Like I said, in life, all you need is shelter. In life, all you need is shelter and food. But most times, no one wants to grow their own shelter. No one wants to grow their own food. That's the problem. We want everything given to us. No one wants to work hard for anything.
But Beefy, the right to do that has been taken away as
Exactly.
well.
I know, MJ.
You see, if you get to the point where you're I don't know, the system is in some kind of ruins, right? And then you go and you're doing what motion called a hunter-gatherer thing. Do you not think, like, the way it plays out in my mind is that someone's always going to be fucking wanting to dominate? Yeah, give enough time, even in your little group that you're in, given enough time, someone is gonna
deeper than that.
Aggression is gonna awaken in them, and that.
No, they've already dominated. Listen, I'm telling you.
No, I'm saying something. No, but I'm saying in Beefy's scenario where the system.
His one don't work. Brother,
No, I know, but let me lay it out.
Wait,
Schiffer, relax. Hold on, wait.
Let me explain, because I did miss some of it, so I
need
need to catch up.
So I'm saying in this scenario where Beefy's saying that, you know, we did a fight club and all of the institutions of the world are crumbling and internet smash up and you know, in the aftermath of this, and we're in a nice little hut on an island or whatever. Yeah,
no, each man for himself. What
I'm
do
saying,
big
yeah,
heart together?
exactly,
Wait,
right? Hold on, wait. Look,
you're by yourself. You're on your own.
Beefy, listen. Each man for himself, you said, right?
Yeah.
So there's a man over there who has in him the desire to dominate.
No, forget that the man. I want
Bro,
myself.
bro, you know where this? No, sorry, man. You know where this shit falls apart? Yeah, is the idea? Yeah, that there's some arbitrary human. I don't know if that's the right word, but some base level human nature that you can tap into, yeah, by destroying the system, and that will awaken in people and will stop them from transgressing the social contracts or the unwritten contracts.
That's right, and doing madness
as a community. One second. As a community, yeah, and that's going to be binding, yeah, without instituting a system of your own with rules and regulations.
Well, I'm okay, but I'm saying, yeah, let's break down the system so you can be free. And the first thing I'm worried about is like how we.
Beefy, man.
Hold on, wait. Hey, wait, please, because I'm not going to be on this for long. I mean, you did ask me to go. You don't need to search for some contradiction, some inherent contradiction in whatever system's being proposed, because ultimately all like you're doing is just appealing to some primitive notion of civilization. And if that's what you want, if that's what you desire, nobody has to like counterfeit that for you, bro. Like if all you're saying is you're disenfranchised by the system or by the present, some kind of contemporary system, such that all you want to do is regress to some arbitrary point in the past, then who gives a shit, brother? You're just revealing to us all that you have a primitive mindset and that you're a primitive individual. Currency or the notion of like some extrinsic value being placed on a commodity, that's like a hallmark of an advanced society. And if you don't want to contribute or participate in that, cool, but just means you're primitive.
Beefy, I think he was chatting to you still.
That's why I'm cool being primitive, because I don't know how where you don't eat nothing, no raw food, you live in a natural environment and everything is fake around you. You think it's good for you as a natural being. If that's good for you, then carry on living the system.
Beefy,
I'm good with that. I know that.
brother, it makes more sense here. Obviously, if you're that unhappy with the system and people are so unhappy and disgruntled by it, you know, we could make our own system and make a better one. Do you know like that?
The funny thing, the funny thing people don't realize, the lights are going to go out.
Crash the system to do
One second. The system is crashing. don't get it fucking twisted.
Yeah, so you don't even have to crash it. It's crashing itself. Exactly. You don't even have to do that work.
Listen. The thing is, they're gonna crush it, but they're gonna control. They're gonna control how it is done. That's the difference. It's not gonna be natural. It's not gonna be.
The current system may get crushed, Beefy, but they'll have another system in place ready to go. You know what I mean? There'll never not be a system. But I think from what I'm hearing from the argument, I'm saying it's very unlikely we're going to get the majority of people to jump on this mindset, even if the minority start to do it. And I just think for those who don't want to be involved in the system, you have to detach yourself from it as much as you possibly can. If you understand the intricacies of it and what it involves, and you know your own morals and ethical codes, then you know what you want to be involved in and don't want to be involved in. And there's ways of not being a part of the system that doesn't necessarily mean you have to live some nomadic kind of bloody lifestyle. Like, it doesn't mean you can't live in a house. It's just, how are your services being provided? How are you getting food, water, etc. for yourself? How are you running gas and electric to that, if you even are? Do you know what I mean?
The options to actually live that type of life are becoming more and more minuscule.
Do you reckon?
Yeah.
Depending on how much money you got, I think maybe that's.
Look at the situation we're in now.
Hold on, no, wait a second. That guy, who's the guy that did all the paedophile stuff? He got his own island and them thing there. They couldn't even get the guy because he just.
Yeah, but that's the consequence. That's the consequence.
That's just one guy, though, brother. Where to live, brother?
Yeah,
we're talking about me, brother. We're talking.
Listen, that's a consequence of an ill-defined notion of free. What do you mean by freedom? Do you want to be free?
I never said freedom, brother.
No, not you. You want to be free from all impositions. Well, that would mean that you were restricted. By definition, it would mean, or by implication, it would mean you were restricted. Because if nothing can be imposed upon you, then it will also mean that you can't impose upon others.
Right.
Exactly. So then there is no such thing. Then that just counterfeits your notion of freedom.
Yeah, 100%.
One thing as well. This thing about freedom. No one here knows what freedom is, but no one has ever been free.
Right.
So that's the first and foremost.
So then there's a problem in principle with your assertion.
It doesn't
exist.
Then there's a problem in principle with your assertion. Then.
Yeah, but
I would like that if you listen. If you have no understanding of what it means to be free, then you can't negate the proposition that we are free. How do you know we're not free then? You don't know what it means.
I know I'm not free, but I can do whatever I want to do. That means I'm not free. Simple.
So then you do have a definition. Then you do have a definition for free.
What is freedom?
You asked me. You asked me, am I free? And I said I'm not free. And you asked me what freedom is. That's two different things. Two questions. Yeah. Remember that. Yeah. So what I asked me.
What's the definition for freedom that you're operating?
Freedom is ability to be sovereign, act as a sovereign being, live freely how I want to be free, be my own space and environment.
How can everybody be free?
Yeah, there's a problem with that though, Beefy, in a sense of
how can everyone be free?
Maybe you've got good intentions with your freedom,
hold
but
on,
the ones who've got bad intentions,
He's not going to be a long in it, Shift.
You can't. Actually, just as I say that, I got bounced now. All right, bless up.
All right, please. Yeah, go on.
But that was my question to Beefy anyway. Like, how are you going to deal with the people who have bad intentions if everyone's free to do exactly what they want to do?
Yeah, that's why I said.
I don't know.
Without, like I said, without a system of accountability, law,
some type of authority,
unwritten social contract, even faith, and all that kind of shit. How are you going to maintain your freedom when the next man can do whatever he wants because he's not bound by anything to you? He's not bound to you with any kind of moral position.
That's right.
I'm hoping because if I'm doing my own shit in my place and you got your own space and freedom to do whatever you want, why are you bothering to come to me?
He might just be a white guy, innit?
He might want your food, brother. Remember, you just shut that whole system down. You just shut the whole system down, guys.
If everyone's in hunter-gatherer mode, then people are gonna be, taking each other's food and doing what they need to survive. This is what you have to understand.
If there isn't systems in place to feed people or something, then everyone's going to be on a madness.
Imagine I'm there now and I see Schiffer. Schiffer's got his yard over there, yeah. Schiffer's, I'm eating coconuts and that, but Schiffer's got patties. You get me? I'm like, yo, I'm gonna take man patty, and you know what I'm saying? I'm taking Schiffer's patties, man. Schiffer, you don't have no more patties, bro.
Then Shiva, you take all his patties and what?
Eat them, innit?
Then what after that?
And then they're gone, innit? It's too late.
Then what?
They're gone. It don't matter what I do now. I could fight them for them and get them back around.
So you live out there by yourself. The only person you've seen is cooking patties. He's cooking the patties. You kill him, take all his patties. Why are you doing afterwards? How are you surviving afterwards?
This is what I'm saying to you.
Beefy, do you think like we need to do some tribalistic or communal governing ourselves, like back home in Africa?
Right.
Yeah, but me, if you're on what I'm on, I don't mind us working together. But if you're on bullshit, go there and do it, isn't it?
Yeah, but we still need to have rules and regulations, though, right?
But
the key word you should use is code. That's the key word.
Yeah, but
is there
all I'm
a
saying,
code of practice?
What I'm saying, yeah,
So instead of me going and teething all of like Schiffer's patties, can I just bring Schiffer to our land? And
Exactly.
that's absolutely fine.
That's what Kane just said. Yeah, enslave Schiffer. And now you're making me patties, bro.
Listen, Linda, Rinda, listen, slow down on your Rinda, listen.
I'll be difficult to enslave, I'll tell you that much.
Wait. None of you, listen, my rules are simple. You live by my rules, don't come at all. So that's the rules.
Right, but that's the thing. What's your rules?
Don't worry, that's what I'm doing, innit? I don't need to tell you my rules.
So who are you, King Beefy? Hold on 1 second. Who are you? Who are you, the king? Are you the czar, the emperor?
I'm in my own. Listen. I'm in my own space by myself. What's bothering you? What am I doing to myself?
I don't like the look of you. You're over there.
This is the whole problem. No.
Bothering me, man.
You see the problem here, though.
Schiffer, 1 second, Schiffer. Big up the cowboy on the panel.
He's a cowboy.
Big up. How's everyone doing? Yeah, this is Cowboy. Everyone else I think knows me as Dexter. Beefy. Ndate Baba.
Oh, Dexter, Dave.
And
big up, bro.
It's cool.
Love my people. But yeah, no, I just wanted to listen to the conversation and drop my 2 pence as well.
Yes, come on, brother.
Welcome.
You see the problem I'm saying to you, though, brother. Yeah, is it seems that in your one second, brother.
You're talking nonsense. You're operating on fear, which has been programmed into you by nuclear bombs.
No, I don't. That's what someone else was talking about. I never brought up nuclear bombs. I don't care.
I'm saying you're operating on the fear from into you.
I'm sorry, but both of your mics are really bad right now.
Sorry.
Yeah, can I talk now, Beefy? Is that all right? Please, bro. Like, I think the plan of action that you've got here is very destructive, and disruptive. And I think ultimately you're only thinking about yourself within that plan, which doesn't make it a very good one. Yeah. Now, what I'm proposing, is something different. I'm not saying crash the system, brother. I'm not saying mash up nothing. I'm not saying change a damn thing. Leave it exactly where it is, and move on. Start your own one. If you got enough people to do it with, then you're good to go. And you start up your own system, you build your own houses, you plant your own food. Do you know what? Get indigenous seeds, get the old ones, get the
Shiva, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but Shiva, that's naive too, though. That's quite naive.
I hear you, but at the same time, it's still possible.
But now, this is the way where the class one. If I decide to bring down the system, are you going to be in my way?
What do you mean?
If I decide to bring down the system, are you going to be in my way?
I don't need to be in your way. Your plan can't work. It would never work.
That's the question. Are you going to
brother, I'm not in your way. I don't live nowhere near you. How am I going to be in the way?
So how then? What are you saying it's for now?
Well, I definitely won't be in the way. If that's what you're asking, then maybe someone else in your way.
Will it affect you if the system crashes down, though, Schiffer?
If the system crashes, it's going to affect everyone. We're talking about is it going to affect? Of course.
Right. So are you going to have a problem with Beefy if he crashes the system down?
Beefy can't crash the system. I'm trying to explain why he can't. Why it's impossible what he's saying. It's a flawed plan. It doesn't make sense. I'm going to explain it to you now. So even if you crash the whole internet, every single system, yeah, the banking, all of it, guess what? There's a fallback plan. That's why they got army. That's why a certain amount of land can't be occupied and X, Y, Z. Because guess what? They're going to be the only ones who can eat. Yeah, and the other people that can eat are the ones that are in league with them because they got land, X, Y, Z. They part of the establishment. So they'll enforce their rights, innit? Yeah,
True.
this is why you got certain people who swear allegiance. They swear blind. Do you know like that? They're not.
This is why I said the ability to enact violence.
Madness.
This is why I said the ability to enact violence for anyone that's trying to do a beefy thing is essential, because if you can't, yeah, your will cannot be exercised. It just can't.
MA, it's so deep here. Even if you had some type of wizardry and you can make all the guns, all the nuclear weapons, all of the big machinery disappear, guess what? They'll go medieval on you guys. Yeah, they'll draw for the swords and they've been training. I'm telling you, they'll get on the horses with the swords and the knights will come back. You trust me? And they've been training. Don't think they ain't trained for all of those scenarios. They're ready for you guys. So I think that what you're saying in theory, it sounds crazy, but I think there's only like all of that crazy energy can only go so far. Let's say that there's a guy, yeah, out there who can crash all of the banks right now. Like you said, MA, hacker can hack all of the banks, crash all of the banks, everything shut down. You can crash all of the satellites. They've still got fallback plans for that situation.
For me, all I want is a level playing field for everyone.
That ain't gonna level the play. There's nothing you can do to level the playing field other than have a military might that can rival theirs.
True.
It's a fear factor. Well, that's cool.
That's not a fear factor, brother. That's not fear. That's common sense. Think about it like this.
Armies.
I'm gonna say to you.
No, he's agreeing with you.
Armies, are they made of human beings or are they made of robots?
They're made of human beings, but they're built on principles and ideas.
These human beings, are they your brother, your sister, your cousins, your uncles?
Not necessarily, no.
But they're human beings, or yeah, like you and me. They must come from somewhere. 6 degrees of separation. 6 degrees of separation of everything. You must somewhere, someone who's a military somewhere in the world. You must be related to them somehow.
Where do you hail from? Where's your people from?
Africa.
All right, so in Africa, maybe so. Maybe they will be, you know, your cousins, your sisters, your brothers, your family, X, Y, Z. But over here, remember, we only, in our different nations, as black people, make up, I think it was like 2%. 3% maximum. That's not a lot, brother.
So Shiva, so now the system is collapsed. You got the freedom to go anywhere in the world. You're gonna stay here,
brother. You can't collapse the system. And furthermore,
hypothetical. Let's forget. Okay, I'm hypothetical. I'm trying to get your mind.
No, but what I'm trying to say is hypothetically, what you're saying is impossible, brother. It doesn't even make sense.
But I'm trying to get your mindset here. I'm trying to figure out how
you collapse. How are you gonna get anywhere?
Huh?
You said, where would I go? If the system really collapsed, brother, how are you going to get anywhere? You're going to be here with the rest of us. You're going to be wherever you were when the system collapsed, because now you can't get nowhere. The system collapsed, remember?
Yeah. Done. So I can move. Wait, I can move.
How are you going to move? How are you going to get there?
How did people travel back in the days?
I don't know how you're going to do it. I'm just not concerned with them. I'm just concerned with you. How are you going to do it?
By land and sea.
All right. So now, when you go out into the sea and they got big gunboats out there that's shooting you down in the ocean.
Shiva. There's no gunboats. Remember, the system's collapsed.
Yeah, there is gunboats.
What? No.
Of course, there's gunboats. The system's collapsed. That don't mean the army collapsed.
Wait. Shiva, hold on. Wait, Beefy. The system's collapsed, yeah, but the gunboats haven't collapsed.
That's right.
Someone's
we do it, man. You're mad. You're mad, brother. I don't know what you're doing today.
Why are you targeting me for? What freedom are they to them?
Brother, they're gonna shoot you out of the water. Remember, you crashed the system. They want it back.
This guy is a person who's free to do whatever they want to do. Why are they coming?
They're the people who work for the system. They're still working for it. Like the army, certain people, they swore on oath. They're not going nowhere. So it don't matter about the system. You think the system matters that much to them. Their oath matters more. I'm telling you, brother.
Think about the army, yeah? Think about the British army, yeah? All of the weaponry that is in their possession right now, probably 70% of it, maybe more, 80-90% of it is in the hands of, already in the hands of a black, white nationalist or racist guy. You think that if the system collapses, what do you think they're going to do with that shit? You think they're just going to walk away from that stuff? Or they're going to fucking commandeer that shit and then exert their will on.
Or they'd be like, hey, here, Beefy, we'll give you a gunship.
Yeah, take
go and
this.
do whatever you want.
Yeah,
no, brother. That ain't happening, bro.
So okay. So what you're saying with just betterment is the way forward. Let's get better.
I'm saying if your way, yeah, is to ever work, it has to be wrapped in some form of system.
Okay, forget about it. So I'm not doing your way, but my way you think it's gonna fail when it was. But this is
sorry. Okay, so your way doesn't have a system, so no, it's not gonna work.
Yeah. So now, can you? What about now your solution? Let's talk about your solutions. How do you think this? Yeah, this system. Yeah.
Solutions. Yeah. Listen, as far as I'm concerned, Maku said it yesterday, right? And he didn't elucidate on it, but I've already highlighted what I believe the system is sitting on. Is the ability to enact violence, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple. When I was talking about this nuclear bomb shit, I wasn't joking. That's the only reason that anything is moving how it's moving today is the threat or the ability to enact violence and the capacity to be violent.
Was that threat ever removed, do you think?
No, never. It never has been. It's never not existed, and it will never be removed.
So since when has this threat been? So you say from the beginning of time, the threat of violence has always been.
Yes, as far as I'm concerned, violence, yeah, like I said, violence is violation. A violation is a violation of the will of a sentient being, let's say, yeah. So I can violate the capacity for growth of a plant or the direction in which a plant grows by just putting something in its way. It's got to grow somewhere else now. It's got to go away from the sun or whatever, or bend upside down or whatever. It's got to do that because I've enforced my will upon it, so it has to do something different. And I'm saying this thing of violation, yeah, there's a natural way that each of us as sentient beings, maybe in our species, wants to move and wants to operate, right? And sometimes that natural desire or that natural biological urge is being is being intervened upon or infringed upon by another being or even by an inanimate object. It could be anything. And I'm saying it's a natural state of the universe that sentient being. I don't believe in freedom and liberation in that sense, even if I do use those words when I talk about the system. What I do believe in is relationship. I believe that there are relationships, there are configurations of relationships that exist between beings, right? And I believe the ability to to live in harmony with in your way, right, is contingent on all of the relationships you have with all of the other things that exist in your environment, right? If we're living in a jungle, we're still our ability to move as we wish is still contingent upon whatever the fuck else is in that jungle. We don't just go jungle and everything's blessed. Nah, we go in that jungle and we've got to navigate all of that other shit now. Humans are just other shit in that sense. They're just other shit, just like a jungle has other shit in it.
Okay, so but I don't like. So what are you saying? Like for us, for a system to overcome this system, it has to have the power to violate this system and keep it violated.
Yeah.
So we have to become the beast. In order to be the beast, you have to become the beast.
What beast?
Remember you said it's all about violence and violating people, and in order to stay
violate the system. No, hold on, wait. Violation. Yeah, violation is, like I said, violation is to stop someone's will if their will is impinging on yours, right? So you want to do exactly what I want to do, which is to stop someone's will impinging on my will. True? Right. So we're in agreement on that. How we go about it though is what we're really discussing. Right. How realistic it is, what method do we use that is either tried and tested or it's something that we can map out to such a degree that it's going to work. Right?
But you said the tried and tested one is from the beginning of time. Violence is the only way in which people get subjugated. The threat of violence or something in that line. That's how people get violated through the threat of violence.
I'm saying the will. So like a plant wants to grow. A plant doesn't want to be eaten, right? Neither does a cow or a fucking oxen or whatever. They don't want to be eaten. Eaten? Did I say eaten? Shit. Eaten. They don't want to be. They don't want to be. They don't want to get them. They don't want to die in it. So automatically we're already doing that, bro. I'm just saying it's a perspective.
No, I hear you, but I'm saying, but like now, okay, you're saying you you're saying you can't be free unless you got the army backing you, right? You can enforce violence on other people, so you can be
in trying to deal with what we have in front of us. I'm saying they have that, and it will be naive and stupid to think that we can exert our will or reclaim our will. Sorry. And that thing is not going to be a factor. The guns that they have ain't going to be a factor.
Yeah, but his type of freedom doesn't exist. You're not going to be free from the need for security. You're not going to be free from those needs that you have, full stop, whatever they may be. So although you're saying, you know what, crash the system and all of this nonsense, let's be real, brother. Your family wouldn't be able to survive if you did it. What plans have you made for that situation that you want to create? That doesn't make sense, brother. You'd be better off taking yourself outside of the system. And once you're outside, if you chose to crash the system, then guess what? It probably would be a good idea for you, because you're going to have people coming to your system now. Because they're like, that one over there fell this mash up, but your one's not reliant upon that system. You understand? Because you're going to build your own one, right?
Shifa, I got a question though. You keep saying outside the system, right? And like, where are the boundaries of the system? Like, is the boundary the economics? Is it like, where are the boundaries? Like, can you show me where where is the line whereby if I step over this line, if I'm on one side, I'm in the system, and I step over that line, I'm out? What's the
boundaries of this system that we're in right here would be like going to the Middle East. Now you've hit the boundary.
No, not geographical boundaries. Where are the systematic or systemic boundary? Where does the system end? Not a place, but where does the system end in terms of people activity?
I don't think there's a place where it ends. I think that, you know, the system we're in now is broken because it can't be flexible enough to accommodate for a growing world, for a changing world that we're living in.
You know, like like people talk about the universe, yeah, and they say the universe is expanding. Yeah.
Into what? I don't know what I was talking
about. But they can't tell you what it's expanding into because we don't know anything else. I'm saying imagine if the system is the universe, right? And you want to create a new universe, yeah, but you don't know what a new universe would even like, where it would be, how it would. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying the system. I'm looking at it in that with that framework of all we know currently, yeah. Even those people who are living so-called indigenously on their own lands or in their own tribe, yeah, they're not disconnected from the system entirely. Some of them have a little bit of electricity. Some of them have a well that was made by someone else and the money came from the system. You know what I'm saying? Like,
once the camera's been there filming them, what do you think is happening?
Right.
So what happens if you're so-called out of the system and then you want to fly to a different country? Or...
No, wait. Save that question for a second, Mary J.
Okay.
I just want to get Shifa to tell me where the outside of the universe is. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying? Where does the system end, Shifa?
When you go into any of the systems that exist now, isn't it? Obviously.
I don't understand that answer. What do you mean?
I mean, in the sense of the argument was, yeah, obviously, I know that people find it difficult sometimes to remember everything that was said, so I'm going to give the full breakdown, yeah. It's been said on this very channel and on Jedi's channel, yeah. As far as the systems are concerned, it don't matter which one you're under, whether it's a European, African system, Middle Eastern system. Brother, you're cutting me off and I even got halfway. Yeah, it don't matter what system it is or where it is on the planet, yeah, they all work together. They're all conglomerate, yeah. Like it's been said, to be a recognized country, you have to be part of the United Nations. If you're not, then on the world stage, as far as, you know, the elitists are concerned, you're no longer a country, yeah. So once we can work these things out, you know, you'd have to be an entity that can exist outside of those entities or within the boundaries of those entities, but create your own laws. Because that's what it really comes down to.
Would you say North Korea is outside the system?
It's outside of our system, yeah.
So that's how that's the definition that we're working with.
That's right.
To Shifa's.
Well, I'm not in opposition to the system like that. I'm just saying, if people are so unhappy with it, if You got, for instance, you got certain people that's going to say, oh, they came here, they took our jobs, we're unhappy with the system, it doesn't work for us. You got some people that's going to say, oh, well, it's racist, it doesn't work for me. You got some people that's going to say, well, do you know what, it's an elitist system, full stop. If you're not within the 1%, you're just not going to get what you really want. You're not going to get the massive rewards that you might be looking for. So create your own system then. Come away from those people. Why are you still hanging around with them?
I would suggest this. I suggest that what you're proposing is still systemic change.
Yeah, it is.
It
is systemic change,
but not systematic change.
That's right. It's systemic. It is, and I'd agree. And I'd say we're not saying scrap the law and get rid of the police, because if we said, even if we bought another place and bought a piece of land somewhere, we're still going to have a police station, but it just might not be full of white police officers. It might not be a racist police force. It might operate a bit different. Because if you go to one second, brother. If you go to, for instance, a Jewish community, they got their own police, yeah. And when they're policing themselves, they're not being racist to themselves, are they?
Yeah, go on.
So that's all I'm saying. It's more to do with, the systems that are in place being actually in control of them. Once you're in control of the systems, you no longer have an excuse, because you're in control of the systems, you're in control of the land, you're in control of the resources, you be in control of the currency, all of it. But right now, we're happier to exist in a system where someone else is in control of all of those things. The power's not in the hands of the people. Like, they may give you a vote on something, but ultimately the true power is not in the hands of the people economically. And once you understand that and you know that, it's your choice whether you choose to remain or whether we choose to unite and do something else. It's our choice collectively, not you personally, because I don't want anyone to think you can do it on your own. It's not possible. Unless you're a billionaire, if you're a trillionaire or something like that, then this is possible for you now. But if you're not on those levels, then this is a collective effort, most importantly. That's what I'm saying. It has to. That's the only way you'll be able to do it. You have to buy freedom. That's what it is. If you was in Rome and you was a slave and you wanted to be free, you could buy someone could pay for you and say, do you know what, how much do you pay for him? Do you know what, I want this much for him, he's worth this. Oh, there's your money. Now you're free, innit? It's that simple, brother.
Emma, you agree with this?
Well, he's talking about systemic change, right? It's not the same as it's a system, like he said, it's a system within a system, right?
That's right.
But that
system within the system.
That means by definition it's systemic.
That's right.
But I don't. He's just playing words.
I don't think we can live without systems, though. I think without systems, we implode.
I agree. Actually, I agree that we can't live without systems.
But
how about structure rather than necessarily?
Okay, yeah, that's a good word. That's a good word.
Yeah, same difference though. Yeah.
I feel like it's very easy to just say system. We've got to think of all the different elements of the system. So, Shifa, you just mentioned the police, right? And I would say, like, we got to start changing terminologies that we use, right? So I wouldn't say, if I had my own piece of land or a community living together or whatever, I'm not going to say, oh, I'm going to have a police station and police there. We may need security, though. We're going to have to secure ourselves and possibly even have arms and stuff. Do you know what I mean? That if we need to protect ourselves against others, then we're ready for that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
we
but
have
MJ,
to think about
under any other name, the police are still the police. Whether we call them security, whatever guys they go under, they're going to effectively take over the job of what the police would have done, innit, within that society. That's what I'm saying. Same way you might have firefighters, but we might not call them
as the police, innit? It's going to be security. They're going to be there to keep us secure, and that's it. They're going to be locking people away and stopping people based on their flipping colour.
That's what I said. No, but MJ, you're repeating what I said now. I said a system where, you know what, we might have a police station, but they're not necessarily going to stop people based on their color or be racist to people. I didn't get to elaborate because someone else wanted to speak, so I didn't just like stop people from speaking, but I can elaborate. Let me elaborate for you. I'm saying we need those systems, but if we're the ones in control of those systems, yeah, the same way I'd imagine if whoever's in control of the Metropolitan Police, you know, their children are protected. They're people that, so if we're in control, you know, we're going to be implementing laws that protect our people and police us in the way that we know we need to be policed. We might think certain crimes shouldn't be prosecuted. Because we're in control of the court now. We can say, you know what? That's not a crime no more under this jurisdiction. If you go to England, though, you're under their jurisdiction. So know what you're doing. Because if you're here, you're cool. Yeah. The same way, if you're in America right now, you're allowed to smoke weed in certain places. If you're in Canada right now, you're allowed. Yeah. But you go outside of that jurisdiction, go outside of that box. So what MA said, yeah, he's 100% right. It's a systemic change. But I'm saying if you can't get the systemic change within the system that you're in now, like there's no reason people couldn't create a new system that is similar to the one we have here, you know, but it just costs money. Yeah. And then you can make those systemic changes.
I don't know about replacing one system with another. As I said, I just personally feel like everyone needs to do their own individual thing, like waiting on people, trying to get people to collectivize and do things together and buying up islands and lands, and then like not even knowing what laws you're going to be governed by. I don't know about all of that, and I don't know if I got time for that in this lifetime, in it, because we don't know how long.
But that was a misnomer, though, because you do know what laws you're going to be governed by. You already know what the law is now, right? You know the law of the place you live in right now. We live in England, right? So if you take those laws and you say, do you know what? Anything we see within that law that we don't like, we're going to take it out. But we still got the same law. We still got the same restrictions. We still got the same code. You still got the same. You still got the same. You still got the same thing in principle. But it's just like making a dialect of a language. It's now your version of that language, but it's still the same language. If I start talking patois, it's still English, but it's our version of English. Do you get me now?
I hear you, bro, but I feel like you're just trying to replicate something. But Lady D, what was you gonna say?
Yeah, I was just going to say that basically then you're still practicing the same system that you're trying to break through. You're just doing
You're
it
stating the obvious now. Come on, man. We're stating the obvious now.
You're just doing the opposite, but under your own,
That's right.
guise, governance.
That's right.
So really, truly, there's not much of a difference then.
There isn't much of a difference, because think about it like this. When you vote for something here, when you vote for your new prime minister or whatever, yeah, you're voting for that particular cabinet or whatever the group is, the Conservative, or you're voting for the party, really. Do you understand? Now, we can make a system and say, you know what, we're not going to have parties, innit? We're just going to go by the vote. And if more people voted for this, that's what we're going with. Yeah, we can have a system where, hold on one second, sis, let me finish. We can have a system where, you know, at the end of the year, the money doesn't go into the pockets of lords and kings and queens and people who are stockpiling your money in their bank account. What it does is it goes into an account that can be beneficiary to all the people who's within that system. Do you understand? That can benefit all of us rather than just benefit the 1%. So yes, it is a massive difference. And unfortunately, what we're doing now, we're being argumentative because maybe we're upset we didn't come up with that idea. But listen, I'm all powerful. I should be your king. I'm going on mute. MA, if you've got anything to add.
All right, thank you, Shifa. Big up yourself. Let's hear from the ladies. I think the ladies might have some good ideas.
Now, I'm just saying this, sis, yeah. At the end of the day, if the whole objective is to be free and the whole thing is about freedom, literally going from one system to another is not freedom to me. I'm sat and
I agree with that.
I sat and I've listened and I've heard them all.
What's freedom to you then? Tell us what freedom is.
I'm not the one advocating for freedom. I'm just saying
No, you said that's not what freedom. Tell us what freedom is.
Hold on, Shifa.
I thought you was going on mute. The fuck? Yeah. So what I'm saying is, if the whole conversation was about freedom and people being free and the masses being free, why does it make any sense for us to sit here listening from going from one system that I guess is supposed to be oppressing us to another system where I guess
we're not oppressed.
The same thing.
But we're not oppressed.
But
the system where we're not oppressed. Thank you. That's all it was, sis. That's what once you identified that.
You kind of share the mic. Let Beefy speak.
Yeah, but you kind of defeated your argument because you said it's going to be no different.
A minute, I want to hear from Beefy.
I never said that go from a system to another system.
I know you didn't. That's my point. Yeah, I know you didn't.
So why is Beefy talking then if you're addressing me? This don't make sense. You see what I mean? You're saying pass the mic, but look me funny. Can I address what you said?
And I know when you spoke, you didn't speak about another system. You just spoke about freedom.
He spoke about mashing up the world. He thought about mashing up the world. That's what he spoke about.
You know what? Let him speak.
He did though. You know that's the truth. So let's be honest, yeah, sis. What you're saying, in effect, you killed your whole argument for this reason. You said, I wouldn't want to trade one system for another. But guess what? Would you want to trade a system where you're oppressed for a system where you're not oppressed? Let me ask you that question first.
Number one, I didn't say that I want to trade anything for anything.
I didn't say you did. Listen to the question. Just answer the question.
Number two, what I'm saying is if the conversation is about freedom, it makes absolutely no sense to go from one system to another because then it's not actual freedom. Beefy was having a conversation about
the conversation wasn't about freedom. No, the conversation wasn't about freedom. No, Beefy. No, listen. Beefy came up. Beefy came up with a concept of what he thinks, you know, people uniting should be doing, what they should be uniting to do. Yeah, that's what the conversation was about. Now, his concept was based on freedom. I never based my concept on freedom. I based my concept on taking myself out of an oppressive system into one that's not oppressive, and saying that basically sometimes it seems that we're making an excuse and saying the system, but we have the power, we have the resources, we have the finances. How many of us have got 20 pairs of trainers, 10 pairs of shoes, 15 jackets, XYZ? You don't even wear them, but you bought them, you spent money, you got money. I'm going back on mute, so please, now you know the argument, let's keep it where it was.
Mary, anything you want to say? Because I'm done. I'm
No.
done.
Lady D, if you want to crash the system with Beefy, yeah, like I'm not going to be in you lot's way. Like I said to Beefy, you lot can crash the system, but you've got no way of protecting yourself in that situation.
Do you know what? I do want to say something, actually. Shifa, as much as we hear you out, perhaps you should just hear people out, even if they misquote you or something, like, because again, it's just you end up hogging the mic, innit? So it'd be nice if you just let other people have their say when they're actually trying to speak. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, that's fair.
What's on the panel?
Cowboy.
Can I just add something in real quick?
Of course, bro.
I think what I kind of want to start with is replying to Lady Divine in terms of the system that we have now was superseded by superseded a system that was there before. So we're always going to, you know, have to create systems that take over whatever's there now and not working and find ways to fix it. It's always happened. And in the past, we can also see that there were systems that were, you know, kind of what Schiff was saying, that there were systems that were very different to now. You know, there are systems that are not oppressive, that don't encroach on other people's, you know, freedom and so forth. And to kind of also touch on, I think it was MA that said this earlier on, when it comes to military, so when it comes to, you know, violence and so forth. I mean, now, you know, the one thing that we see all across the board is that, the world respects violence. You know, men respect violence. Unless you've got that about you, you're not really going to be able to make any change. So it's very important that whoever's coming in has got that side of things taken care of, military and defense. If you're going to be free, you need to find a way to protect your freedom, because once you're free, someone's going to try and take it away from you. So if people are banding up together, it's very important that there's certain or a system is put together that covers certain aspects of what I'd call our human consciousness. So things like military and defense, things like education, economics, and so forth, so that this new freedom that has been created can actually be sustained.
That makes much more logical sense. Yeah.
That's what man's been saying. That's what man's been saying, man. But like Beefy's position is only problematic because it's reliant upon what really just sounds like faith. Honestly, the faith that your neighbor is not going to try and fuck you up. The faith that you're going to have some kind of unwritten agreement with said other tribes, or you're not even trying to be in a tribe. Furthermore, you're trying to be on his ones, or with his family. You know what I'm saying? And they want to exercise their will and expect that no one is going to try and transgress them.
The thing about it, for me, it's simple. Like, I realize that when you live as a big group, you think you have to build a system. And when you start building a system in a big group, not everyone's going to agree.
100%. 100%. I always say that.
So for me, it's what I said. For me, I don't know why people are so eager to be in big groups and all these things. I'm saying, why are people happy to be by themselves? If I want to go and visit, if I want to go visit you, I come visit you and I go back home.
Nobody today in the conversation, nobody has mentioned anything about being in a big group, though, Beefy. What you're saying is true of people today, But in the circumstances that we've been kind of outlining, no one has said that we should be in big groups. I'm saying that the absence of a system of
If you're by yourself,
accountability
if you're
and
by yourself,
agreement.
if you live by yourself, if you're there by yourself, why do you need the system for?
But you're not going to be by yourself. That's the problem.
But then you're then including groups, but I don't think you're hearing what we're hearing. So we're hearing in one breath you're saying, listen to me, Emma, yeah. In one breath you're saying, okay, no one's mentioning big groups and nothing. But then when Schiffer's talking about climbing out of a system into another system, well, who's running the system?
Yeah, but that's Schiffer. Schiffer's
I'm
talking
saying
about.
so. Therefore, we are including groups then because obviously large numbers of
No,
people.
but I'm talking about a completely different, something
One
completely different.
second.
Yeah.
But Beefy, look, what's happening here is this, yeah, because I've been chatting to both Beefy and Schiffer all afternoon, right? Schiffer is saying, yeah, that he wants to create a system that is outside of the system. What it turns out is the system that Schiffer wants to create is not in fact outside the system, nor is it even a system. It's systemic change that Schiffer's trying to achieve, right? That's what he's doing, right? Beefy now wants to get out of this, wants to destroy the system, but Beefy does not want to, doesn't have
Be
any plan.
dictated to by anybody or
No,
any
but
form
there's
of rule.
that, but he wants that without
Can I
having
clarify one thing, Emma? One little thing, yeah? Just one little point.
Schiffer, man. I'm trying to be clear here, innit? So as I said, Schiffer wants systemic change, right? Beefy wants the system to end, but he doesn't want to have either the responsibility or doesn't believe it's necessary to develop. He thinks that systems are not inevitable in terms of social formation. He thinks that individual will is something that everyone can have, yeah, whether they're in close proximity or far away from one another, and that nobody's will infringe on anyone else's without a set of guidelines that essentially amounts to a system of a moral system.
Correct.
He's just saying, no, we can just be, right? And I have a problem with both angles. Honestly, that's my position, ladies.
Can I just clarify one thing quickly, Emma? Yeah, the one thing I want to clarify is I'm not talking about systemic change. I'm talking about taking control of the actual system and running your own one. So it's not just about change; it's about control. It's more about control. It's more about control.
But when we went into to examples, right? I said, do you think North Korea or China or North Korea primarily are outside of the system because they're doing what it sounds like you want to do?
Not exactly, but obviously when you say it sounds like, this is why it's good to elaborate in the conversation. And I get that MJ and everyone else want to share the mic, but sometimes if we're having a conversation, it's not streamlined very well when we're bouncing from pillar to post.
What's the difference between what you're proposing and North Korea, aside from the fact that they're fucking Koreans, right? And they have their own culture, in terms of the fact that they have their own currency, they have their own weaponry. You can't get in there and do anything. They've got their World Cup came and the Olympics came and they told everyone that they won the Olympics. They won the World Cup. All of their propaganda. No, they did. All the propaganda. All the propaganda had all Usain Bolt behind this Korean guy in second place. So they've got the thing sewn up systemically to an extent. I'm saying, what's the difference between is that what you're trying to achieve? Like autonomy in that sense, economic. They're not relying on anyone for.
Well, that's what I'm more interested in. I'm more interested in economics and obviously laws. I think these are two of the most outdated and redundant factors of the societies we live in now. Even things like schooling, XYZ. But I'd say that the two I mentioned before would take priority. And I think once we can, come up with a better system, it's only going to empower us. It's going to make us more wealthy. Because like I said, if people decided to be within that system, those people will be more wealthy for these reasons. Yeah. When you live in, sorry, one second. When you live in, one second, sis, I'm outlining things for you and you're interrupting me. Yeah. When you live within these systems of control now, it's been said on these panels, which was where I got some of the information from, but not all of it. Whatever system you're within, the hierarchy within that system will retain most of the wealth and will own most of the land, XYZ. All of the taxes you pay every year, whatever, a percentage is going to those people. Now, you could have a different system where it doesn't go to them. It could just go back to the people and we could just better our lives. and
So
make
you
our
want a
lives better.
system with a hierarchy and a taxation system?
No, not a hierarchy. No hierarchy whatsoever. I'm talking about a system
So
where when
who's
we pay
gonna
our
be in
pay our
control? As
taxes,
you said, who's gonna control all of this? Who's
who's
gonna
gonna
take the money
control it?
from people? Who's gonna be the
What do you
tax
mean?
collectors?
The computers, obviously, the app.
Oh, for frick's sake, I'm out. I'm out.
So,
I'm done,
like,
Shifa.
it's just there's too many questions here, Shifa. Like
Well, it's not too
you're
many
just saying
questions.
things.
That
It's
was an
like you're
easy
making it up
question.
as you're going along, but
How
you're
do you
not
pay your
thinking
tax
about
now?
this
You
in
pay it by an
reality.
app, don't you? Hold on. How do you
Fuck
pay your
taxes.
tax now? You pay it by an app,
Who
don't you?
says I pay
What are you
tax?
doing? Well,
Tax
if
for
you
what?
don't pay your tax, then you don't know about paying tax. But anyone who does pay tax, you can pay it by an app. Yeah, what?
Yeah, but
What are
anyone
we
who
doing?
does
Why are
pay
you getting
taxes in
upset?
the system, but like Shifa, as I've said many times, my thing is getting as far away from the system as possible.
I
So
got you. And I understand that. And I'm not, this is the thing, I got nothing against you. I'm saying you do your thing, I'm doing mine, innit? But ultimately, I'm talking about, outside of that system, if people, especially my people, black people, decided that we wanted to unite together and create our own system and create our own structure, these things only cost money,
let me ask you one
The
thing.
system
Do you
that they
want
built,
this? Just one question. Do you want this in the UK?
not necessarily.
So is this where you're like
This is where I'm at now.
The vacant island comes into it? Then you want everyone to like go and basically collectively buy a bit of land together and create a whole new system?
Yeah, why not?
Shifa, sorry. When you say black people, I make sure people are out.
You could buy land in a country that already exists. You don't necessarily have to be in a whole new island. Do you know how that?
When you say black people, are white partners allowed?
Pardon me?
You say black people, are white partners allowed?
Well, why not?
So it's not
Why
black
wouldn't
people
they
then,
be?
is it? So it's not black people
Well,
then,
of course it is. Of course it is.
Sorry.
Of course it is. Of course it is. How does that make sense? Are black people allowed in England? Hold on. Are black people allowed in England?
No,
Are
listen.
black people? No, listen to my question. No, I answered you, brother. Let's be fair. Come on, we're talking sensible. Are black people allowed in England? And England's still a white, and England's still white, right?
Yeah.
All right, done. Argument done. Thank you. So let's just move on.
No,
Let's just move on here.
About the clarity here. But you said it's very important. You said unite. You said black people unite. Like it's more like Kel.
I said especially. Yeah,
One second,
am I welcome?
bro.
Yeah, why not?
One second. But there's people like Kel who say the same thing as Shifa, but saying no black white people allowed. That's why I was trying to.
Yeah, but that's Kel. I'm not Kel. You're not talking to Kel right now. Why are we
that's
involved in his conversation?
That's how I was asking you to be. When you said black people.
Yeah, especially black people.
You said especially at first. You said black people.
I said especially. I did. I said especially about 7 times now.
I've got a good question.
No, I've said it a few times.
Okay, move on.
So you see that you said that especially black people are the rules that are going to be formed and in place, like for the guidelines, or should I say guidelines to be more accurate? Yeah. So the guidelines, are they going to be in the benefit of black people, and what happens to the white people that are joining into the system? Do they?
Well, it's going to be it's going to be to the benefit of everyone. So of course it's going to be to the benefit of black people.
Okay.
That's not even a sensible question, really.
Yeah, because if you're doing rules that are to benefit black people, then I want to know what about the non-black people that join it.
We're doing rules to outdo the system that we're in now, because I'm saying the system's outdated, it's redundant, the law's redundant, so we'd be making laws that are better for people to live under, no matter what color you are.
Okay, I got no more dumb questions.
Sorry, I got my son here, man. I got my son there, innit? So if you're gonna ask a question, please make sure it's like something really relevant, because that wasn't really that.
Oh,
he
is that
said
because
especially black people, then he says it's not a relevant question. Like,
but here's the thing, like Shifa, you're saying what you don't have time
Laws
to
don't
answer
have-
questions
laws don't-
now, but then you
listen,
don't want to share the
sorry.
mic. You got a problem with people asking you
Tell
to
me-
share the
no.
mic, like you just want to have a
No,
one-on-one
sis.
conversation.
No,
Anyways.
I'm saying, no, sis. The reason I'm saying it's not a sensible question is because laws benefit all people. Laws are not, they're colorless. It's not involving color. So when you're talking about does it benefit black people, of course it does. If the law is going to be to benefit the people in that society better than the laws benefit us within the society where we're in now, then yeah, it would benefit
All right,
black
can you
and
give
white.
us an example of some laws that you would implement?
Some laws that I would implement. Cannabis would be legal for one.
Why does that need to be a law?
Why would it need to be a law? Because
Let him
it has
roll,
to be.
Weary. Let him
Because
roll.
if it's not in the law that it's legal, yeah, and that it's not it could be made illegal at some point. You know where I'm coming from? So we're not going to allow for that to happen.
All
again.
right, give me. So that's one example. Give me like 2 more at least.
For example, I'm going to say that people are not going to be fined because their kids didn't go to school.
Okay, one more.
Are we really doing this? Yeah.
Yes, we're really doing this.
One more will be. One more will be.
Yeah. Okay.
One more will be. We definitely won't have things like free strike rule and stuff like that, or we won't be having capital punishments and stuff like that.
Wow, that's gonna embetter black people. Wow,
pedophiles get extradited. Pedophiles will get extradited. Pedophiles will get extradited. If you're like some mass murderer or something, you won't be invited. And if you do do a murder or something, we're extraditing.
So, sorry, Shifa, where are you going to extradite them to, by the way?
Back to where you originally came from.
Which is like, what?
I just told you, you're in England now. So if you came there from England, you go back to England.
Give up the name.
So you have like Shifa, you have a unilateral agreement with all of these other nations that you're outside of the system of.
No, I'm saying that everyone still has their passports, regardless of whether we go and make our own system somewhere else. You still have your passport, don't you? So, unfortunately, what we're doing now, we're asking silly questions. Let's get a bit more grown up about these questions now. Come on, man. I got my son here.
No, we're trying to be real about it, Shifa. That's all we're doing. We're trying to break down realistic examples of what it would look like.
Listen, realistically, it would look like that. I've already said this already, so I'm going to say it one more time. If I have to repeat this again, I'm going to know everyone being ignorant on purpose. I said it would look like the system you're within now, except the laws would not be the same. The governmental system would not be only to benefit the elites, it would be there to benefit you. So if we can just have no more silly questions, I'd really appreciate it, because I've got a child here, man. Come on, man.
Bro.
My fellow panelists, you are acting childish
now. So
silly arguments.
Nothing new, man.
That man said the Atlantean manifesto.
It's not my. It's difficult. Listen, it's difficult being a god among nations.
Shifa, you got your son there. Shush.
You got your son there. Man said you can keep me on passports. I'm dead.
Do you know what? I want to ask them, Cowboy. What do you think of this new system, Cowboy?
Whether we like it or not, we need to create systems. So whether you're in a big group or small group. So for example, even if you're in a family, it's important that you create a system within your families. So things like a code of ethics, certain things that your family is not you and your family are not supposed to do, things that are.
That's right.
And so forth. So whether you like it or not, whether you're alone or in a bigger group, you still need to create some type of system so that you can be progressive. When it comes to something Shifa mentioned, my mind's just got a little foggy now. Yeah, I mean, in terms of people moving away to a different place, I think that system or that unification could still happen even if people are not in the same place. So, for example, you could have people here in the UK, in the Caribbean, in Africa, and they're all part of this one system. So they are living within this system that we have now. But in terms of where their money is invested or their education comes from, there's a separate central system that they've created for themselves. And we've seen groups like, I think someone mentioned this earlier, the Jews do it. I think the Nation of Islam used to do it and so forth. So I think that could be a compromise in terms of being in the system, but having something separate up until you're strong enough to totally detach.
Well, bro, you're preaching to the choir over here. You're preaching to the choir. And I think that ultimately, like I said, everything comes at a cost, innit? There's nothing in this world that doesn't come at a cost. So people have got to be willing to pay. And this is what I'm saying. Certain times, especially with black people, they might be a bit stingy. I think even white people, you're a bit stingy. Maybe, the Jewish people weren't so stingy to each other. That's how they managed to do that. I'm going to say no more.
So, question. I don't know if anyone else. Well, sorry, Beefy and them heard this, but the analogy was that if you imagine that the system is the universe, yeah, that the current system on the planet, on the flat plane, is the universe, and that we don't know. We hear that people say that the universe is expanding, yeah, but we don't know what it's expanding into, and we can't find the edge of the universe. I very much see the system like that currently, that we can't find the edge of the system, right? So by that measure, that's why I say Schiffer is talking about systemic change, because you can't tell me what's outside the system.
Can I respond to that, please? Now, I'm going to say to you, MA, you're looking for the wrong escape hatch. You're looking for a door that doesn't exist. Now, if we deal with the door that does exist, that realistically, we both agreed, we can't operate without systems. It's humans' nature to build systems, to operate within. So I'm going to say this. It's not about destroying the system and taking yourself away from it completely. It's about being in control of the system, because anything you're in control of, you're now responsible for any damage you do to yourself with it. If someone else is in control of it, you can hold them responsible. You can make that excuse. But once you're in control of it, there's now no longer the excuse. And that's what I like to do. I like to alleviate myself of the excuses.
Beefy, has your like position changed at all from what you kind of outlined, or is it still the same?
I agree with you, that everything's a system right now. Wherever we go, wherever you look at it, everything's a system. But I won't use the universe analogy. I'll use a simple one, the prison analogy. When I was in prison, I thought of breaking out. When I was thinking of breaking out prison, I wasn't thinking of like, oh, you know, when I break out, when I break out, I'm keeping it moving away from the system.
Have you ever seen the outside of the prison? Sorry, have you ever seen the outside of the prison, Beefy?
Before that, I thought I had. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Beefy, is it not fair to say that some people are going to go to prison and take control of prison from the inside?
Let me finish, Shifa. Let me finish. So when I came out of prison, I realized I was in a bigger prison. This prison, it's got no walls. Yeah, it's got the illusion of that you can go wherever you want, but wherever you go, there's rules and regulations which you haven't set or agreed to, or even were privy to when those rules were done and made. So all I want is a space where I can be left alone, me, to make my own rules and regulations for myself, not for everyone else. I don't care what everyone else is fucking doing. Do your own fucking shit. Once you escape the prison, go and do your own fucking shit. I don't want to involve. I don't be involved in what you're doing. I don't care if you're gonna be wanking all day or scratching your ass all day. Be happy, do it, fucking do it. But I want to do my own shit. That's what I'm saying. But let's get out of the prison first. Let's not argue about who's gonna be doing what or doing what when you leave the prison. Let's get out the fucking prison first. Shifa's staying. Shifa's comfortable. He's cool. But whoever wants to come out, let's go. When we're out, I'm going my own way. I can't say I won't carry all of you. I can't promise you that. But I'm gonna keep it moving.
MA, I get it now. Now I get why you said what you said, MA. Because where's he going? That's outside. Where is it? Where is it? That's outside. Where are you escaping to, brother? Where are you going?
Schiffer, relax. Axum, you were saying, sis?
Yeah, I'm trying, you know. But Beefy, we need to have a plan when we are done this. Yeah. What is your plan for the rest of us too? Or do you only think about yourself, me, myself, and I? Because at the end of the day, you would always need to, you know, interact with other people too. So what are you gonna do?
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
he did say he's only thinking about himself earlier.
Schiffer, man.
One second. I'm saying your freedom to do whatever you want to do. Don't forget, you got a choice to do whatever you want to do. Don't you want that?
But don't you? I mean, we're supposed to build up a society together too. Yeah, you're not gonna be totally alone, right?
Exactly. So if we agree on certain things, we can move along together. If we don't, we'll go our separate ways. Simple. What's so hard about that?
Axum, I think what he's saying, sis, is because I'm correct me if I'm wrong, Beefy. I'm just trying to piece together your argument, yeah. So from what I'm hearing Beefy saying is, listen, there doesn't need to be no order, no rules, no system in place on the other side, as long as you're just doing your own thing. If you want to be a part of it, do it. If you don't want to be a part of it, don't do it. Stay within the system. But the freedom is on the other side. You don't know what it tastes like. He doesn't know what it smells like. He hasn't been there. He hasn't got there yet. But there's freedom. You don't have to be under a rulership or a guideline. Schiffer's saying, okay, he wants a system, but the system is not going to be like the system we're in now. Nothing like that. He's saying that the system that he's trying to is to get rid of all the rules that are oppressing the people and whatever, and just keep the bits that are in place, i.e., you know, your
ones
kids
that protect us.
Ones that protect him. So it's a case of either you want freedom, sis, or you want to be in another system with just know of the
With
oppressive
limited
rules
freedoms.
and stuff.
Limited
I hear
freedoms.
that, ladies.
Yeah,
I hear
that's
that.
all
Yeah,
I'm hearing. Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that. But Biffy, we need to be realistic, though. Come on, brother. This is
No,
never
I
gonna
think
happen. No, but it's not never gonna happen. You will always be like, we need some rules. What are you gonna do if someone is trying to kill you or whatever? Your family take crops, your food.
this is the thing. The thing. If me and you move along, me and our family move along together, we're growing our food together, we're living together. Why do we need to kill each other? This
Yeah,
is the
but
thing.
people will do some fuckery.
We're
It's to
gonna
make
live
your
with it.
humans, though.
You want to take my shit, I have to kill you. And if you got, I'll die. Simple. I'll fucking kill you, innit?
Mhm. Yeah, but
Simple.
okay. So when you and your friends get along, yeah, in a village setting, you don't want any type of rule at all. Like you all
No,
gonna follow
no, what I'm saying. All I'm saying is that
or code, as
you know what I'm
the
saying.
divine said told me
Like
earlier.
I said, if you're with me when we're on agreement on things, innit? If you don't agree with me, there, pack your bags or I'll pack my bags and
Yeah,
I'll
but
keep it
okay. So
moving.
if someone steps
Simple.
out, what are you gonna do then? Like,
Listen, keep it moving, innit? You can't be part of us anymore.
But hold on, you're not accounting for all of the. So we've got rapists in this world, right? We've got murderers, rapists, all kind of things. Yeah, this is what I said to you earlier on. It sounds like you believe that by removing the system, that all of these types of people and all of the ills of societies will disappear, and that's not going to be the case. How are you going to? There's going to be people. Sorry, wait. There's going to be people that might live way over there, yeah, just next parts, yeah, and they're gonna know that Beefy's got a nice little setup down there, and they're gonna come and try and take your shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're gonna have there's not gonna be any more treaties, no police force, no shared code of conduct, none of that stuff is gonna be there, yeah. Plus, like I said, if the system ended today or started to fracture today, in 20 years' time, not even 20 years, in 5 years' time, all of the guns and ammunition that existed 5 years ago will still be around, and people will have them, but you won't. Right?
Why would I have them? Why is I won't have them?
Because you haven't. Because we've talked about nuclear bombs, we talked about missiles and all that kind of stuff, and you're trying to. My understanding was that your position was that, you know, we don't need violence. Yeah, we don't. There's other ways to do it. That's what you said. There's other ways to do it.
Listen, I said I don't operate under the threat of violence. I do whatever I want to do. If you're gonna come and try to take my peace, I'll have to do something. I'll be violent. Of course, I'll be violent. I'm not saying I'm gonna be softly, passive. I'm saying I just want to do my own shit. Be allowed to do my own shit. If you want to come and interfere with my shit, we'll fight going on. Obviously,
you ended up dead, man.
I'll be dead then. Rather be dead than
you're gonna end up dead.
So
you might last a little while. You might last because you're gonna be on your own. You're not gonna be in a tribe or nothing. You're gonna be on your own. Someone's gonna come and kill you, man.
But then there might be people who might see the fuckery going on in a certain group and say, "Listen, let's just come together, get rid of this fucking group so we can live in peace." That could happen as well, couldn't it?
I think you at the very least you need a tribe. At the very least, you need a tribe. At the very least.
I'm not saying listen, I'm not dumb. I'm not saying I'm gonna be me one by myself.
That's what you said, bro. That's what you said.
But when I'm saying about me, I'm talking about me and my group and who agree on certain things in it. I don't have to agree with every black person to move as one. To me, that doesn't make sense and causes problems.
I understand.
That's what I'm saying.
I understand. Yeah, because I also firmly believe that large formations of people is just not gonna work ever. It never has. It never will. It's just a recipe for disaster, man.
Too many problems to sort out, and some people are going to lose out all the time. But if it's a small group of people who fundamentally agree on a lot of things, I don't see what the problem is. You be living, if a
Yeah,
fundamentally,
so you mean like a village setting, Beefy, right?
yeah,
Which
Yeah.
comes with a system, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
yeah, but I'm not trying to say to you, you got your village there. Now, was your village next to me? I have to impose my system on your system. That's what I'm saying. We don't have
No,
to do
but
that.
there is an understanding between villages too, right?
To just
You're
live,
not gonna
do your own shit,
have
innit? Yeah.
huh?
Yeah,
Yeah.
do your own things. Yeah. Well, and I don't know why people, and most people, I think the fear is people don't like to take control or responsibility of their own lives. They always want to be told what to do or how to do things. That's the conditioning we've been put under. That you're not free. You have to be governed by someone else. I don't want to be governed by someone
Yeah,
else.
because that is the only thing we know, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So if we scratch the whole thing and start from the beginning, I can see that, yeah, and or back home
People,
where they not under, or still they are under the system, but they still keep their
yeah.
own things, of course. But if we could.
But Beefy, just to push back a little bit on your side now. I can't reach you for right now, but just to push back a little on your side of the argument, yeah. Are we factoring stuff like greed, jealousy, envy? You know, these are human traits, yeah. So, freedom or not, humans will still have these traits, and they will carry these traits kind of along with their so-called quote unquote freedom. And I guess that's when you kind of drumming in what Emma's saying, they will still kind of need a system in place of some sort, because you've got to deal with those kind of factors. Yeah.
Just like to me, I would just say like a family setting. This can be like a simple family setting, like you have in your family where there's discipline, isn't it? It's got to be. I'm not saying there's no
So
discipline.
discipline.
Obviously,
Okay,
but yeah, I'm not saying there's no discipline. I'm saying, but within my group, we would have. I'm not sure. I don't talk for the whole black people or for whole humanity. So I like using the word, the term me, because I'm talking about me and my family. Like when I say my family, I'm not talking about me, myself, my family. People are familiar to me. If you want to do our own shit, we should be allowed to do our own shit. We don't have to be get no one's permission, but we're in our own environment, in our own little bubble. You understand?
No, what do you really think? Mary, where are you hiding?
Oh, I'm right here, sis.
Everyone should be doing that.
So I was just, because someone in the chat just said something similar to what I was saying earlier on. If animals have structure, why shouldn't humans? What type is a different question. And this is what I was saying. I don't think it necessarily has to be a system, because when we say system, we think of obviously the system that's in place where we currently are, right? But I think structures, codes, maybe we just again change the language of what we're calling things, then it might sound a little bit more palatable. Do you know what I mean? But I think there definitely needs to be structures in place. I don't necessarily think there needs to be a hierarchy, or if there is going to be a hierarchy, then that should be maybe the elders or the wise ones in the community. Do you know what I mean? And collectively you should decide who they are. But I hear where Beefy's coming from, and that you shouldn't necessarily need to have, like, let's say, written rules, laws, regulations in that sense. You should all just be on the same page or be synchronized, I suppose. But yeah, I think there definitely needs to be some sort of structures.
Yeah, obviously the structure and everything you have to do, but I'm saying I don't want it to be on like a one world stage where I have my rules or go, or else I'm gonna do something. You understand? Well, I'm saying most things we're gonna agree to disagree. So once we agree to disagree, you keep moving, I keep moving. So if it's my family, if we don't agree with what person is doing, they get punished with the family, innit? Go and find your own way out there. You think it's nice and easy. Otherwise, you fall in line. Simple.
I hear you.
Then
I think how I'm thinking right now is that, like, Schiffer's whole system thing, I'm thinking I'm going to escape that. In fact, I'm going to help Beefy to escape that system as well, right? And I don't know, we might throw a few, like, I don't know, let's leave that. We're just going to run away from that system, right? But then, Beefy, sorry, bro, I don't know if I can follow you. At that point, that's where I'm going to let you go and do your thing, and I'm going to find my crowd, possibly. Do you know what I mean? Because I think for me, I would need to know what I'm walking into. And I think that's the question that people are asking right now is, okay, you're saying all of this like, yeah, so long as people get along, but what is it actually going to look like? What is you being out of the system going to look like?
We won't
Yeah,
know.
but don't you see how you just contradicted yourself though? Because you're
You
saying you'll
can
walk
shush.
away
You
from
want bloody robots to control
what?
us. You can shush.
Listen. You said this is what you said. You said we'd walk away from shifter system that gives you more freedom for one, yeah. That also empowers you in the sense that you get to benefit from the riches that the company or the country, whatever you want to call it, accumulates. And you want to go and live what in a country that's going to take from you and take. That don't make no sense. Listen, come to my church. Come to my church. Yeshua will pay you back in cash.
Bro,
What, with the
yours is like a
robots?
system,
With
innit?
the,
For
please
me
must not be
personally,
the
like
robots. With the robots.
I'm about not being in any system, innit? I don't want to be involved in any system in any way, shape, or form. Shifa, yours, this one that we're currently in, like
that's what do me. So I don't. Why people attacking me for doing me? When
you know what?
But you want to do you
when
though,
you say
Shifa. It makes sense. You want to do you, but it makes sense.
That's a contradiction. Do you know why? Because even people who live nomadic, yeah, they have their own way of life, their own structure. They have a system, a structure,
culture. Yeah,
that's
but
right.
they don't have a system. They don't have a police system. Shifa, you want a police system? You want a whole police station of your own? From a head that I am out, bro. OUT out.
Well, I think unfortunately,
because I don't see the travelers. I do not see the travelers with no police system of their own. I
Hold
see
on,
that they protect and they secure themselves. You try fuck with them or their land, believe you're gonna know about it. But they ain't calling no police. They don't need to have no police station.
Same goes for the Rastas.
I hear you, but I don't hear you.
Same
Because
for the
listen,
Rastas.
sorry, no, that's falsified information. I'm going to show you how what you're saying now is false. Those same travelers live in a country where there is police, do they not?
Yeah, they live in a country where there is police.
All right. So if I meet a traveler, yeah, out on the road, yeah, who's worked hard for his money, yeah, and I steal his car, steal his things, he's not calling the police, no?
Hell no.
No.
You say you steal this? All right, cool.
Bro, you think you're number one, you're not going to be able to steal this car, and if you do, good luck to you, innit? I hope you like kissed your anyway. Just yeah.
If you want people that are disingenuous, yeah, this is what I do. I'm going to break it
No,
down.
but you see, I like you got to understand that I have family that are travelers, innit? So I know how they live, Shifa.
So if
I know how they live. You're not going to get to steal. You're not going to get to steal their car to begin with because their shit is going to be secure. Because any land that they're on, they are going to have that secured. You are not going to be able to get on without a bunch of little bloody Jack Russells barking at your ankles and alerting them that somebody unfamiliar is coming towards the land. Right? Then they're going to have trucks and caravans parked in front of anything that is valuable. Believe these people know how to secure themselves. They have been on the road unprotected by any system for centuries. They've learned how to look after themselves. That is true.
No. If I go to the roads
and do what they want, ain't no police telling them what to do.
Listen, that's not true. That part's not true neither. Yeah. Because when the police went into the gypsy site in, where was it? I swear it was in Thamesmead or somewhere the other day, not too long ago. People got shot, people dead. So let's not talk shit. You get police too, and ultimately, if I steal a gypsy guy, you're doing this thing of shouting over me again. Come on, let me finish. Let me finish.
What you're saying?
We heard you. We heard you already.
We heard you already because of the laws, but they ain't calling the police if you steal their car, bro. They're gonna deal with you themselves.
Are you finished? All right, we heard you. I don't believe you because I know, for a fact that if a gypsy person has a car that's on a British road. Yeah, for one, that car has to be insured. They have to be insured, isn't it? Now, whether they do it, they do, you could argue that every gypsy person is driving around illegally, but I'm not gonna make that argument unless you do, because you know your people better than me. Yeah, but I'm gonna say this. I can't
speak for each and every one of them, innit? But go on.
All right. So therefore, if we're gonna speak in legal terms, they have to be insured. And if their car gets stolen, just like any other person's car, you can't go around like some vigilante smashing people up because they stole your car. You're going to jail, mate. What's going to happen is you're going to have to report your car stolen.
You don't have to.
Yeah,
you don't have to. You don't have to.
Yeah,
all right. So here's the thing, Shifa. What I'll say to that is I would agree with you that they may be insuring their car because obviously we know how the police move in it. They got the ANPR and all of this, so it's not so easy. Now, I know for a fact travelers back in the day was getting away with whatever they can in it. So if they can get away with stuff, they will. However, now the likelihood is if they're driving around, if it's their family car, whatever, they probably have got some insurance, tax, and all the necessary paperwork, etc., to go with that. However, if that car gets stolen, I say if, right, because it's highly unlikely you're going to be able to steal from a traveler without them catching you in the act, right? But if you do manage to get away with it, the chances are they don't really give it. Like, they're going to care, obviously, they're going to be pissed off. But in terms of making an insurance claim and going down that route, they're probably not going to do it, to be honest, because they're just going to take some cash out of their trailer and go and buy another one.
I get you. And even if they don't report it, someone else, for instance, I'll give you the scenario, yeah? Let's say me, MA, and the rest of the guys all got together and said, you know what? These gypsy guys, they're taking over all of this land and they got it for free. We want some. And we just decided we're turning up on the gypsy side, we're putting our caravan here and we're kicking you that out. Yeah. And there might be more of us than there are gypsies there at the time. Yeah. You're going to call police. How are you going to take the land? How are you going to get your property back?
He's being silly.
You know what?
Look,
Shifra, you can make as many arguments as you want.
Listen to me, yeah. At the end of the day, the end of the day, the point boils down to this. At the end of the day, no matter what community you come from or whichever way of life you practice, it will be more suitable for you to live under Beefy's thing because it's free. So once you're over there and you're free, you can practice whatever the hell you want to practice. There ain't no, so if you want to have your own little community of
like
20, 30, 60 people, whatever, 100, whatever,
100
then you can, you're free to do that in your
to
own
be 100
community.
pedophiles. That's right.
The point,
that's right.
Can you stop interrupting me, please? The point is that because on his side of it, the world, it's free to do whatever you want. Therefore, because there is no rules, you can free to practice your own cultural practices, your own way of life, whatever it may be. Whereas under Schiffer's one, you're going to be dictated to by robots. Let's be clear.
No, you're not going to be dictated to by robots. Lady Divine, I've come to realize that you have some kind of, I don't know if you have an issue with listening.
Bro,
now, let me finish. You didn't ask me. No,
you said robots, bro.
No, that's not what I said. That's not what I said. No, that's not what I said. 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 No, that's not what I said. That's not what you asked, and that's not what I said. You said, how is the voting system going to be controlled? Yeah, no, sorry, how are people going to pay? No, sorry, no, she asked how are people going to pay their tax? How are people going to pay their tax? You're finished. You're done out here. Listen, stop chatting shit. Yeah, you asked how people going to pay their tax. I said, but yes, you did. Play it back, please.
I asked you, who will the tax collectors be? And you said the computers.
Now there's three voices going all at the same time. Listen. What you're doing now is chatting shit. Rewind it back and I'll prove it if you really want to. But I think we're wasting time here. Just accept that I'm right. Accept that you don't listen very well. Listen.
No, Shifa, stop talking about, no, Shifa, because you're just doing this whole confusion thing.
She said, how would you pay your tax? I said, by the app. Yes,
I did. I said computers. Okay,
that's right.
Computers.
Yeah, that's right. But in reference to how you'd pay your tax. So stop chatting shit. Move on. Anyway, like I was saying, what you need to do
so can Lady D finish speaking now?
No, I finished. I was answering her. You're talking over me. I was answering her.
But I never asked you a question.
Listen, I don't care. Listen, I want my time to speak, and now what you're doing is you're interrupting my time to speak, and then telling me to be quiet. Come on, this is insane. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go on mute. You don't have the conversation.
Thank you. Lady D, if you want to finish what you were saying.
I never asked him a question.
You are retarded, man. Come on. This is why women can't be involved in men's conversations, because it's like, come on, ladies.
It's not a man's conversation. It's not a man's conversation
because you don't control your egos. Come on, man.
All right. If you want to talk about a man's conversation, then I don't know what you're doing here. So, Lady D, if you want to carry on, and let's see if Shifa can put his ego aside for 2 seconds to let you continue speaking.
Big up, Mary. Yeah, all I was just simply trying to say is it'd be better for, I guess, if people want to practice their own cultures, their own way of life, to live under the way Beefy's presenting it, because on Beefy's side there is no rules, there is no regulation. So therefore, if it's a kind of a free-for-all kind of thing, just to simplify it, then anyone can practice any way of life they want to under Beefy's side. Whereas I don't know what
you've already said. You're repeating the same rascal thing. Is what I mean. Sorry, no. This is out of order. This is bang out of order. You see what you lot did right there? Let MJ, not being funny. You should be ashamed of yourself for that one. At the end of the day, you're cutting me off. Listen, and now Beefy's cutting me off. So everyone's gonna cut me. Hold on one second.
All right, but
Everyone's gonna cut me
you're
off my
just
sentence.
you're just complaining
Right,
because
you
you
go
think
on.
Lady
Repeat
D
what you said
repeated
again.
herself, but you're gonna but we have to listen to you every time you want to repeat yourself. Shifa, just relax for a minute. Like seriously, just take a couple of deep breaths and relax. It's not that deep. Pause.
It is that deep though, because what you're doing is telling me to be quiet when other people are repeating the same thing they already said, and I was just trying to respond.
All right, do you have a point to make, Shifa?
I was trying to make my point, but you keep cutting me off.
Would you like to make your point now?
I'm trying. So like I was saying, Lady D, unfortunately, you have a problem with listening. And I've noticed this about you for a long time. And I've noticed it about a lot of the sisters. There's certain sisters who are very good at listening. They're extremely good at it. But there's certain ones of you sisters that have a problem with listening. So what it is that because you're not listening properly, you're not really hearing what the person's saying. Then you're asking them a question about something they already said. And now it's just getting ridiculous. I'm saying to you, really and truthfully, Lady D, you're saying that you'd be happy because you'd be outside of the system. But I'm telling you, you're more reliant upon the system than me. So who are you to make that statement? MJ says, you know what? Well, travelers ain't reliant upon the system. Tell me why the travelers have not gone and got their own land outside of the country then, or outside of any country and done their own thing. Because they're
They
reliant
have
upon
land
the system.
in. Why do they
You're
need to
not,
go
I'm not even
outside
finished.
of
Not even finished.
Why
You
do
see
they
it again,
need to
brothers?
go?
The brothers,
No.
now you know,
Why
don't
do
bring
they
women
need
to a
to
man's
go
conversation. I
outside
got
of
on
their
mute.
own
Mary,
country?
do not respond to him, sister, because at the end of the day, no one asked him a question. Nobody even
Listen,
said that. What
let's
I
make a
actually
very
was talking, what I actually was doing, Mary, was talking to you
So,
directly,
Emma, you
saying
see
that
how they cut me off,
Mary,
but then they're going to say, when
ask
I cut them off,
Mary,
come on,
You're
brother.
making
if we
1.5.
want to live, whether you want to be
Sorry, what's
Rasta,
going
whether
on?
you want to
What's
be
that?
Muslim,
What's
whether you want to
happening,
be
man?
whatever you want to practice, it will just make more common
Emma,
sense to
you
live
need to talk
under
to the sisters because
Beefy's
they're being
thing
disrespectful
because
now.
it's free to do
See, if I
so.
talk,
He's repeating the same thing 5 times and cutting me
But I'm
off
not
from saying
talking to
something
you,
new.
and the reason why it's taking longer is because you keep interrupting the conversation between me and Mary. That's why it's taking long. No one's talking to
You
you,
weren't
bro.
having no conversation. You're
Stay
trying
on
shit
your,
again.
stay in your
Stop
lane.
lying.
I clearly said Mary 4
Look,
times.
you see, when you're talking to me, you have to address me the same way
But I'm
you would
not
address
talking to you. That's the whole
any
problem. You
respectable
keep
man.
trying to invoke yourself. Nobody's talking to you. That's the
Look,
problem.
Look,
look,
Shifa, the problem is
you're
getting
being
to the
ridiculous
point
now.
now where no, you're being ridiculous because you clearly have a problem that the sister's speaking full stop. You already said a minute ago, this is why women shouldn't be involved in man's conversation. This isn't a men's conversation. This is an open panel. It ain't exclusive to any gender or race or anything. So I don't want to hear that bullshit coming out of your mouth because what that's showing me is that your ego is getting in the way. So I'm saying if it's getting to that point, Shifa, just fall back. Let us have a constructive conversation. We don't need to do this tit for tat like playground bullshit right now.
What you just did. This is what I mean. And then it's like you make a
I
statement
know
like
what
that.
I'm
Hold
saying.
on,
We
MJ.
don't, but we
You're
don't
cutting me
need,
off my
and you're
sentence
gonna
before I even
carry it
started
on.
it.
I'm trying to.
Before I even started the
So
sentence, you're
anyway, no,
talking.
Shifa, we're not gonna
What's the
do
point?
this. So, Lady D, I hear
You lot
you.
chat, man.
Welcome H to the panel, and maybe H or MA or Cowboy
Wait,
or
Emma, you saw
Axum
that
or
though, right?
someone else might want to speak.
Emma, you see why I go on how I go now, though, right?
No,
And this is what I
H,
mean,
say
MJ. I ain't
something.
gonna say no more than that. I gotta say
No,
no
one sec.
more.
One
No,
sec.
The
One sec.
disrespect.
I haven't
big up,
been
man.
listening. I've been beefing
I
with some
think,
people.
Amy, after you, man.
I
After
don't
you,
know
man.
what's going on. I don't know what you lot are arguing about, but allow it, innit?
Brother, we're not even arguing. They're just being disrespectful. That's the dumb thing about it.
Move on, innit? Move on. H.
I have. I've
let's
literally
try.
moved on,
Yeah,
but obviously, brother, this is MA. I've been trying to talk here for the last 20 minutes, and every time I'm speaking, the ladies keep cutting me off because they don't like the fact that it makes them look stupid what I'm saying. Yeah. Now I get it. I wouldn't like it if someone said something that absolutely refutes everything I said and makes me look ignorant. But unfortunately, you still got to give me my time to speak as much as you're having your time. So what you do, you keep cutting me off till I forget what I want to say. I've noticed the tactic now. So I'm going to go on mute.
No, it's all good, man. It's all good, man. Let's try and you know, let's just try, innit? Like no one's perfect, man, but if we can just try, then no, it's all good, man. Yeah, I just wanted to say I think there's an opportunity now, which is that if we can see more minorities, especially the black community, take police officer positions, and then we will see less police brutality. We can have more trust. We can build a mutual trust with the police. If there's more black people, more Sikh people in the police, then you know, then we wouldn't
Okay. Who's paying you to advertise to recruit for the police?
Can I just say, yeah? some of the most brutal policing happens on the continent of Africa. So I don't know what the Ross is talking
We're talking about exactly. Fuck the police.
Yeah, sure. Forget that point, man. That's a stupid point. Make it up. Try again.
Brother, you see the thing is, MA, yeah? MA, you see what the thing is, brother, yeah? This is the thing now, yeah? The reason I wasn't getting at MJ or Lady Divine, that's what I'm saying. It's not an argument. They're being a bit brother, let me just make my point. What's wrong?
Nah, bro, but just move on. We get it. Fast.
I don't want to move on. Why are you telling me this is what I mean? Beefy says he wants everyone to be free, but he wants to dictate what I talk about. But we're supposed to be free, right?
Who are you addressing though? Who are you addressing?
Don't waste your time.
I'm addressing MA Brown. I'm addressing MA Brown. So I'm saying to MA Brown, yeah? That MJ cut me off just now, yeah? Because I was making a very good point about the fact that these people who we call travelers, she says that they live outside of the system. But hold on. How many of these people are British citizens? How many of these people have got the same paperwork that we've got? Yeah? How many of these people have got jobs that pay taxes? And the ones that don't pay taxes, I'm not going to argue and say they don't exist. I'm not going to say there's not people who's not trying their best to not cooperate with the system. I'm not going to argue that case. I'm just going to say you still live within the boundaries of it. Am I wrong for saying that, MA?
Sorry, say that again.
I'm saying, you know what I mean? Like, people got a problem with listening over here. Listen.
Yeah, so I was going to say, I don't have a problem with listening. And that's not what you said. What you said is, why don't these people buy land in a different country? And I interrupted you to say, why should they have to leave their countries, their own land, to buy land somewhere else? They're happy living. They are happy living how they are by being as far away from the system as they possibly can be.
So hold on,
you clearly don't know anything. You clearly don't know
Irish
anything.
people English.
I'm talking about Irish or English right now. We're talking about travelers. You clearly don't know anything about
England.
You're talking about. You clearly don't know anything about the traveler's way of life. When you go and you find out a bit more about traveler's way of life, maybe then we can have this conversation.
MJ, it's not about traveler's way of life. It's about the fact that the travelers still live within this system. So it don't matter if you try not to apply the rules.
They may still be within.
They
may still be within certain boundaries of the system. But what you were saying in terms of, oh, they'll call the police if I try and steal their car. They'll call the police if this happens. And I'm telling you, they will not call the police in any of those circumstances.
Okay, so if someone raped their child, they're not calling the police.
They're gonna find him and
I got you. No, I got you, man. I got you.
No, they're not.
Whatever happens,
Mary, don't waste your intelligence.
I don't listen. It's not listen. You think this is the argument because your level of intelligence is that low sometimes, and I'm saying to you, I'm not arguing with you. I'm not going to finish the sentence again, and you're still talking. This is what I mean. All right. So realistically, it's you that's bringing down the level of the channel there.
Insults because of your lack of intelligence.
I rest my case, MA. Every time I'm speaking, MA. Have you noticed this, brother? And then it's like people try to play this morality card, like, oh, you're talking over people, Shipper. No, why don't you give other people a chance to talk? Just to cut me off.
You're talking about people being
anything to say, not because you got any sensible.
You want to talk about my lack of intelligence.
Oh my God. Listen, you're cutting me off again because you know you don't look intelligent right now. You know what I said hurt.
You know what? I'm going to keep on doing it. You see, because it pisses you off, I'm going to carry on doing it.
It's not pissing me off. It's pissing you off.
What are you going to do about it?
I'm going to eat my dinner.
What you going to do about it?
I'm going to eat my dinner.
Why don't you mute up while you do that?
How about I don't?
Yeah, I do.
How about I sit here and chomp in your ears?
I do
the same way that you're talking over me every time I'm trying to say something. You know, like that.
Yeah, this is very, very mature. You know.
I do agree with Shifa though. Like, if something happened to my mum, then I would expect her to call the police. You know what I'm saying? Like, me personally is a different thing, but the elderly, like, they got to call the police, man.
Yeah, we're not talking about that, man.
That's what we're talking about, man.
Well, no, not.
And you know, so yeah, you gotta call the police, man. Like,
H, man.
We're not even gonna ask H how his system will run because you know it'll all be Indian everything.
H, if you're an Irish traveller, you can't call the police. No, listen, if you're an old lady and you're an Irish traveller, you can't call police. You're done out here. You have to hold your box.
H, what system would you like to see?
If you're an old woman and you're an Irish traveller, guess what? Your sons are gonna protect you.
And if you ain't got no sons, you just hold a box. Simple.
Okay.
Your sons, your nephews, your cousins, your brothers. They have a family structure in place.
And if there's a greater force than them, you're all holding a box. Well done.
That's you. That's the way of the world, isn't it? That's the way of the world, man.
Well, this is the thing. She thinks I'm arguing with her. This is the dumb thing. Like, this is retarded behavior. Because I'm really not arguing with her. I'm agreeing with her. Cool.
So, H, do you like the system we're living under right now?
No, I think the solution, right? The solution, I think, is that we need to, the minorities, we need to take on, once we need to become police officers, we need to become police constables, we need to become judges.
But H, 1 second. When you say minorities, who are the minorities? When you say minorities, how do you say minorities? In the world or just in the UK? I'm talking about the world.
I can only speak for UK. I'm speaking for UK.
But I'm talking about the world at the moment, the system. When I'm talking about the world, the system around the world.
We're talking about the world, are we?
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll fall back, man.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, these are basically talking about lawless societies over here. And I'm saying any lawless society is a flawed one. Yeah. It's destined to fail from the outset. So as far as I'm concerned, I hear what people are saying, and I'm not even, it weren't taking a shot at MJ or Lady D in saying that that's what they want. Yeah. But I was saying to Lady D and to MJ, they would actually be more reliant upon the system than I would be as females alone. Yeah. Now, unfortunately, the whole analogy of what I tried to make with MJ, it went south because it's like she's not really ready to hear what I'm going to say. But I know some people, yeah, are going to be in situations where they may not be part of the community no more even. So now they have to integrate. There has to be a fallback plan for them. Otherwise, why on earth would you be here? If you were so secure just doing your own thing, you wouldn't be in this country. You don't even like England. Don't even like English people. Why are you here then? That makes no sense. That's how I'm looking at it. And then the same thing I'm saying to the black people who are here. Oh, we don't like England. We don't like the rules. We don't like the fact that they're prejudiced to us. We don't like this. We don't like that. So why would you want to remain in that system, Lady D? It sounds ridiculous what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that there's no way the system that I proposed could not benefit anyone. It's impossible. If you're paying tax anyway, yeah, for the people who ain't, cool. Maybe you need to keep that quiet. Stop spreading those type of things around because it might catch up to you. And I ain't trying to be the reason for that. But I'm saying everyone should be paying their tax anyway. So if you're paying your taxes anyway, guess where it's going? It's going to funding things that don't help you personally, don't help your actual immediate community. Yeah, it goes to funding gunboats and tanks and all sorts of nonsense that we don't necessarily need to pay for. Yeah. Maybe we need to pay off another country or, you know, pay off the state, their tithes so that their gunboat can protect us. So we know we're not out here naked. Yeah. But at the same time, it's about laws, legislation, and it's about, you know, governance. That's what it's really about. Because within that, those laws and legislation and governance, if you're in control of it, then that is freedom. That's the best freedom that's the best freedom you're going to ever get.
You finished?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like I know that like Muslims, Islamic law, they have their governance, their way of ruling a people is based on an idea of submission, which is submitting to Allah's main advisors, their priests, their kings, and who are seen to be the manifestations of Allah. So no matter what they say, fair or unfair, you know what, we must unwillingly and unquestionably submit to it. And Hindus have a method of governing a people which is based on an idea of fear, right? So the bottom people, they fear in some way or another the lawmakers. So Guru Nanak, he introduces a new method of governing a people. Sacha Sahib Sacha Nyai Bakya Bo Abad. He says that our method of governing a people is based on compassion. So if there was a world, if there was a way to govern a people, rule a people, it would be based on loving and fairness and compassion. and you know.
Yeah, I mean, what I would to understand very well the word government. I don't
I
know what.
actually agree with H for once.
I was talking though, and that's cool. But
But that means it'll be flexible.
Can I talk though, Shiva? I was talking.
Beefy, just go on mute, bro. Just go on mute. Let him have his thing. Let him do his
No,
thing.
stop, man. Go on, Beefy.
Was the word government itself means to govern your mental. So if you're gonna let someone else govern how you think, good luck to you. I'm saying be free of it, be sovereign in it. Govern
What
your
if
own
you're
mental.
governing how you think? What if you're the actual? What if the people are governing how they think? What's the problem with that?
Nothing wrong. But all I'm saying, people should don't let anyone else govern your mental. Be your own government in it. Just be sovereign. That's all I'm saying. I'm not arguing with you, Shiva. I'm not looking for no argument here.
That's why
No, I
when
wasn't arguing. I was just asking the question to see where your mind was at with that. Because obviously, from the perspective of the females who've spoken, they said they just don't want to be governed in no way, shape, or form. And that's why I asked, would it be a massive problem for you, Beefy, if you was in a situation where you said, all right, we're not under British government no more. We're under a government where every vote actually counts now. And we make the decision. The people make the decision. There's no politician, no one like that. And we got our own system, whether it be computerized or whatever, however we've ensured the protection of it. And we live like that. What's the problem with
Can
that?
I just ask the members of the panel? Can I just ask the members of the panel? Did anybody hear me or Mary J or Axum say anything about not being wanting to be governed by any way, shape, or form? Did anyone hear those words? Thank you.
No.
Yeah, you did. You said in Beefy's system, we just be completely free and be free to govern ourselves.
That's not what I said either.
What did you say then? You repeat what you said.
I said to Mary Jen, because I was speaking to Mary Jen, but you felt the need to keep interrupting consistently. I said to her, Mary Jen, if that's the case, if you're talking about from the community's perspective, like how each community moves, I can relate because obviously I know the Rastas don't deal with the police or nothing. It will make more sense then for those kind of communities to go underneath Beefy system where there is no rules. They can practice whatever they want. That's all I simply said. You
so why
decided
aren't
to
they
be on
under
your
them now?
period. You decided to be on your period and just get all emotional and go on a fucking tirade for nothing.
Well,
Now
why
eat
aren't they
that,
under a
eat
system
that,
like that?
and go on mute.
So why aren't
And
they
go on mute.
why aren't they under a system like that now? And this is what I mean. You're disingenuous as well. I think we should rewind back what she said. Because I'm telling you, see when people lie, I got a photographic memory. I remember things. And you see the next thing is, yeah, when you make another ridiculous statement to try and cover up your lie and make yourself look even dumber than you made yourself look
Just
before.
play it back
It's
and
like,
stop arguing because we're tired of listening to
no,
you.
you play it
We
back.
really are
I
tired.
don't listen. I don't even want to play
I
it
know
back.
what I said.
Nah,
I
you're the
repeated
one.
it word for word. I
You're the one
literally
who brought up
repeated
playing
it
back
word
stuff.
for word, and yet you're still looking for a problem when you've just been blasting your face. Nobody said these words. Nobody.
Look,
Absolutely
sis,
nobody.
I'm not being funny, yeah? If you want to go and play it back, play it back. I ain't even got time for that. I'm not wasting no more time on this. I'm just going to say this. Realistically, lying won't help you here. You're making yourself look more stupid. At the end of the day, if people like MJ, who come from a travelers community then, yeah, were better off in a system that was like
Again, not what
Beefy's
was
one.
said.
Well, what did you just say? What did you just say?
He's fucking it
What did
all
you
up.
just say? What did you just say? Where is people like MJ better off, or whatever you just said? Repeat what you said?
I said communities. I never
Communities,
said
yeah.
MJ. I never said nobody in particular. I said it will just make sense. It's better for people in those kind of communities to live under Beefy's rulership because there's no laws. It's just that fucking simple.
All right,
You're
let's keep it
looking for
as
a
what you
problem
said.
that ain't
Let's
there,
keep it.
bro.
Now you've revealed
Fall
what you
back
said.
and go on mute.
Now
Go
you've revealed
on
what you
mute.
said. Now that you revealed what you said because you like to chat too much and make people forget what you said, I'm going to now address it. Now, realistically, if those communities would be better under a system like what
He's losing his mind again.
Beefy's imposing, they'd already be under it because those people are already in that position. Remember, they have the ability, probably the know-how, and the means to do it already, but they're not doing it. They're choosing to remain here. They're choosing to be in England. So what are you doing? You're chatting
Why
shit.
should they
Come on,
be?
man. You lot are retards, man.
All right,
I'm gonna have
cool.
to send you back to school and get your education.
Schiffer. Where do you think, right, these travelers should go? If they're from, let's say, the Irish travelers who are from Ireland or the English travelers who are from England, where should they go?
Somewhere that's not here.
Why?
Because if they're so unhappy with it and so disgruntled by it, why would you remain? And you don't have to.
See, here's the thing, right? No one's saying they're unhappy and they're disgruntled. They are living their life as far away or as out of the system as they possibly can.
Well, then
right?
Lady D is wrong. Then
They
isn't
don't
she? They wouldn't
utilize.
be better off. They wouldn't be better off in a system like
If they
Beefy's.
had to
Then
choose,
would
no.
they?
If they had to choose between, no. If they had to choose between yours and Beefy's, then yes, they would fit in Beefy's category a lot
Hell
better
no.
than they would fit in
That's
yours.
all we're
Because
simply
you,
saying, Mary. That's all we're
To
simply
the
saying, but he
no.
can't get
You're
it.
no.
all right,
I'm saying
Shifra,
I
let's
get what you're
agree to
saying, but I'm
disagree,
saying
innit?
yeah, hell to the no. That's what I'm saying. And I'm
All right,
saying
cool, but that's your opinion.
if those people listen, if those people would be better off in those situations, I guarantee you they would have done it already. I know
But
that for a
Shifra,
fact
what
because
I'm
they've got the
They
saying,
means.
do
They're in
something
the.
that ain't there yet.
You're
but
now
Shifra,
chatting
they're doing
over me
it.
again because you can't handle the fact that
All right,
listen,
hold on, Shifra,
someone
hold
else is
on.
making a point that
Shifra,
cancels your
no,
point,
but
and you've got
you
your
can't
knickers in
just
the teeth.
overtalk. You can't just
Go on.
overtalk people all the time.
You're
What I'm
both talking
saying,
though.
okay,
Go on.
but can I just make one point, please? All right, to help you to understand something. The travelers are already living like that. The travelers have been living like that for centuries, right? As obviously the system has become different, as we just explained about the driver's license and that, right? As far as they could get away with it, they were going to get away with it. Now, because the system is slightly different, yes, they live in a system that is in a country that is governed by a particular system, right? They may get pulled over by police and we know that they're getting arrested left, right, and center, and they're in prison and all of this. So in that sense, they can't escape the fact that there is a system on the land that they live in. However, would they choose to be a part of that system? Do they utilize that system like the police, etc., etc.? No, they don't. They're not going to call the police just because someone has stolen their car. That is the point that I was making. Simple
You think
things
the
like
police
that.
is the pinnacle of this conversation, and I realize now this is why you've put all your eggs in one basket, and this is why I'm saying to you, lot, it doesn't sound very intelligent when you say things like this. Because watch this. Although you say that, are there laws and are there rules within this country that protect those people?
That protect them?
Yeah, to any way, shape, or form. That offer them any type of security.
If someone
Simple.
if someone kills a traveler, then they can there's laws.
That's right. Thank you. So it's just a non-argument. MA, this is what I'm saying. Can I finish? Can I finish? MA, you see again. They want to chat. I want finished. I'm not finished. I'm not finished. What are you responding to? I'm not
finished. How long are you gonna fucking talk?
Because you want to run off your mouth for
what
another
I'm saying?
fucking
The
10 minutes
sisters
and then
can't
I forget
handle
the
it,
fucking
MA.
point.
And now they're screaming down the microphone because they can't handle. They cannot handle true power. They can't handle it. And you see someone like myself, I'm gonna get them mad. I'm gonna get them mad.
Shifra, correct. You are right. Do you know what? In fact, yeah, you just carry on talking, innit?
Everybody just calm down.
I'm done talking, brother. I'm not chatting no more. You lot chat, man.
What's going on? I don't know what's going on, Ashley. It's crazy. I don't know.
Everybody
Actually,
calm down.
Actually, I'm calm, brother. I'm saying they can't handle the conversation, and when you tell them the
No,
truth,
it's not
that
about
doesn't.
not handling
Sorry,
the conversation, though.
Axum, you were doing really well, sis. You were doing really well. You was the only one. You was the only one. You was the only one who wasn't involving yourself in that equation. Yeah. Now you're involving yourself. Now you're involving yourself. There's no listen.
But you need
Axum,
to understand
there's no
something, though,
need.
Shifa. It's not only about you, you know.
No one cares about anyone like that. I'm not talking about me. We're talking about everyone. And the thing is, Axum, no, fuck that. What I'm saying to you is that's an emotional response. This is why you went. No, sorry. Can I respond?
Let him go. Someone put the timer on and let him speak.
Put the timer on and let me speak. Thank you. Let me just respond to Axon quickly. I'm saying that's an emotional response. The person speaking, if they've got a good point to make, you don't cut them off just because other people want to talk. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it there. Anyone who's retarded enough to believe that's sensible behavior, then we're just not on you're not on my level, innit? I'm going on mute.
Got fire in your soul. They call it aggression.
Some may say, like, I think we need a system where we are taught from an early age how to invoke love for other people.
Yeah, fuck all of that. What I'm saying is, right?
Yeah.
Schiffer's either on his reds or his girl's on her reds, and he ain't getting no sex this weekend.
I'm going.
That was a good shot, but it didn't hurt because it's not the truth. The truth is, MJ, that I'm trying to have a sensible conversation with you guys, but there's some people who just want to speak for the sake of speaking, and that's really frustrating. And the fact that all the females seem to agree with this behavior. Oh, you should just let other people speak for the sake of it. That don't make no sense.
No, we didn't
We're
say
trying to
that
progress the conversation. You did. Oh my God, whatever, man.
Sorry. Yeah, okay, I'm here properly now. Yeah, Axum, can you give us a summary of the debate, please?
Can I? I zoned out like 10 times.
Let me give you.
What the hell? Like, this is long.
Can you ask her to summarize what she just said and explain how that doesn't mean just let people speak when they haven't even really got nothing to say? Can you please summarize that? I'm just like, come on, but this is getting ridiculous.
No, but
brother.
you're being sexist today, though, Shifa.
I'm not being sexist. You guys are the ones doing it. If it was the man them, if it was the man them doing it, I would have highlighted the man them are doing something. The man them won't start bitching and get their knickers in a twist. They'd have realized, hold on, do you know what? We're saying to Shifa to stop talking about something when he's got a point to make just because someone else wants to speak. Then when the other person speaks, they're repeating themselves, for goodness sakes. We already heard that. And then when I prove that that people are doing this, it's like you're just saying things for the sake of it. Like
You've
you said,
repeated that 4 times now.
And why do you think she is repeating herself, though, Shifa? Because you're not getting it.
It don't matter if I get it. It matters that you said it once. I've heard you. I don't have to get it the way you expect me to. I just have to understand it the way I understand it.
It's not all about you.
Well, if I've heard it, why would I need to hear it twice, 3, 4 times?
I give up.
No, but if you listen, sis, if I told you something that you disagree with, I'm not going to keep repeating the same thing to you. Like I'm expecting you to start agreeing at some point.
Can we just move on now? Because now we've lost Lady D. Like, because of all this over talking.
Yeah, but she weren't chatting no sense.
Wait,
she went chatting no sense.
But now, Shifa, this is what you need to stop doing, because it doesn't matter if you think people are talking sense or not. Everybody is welcome to speak and have an opinion on a topic on this panel. And you putting the women down talking about lack of intelligence and weak arguments and all of this, and women should not be involved in men's conversation. You should know by now, I am not going to have that. No one around here, in fact, is going to have that. You are not going to do no separation or divide or putting women down like we shouldn't be involved. Bro, do you not understand? I will kick you off this fucking panel right now.
It's the Hebrew Israelite in him. You can't help it, man.
This is not separation and saying women can't be involved. No, that's not fair. This is me saying to the women on the panel who have said specifically, you did it first. You said, let's let a Lady Divine speak. I said I was responding to what Lady Divine said. You said, no, let her speak. So I let her speak, and she repeated the same thing she had just said. So I said, well, what was the point in that? That's not being fair, is it? It's like you're dictating to the conversation so that people can repeat themselves because you want me to forget what I'm saying. Now you're doing it again. You're talking over me. Once I'm in the liquid flow, MA, I'm going on mute.
You've made a point, and I'm just going to explain, because sometimes you also interrupt, and when you interrupt, it means we don't get to hear the point that the person was making. So in that instance, Lady D was speaking. You then start talking over Lady D. I didn't get to hear what she said. So I asked her to speak again. She started speaking again. You were like, oh, she's repeating herself, because maybe you could hear Lady D at the same time that you were talking over Lady D. But I wanted to hear what Lady D had to say. I also wanted the audience to hear what Lady D has to say without you talking over it. It's just ridiculous. It just becomes a battle of ego. And I know, Mrs. Sarah, it's ridiculous.
The levels of self-control, I know.
These stages, isn't it?
Yeah, if I could give my conclusion, in conclusion, I think that, like I said, we need a system where we are taught from an early age how to love each other, and when we start going out of our way to serve others, when we start going out of our way to be extra kind and extra nice to people, when we start seeing everyone as our brother and seeing everyone as our sister, when we can create a society where we can learn to achieve this and learn to be content within, then I think this is Khalsa Raj, this is Sikh rule, and this is the new method of governance that Guru Nanak introduced.
Can I ask you a question, H, about this method? Can I ask you a question about it? Because to be honest with you, the reason why I'm going to definitely agree with some of what you're saying today is because it kind of aligns with what I'm saying to some extent. So maybe I will have a bias for that reason. But secondly, I think that, you know, for instance, the culture we're dealing with right now within this conversation, yeah. For instance, because I don't know what the problem certain people, you know, seem to have, where, you know, someone can propose a good idea, yeah, and, you know, it's not a biased idea, it's not something that's destructive, it's something that's beneficial to all, but people have some kind of, you know, agenda to say, well, nah, I just don't think that would work, or nah, I just don't like it because you're the one who came up with that idea. And I think that that's, you know, one of the factors of our society, why it's broken, where people, it's like they just can't even be honest with themselves. They're more involved in their emotional approach and their emotional attachment to a conversation than dealing with the actual problem or the process that needs to be put in place. They're more attached to their emotion. And I think, like, it wasn't for me to say all women are the same, because I made a point of saying, you know what, there are many women who are good listeners and good at adapting and good at, you know, taking in information X, Y, Z. I made a point of saying that, but I was talking about the women right here now. For some reason, they all seem to have the same energy, where it's like, you've killed the whole conversation. People are all jumping off the panel now. No one don't want to be here for this dead conversation where we can't even really properly
You killed the
express ourselves.
conversation, and you're the one that's carrying it on.
I was the only one with anything to say, MJ, and you kept stopping me.
No, you called Lady D's questions dumb. You said, oh, she's just repeating herself. Oh, lack of intelligence. Oh, this and that. And now we didn't have nothing to say. Make up your mind, Schiffer. This is just sounding stupid now.
No, it's not sounding stupid. It's sounding actually
all right,
like,
anyway,
you know what?
so
You cut me off again every time.
Whatever. I don't care. Like, I'm actually not interested. I'm really not interested.
You're destroying the panel. Well done. Well done.
I'm not interested in having this particular back and forth with you because it's going nowhere, Schiffer.
I know, but you're killing the panel by stopping me talking.
William Jones, what's good?
Shit, chilling, listening at y'all crazy asses.
Yeah,
what
That's
the fuck?
right.
How did this? What happened? What, you know what? Never mind. Fuck what happened. Never mind.
Fuck that shit.
Never mind.
What's good, bro? How you been?
Shit, chilling. Just chilling. Looking at fucking current events and shit. There's some shit going on that may affect y'all in a minute, man.
Oh yeah, like, tell us.
Like that goddamn war in Russia. Well, not in Russia, but in Ukraine, and what they got going on, and certain shit that they've been hidden.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like the Nord Stream pipeline and shit.
Okay.
I'm involved. It's mad. Actually, it's actually crazy. 5 places now in the pipeline in the Northern Sea. It's crazy.
Yeah. But
so ultimately, this is what this was all about to begin with, right?
Controlling the gases, you mean?
Did you know that like, I hear what Willie's saying about it may affect us, because the UK has now promised, I think was it 7 billion or something towards the war in Ukraine now. So like, they're fully involving themselves now.
Yeah, and I don't know how true it is, but it's from the media and shit that they pushing out, Ukraine is fucking Russia up, which I don't know, but one thing I got the weirdest feeling that the US, we on the ground in Ukraine. You know what I mean? I got a feeling we involved.
Right, but what, they're not telling people?
Yeah, they ain't saying too much about it, but that fucking pipeline is a major supply of shit to Europe.
Yeah, it's because it's both of the pipelines that have been hit and exploded the last 2 weeks ago or something.
Yeah.
And and it keeps popping off like, and it's crazy. And it's dangerous actually for the environment too. So they've been you maybe don't know this, William, but I'm from Sweden, that's why I know it, because it says in the newspapers all the time, and in the Norwegian too.
Well, what do y'all people think about? What does Sweden think about it? What is they hold?
You're William Jones. Can I just say, you see a lot of this stuff here. I think it's my personal opinion is it's farcical, and I think Russia and the rest of Europe, they all got together. They said, you know what? How are we going to push the price up of these commodities and make more money out of these people? Because they want money in it, and they just had to give us big money. I had to give out money for COVID and give people money. Now they want all the money back in it, and that's what I think is really going on here. I think the war is fake. That's my opinion. I'm gonna stick to it, and I ain't gonna got nothing else to say. So you lot, anyone else?
Yeah, I mean that's a good point. You know what I mean? But that goddamn pipeline, the way it's leaking, ain't fake, and these prices that's going up ain't fake, motherfuckers.
Brother, when you say the pipeline's leaking, yeah, I'm not saying that that's fake. I'm just saying that it's a misconception that makes any difference. There's oil spills all the time. There's always things happening, like, you know, a thing blew up X, Y, Z. That don't stop the flow of oil, though. That don't stop the flow of petrol. That don't stop nothing, because there's other resources. You know, like when it don't run out, you know, it's not like the oil runs out. Like, come on, man.
No, it ain't. That is just that was a simple pipeline that kept that kept a balance of shit. Now you're gonna have to go maybe pay somebody else, or have to talk to somebody else, or exchange goods with somebody else for something that apparently they don't know who it is, but they leaning toward the U.S. that somebody blew this shit up intentionally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So once you start,
in Scandinavia,
once you start taking people money,
they think it's the Russians in Scandinavia.
But why would Russia do that though? That's what I'm saying. What is the?
I just told you why, because they want to listen. If you want to push the price up or something, you can't just say, "Oh, we're just putting the price up." There's got to be a reason. Otherwise, there's going to be an outcry from the people. And remember, you can't govern the people in anarchy. You know, you can't govern the people if they don't trust you. So they got to keep that, like, you know, they got to keep their story tight. Got to run tight ship. You know, like that. And if people really believe that that's happened, then they might see that as a valid excuse, isn't it? Some of them might be stupid enough to believe it. And when you check it, most people are actually that stupid. Let's be honest.
Yeah, I don't know, bro. I don't know. It's just seeing shit from, you know what I mean, from over here, and how because it came out of retarded ass's mouth, Biden. He said that, you know, shit was gonna happen like this. He said that shit was gonna go. You know what I mean? And
because he was part of the plan. He was, bro. That's what I mean. Like,
that's what I'm saying. So look, check this out, nigga. Why throw us in there, bitch? Even if you know what I mean, nigga. Why would you make us a part of that plan? That now means that we gonna have to act. That's why I believe.
I hear you. I don't know if it's me or is it cut out. What's going on there?
Ukraine is stomping. I don't believe Ukraine is stomping Russia's ass like that for no reason. They got help. Putin bagging out and shit, pulling back and shit. That's why I just believe we over there. You know what I mean? Like, once again, we got our big ass noses and shit that don't even concern us. We should just set our bitch ass down.
They gotta make it look good. They gotta present a united front, innit? Do you know where I'm coming from? And make people believe in the actual hype, the propaganda. Because if they say that, you know, they're all in bed with Russia and they're all one family, then people's going to see through their corruption. So they have to separate themselves. And, you know, it's a game, innit? Like that. I don't know how else to explain it, bro. But they're one family, cuz. So how are they fighting? Where's the war? There ain't no damn war.
Well, shit. Well, somebody fighting. As long as it ain't my black ass involved in it. But they getting down right now, man. You know what I mean? So, and
yeah, that's what you saw, and that's what you saw on the news. You ain't been there yourself, though. You don't really know what's going on, innit? They show you what they want you to see, guys.
So okay. So do you actually? So you think they're just saying this and just there's nothing going on over there? You think people are just?
What do you think? Nazis don't generally go. Nazis don't generally go around killing Nazis, do they? And if they said if the KKK said that what's another racist organization was attacking them, I won't believe that for a second.
Now, is there anything new? These people are always at war. You know, the question I have for them is, why are you always at war?
That's what they
because
know about.
they trying to get that black bro. Whomever. This is why America fucks with the Middle East so much and gives them shit. And what's crazy is there's a bunch of shit going on over there that should actually be being talked about. There's still some shit going over there, but this Russia shit is overshadowing that shit. But apparently there's something with this pipeline and something with this oil and some with this gas. There's something with that. That controls, that brings in big revenue. That brings in big money. And what's crazy is what I don't I kind of understand it, but I ain't gonna get into it, is over here in the United States, we have shelves of oil. We shouldn't even be fucking with other people's shit, but we just like taking people's shit and stacking it up. Like major money involved with this shit. So I just feel, you know what I mean? If whoever controls that controls the world. Maybe wrong, but just how I feel.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Anyone else jump on, man? Don't be scared. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. I was just putting it out there to see how y'all felt, but give me something to talk about. Hell, I come in this bitch, I was arguing like a motherfucker. But if you ain't arguing, we can't talk.
Yeah,
if a motherfucker is not fighting, you can't have a conversation.
You know, I mean, it was a good conversation actually. The whole day has been fruitful conversation. I don't know how the thing went left like that, but I was too focused on cussing one dickhead in the chat. Yeah, and I missed the whole conversation. So really,
yeah. Can you call out for someone, please? Rayhan, jump on. Yeah, jump on. Let's talk about Saudi Arabia. Let's do this.
Oh shit.
Yeah. He's keeping writing to me in Arabic. Yeah, let's do this. Come on, jump on, and talk about something you said last week.
Yeah, that'd be interesting. And I'm not too sure what happened. I think it's just obviously sometimes we don't all agree. But when people start taking personal shots and want to talk about, this is a man's conversation and maybe the women should fall back and people don't want to share the mic. Like, obviously, it's not how a panel runs. It's not how an open panel with 6, 7 or 8 people runs, isn't it? So we're not going to fall back. We're not going to just shut up just because we're women. Like, what are we doing? You know. But yeah. And now half the panels disappeared because they couldn't
it's
get
a learning curve. It's a learning curve. We're all learning to be better people on that, man.
All hail the queen.
Shut up, man.
Mad.
Oh shit! I'm just playing. Like, niggas, don't come for me. I'm just fucking.
Sorry, Emma, I just have to make a point as well. And I know I shouldn't, but even when William Jones asked Axum, so what do you all think in Sweden about what's going on? Schiffer jumps off mute. Yeah, so let me just say,
he does that.
Hey, let Schiffer make it, man. That's my dog. He passionate. He got fire in his soul. He called it aggression. I got that from Jedi song. Let the man make it. He good. Just.
Nah, but sometimes it goes too far. You know that anyway.
Hell, sometimes I go too far. Shit, that's why I'm saying. You know?
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
Shit,
listen, I would have regulated, man, if I had the kick out button, innit? Just mute and all that. But Beefy, if I come to your ends, when after the revolution or whatever, how will I know that I'm in your? How will I know that I'm in your ends?
I'll let you know, bro. This is the area. This is already taken, bro. But there's free area over there. You can go and do your shit. There's free land over there. You can go and do your shit. But this area here, man's here.
No, but I'm walking. I'm just roaming around. How will I know that I'm in your ends?
I'll let you know, innit?
No, how?
But I'll come and talk to you, innit? Man's around here. This man's ends. This man's chilling around here. But from over there, you can do whatever you want to do over there. But around here, man's here chilling, bro.
What if you're not home? What if you're not home?
Hmm?
What if you're not home and I just see like a nice spot and I just, set up?
Hmm?
If you're not home, yeah, you've gone to collect some firewood or catch some caterpillars and that. Like, how will I know that this is your ends?
Okay, no, yeah, keep it as in the bare land here. I'll just go over there. Keep it. Be happy.
And then like more people come. I'm thinking that you have to have a sign or a fucking beefy flag or something, man.
No, I don't. Why should I? You want to come take all I have is a little hut there. Come and leave the hut. Take it in it. I'm going to sit there.
Don't listen to Beefy. Beefy's lying.
Where they hit you.
He's gonna have a big Zimbabwe flag, but with a spliff on it. That's it.
It's Guan here. Just come smoke weed with me. Yeah, it's Guan. Live off the land. Simple.
Yeah.
Let them no animal domesticated. Live off wild animals. I mean, not kill every animal. Let's live nice.
Beefy's gonna have barbed wire. He's gonna have lasers. He's gonna have a guard at the front. Like, yeah, Beefy, man. I know you're a security guy, innit? Like, I know you got the brain for security, and I can tell.
Yeah, Mike said, Mike can leave strategic, dangerous snakes in strategic places. You know what I mean? Like, that's Hippo here, lion there. Mike,
bear traps.
Come. Yeah. When you're sleeping, you know what I mean? Come, like.
It's not worth it. If anyone's thinking of encroaching on Beefy's land, it's not worth it.
A quick call to Shakara. There's some voodoo down over here. No, I'm good, bro. Come.
Yeah, man's gonna voodoo up the place, and I said,
come, bro.
You're not coming out, bro.
Come.
That's what you need, though. You just need to put Shakara there, and
yeah, the voodoo warrior. Come on, do your thing. Try. Go home with the ball.
That's a joke.
But I think right now the system we're under, we no one can grow their own food. No one can can just build their own house wherever they want. We have the need to go and get what else someone else has got. Capitalism. So I think once you take it away, why do I need? If I've got my own house, why don't you come to your house, take your house when I've got my own house? I'm living good. You know what I mean? But because we're allowed to do our own thing, we're taught how to do things, when to do things, and people, you know what I mean? That's why they have to go and it seems like they're stealing but no, but they're trying to survive, trying to get. That's how I see it.
Do you think you could what's the word I'm looking for? Take over an island?
I think the islands, you can probably take over islands, but I think if your way of life starts giving people ideas, you can get taken out very quickly. Or you won't get the publicity. But then for me, I don't want freedom for myself. I want freedom for everyone. I wouldn't mind going to island. That's good for me. But I think about the other people left behind. I want everyone to have the freedom to be free. That's my mission.
I'm just letting you know, yeah. If you let me live in proximity to you, one day I will rob you. Just letting you know that it's gonna happen, man. But I'm joking, but I'm serious.
I do believe in juju. I'm joking, but I'm serious. No, I hear you. Like, I mean, I'm not saying like I'm a perfect being. That's why I'm saying I'm a perfect in it. But don't let my imperfections encroach on your perfections in it. That's why I rather do my thing.
Yeah.
You understand? Because I'm not perfect. I don't want my imperfections.
This is why if I was to go your way, right? I would say that it's better to coalesce amongst people who are of your culture, at least.
Like
Yeah.
they're similar. That's why, like, yeah, if I had to do it that way, I would definitely be like, yeah, I'm dealing with people from my community only, because it's already hard enough that we don't know each other and whatever, but at least we've got some type of binding principles that already
Yeah.
exist.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, fundamental values which you agree on.
Yeah,
That will give you move forward. But I'm not gonna be around somewhere where I fundamentally disagree with someone, and I'm gonna try. Let's force be together. Let's live in harmony. Fuck that. I ain't got time for that.
Yeah, that's crazy, man.
You know what I mean? That's crazy. But that's how we live. With the cities, when we put in cities, that's what happens. We start encroaching on each other's freedoms by trying. My freedom, we encroach. Like my bad habits encroach on your freedom. I don't intentionally do it, but because we live on top of each other, it makes it seem that way.
Yeah.
The simple solution, just go and do your own thing. But people are scared to do their own thing because, like, oh, who's going to tell me what to do? Who's going to tell me what to do? Like, what do you mean? I don't get it.
You see in the chat, yeah, Victor Renz. Yeah, I had a little bit of a conversation in the chat before, but he says, who really don't like this system? See, that kind of question is one that, like, I think a lot of people that are in support of the system, yeah, this is kind of what their stance is. Like, what could possibly be better than this system? And it's mad because, like I said yesterday, I think when I speak about the system, I'm talking about the entire system. I'm not talking about, you know what I'm saying, just this country. I'm not talking about the fact that I can go on back, get an Uber, Uber Eats and all that, and have Sky TV or whatever the fuck, and internet and that. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the entire system, which involves people right now that are getting their heads chopped off. Yeah, I keep mentioning it in East Congo. Right now in fucking Sri Lanka, where the Tamils don't have their own land, they're just existing. Right now in Palestine, where the Palestinians are just, you know what I'm saying? When I talk about the system,
South Sudan, you know,
all of that,
all of that. Yes, I did everything.
So when I talk about the system, I'm talking about all of that shit. So if you're gonna ask who doesn't like this system, a whole bunch of motherfuckers don't like this system because they're dying from it. But you just don't understand that because the system they don't understand. They don't understand that because the system to them is whatever's in their immediate vicinity, whatever they like. They're in their experience of the system to them is a system, but it's not. It's beyond their experience. There's a lot happening that they just don't. Yeah.
But bro, is it? My fault. Go ahead, Beef. I'll go after you. Go ahead.
What I'm saying was, I understand that even me having a mobile phone is oppressing villages of people in Africa.
Of course.
So most people don't understand that luxury you have.
Yeah, I can't celebrate that.
Yeah. So this technology,
you know
people celebrate technology, and we got all these things we enjoy. No, it doesn't worth celebrate. It's not worth it. The human suffering that goes into these things is not worth it for me. Yeah. It's not worth it. This was I want to. I don't know.
But like with the system, man, like, okay, when you say some people don't like the system, like, can you blame them? Because I mean, like, some of these people, you know what I mean? Some of these people are like when wars and shit go on. That's part of the motherfucking system. But the people that are not part of the system, they just somebody trying to just make a normal ass living, trying to just live life. And here they come. They got a Scud missile blowing up and taking out their whole fucking block. And all they wanted to do was just be normal. They don't want none of this shit. So the system has killed millions of people, millions of innocent people.
Facts.
You know what I mean? So why, you know, it's something. It's fucked up that it's get down or lay down. You know what I mean? Like the system has failed. You know what I mean? It's worked, but it's also have failed. But it worked for the people that are intact with the system. The people that have money and other stuff that's involved in the system. They don't give a fuck about these people. They killing babies and shit. Bro, they whacking people. They literally fucking people up. You know what I mean? So when these people cry out like "fuck the system," hell, can you blame them? Because look at what the system did to them. The system took their brother. The system took their father. The system took shit away from them. People who was predominantly like had worked they goddamn ass off to make sure that their community is.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you, bro.
So can you blame them?
No, 100. This is the point, right?
This is the point, yeah.
You know what I mean? And you know what the mad thing is? If you go to different parts of the world, there are poor people who, rather than recognizing that the system is against them, yeah, rather than recognizing that the system is against them, they just desire to be part of it because their entire drive is survival, right? Whereas if you show them that the system is against them, you hope that they would be like, rah, okay, we need to bun down the system. But none of the poor people of the world are really necessarily thinking that. They're just trying to find a way to survive, right? So they'll use the money, they'll use this, they'll use that, they'll work really hard and earn £30 a month. You know what I'm saying? The equivalent of $30 a month. But they don't even, like, even at the bottom, they're not even of the mindset that the system needs to go. They just know that this is how things are, and I need to do my best to try. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's really difficult to galvanize even the poorest of poor sometimes, because they are as subordinate to the system, or more subordinate to the system than we are in the West. You know, sitting in flipping Starbucks and shit. You know what I mean? So it's difficult, man. But definitely, whenever we speak of the system, it shouldn't just be me. Everyone that speaks of the system should always be referring to the entire fucking system, all of it, not just part of it, all of it.
If you don't want us to like and do want the rest of it, we miss it.
It's like when you talk about being British. If you're gonna say you're British, then you are claiming all aspects of Britishness and the British Empire. You're not taking some of it, yeah. You're claiming all of it, yeah. So you're attaching yourself to the entire history, and you're attaching yourself to the trajectory. So whatever happens tomorrow, if they go and bomb Somalia or bomb Somalia more than they already are, whatever, that's you, man. You're part of that crew, man. That's you. So by the same token, if you're bigging up the system, then you're bigging up death. Yeah, you're bigging up bloodshed. You're bigging all of that up. Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, coming back to London, I was imagine saying that I'm gonna come back to London and decompress. By that I mean I was so stressed out in Dakar at one point that coming back to London, I actually feel like I was able to decompress. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous statement for me to even hear myself say, but that was a reality because I know that there's a level of comfort that I'm afforded in London that was difficult to come by in Dakar. Not because it's not possible, but because
the system.
The system. I wasn't working out there. Do you know what I mean? I was whatever money I'd made here, I was using there. Do you know what I'm saying? And it was difficult. Do you know what I'm saying? But that doesn't mean that I come back and I'm like, oh, this is the best. No. To understand that, you know what I'm saying, the comfort that I'm afforded now comes at a fucking huge price. Yeah, beyond my understanding even. You know.
That's 100%. I'm 100% agreeing with you there. But the other thing, most people we don't see outside our bubble, and we see outside it. If I'm not suffering, that means everyone else is not suffering. I'm like, that's how much people see the world, and that's mad.
It is mad. It is mad. And you know what? I think most of the time when we have these conversations with people who are like, yeah, this is the best system, capitalism, whatever. That's really the problem, is their moral basis for their opinion is devoid of empathy for people that are suffering. It's just that simple. It doesn't, when they're making their assessment of how good or shit the system is, they're just not factoring suffering into the equation, or they'll say, "Oh, there's always suffering or whatever," but nah, not on this scale. No, man, not on this scale. Never before have we seen this type of shit on this scale.
What do most people work as within this system,
Most people on the planet.
Well, let's just talk about England, just UK to start with, because I don't know the whole thing.
I'd have to look up the figures. I have no idea. Maybe I don't know. Super. I don't know. Shop retail probably.
With the cog in the machine, I'll say.
Retail probably.
Well, I think it's definitely a relevant question, because under the current system, I would suggest that most of the jobs are things that keep the system alive.
Retail, I would say, isn't it? I'd say
everything.
Yeah, all of these things. All of them.
The system, it's cog, the system.
That's right. So at the end of the day, you know, like, I get where Beefy's coming from, in the sense of, you know, what I proposed earlier wouldn't be absolute freedom. It doesn't give you sovereignty. I get that. But I think that sovereignty comes with a greater cost than what I was proposing. Because if you're sovereign, then who's obliged to protect you in any situation? And when you live in a world where, you know, people have got, like Emma said earlier, nuclear missiles, all sorts of machinery that can, you know, take a life, destroy a life, and, you know, enslave people, X, Y, Z. You know, why would you be out there without that layer of protection? You'd be vulnerable. You'd more than likely fail, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll fail. It's right. I'll fail sovereign. I don't mind. I'll die sovereign. I don't mind.
So you might as well die now. Then you might as well just give up your rights now. Just say, fuck it, I'm sovereign. I'm not obeying the laws. Brother, listen, hear me out. Listen. The brother say, this is what he's saying. He's saying, you know what? I'd rather die sovereign. You might create the situation that you're talking about here and live for 2 days. You might be able to do it now and just say, fuck it, I'm sovereign. I'm not obeying no laws. I'm not doing nothing. And you might survive for 2 weeks. You might survive a month. So what is it? There is a point to saying why you don't just do that now then.
No, he's got a point, and that's what I kind of said earlier on.
Okay, like I said, like, I would like to do it, yeah, but like we said, like, there's no way I can go right now where there's no rules and regulations of what I can do and not gonna do. There's no way in this right now I can go. Like you say, I should buy an island, buy something. I mean, to actually empower the people I'm trying to get away from by making money, becoming more involved in the system, intrigued in the system, just to get out of the system. To me, don't make sense.
Yeah, but you haven't told us how you're going to survive without a system. And if you're survive, one second. Just one more part to this. If your survival is reliant upon,
who the fuck wants to die right now? Like, nigga,
hold on 1 second. I'm just saying, if your survival is reliant upon other people, then your system is massively flawed.
My survival is reliant on other people, Shifa. Who said my survival is reliant on other people?
Man,
this is the thing you said. You said crash the system and then every man for himself, right?
Exactly.
All right. So if you have in that situation now to rely upon someone else for your survival, you're screwed, because it's every man for himself.
No. Well, I feel what he's saying a little bit. Hold on. Let me tell you where I'm coming from. This is why I feel what he's saying, because right now, how the system is working, how the system is going, we have to depend on those motherfuckers that's making decisions to make sure that we are sustained. But if the system is shut the fuck down and it's every man for themselves, you know what I mean? Then you can get it's a little different.
William, what is it? William Penn, sorry, whatever it is, sorry. What's the name you got up there? William Jones, sorry. William Jones. If we were the ones calling the shots and making the decisions, would that be a better situation to be in?
If we as yes, and this is why I say that. Because we as our own, we know what the fuck is going on. If we're honest and straight up with it, if we're not being greedy, we know what's going on. We know what's hold up. We know what's up with our people. But you have people sitting in parliament. You have people, you got people going to a fucking conference, the United Nations. That means all the nations in the world sit down and have a conference to make sure that they are all on one accord by something that has been brought forward by some type of dictator. That
And
means
how did they get there?
you have no nothing over what you
Yeah,
have
but
no you have no say so.
how did they get a seat at the table?
Shit, this is a long running shit. This is their
No, I'm
shit.
asking
This is
them.
what they've been doing.
No, listen to what I'm saying. This is a question. How did they get a seat at the table of the
What do you mean?
United
How did they
Nations?
get a seat at the table?
How do you get a seat at the table of the United Nations?
You don't
You
get
got
a
to be
seat.
recognized as a nation, right? You got to be recognized as a nation for your president or your leader or whoever it is, your czar, your oligarch, whoever it is, to have, you know, a seat at that table. You got to be recognized as a nation first, right?
Okay, I feel you. Keep
All
going.
right. And all of these to be recognized as a nation, you know, there's certain nations previously, like Czechoslovakia, for instance. There's no longer a Czechoslovakia. I don't even know if there's still a Yugoslavia. A lot of countries got dissolved. So, you know, people who were part of those countries are no longer their members are no longer recognized at the table. They're not at the table no more. Now you got Czech Republic or whatever replaces it. Do you know what I'm trying to say? So when it comes down to it, it's a monopoly, my brother. And monopolies cost. They cost money. It costs to have a seat at the table wherever you go. So I'm saying, like,
so
you know, I was proposing to these lot earlier. If we paid for our own seat at the table and took ourselves away from the government that we're in and just created one, maybe one that's similar, but you know, it's got stark differences in the sense of, you know, not paying all of the or half of our tax money or whatever percentage to the most wealthy members of the society, for one, making it benefit all of the people. For two, the people making the laws not being people who ain't affected by the law. The people making the laws being the people who actually live their life by these laws every day to day. Not people like the Queen making laws who is above the law. That don't make sense. You know, not people making policies for your school that their child's never gonna go there. But the actual people who are attending the schools and go into these buildings, we're making the policy. So wouldn't you say that
Okay,
would be a
so
better situation to be in, my brother?
so look, it actually seemed like you and Beefy saying the same shit.
No.
Kind of, but in different ways. Kind of in different ways. But you are right in saying we're saying the same thing. But I'm not talking about being sovereign in the sense of going off and doing our own thing without any added layers of protection. I'm saying the system that we're already in, yeah. If the system was entirely broken and entirely non-useful to us, none of us would remain where we are. We'd all have left a long time ago. We'd have gone back to Africa because it would be have a better standard of life over there, which would make sense. And enough of us
But
have
you
had many a times where we could afford a
with the
ticket
system,
or afford
hold
to.
on, bro, with the system that's in play, you fucking can't go back to Africa. How the fuck are you gonna
Yeah,
go
you
back to
can.
Africa with
Yeah,
the
you
system
can.
that's in play?
Listen, what I'm
And
saying
do
to you, brother, what I'm
and do
saying
what?
to you,
And
yeah,
do what?
brother.
Live under French
No, brother,
rule or
hear me out.
United States rule? You
Hear what
can't
I'm
be
gonna say
free
to
in
you.
Africa.
No,
There's
hear what
no
I'm
way you
saying
can
to you.
be free in
Okay,
Africa.
brother, you're saying the same thing I'm saying, but you're saying it in a different way. So let me finish then, innit? So I'm basically agreeing with you. Yeah. It was said on these channels, it don't matter where in the world you go, whether it's a black government, white government, all of these governments are working together. So you could go back home but still be in the same trap. Long story short. So what I was proposing earlier to these lot, which some people for some reason think it's a bad idea, is not entirely destroying the system, but creating another system similar to this one where we make the rules.
Nah, you gotta get rid of that old system. Old money is long. Old money is long than a motherfucker. New money has to get where old money is at, unless you got a hand in something or you may know somebody. You know what I mean? You got to totally destroy that old system. There's no
Facts.
way that old system is going to sit there and allow you to come in with a new
Can I
proposal
respond?
when they have this proposal. There,
Yeah, can I
you have
respond?
to get rid of that old system.
Can I respond? Because I did say this earlier, but
Yeah,
you
yeah,
weren't
yeah.
here, so I'll give
Go
you the
ahead,
benefit of
bro.
the
Go
doubt.
ahead, go ahead.
But as far as I'm concerned, it's not about tearing down the system that's there already. It's about understanding that if something's not working for you, yeah, you can do something else. So rather than, you know, just go into another country and being part of a system that's still going to be, you know, intertwined with this one, create a whole new state, a whole new system. We make the laws, where we make the rules, obviously it would mirror this system in the sense of it would have systems and layers of protection in place, which we are going to need. Yeah, it would obviously have taken into consideration the fact that, you know, if you're going to move out of this country or go somewhere else and start afresh, you're going to need a job, you're going to need somewhere to live. We're going to have to lay down the foundations, you know, to sustain the standard of life as well as, you know, to improve on it. And I think once it's a system that improves the life standard, once it's a system that doesn't just benefit the extremely wealthy 1%ers, once it's a system that doesn't is not prejudiced towards people, is not making laws just to subjugate people, is making laws to actually make a better standard of life for people, and we all get a say on it. And you know, the external governments of the world, yeah, other people from outside could go to that place and say, okay, do you know what? But you see, if you go to this place, we're going to have our own laws and say, if you're a paedophile, you can't live here. So once you've had those convictions, you ain't allowed. Yeah. If you get that kind of conviction while you're here, you need to go back to where you originated from. So if you came from England, you're going back there. If you came from Ghana, you're going back to Ghana, wherever it is you came from. Yeah. And I'm saying like,
stick a pin on it. Stick a pin on it, Shifa. Bless up, bless up. Big up, Rehan, for joining the panel. Do you have anything to add to this?
Oh shit! Nah, he's not adding. He's not adding to nothing. He's going to talk about Saudi
First thing
Arabia.
Shifa said, like, he'll be in charge was to ban cannabis.
I never said ban cannabis.
The thing they said.
I said I'd legalize cannabis.
Legalize.
I mean, sorry, legalize cannabis.
Yeah, I said
Oh
I'd
shit!
legalize
Here
it.
we
Yeah,
go.
I'd legalize it.
Here we go. Let's do this though. Come on.
What's the problem with that, Rehan?
No, it's not a problem. I think there's so many problems that you could address rather than cannabis. Like,
I could no, brother. I was thinking on the fly. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was an irrelevant question, to be honest, but I was just answering it because people wanted to do quick fire round questions on me, which in my personal opinion, I think these are irrelevant questions. You see, from whence I've said, Rehan, yeah, a system that mirrors this one but gets rid of redundant laws. I shouldn't have to say anything more. You should already understand the system you're in.
I understand what you're saying, but you're already taking from the laws here and you're just trying to improve it.
So, that's right. Thank you. Improvement. Thank you. So everyone should you understood it, but that's what I was saying to the sisters that were speaking at the time. Not all sisters, because there's many sisters who got it. I'm just saying the sisters who were speaking at the time, I felt like they thought I was attacking them. And it wasn't an attack. It was an honest observation that, you know, regardless of whatever denomination you are, even people who think they live, you know, outside the boundaries of the system, you're still within it. You're still within the borders. You're still protected by the laws. You're still protected by their army, by their gunship. So you come out of that situation, you're no longer under that layer of protection. And I think that a lot of people wouldn't want to do that for that reason, because, you know, then anyone could come in and take advantage. Maybe you got a strong community, but, you know, you ain't as strong as an army, are you? You ain't as strong as I don't know.
Would you really leave the UK to go to another country up again?
Not being funny, yeah. If I could see the benefits in it for myself, you know, there's no situation that I'm unprivy to or not willing to experiment or explore with.
So like the simple
is going to be beneficial.
Going to the toilet, just doing simple things that you do every single day, you would give those up.
Brother, who said giving up going to? What's that got to do with it? Why would I be giving up going to the toilet?
You got to understand like certain things.
What on earth are you talking about here? But what's the toilet, brother? Please explain the toilet analogy.
There's certain things in those countries, yeah, they haven't got a system. Even
no, we're not talking about going to another country. We're talking about building our own one.
How are you going to
got a misconception? Easily. How do countries get built? Does it cost money to build countries? How did they build a whole city in the middle of a desert? Did that cost money? You know, like that. Like, come on, bro. These are silly questions again.
But you ain't got that money.
Brother, listen, you're saying I ain't got that money. I never said as an individual. I said, you know what? I'll tell you what I did say earlier on. I said there are individuals out there, yeah, like Epstein, who own their own island, yeah. He's a billionaire though. Now I'm not a billionaire, brother. Let me explain it to you, because you obviously got a misconception here, innit? And obviously you need it to be straightened out so you understand exactly what's being said in it. Because you're just making assertions now, brother. Yeah. So let me explain it to you so you understand.
Hey, Schiffer, let him do his, then come back. Just hear him real quick, Schiffer. Just hear him real quick, then come back. Just hear him real quick. Just hear him, Schiff. Just hear him.
things, little simple
I'm
things.
listening. Go. I'm listening. Go.
Going to the toilet, getting some
You're
water.
cutting in and out.
Those things, yeah, don't even exist in some of those countries, yeah. And I've seen people, as soon as they get there, they melt. They talk all this big talk about, yeah, we're gonna start this, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna go back to Africa. I'm gonna go back to the Asian countries. I'm gonna go this and that. And as soon as they get there, listen, they're running back. They're bigging up the NHS.
Yeah, that's true. But what's the point that you're making here?
The point is that like this is a fantasy. This mass migration, yeah, of a certain group, yeah, it's a fantasy. It's a fantasy. It's happen.
Why is it a fantasy? If you've got enough money, if you've got enough resources.
How long have you been talking about it? It's
Hold
not
on a second. Hold on a second.
remotely near it.
Hold on a second. That's irrelevant to the question, right? But how long? That's irrelevant. If people have enough, both willpower, resources, and a collective, agreed philosophy, right? And the right time and the right space, yeah, as in being accepted by whatever nation state they're aiming to go and move to, yeah. Why is that a fantasy?
It is a fantasy.
Imagine a massive tens of thousands of people.
You're asking African people. You're asking even African people or whoever it is that you're trying to target.
Yeah.
Because even the African countries, you're saying that they're happy how they are.
Who's they? Who are you talking about?
Most people in their own country are happy.
Right. Why are they coming to Europe then? Hold on. Why are they coming to Europe?
Sorry. Let me just chat to Rehan.
Who are you talking about? He's just shit.
Because I know he's chatting shit. Which kind of most people are happy? Did you say? Yeah. What do you mean by that? What do you mean most people are happy? And how
most people are happy? Your idea, this fantasy that you have.
What do you mean by most people are happy in their countries? What do you mean? And who are you talking about?
Cannabis is legal.
Oh, shut up, man. Is this the level of conversation we're gonna have, man?
Is that the reason why you jumped on, Rehan? Really?
Why are we talking about weed?
I told the brothers too. The brothers are chatting shit. I told them too. And this brother is chatting BS right now.
So anyways, can I switch it up a little bit?
Yeah, go on. Saudi Arabia. Go on.
Saudi Arabia time, right? Okay, let's do this, Mr. Saudi. Why are you repping so hard for Saudi Arabia, Rehan?
First of all, big out the Sun community.
Yeah, and why? Tell me.
Well, and the mountain people.
Are you trolling me? I'm trying to have a serious conversation with you, you know?
Oh, sorry. What was your question?
No, but why are you repping Saudi Arabia like that? Like,
why am I repping Saudi Arabia?
Yeah.
I'm not really rapping. I'm not rapping. Sorry, repping Saudi Arabia. The only reason I'm repping Saudi Arabia, is I feel, I said before, is in the principles of Tawheed, they stick to it. Al Saud, as a government, I don't agree with. There's a lot of things that they do that just human rights they go against. Yeah. But at the same time, they've kept their land together. They stay strong. They implement Tawheed. And me as a Muslim, I appreciate it. That's all.
Even if it goes against your own ummah, you're still gonna support them, right?
How are they going against their own ummah?
So yeah, they do. So a lot of East Africans go to Saudi Arabia to work and live there, right? And try to get a better life and send the money back home. And how are the Saudi Arabians treating them? And they are Muslims. And they are Muslims, full-blown Muslims, Sunni Muslims, whatever.
Sweden, did you not go to hope for a better life?
Can you answer my question instead for like reflecting to Sweden now?
They went there for better life because they saw the opportunities there.
Yeah, and how did they treat them?
How did they treat them? They gave them residency, gave them work, and they allowed them to work under the conditions which they agreed.
Yeah.
And they sent the money back.
Simple as that, yeah? Simple as that. Mary, are you here, sis?
Yes, sis.
Yeah, let's do this. Yeah.
Very simple.
I put you a link in the back. Just put
I
it up.
got you.
Yeah.
Ask them with the F.T.K. Oh my days.
Yeah, but we need to be clear about this madness going on over there. And there are Muslims that have been treating like shit just because they are African.
I don't want to get him.
I'm doing this now. When you're talking about Tawheed, let's do this. Yeah, let's do this. Yeah.
So who are these people? What's going on here? Let's talk about that.
Yeah, we can read up.
Investigation. African migrants left to die in Saudi Arabia's hellish COVID detention centers. Mad. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, you can read because my English is like that good. Yeah, so you can.
I got you. Saudi Arabia, one of the wealthiest countries on earth, is keeping hundreds, if not thousands, of African migrants locked in heinous conditions reminiscent of Libya's slave camps as part of a drive to stop the spread of COVID-19, an investigation by the Sunday Telegraph has found. Graphic mobile phone images sent to the newspaper by migrants held inside the detention centers showed dozens of I can never say this. Emaciated men, is that it? Anyway, crippled by the Arabian heat, lying shirtless in tightly packed rows, in small rows with barred windows. One photo shows what appears to be a corpse, swathed in a purple and white blanket in their midst. They said it is the body of a migrant who had died of a heart stroke and that others are barely getting enough food and water to survive. Another image, too graphic to publish, shows a young African man hanged from a window grate in an internal tiled wall. The adolescent killed himself after losing hope, says his friends, many of whom have been held in detention since April. The migrants, several displaying scars on their backs, claim they are beaten by guards who hurl racial abuse at them. It's hell in here. We are treated like animals and beaten every day, said Abibi, an Ethiopian who was held at one of the centers for more than 4 months. This is disgusting.
Yeah, very, very horrific. But where's the source?
Sorry, let me.
But you're going to make an excuse for this? Go on then.
Let's finish. Let's just get through this article. If I see that there is no escape, I will take my own life. Others have already, he added, via an intermediary who was able to communicate on a smuggled phone. My only crime is leaving my country in search of a better life. But they beat us with whips and electric cords as if we were murderers. The images and testimony have sparked outrage among human rights activists and have particular resonance in light of the global Black Lives Matter protests. Photos emerging from detention centers in southern Saudi Arabia showed that authorities there are subjecting Horn of Africa migrants to squalid, crowded, and dehumanizing conditions with no regard for their safety or dignity, said Adam Kugel, Deputy Director of Human Rights Watch in the Middle East, after being shown the images by the Sunday Telegraph. The squalid detention centers in southern Saudi Arabia fall well short of international standards. For a wealthy country like Saudi Arabia, there's no excuse for holding migrants in such deplorable conditions. Oil-rich Saudi Arabia has long exploited migrant labor from Africa and Asia. In June 2019, an estimated 6.6 million foreign workers made up of about 20% of the Gulf's nation's population, most occupying low-paid and often physically arduous jobs. The migrants work mainly in construction and manual domestic roles that Saudi nationals prefer not to do themselves. Many are from South Asia, but a large contingent come from the Horn of Africa, which lies across the Red Sea. The detention centres identified by the Sunday Telegraph house mainly Ethiopian men, and there are said to be others packed with women. Over the last decade, tens of thousands of young Ethiopians have made their way to the Gulf state, often aided by Saudi recruitment agents and people traffickers, in a bid to escape poverty back home. They have been trapped partly as a result of the pandemic, but also by the Saudization of the kingdom's workforce, policy introduced by Mohammed bin Salman, the crown prince, who took over power 3 years ago.
Rahimahullah.
What are you saying, Rayhan? Look at this, Rayhan.
These are just pictures.
These are pictures inside the detention centers.
How do you know?
Okay, look, can I say something? Look, man, this what y'all gotta realize. This what y'all gotta realize.
Yeah, wait, hold on.
It's fucked up, but this is the truth. Like I'm being for real. This is the truth. Casualties of war is acceptable. Remember that shit. Casualties of war is acceptable. This is fucked up that happened to him. But what people fail to realize is that there is a war going on. If you're not of your people and you're sustain, man, people are from. If you move somewhere and go to somewhere, you're not them. People say it's not where you're from, it's where you're at. That's bullshit when it comes to shit like this.
Trust me.
Look at this shit. He's fucked up. You know what I mean? Dude's a casualty of war. I don't know what the fuck he did or what he didn't do. But once you take yourself out of a position to move somewhere else and you think it's good, it may not be good. You know what I mean? Now
William Hill, William Jones, what war are you referring to?
Yeah,
Man,
just about to ask, what type of war are you talking about?
The whole goddamn country is fighting right now. The whole country, bro. There's shit that's not even getting spoke about.
What
There's
country?
there's shit that's not even getting spoke of. What is this dude's race? What is he? What is he viewed as? What is his nationality? What is his nationality?
Rayhan, you mean?
No, the guy that's in the picture getting fucked up. That got fucked up.
These are
the East Africans.
Okay,
Oh,
so where did he go
East
to?
Africans.
So where did he go to?
Just because of news
Or
articles
East.
has been
No,
done.
no, no. Don't even
Just 'cause
try
of-
it, Rayhan. Or
Okay,
Africans.
okay.
Have you been
I
there?
said
Have you
or
been there?
Africans.
Okay. Look, calm
Have you been
down.
to these
Calm down.
camps? Have you been to the camp and seen these
Calm
people?
down. Everybody
I said
calm the
or
fuck down.
Africans. Listen to
You
me
can-
instead. East Africans or Africans, I said.
No.
That's so hard for me to see.
Listen.
Rayan, stop.
You're
For a minute.
actually
Rayan.
I can't get words.
Sorry, Rayan, it's not your turn to talk yet, so just wait. Yeah, William's talking. He's asking a question.
Okay, fine. But you're just showing these pictures and articles.
Yeah, just shush, man, and wait.
From Europe.
Okay.
From
So
Europe,
he's
that
okay. So hey,
these
just
countries
he
ain't-
good. Hey, bro, just let me finish. Let me land. He's East African, right? He's East African.
Yeah.
So where did this
Right.
happen to him at?
in Saudi Arabia.
Okay.
I've never seen this in Saudi Arabia. Have you, Axum?
No, but my family has, and they are there. My family has. And
So
they're there.
let's
What's
leave
wrong
this
with you?
article. Let's use the article because it's kind of like it's a bit
What?
funny that we use these articles to kind of justify our point right now. Yeah.
Are you sure
Using
this is
pictures.
Saudi? Are you sure this is
We
Saudi
don't even know.
Arabia?
We don't
Are you
know. We don't
100%
know.
sure?
It's a European article.
No.
Wait, hold on.
Just
It's a
because
European
you
article.
don't know anything about how the Africans
don't
have
know.
it in
I
Saudi
don't know.
Arabia,
I don't.
that
Okay,
you don't know. You have no idea. So why do you
Yeah,
actually?
Axum, you do.
No.
You do.
I'm asking you. Yeah, I'm asking you. Why do you defend them so badly if you don't
I'm
know?
not gonna. No, Axum. I'm not gonna say these things are true or not. Yeah, but you show me pictures of just some people.
No. I put a link for an article.
And
and
where's the
marriage
article
shows
from?
it, yeah?
Where's the article
Marriage,
from?
you can see it.
I
It's
can't
on
see
the
nothing.
thing.
I can't see
No,
nothing. So
no,
I'm
look
looking
at
at
it.
pictures.
Look at
Yeah, they look horrendous.
Yeah.
They look horrendous.
But is this Saudi Arabia? Is this actually Saudi Arabia, or did
This is what I'm
somebody
trying to
send
ask.
this?
Is this Saudi
Did
Arabia?
somebody send this? Is this actually Saudi
Okay,
Arabia?
so there was an investigation done. This article is in the Telegraph, and this investigation
So the
was done
Telegraph are telling
apparently
the truth.
by. There is an
They must be.
investigation.
They must
All
be
right. So
telling the
look, unless you can provide evidence to say that this whole
Yeah, but
article
that's
is
what I'm saying.
false,
So I want
let's go with
evidence.
the premise. Let's go with the premise that this is true for now. Just entertain
No,
us
why should
that
we?
this
Why
is true,
should we?
because
No,
we
no,
have
no.
nothing.
To
We
entertain.
have nothing. We have nothing to prove that
But
this
I
is
can pull
false.
up pictures of anything.
MJ,
We've
can I
had
come in for a
people
sec?
claim a
Let me
lot
come
of
in for a
things
sec.
Yeah, you
about
will
Saudi
also say
Arabia.
that the things going on in
We
Libya
had a
is
lot of
also
people. No,
false. Yeah.
One
You
second,
lot,
guys.
you
One
lot
No,
second.
want
no,
to
but
attack.
you
You
will.
lot
You
want to
will.
attack.
People
You
that
want to prove a
no.
certain
It's not
point.
about
You want to
you
prove on
being
a certain
under
point.
attack. I'm
You
asking
do.
you,
You
why
know,
are
no, you do. You
you?
do.
No,
Because
no, no,
you
no,
just put.
no.
I can pull
I'm
up pictures of
asking you,
anything.
why
I'm
you
I can
definitely
pull up
support
under
pictures of
Saudi
attack. So
anything.
if you're
Arabia
talking about
for
me,
this
you right.
I can
complete
You
pull up
right.
stuff?
pictures of anything.
When now this guy, you so unsincere, you know, for real.
How?
I'm
I'm looking
sincerely
at a
on the
picture,
attack.
but I'm
Yo,
saying, where is
what?
this picture from? You're saying Telegraph. Then on another stream, you be talking about how the Telegraph, how the Sun, all chat shit. They're all trying to just conspiracy, this, that. Now all of a sudden it's legit because it fits your agenda.
Okay, Ren.
Why should I believe that?
Ren,
Why should I believe that?
Ren, do
Why should I
not
believe
believe
that?
Me, you're
Ren,
right about me.
Ren, you don't believe it. That's but Ren.
You're right about me, Rayhan. You're right about me.
Schiffer, relax.
1 second. Ren, the Uyghur Muslims are going through a struggle right now in China.
Listen. Now you got beefy. Don't be beefy. Don't beefy. We're talking about Saudi Arabia right now, beefy. We're talking about Saudi Arabia right now. We're talking about Saudi Arabia. Why are you trying it for?
Yes or no?
We're talking about Saudi Arabia.
The point.
Are we not talking about Saudi Arabia? Don't try to derail this shit right now. We're talking about Saudi Arabia.
Yes or no?
We're talking about Saudi Arabia. Are we not talking?
Yeah, but they're not being personal. I'm personally on the attack. I'm
not gonna
definitely
answer
on
that
the
question.
attack, but everyone else is being impartial.
Let me land. The reason why you won't land, the Uyghur Muslims
He wants
were
to take
told.
it to China. He wants to
Second,
take it to
bruv.
China.
You look.
You know what? I'm not doing this. I came on here to talk about Saudi Arabia.
Okay, fine. Then let me make my point.
Yeah. You make your point. I'm not gonna answer it because it doesn't deserve a response.
Cool. Okay, cool. Don't answer it then. All I'm saying is we were talking about the Uyghur Muslims through the media, the Telegraph, and places like this, and people believed it. But now because it's against Saudi Arabia, all of a sudden people don't believe it. That's all I'm saying. Carry on.
Can I? Yeah,
that's irrelevant. Throw that out.
Man, no matter what the fuck, them is still niggas.
1 second.
Them is still black people. Never mind.
Can we get a consensus? Yeah, and that includes Rayhan. Okay, no, in fact, just Rayhan. Rayhan, how do you verify information in another place that you're not located in? What kind of methods do you go through to verify information?
Either through people that are there.
Be honest.
Yeah, okay. For me, either people that are there that witnessed it, or I've seen it for myself.
So you've never.
I can't trust the media.
So you've never commented on any scenario or world events that in places that you don't have anyone there, or you've never been.
No, I don't. Personally, me, I don't get emotional like that.
I didn't say emotional. I said you've never commented on them.
No.
Or made an opinion.
No, unless you can show me where I have been gone.
Yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to find that. Still. Sorry, that's football. Sorry.
I made my point quite clear earlier on, even in the chat. Yeah, the subjugation of foreigners. Yeah, according to like my standards, that happen. Yeah, but just to throw up these videos and pictures.
No, you're not wrong in terms of obviously the media can be manipulated to form opinions.
That's what everyone talks about here all day long. But now because it's about Saudi Arabia.
But hold on. Wouldn't you? So hold on. If you see something bad, yeah.
I don't say that.
1 second.
I'm seeing something bad.
Wait, man. If you see something bad and it's stating, yeah, it's making it clear what it's talking about and where it's talking about, right? Are you actually interested in investigating to see whether this is actually going on or not?
Yeah, of course.
You are interested?
Yeah, I'm interested.
Okay. Well, I think that's the most you could ask of the brother, innit, Axum?
Yeah. If he doesn't know, it's one thing. Yeah, I would just like surprised why he was always defending Saudi Arabia in anything, really. You see what I'm saying?
I'm defending. I
want to have a discussion with him to see where he gets this from, because it's a mad thing for me. Yeah, you say
Axel. Am I not going to defend Saudi Arabia as a Muslim? Yeah, I'm not going to defend Saudi Arabia as being the land of Haramain al-Sharafain. Yeah, and allows people to practice their deen. That's what I said. All the other things I said, there's a lot of stuff that I haven't even said right now. There's a lot of things that I've experienced myself as an individual.
Yeah.
But I can't. But then there's a lot of things. There is a lot of things that just is exaggerated. It is exaggerated by the media.
But
yeah, but there is. Wait,
no,
because constantly.
I can tell you this. Yeah, I can tell you this. Yeah.
Wait,
this doesn't really.
The European Union put Saudi Arabia.
I don't care about European Union.
Rights.
I don't care.
Yeah, but these pictures are coming from them. These pictures are coming from them.
Matter. Listen, I'm telling you. I know for a fucking fact.
Yeah, but that's just you.
No,
that's
but I'm telling you. I'm telling you. You know, I'm telling you.
Okay, if I choose to believe you.
What?
That's if I choose to believe you. That's
exactly.
Those are your words.
Exactly. Yeah. If you, but are you actually turning a blind eye to this? Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
But you are though. You are.
No, you just showed me some pictures.
I don't know if it's
I'm not going to turn some blind eye. I haven't seen it myself. I lived. Axum, have you lived there?
No, I haven't lived there.
Okay, Axum. I've lived there for 10 years. 10 years plus.
Rayhan.
I've lived there 10 years plus. So,
big up everyone.
Your word
doesn't
really mean much to me because I lived there for 10 years.
Okay.
I went through the immigration process.
Axum, can I speak to Rayhan for a second?
Seen whatever the injustices that you might feel like, oh, you know what, this is not something that I would
No, just the fact that the immigrants over there needs to go to a prince or princess to get iqama to stay in the fucking country pisses me off. And every 5 or 10 years they need to pay off a lot of money.
How you know how I'm gonna refute that, Axum?
How can you refute it?
I'll tell you why. You can't get a visa unless you got a contract to prove
to stay there.
You're gonna go to not to stay there. That there's an employer, that's giving you the work visa, just like any other country.
Not only by that.
So wait, hold on. So either there's two things here. Either they've come in it legally, and they don't know what to do with them. The same thing in America. Look at the Mexico border. Why are we not showing the Mexican border? Yeah, same thing that the Mexicans are doing, trying to get into America. Yeah. So I know for a fact. Yeah, you can't get a visa, stamped. No Saudi embassy is gonna give you a visa unless you got a work contract before you come into the country.
No.
You're saying, wait. You're saying, Axum, you're chatting shit now, Axum.
But
Axum, you are chatting shit now.
Hey, yo, so look. Hold on. Wait a minute. Wait. Let's just wait.
Let's get into perspective. Let's get into perspective.
No, but it's not only that though, Rayhan. Because I have family. I have my uncles, my aunties living in Saudi, in Jeddah. You see what I'm saying? And my mom used to live there and work for one of them princesses over there too. Yeah. Okay. So I know how they do.
So did she have a work visa before? Did the prince bring her on a work visa?
It didn't work always like that. You know, this is what I'm saying. This is some new stuff that you're talking about.
Hey, is this
Actually,
in
I'm
Saudi
getting confused.
or
I'm just
outside
getting
of
very
Saudi?
confused right now. Sorry. Listen.
Is this in Saudi or outside of Saudi? Is this in Saudi? Is this like
We're
completely
talking about
in?
so many different things right now. We're talking about so many different things. We're talking about people trying to come into the country illegally, and then we're talking about people having a contract to come into the country to work for a specific job, and they agree to work that job.
All right, 1 second, Rayhan. Let's say, hold on. Let's say it's either or. Let's say they've come in illegally, right? And let's just go with your scenario, okay? Because we don't know what is true and isn't right here. So we could say we go with your scenario of they may be illegal, right? Does that mean that they deserve to be treated how they are being treated in these detention centers?
No, of course not. But we don't know that these are Saudi detention centers. That's what I'm saying.
Rayhan,
So is this in Saudi? So look, is this actual? Is this actual
Yes,
detention
bro,
center or
this
whatever the
is
fuck this
a
is?
detention center. It's Al Shumaisi something
In the
detention center.
is it in the middle of Saudi?
You can't even say what the word is. You don't
No,
even
I
know
can't.
the
I
place.
can't. I can't. Can you?
And
Can you,
what's the point?
Rayhan?
Hey, is it in the middle of Saudi or is it outside of Saudi somewhere?
It's in Saudi Arabia,
I beg
actually.
you, Rayhan. Don't try it with me, Rayhan. It's the wrong person to try it with, you know.
I'm not
Foolish little
trying
boy.
nothing. Like,
You're a
you're just
foolish
bringing
little
up
boy, you
stuff
know.
that
That's all
you
you are.
question. You just
Damn, I can't believe they doing
okay.
this. Like I really can't believe. Like
Yeah, I
I'm
can't
not.
believe
I'm
they're
not
doing
saying I'm
this, but
not.
no
But
one
this
knows
is
if it's even Saudi Arabia. It could be
a
bloody. It
little.
could be
This
Ethiopia
is
before they
deep.
even get to Saudi Arabia.
It could be wait, Ethiopia. Look, all we know, no, okay, forget about the illegal. This is not about illegal. This is a COVID detention center. Am I correct, MJ?
Yeah,
It's
but
a
how do we
COVID.
know
Hey,
that?
bro, come
How do
look
we
at this
know
shit
that?
real quick. Come here.
None
Come
of
look at
you
this shit
know
real quick.
that. None of you know this is a COVID detention center. You're reading from the Telegraph.
And you don't
Tomorrow,
know
you
either.
be, tomorrow. Wait, yeah, tomorrow, yeah. I
You don't
agree.
know.
I agree. Tomorrow, you'll be reading from the Telegraph saying that, oh, these stories, because it goes against your own agenda, you'll be like, yeah, oh, this is fake news. This is just fake news. But now it suits the purpose that we're talking, like the discussion that we're having. Oh, it's definitely Saudi because the Telegraph said so. The Telegraph said so. How do you know where it is?
Sorry, you lot. Rayhan, question. Do you know anything about the migrant crisis from so-called sub-Saharan Africans? Someone's making noise. Is that Shifa? Who is that?
Sorry, it's me, my grinder. Sorry.
All right, Vivi. Yeah, do you know about the migrant crisis occurring whereby so-called sub-Saharan Africans are trying to make it to Europe and many of them are dying at sea and even being murdered at the borders? You know much about that?
Yeah.
Fuck. So y'all got it. So y'all got a migrant crisis too. This is what I'm asking. So there's a migrant crisis.
They're dying out at sea. I don't see these people dying out in sea.
Sorry, man. Wait, man.
I see them with blankets. I see them with blankets.
Hey, hold on, bro. Let him speak real quick. So there's a migrant crisis, there's a migrant crisis.
Yes.
All right, look, check this out.
Everyone knows about Libya.
I'm trying to ask. No, I'm trying. Listen, I'm trying to query.
You're not trying so hard, man.
There's been 4 states over here, bro. We got a migrant crisis too.
Let him
These
answer.
states have declared a state of emergency.
Let him answer.
Ashley, you just speaking over me, bro.
Miss Sarah, where's the detention center?
So anyway, I'm asking a question. I'm
She
busy
said in
asking.
Jeddah.
So you guys are ignoring me. Like
Jeddah's a very big country.
I'll go on mute. I'll go on mute, innit? I'll go on mute. Like I'm trying to ask the brother
Nah,
question.
nigga, say your shit, man. Quit being sensitive and shit. Say your shit.
Talk.
Shut up, Ashley, man, about sensitive. Relax yourself.
Sorry, go on, make your point.
Quit being sensitive, man. Come on, bro. Say your shit.
Shush, man. Shush. Right.
You shush, nigga.
I'm saying, Ashley. Ashley. Yeah, Rayhan. So I'm saying,
go on.
oh, you know about it. How did you find out about that?
I read it on the news.
Okay. Are you saying that you don't believe that that's true?
See, man, you know what? Hey, look, bro. This is why I was saying when you said a migrant crisis, this is why I started talking. Because there's been 4 states in our country. There's been 4 states in our country that have declared a state of emergency because
I haven't finished.
I'm still waiting for his answer.
Yeah, I haven't finished.
I don't know.
It's the same thing. I see people.
Nigga said the news though. He said the news.
I know.
How do I know they're not crossing France? How do I know they get into France?
No, but I'm saying, so you know about it, you found out about it. But so are you saying that basically what you're saying is every single scenario, even if you see people like in Iran, for example, yeah, the so-called lady, and I'll say
right now, the picture I see, I don't see them on dinghies. I don't see them on dinghies.
On your behalf, yeah. I'll say so-called any news story or current affairs event or geopolitical situation. As far as you're concerned, it's all so-called, yeah, no problem, right? You can't verify it. The only way you can hear about it is through the news, and you don't believe any of it, so therefore you don't even act upon any of it, right?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that.
How would you? I'm saying this.
Wait.
No. How will you act upon something if the only source you get is a source that you're openly saying you reject every time?
I'm not rejecting. I'm
You
saying this
just
is
said no,
this is
bro.
possibly true. This is
You
possibly
said-
true.
you
This is
said
possibly
the
true.
only- You said the only evidence you're willing to accept, yeah, is if someone is there or you're
Did
there
I say
yourself.
that?
Yes, you said that.
When? I said the
5
only evidence
minutes
I'm
ago.
wait,
5
go and
minutes
finish.
ago.
Go and finish. Sorry, go and finish what you're gonna say. Go and finish
No,
what
I'm
you're
saying you said that 5 minutes ago when Axel was questioning you, right? You said that the only evidence you basically accept, or maybe I questioned you, the only evidence you accept about the Saudi thing is if you're there or someone that you know.
You
there.
know he's there and you've got first-hand information.
That's what you said, right? So
I said,
therefore,
well, okay.
go on.
I
And then,
said,
you said, and then I asked you, yeah. So no other world events do you comment on, and you said no
Mm-hmm.
because you can't
Facts.
prove it. That's what you said.
Facts.
What are we watching, by the way? Where's this video?
Yeah,
He fucked your ass up then, didn't he?
If he's chatting shit, that's why he's talking.
That's why.
He
You know.
fucked your ass up then, bro.
Listen, we're having discussion right now.
Real
No, but be
L.
honest.
I'm saying.
Be honest. Be honest. You're not being honest, man.
I'm being honest.
Oh, which one is it then?
I can't
Did you
look at
take-
this video. I can't look at this video and say that this is for
Yeah,
sure
yeah,
Saudi
yeah,
Arabia.
yeah. Right. So, but what I'm saying, yeah. So it's either one or the other. Either you do take news reports somewhat seriously and then act upon them.
Yeah. Okay. All right, MA. I'm gonna see these images and say, okay, possibly it is Saudi Arabia. Yeah. But I have to have like an open mind to it. Because I'm not gonna just trust anything the media throw at me. So I'm gonna see these images and I'm gonna look into it. I'm not denying it. I'm not saying this is not Saudi Arabia. I never said this is not Saudi Arabia. But at the same time, you just can't throw images out there and videos and say, yeah, this is Saudi Arabia for sure, because the Telegraph said it was Saudi Arabia.
If this is Saudi Arabia, what are you saying?
If it is Saudi Arabia, then I'll ban what they're doing.
I don't know, but that nigga dead. If you look at that picture, that nigga right there, look at him. That nigga dead. That nigga dead. I don't know if y'all ever dealt with death or been around death. That nigga,
this thing was
that nigga
I was
dead.
trying to ask him. As a Muslim, this is not right. If it's true.
Axel, you might as well. This is your topic, innit? You might as well lead the convo.
Yeah. But that's the thing. I'm trying, but
It's the
I don't
land
think
of
you will
Tawheed.
hear
Let her,
me.
please let her
Land of
speak, man.
Tawheed.
Everyone's just
It's
speaking.
the land of Tawheed. And
It's a
all the
land
other
of
countries,
Tawheed and
Iraq,
they're doing this.
this, that,
That's
they
the thing,
don't
Rehan,
do
you
the
know.
same things that Saudi does in protecting the Muslim lands, from shirk. Yeah, you're never gonna appreciate that. You're never gonna appreciate that.
Huh?
Because you're never gonna understand or appreciate that because they free the land from shirk and they always have.
They free the land from shirk, but they do
Tell me
this.
what shirk they do. What shirk
They doing this? Are you
Killing Yemenis.
Yeah, but this is not shirk though. This is not shirk, innit?
No, it's not.
We don't even know if it's true or not. We don't even know if it's true or not.
No, but listen. If killing
go on.
people doesn't take you out of Islam,
Who they killing?
Muslims. No, Muslims. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. East Africa,
what Muslims?
North Africa,
Muslims are
West
they killing?
Africa's people's government.
Are they killing people in their country?
Wow. Nah,
I mean, does it make a difference if you kill someone in your back garden or the street?
No, but we have to establish who they're killing. I haven't heard who
No, if this is right, if this video is right, then it looks like they're
Innocent
killing the
people.
Ethiopians.
Ethiopians,
People
Somalis,
striving to change.
Killing and they
Indonesians.
are abusing innocent
But we don't even know.
people.
Wait, can we agree?
You need
Can
to
we agree?
read the whole article again for
Are
you
we-
to
are we-
understand
are we
what is
saying- no,
going
no,
on,
Mary,
Rehan.
don't worry,
Stop
don't worry.
denying
Wait,
it.
one at a time,
No,
one at a
what
time,
I'm
please.
saying is, just
don't
stop
need you
being
to
in
read.
denial. Just
You don't need to
entertain
read.
us. Just entertain us
No,
here,
I'm not
yeah?
gonna entertain
We're gonna take it.
something
We're gonna take it
that we
at
don't
face
know.
value, right? This is what's happening
I've
in
already
Saudi
said.
Arabia.
Let's keep it civil. Let's keep it
I've already
civil.
said. I've
Just
already
shouting
said.
at him
Yeah,
is not going to do
please.
anything.
Yeah, but this is just dumb now. I
Don't
already
stop. This
said.
shouting doesn't mean it's not going to do anything.
Yeah, it's
He's
not.
just going to leave and shit.
I already said if this is true, then yeah, of course, yeah, this is wrong. This is wrong. But no one on here can actually establish that this is true. And these are not just
What do
random
you
videos
need
of
for it?
someone.
What kind of evidence do you need for us to bring okay, yeah, for you to say this is true, whatever, cool.
At least, like I will question it. I'm not saying it's not true entirely, but at least like someone say that, I've been there.
Okay, something that'll put your
I've
mind
seen
into
this.
ease.
I've played this, but stop. Would you look at this and just be like, yeah, that's what's happened to Ethiopians and Eritreans?
I mean, not 100%. Obviously, I'm gonna have to look into it properly.
Yeah,
I don't even
that's
know
what
what this video about. We didn't even get a chance to play it.
That's what I'm saying.
We're still waiting to see what this video is about.
Hey, being from America, this shit may be true. This may mean
let
don't
me,
bring your ass to Saudi. This may
How-
mean don't bring
I
your ass
never
to
said.
Saudi Arabia.
This is what I'm saying. I never said
Maybe.
this is not true. I never said this is not true. I never said this is not
What's
true.
the background to this video? Are they migrants?
You know, let's watch the video and then we'll talk in it.
Yeah.
This is a prison. It's a prison.
2.5 minutes. I'm not going to try and pronounce it.
Yeah, but it could be a prison. It could be a prison. It could be a prison.
Rayhan, could you read the name of the prison on top of the screen for us, please?
Al-Kharj.
Al-Kharj. Al-Kharj. What does Al-Kharj mean? Al-Kharj is anywhere. It just means outside.
No, I just wanted you to read it because obviously my pronunciation, as you pointed out earlier on, isn't on point, and I didn't want to offend you again. You know what I mean? So
that's understandable.
Yeah, cool. Let's play this.
An appeal
How do you get a
posted
phone
on
there,
Facebook.
anyway?
The men in the video are Ethiopians. They're in a detention center in Saudi Arabia.
And who is
They're
this
among
guy?
thousands of Ethiopians who've been held in the Gulf Kingdom for months. The conditions they're being held in are terrible. The cells are
What's
dirty
with the who,
and
what,
massively
and where?
overcrowded, and there's little food and water. They've been smuggling videos out, and our observer is helping get the videos out to the world.
So wait, stop. If I said this guy was some
الحكومة السعودية كمان ما قدرت توفر كل هذا الحجم الكبير على الأكل والشرب، وبالتالي يعني هم بيحصلوا مثلا في الصباح رغيف واحد وبالليل في نفس الوقت.
Rayhan, you like to speak a lot. Do you want to translate what was being said, or shall we go through it bit by bit?
She's not. That wasn't Arabic.
Stop. Come on.
No, you can't get food and water.
No, I said the language. Was she speaking Arabic?
Yeah, the subtitles below is correct.
You can't get food and water, but you can get a cell phone. You can't get food and water, but you can get a cell phone. Bro, this bullshit.
Hold on. Okay, so they said in the article that this is an investigation and a phone was smuggled in. So allegedly, this is what they're saying. Obviously, we don't know if it's true or not, but the allegation is that a phone was smuggled in, and this is how they've managed to get this footage. Jeez. Anyway,
wait. And how are we talking about phones being smuggled in? Phones are being smuggled in any prison in the world. Let's be real now.
Exactly.
I mean, it could take one security guard to look at all of this and be like, yo, this is wrong. Here's a phone, make a video.
And we want to focus
Maybe
on
this is
that
your way
rather
out.
than the fact that these people are getting one piece
but
of bread
why
in the
not-
morning
why
and
not
one
smuggle
piece of bread in
food?
the evening.
Why not smuggle food?
Let's not address the
Because
problem.
media is the strongest weapon. Is the strongest
Why not
deterrent
smuggle
against something
food?
like this.
How much food are they going to smuggle in, Ashley?
Food.
Ashley, how much food
How
are they going
much
to smuggle
food can
in?
they smuggle?
Yeah, how much
smuggle up
food
their
are you
backside?
gonna bring one bread?
Man, if you can
Now you're gonna ask us
fucking
why don't they smuggle themselves out of there?
So if you can smuggle
finish
a
the
cell
video,
phone, if you can smuggle a cell phone to do all of this, it pays. You have to pay money to smuggle it. So you're not just smuggling this cell phone. Maybe not. You're not just smuggling this cell phone in for free. Why not fucking get some food for your people? Pay them motherfuckers instead of paying for that cell phone.
Wait,
Pay
actually,
them motherfuckers.
wait.
Oh, I don't know, bro.
Phones and
I don't know, bro. This is a little sketchy.
What is the context? Are these people prisoners? Are these migrants? What's going on?
I don't know.
We don't even know the context. We just know it's a prison.
We don't even know what this is.
Listen, this
Mary,
Please,
let's watch the video. Let's just watch the video.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
Play it back
excellent.
and
fine
then
watching the video.
everyone mute up.
Mute everyone.
Yeah, Rayhan,
Sorry.
please, respectfully, when the video, no, it's cool, stops. But when the video's playing, Rayhan, please don't speak over it because it's important that if we're going to get the context of what's happening, that we're able to hear it. And you speaking over it makes me think that you don't want us to hear what is being said. So please mute up. It's 2.5 minutes.
All right, cool. I just see blankets and a lot of phones. That's all.
And water. They've been smuggling. An appeal posted on Facebook. The men in the video are Ethiopians. They're in a detention center in Saudi Arabia. They're among thousands of Ethiopians who've been held in the Gulf Kingdom for months. The conditions they're being held in are terrible. The cells are dirty and massively overcrowded, and there's little food and water. They've been smuggling videos out, and our observer is helping get the videos out to the world.
إنهم كثيرين، وإنما الحكومة السعودية كمان ما قدرت توفر كل هذا الحجم الكبير على الأكل والشرب، وبالتالي يعني هم بيحصلوا مثلا في الصباح رغيف واحد وبالليل في نفس الوقت رغيف واحد، يعني رغيف. وأما الموية طول النهار والليل 24 ساعة لتر واحد. يعني قالوا حتى إن إحنا يعني بسبب التكدس اللي إحنا موجودين فيه نضطر ننام داخل الحمامات على أساس إن إحنا نبتعد عن بعض شوية، وبالتالي هم يمرضوا بهذا الشيء، يمرضوا. فإذا طلبوا يعني من الحراس هم بيطلبوا يقولوا إنه فلان مريض على حد كلامهم وعلى حد الصور اللي اتضحت لنا إحنا، يخرجوا الشخص يضربوه ويرجعوه يعني.
This August, 10 Ethiopians died at a detention center in Jeddah. The Ethiopian government believes their countrymen are being held in retaliation for the construction of a dam on the Nile that is opposed by Saudi Arabia and other members of the Arab League. The two countries have, however, reached an accord on the detainees. So far, 40,000 of them have been flown back to Ethiopia. About 80,000 remain in Saudi Arabia.
أهاليهم اللي في البلد يقولوا إنه ابني موجود في السعودية ولا بنتي موجودة في السعودية، مش عارفين يعني الحالة اللي هي موجودة فيها. هي حتى هي مش قادرة تقول لأمها ولا لأهلها إن هي موجودة في السجن الفلاني، لأن أساساً هي ما عندهاش تليفون. الأثيوبيين كاملاً يعيشوا هذه الحالات المأساوية هذه الأيام. هم أساساً مطالبهم الأساسية والرئيسية خروجهم من السجن وإرجاعهم إلى بلدهم.
Bro, the fucking video's changing. Why are they mixing dead people with alive people? You know what? I'm gonna shut my I'm gonna shut the fuck up. But this is confusing to me. Why are you? If they are doing this, then fuck them. They wrong than a motherfucker. But the videos seem cut. You mixing dead people with alive people. I done
Maybe
seen 3 or 4
because
videos with dead people. I know death.
because they
been-
said because I don't
Man.
know. Actually, it was they said just simple. They've got footage of people been smuggling out, so they compiled footage of the center, not one footage. They've compiled footage and put them in a short film for a report. How is that so hard to understand? I don't know.
Man, bro, look, Saudi Arabia. I'm gonna if Saudi, if you're doing this, Saudi, you're wrong. If you're doing this, you're wrong. But being from over here, I can.
I don't know why you're arguing, because they even said the government have even sent back some people. There's still people being held, but it wasn't the government that's. What are we arguing about?
Yeah, but you know what? One of the things that Axum didn't answer is how are you gonna get a visa? Because you gotta have a visa.
Saudi Arabia is saying don't bring your shit. Maybe Saudi Arabia said don't bring your shit to our door.
Listen to what I'm saying. You gotta have a visa to get into that country. Yeah. And before you even step into that country, your country has to verify the visa. There's many conditions. One, a job contract. That job contract needs to be testified by your country. It needs to be stamped by the local government, yeah, and a solicitor. That's one of the conditions.
Do you know anything about African politics?
Axum, don't cut me out, man. Axum, don't cut me out. I'm talking right now. Yeah. Yeah. Needs to like verify those things, yeah. Then you submit those things to the Saudi embassy in your country. Then the Saudi embassy verify those things. They look at the stamps. They look at whatever in your country, whatever those conditions are. Then they give you the visa after paying the fees. Once you got the visa, you go into the country, and they, just like any immigration, just like the Home Office here, when you enter the country, there's separate queues for immigrants. There's separate queues for those that are citizens. They get in, they stamp it, they check all your documents, they see that you got a visa, and then you get in. Yeah, simple. That's just how it works. So I don't know.
Yeah, finish. Sorry.
Axum said that, oh, these people, they come here, they get treated like this, but these are jobs that they've agreed to.
No,
when they
Rehan,
get
no,
there,
it's not. No, it's not. Hold on, Rehan.
when they get
Hold on,
there,
Rehan.
when
What
they
we're
get
doing
there,
here is, bro, respectfully, you're confusing your status as a British person is completely different. Your experience will never be the same. Let's get that straight first of
you
all.
don't know my experience.
Hold on, bro. Don't tell me I don't know nothing because my husband's been doing business there for years.
Okay, but you don't know my
He's got
experience.
friends from LA that reside there, that live there.
That's
bro.
very nice.
So relax.
Come on, Rehan, man.
You're
Let
not
her
the
speak.
only
Come
one
on,
who
bro.
knows about the country, bro. We know people that have lived there. We know people that have businesses there. We've got investors out there.
That's fine.
So
that's fine.
innit,
That's fine.
Just chill
But
for a second.
did they have trouble? Did they have trouble?
I'm not fighting for a position.
Okay, I know. But you're gonna talk
when
about.
you go there,
Rayhan, can you allow Sarah to finish speaking,
when
please?
you go there as a British and American person, first of all, your experience is different. Secondly, a lot of the migrants may not be able to have the opportunity or the money to go through these processes. They may come in through Yemen, right? Maybe Yemen, they didn't want to work there anymore. They'll come to Saudi.
So
they usually get jobs. Families still hire them. Even though they're illegal immigrants, the families will still hire them, right? So let's not pretend most of these migrants come through Yemen, whether they're Ethiopian, Eritrean, or Somali. The issue isn't, forget that, bro. At the end of the day, the way those people are treated in detention camps is dhulm. There is no, we're not detracting from the tawheed in the country. You don't need to keep bringing it up. We know what the situation is there. It doesn't take away from the fact human beings are being oppressed. They have always been oppressed, especially people from Africa are treated like shit. They've been being treated like since my grandmother's time, let alone my auntie's time.
Yeah, so Asians.
My mother-in-law worked in Saudi, bro. When she left Eritrea, she went to Saudi to find a better life, and they treat it like shit.
This is sometimes
right, and that detention camp is one of many, bro. There's one in Jeddah, there's one in Riyadh. They take you there and they hold you there. You can't make phone calls. You can't ask for help. When they decide to kick you back to your country, they put you on a flight back to your country.
Okay,
that's why when we have people that are missing, we usually try to contact these detention centers.
I get what you're saying. And that's probably true. There are detention centers. So what happens to people that try to come to this country in Calais? What kind of conditions do they live in?
Are you comparing?
Do they even? No, Calais. Have you seen Calais?
You can't on one breath say
it's a jungle.
This is the land of Tawheed, and then try to compare it to London.
But you said already it's two different things. Where you're contradicting yourself because you said
no, I'm not contradicting myself. Are you using the principles of this country to determine whether something is justice or not?
I'm gonna let you run.
You're trying to use the British system as some sort of benchmark for justice.
No,
and then on the other breath, you're talking about that's the land of Tawheed. Bro, there is no aib in saying that there is dhulm. The way you're tap dancing around it, I'm bare side-eyeing you, bro.
You can side-eye me all
people
you
that have
like.
worked there and lived there, and they will still say, yeah, there is dhulm against migrants.
Did I not say?
Find it very hard to say that.
But I don't think anyone's listening.
Because you have a romanticized experience, and I get it. You're British, bro. When you go there, they love you up. I've been there. I know what it's like. I have
they don't love me.
They love the British.
You know what?
Passport.
There's a lot of people
they
here
like
talk for me.
At the end of the day,
why are you talking for me? Why, Sarah? Why are you talking for me? Did I not say already? I've had experiences as a British passport holder, yeah, and I've said that many times before. At one breath, you're talking about the land of Tawheed. We're not taking away from it, but then look at what they're doing. This is land of Tawheed. So you're convinced. Yeah. If it's
so why are you finding it hard to do that?
No, I'm talking about the detention center that we've seen. I'm not talking about
the detention center exists. It's in Saudi. It's in Jeddah. We know people that have been held there and have left and told the same experience.
Like there's dhulm.
There's plenty of people.
Man, fuck all this dumb shit.
Fuck all this dumb shit. Trying to get 100,000 people back before
stupid
March.
shit, man.
This
shit
is
is stupid.
Hidden secret, bro. People have come back and spoken about it.
Yeah, of course.
This shit is dumb. Africans, keep taking y'all ass to the United States and stay the fuck.
Yeah, big up you say. Did I not say I've experienced racism myself? Have I not said that?
You quit fucking going
We're
over
talking
there.
about the detention center.
Just that simple. Stay your ass out of Saudi Arabia.
Even as crazy as that sounds, he's making a point. Just stop bringing it.
Don't talk over people. What's going on?
I don't.
When someone's talking,
Someone's saying like 20
That's the only valid point he made.
She's saying 20 different things.
Just stop.
Stay the fuck out of Saudi. Why would you continue to go there if this is happening?
Okay, Actually, we heard
It's not a
you.
point.
Because
Fuck
they're
that
rich,
shit,
they're
man.
in America
got
and
better
they're
life
getting
here.
paid
Shit don't make
more
no
and
goddamn
stuff.
sense,
They get the
man.
contract, they go there.
I'm
These
not
people
finna
might
keep
be
going to Saudi Arabia if this keep if I see my
First and
people.
foremost, it's not all
Fuck
Saudis,
that
bro.
shit, man.
It's the regime. It's a certain
No,
culture that's out there.
Man,
But
oh,
I'm
no,
y'all
not
but
gonna
crazy,
Sarah,
say
he
it's
bro.
has
all
a point
Saudis
though.
because I've got
I
friends
never
He's
I
who are
got a
never
Saudis
point.
who are
denied that.
decent. So, but I'm
I
saying
never
it
I never
exists.
I
Like I
never
will never deny that
yeah.
it
Yeah,
exists.
yeah.
Why do you
I'm not
think? What
listen,
do you
listen,
think people
I
go
don't
there
deny
though,
there
Michael?
is severe
Why do you think
racism there.
people go there?
Axum, that's not even. But that's not the point. Yeah,
No,
you're
no, no,
saying
no.
this for to better their life, but you
Yeah.
know this is gonna happen. So you're gonna. If I go there
Yeah,
knowing
because
this
there
is
are
gonna
No,
happen
many
no,
to
no.
me,
People are
people don't
desperate,
leave
bro.
the
People are
countries
desperate.
because they
But you
want to
can't judge
leave the
desperate people.
countries. They're
So where
Just
should
be
they
desperate
go?
want to
Where
leave.
grateful.
should they
Just
Axum,
be
go?
Axum, I'm
grateful.
not.
You're not
I'm
desperate
the
to
first one
feed
to
your children
condemn
in it.
the
Just be
treatment of
grateful
them,
for
right?
that. We're not
Yeah,
judging them
Yeah,
for
yeah,
it.
of course. I know. I
I'm
know.
saying
Good
to
luck.
you, I'm not gonna go there knowing I'm gonna suffer
Mezzo,
these
we're not
these
judging
conditions.
desperate people, but Syrians are on the boats to Saudi right now. What are you doing? When
But
people get
sorry,
desperate,
They're
they do
dodging.
how
No,
did
no, no,
these
desperate
Sarah,
things.
people?
Sarah.
But how
They're
did these
dodging
Like
people
bullets.
know
They're
that they
dodging
Dodging
were
bullet
bullets.
going
is a
to
different thing,
suffer
fam.
this kind of treatment? Did they
One
know
minute,
when
one
they
minute,
went
one
there?
minute,
Did they
one
know
they
that
minute,
they
take
were
a
one
going to
risk.
minute,
end up
one
Some
minute,
people
suffering
don't,
like
and
Cyrus.
some
this?
people do. It's a
Family are
risk.
happy to
Okay,
go
can I?
there
Economic
and make money,
and someone in
yeah.
a war zone
And
is
next
totally
minute,
different
yeah,
thing.
it's just like, oh, fuck these lot because Africans get mistreated. What
What
are
are
you
you talking
talking
about,
about?
Mezzo? I'm just lost now again.
Going there
No,
for
there
work
was
and then
maybe.
going somewhere else because you're dodging your family's dodging bullets. It's a separate thing, Sarah.
Sorry,
A
Mezzo.
Syrian leaving a place where it's literally
Hold on,
being bombed.
Mezzo. Desperate people, whether they're coming from famine, from war, from poverty, do desperate things.
And I hear that, Sarah.
So we're
It's
not going to blame
unethical what they're
desperate
doing in
people and
Saudi
say, why are
Arabia.
you doing that? We're going to blame the oppressors and ask, why are you doing that?
But then you're only feeding.
Don't put the blame
Hold
on the
on, no, but
victim.
Sarah, you're only feeding the system that's already existing. So you're just adding more people to go over there and suffer.
That's what I'm saying. Why do they want to go there?
What?
Okay. Why do Ethiopians want to go there? Why do
Because there's
Pakistanis
work
want to go there?
opportunities,
Exactly.
and it's better than their
And I've
situation
told
there.
you already.
Back home.
And you know yourself. Yeah. People can't go to that country unless they got a work contract.
Bro, you can go without work contract. What are you doing? You know how many people live there without contract? What are you doing?
I'm not going anywhere.
You're coming from a British angle. You can't go there
East
because
African
you just
countries.
can't.
You
But
don't
other
know
people
anything
do.
about them. Apparently,
They go from Yemen. They go over the mountains. They get into Saudi. They're on safe houses and people they know.
So how would you, Sarah?
They go to them and their friends get them jobs. All the jobs are undercover. Someone knows someone.
Very
someone
nice.
needs a
This is
maid,
beautiful.
and they go.
Yeah, that must happen. And sorry,
Yeah.
question:
Of course
how do you get?
Of course
Sorry,
that happens.
Rayhan, how do you get into Saudi if you're going on Hajj?
How do you get a visa?
So it's not a work contract.
Basically before it was either Hajj contract.
There's a limit on Hajj anyway.
There's different
Not
types
everyone,
of visas.
They changed
not everyone
it
can
now.
go
Now
Hajj
they're starting all
anyway.
the
There's a
tourists
limit on how many people
You
can
can
go.
go there as a tourist now, apparently. But
Okay, but what are we talking about? Work permits? Or are we talking about Hajj or Umrah?
Don't make the
tourist?
statement. Don't make the statement that the only way you can go there is with a work permit.
No. What I'm trying to say is these people specifically are not going for Hajj. They're going, whether even it's Hajj, have they got the correct visa?
Sorry. The Saudi Arabia's question for everybody, yeah, Rayhan included. Does Saudi Arabia have a hard border around the entire nation?
Depends.
What do you mean?
Which countries?
You know what a hard border is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
it used to with Iraq because Iraq and Saudi relations was bad, but now it's like now it's easy.
Not the entire country.
With Qatar they had that whole embargo thing happening.
So not the entire country, yeah, not the entire country.
I don't really know what
they have like allies like the UAE, for example, or Kuwait.
No, the answer is no, Mezzo. I don't know if people
No, but I'm explaining to him though. There's different cases.
I don't need to know the details. I'm just asking if the country has an entire.
They have many borders though. You're saying it's not one border,
right?
but MA, it's not one border.
But you cannot understand where Saudi
Arabia many countries.
Hold on, stop. Simple question, and the answer is no, right? Saudi Arabia does not have a hard border around its entire nation, including the coastal areas, right?
Yes.
So
we say entirely no, of course not. Yeah.
So clearly, unless you're landlocked, it's very hard to. In fact, it's hard anyway. Yeah, but if you ain't got a hard border around the entire country, then obviously illegal migration is a possibility. You can't account for everybody that's in Saudi
Arabia.
only
Of
that
course,
possibility, their borders
illegal.
with Yemen are shit anyway. So people just literally cross
We're
through
just,
the border and jump over the
I
mountain.
really do think we're just being stupid right now. Of
Yeah,
course,
y'all are being stupid. After that
illegal
video,
immigration is gonna
why the
happen.
fuck would you go there? Why the fuck would you go there after that
I'm not
video?
going. I'm not
Why go
going.
to Saudi Arabia? What the
Not
fuck?
every single Saudi is doing this,
Help
bro.
me understand this, because I'm trying to understand, but I don't understand. Why go there?
William.
There are people in
When
Saudi
you go
that
to
are
America,
oppressors,
you go
bro.
to UK for the
It's
same
not all
reasons.
Saudis.
You go to
Why go to
America.
hey, look, if the Saudi Arabian people are doing this to Africans,
Bro, they oppress the
why
black
the fuck
Saudis
would
as
you
well.
go
It's not
there?
just
Like, this is
immigrants,
stupid.
you know. There are
But
black
there's
Are
so
Saudis
many
y'all
as well.
fucking
reasons.
retarded? Why
There's
the
so
fuck
many
would you go
reasons.
there?
There's
This
so
is
many
what I'm
reasons.
saying. This conversation doesn't even need to happen. Just miss Saudi
Geographically.
Arabia. Don't go to Saudi
I don't
Arabia.
think people are getting
Why
this. I
the
don't
fuck
know.
would you go there?
Yeah, but
Okay,
Ashley,
well,
listen. There are people dying in the Mediterranean right now, right? And they have seen their brothers and sisters die as well, but they're still willing to go.
Desperation, man.
It's desperate.
So,
Like, what else? I don't get what's so confusing about that.
oh
So okay,
man.
Sarah, when they get there, Sarah, when they get there, so a person turns up in your country, when they get there, what do? Just say, hey, here you go.
You definitely don't leave them on marble floors, and I know how hot Saudi is, bro. I've been there. It's freaking hot.
Did you not feed
You
them
don't
with
leave
blankets?
people
If
sleeping
that
on
video was
marble
true,
floors. Are you stupid?
we don't even know that video
Like,
is
what
true.
are you
though.
doing?
We don't
Like,
know,
you cannot justify that video,
do you know
Rayhan. There's
that
no
video is
way
true?
you can justify
Sorry,
it.
I
is
can't
Islamic?
justify that.
I've got a question
There
about
is
I can't
that
Islam.
justify
Yeah?
that, but you're failing
just
to
horrific
understand.
with the amount of money they
Yeah,
have.
that's nice.
Sorry,
Sarah. You
Sarah and
keep saying
Rayhan.
these
Yeah,
words.
sorry, Sarah
But
and Rayhan.
do you
I've
not?
got
Do you
a
not? Wait,
question
hold
about
on.
Islam, yeah?
Do you
I've got
not
an
fail to
Islamic
realize
question.
you don't even know if that video is Saudi Arabia? Can
Cool,
you tell me
we've
honestly?
been
Bro,
saying the
we know
same thing
people
over
that
and
have
over
been in
again.
these detention camps that have said the same thing. What are you talking about? I don't know.
Who? Bring them on this panel.
My
All right, Rayhan,
what?
you said that enough times. Emma's waiting to ask a question.
Yeah, so an Islamic question. What is the I suppose you call it jurisprudence or whatever? How do you guys regard nation states and people coming into a Islamic nation state? How do you treat them? Are there any laws or customs? And because you just mentioned the marble floor thing.
I was saying that the way they treated inhumane.
No, I
It's not how
understand
you
what you
treat
said,
them.
Sarah. I'm just asking, what is the Islamic way to
Islamically,
welcome
you have to
or
treat
not
them like
welcome?
human beings, innit? Give them a decent place to sleep. At
Right,
least. If you
Yeah, of course,
stop
yeah.
people who are immigrants, that's your whatever, innit? But at
Yeah, that's
least
if that's
give them
true,
a
but
safe, clean water, food,
that's if it's
somewhere
true.
to sleep, like basic necessities. Yeah, for a country that has that much money, people talking about they got gold toilets, man throwing around Rolexes all over the place. They will go into freaking Harrods and buy up the whole store, and you can't provide beds.
Now you're getting personal.
You can't
But
provide beds. What is going
but
on?
that's if that's true. Yeah, because you're talking about money.
Bro,
People
we
have
know.
money.
Listen,
People
okay,
have
bro.
Rolexes. People have whatever.
Listen, Rayhan. We
People
know
have whatever.
people from Ethiopia that have come back from Saudi and said the same stories.
Can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
You know what? I'm just like the same people that came back were talking about marble floorings and they got blankets. They got whipped. That's the
Get
narrative.
whipped.
That's
When you don't have legal status, the employer can do what he wants with you, bro. Girls get raped, girls get raped, men get whipped, women have to clean 3, 4, 5-story buildings on their own. Like, it's inhumane, bro.
We're talking about maids.
So wait, hold on.
It's the simplest logic, man.
So wait, hold on.
And they take their passport away from them. You have no right.
That's illegal right now.
Yeah, but it happens, Rayhan.
Yeah, but then when you don't have it, people are scared, so they'll take the oppression because they don't want
immigrants and maids there who have the right to work are completely different things. That's the problem.
That's what I'm saying, bro. He's talking about people.
When the maids are being mistreated and they have the right to be there,
but I'm talking about
that's when it becomes.
Can I ask a question, guys?
Mistreatment should not be happening regardless.
Oh my god!
Hey, can y'all please help me make sense of this shit? Please,
Ask a
please
question.
help me. I'm trying my best. Like, please,
And I feel
okay,
like
please help me.
the only person that's on this panel, the only person that's been there, you're not letting to speak.
Just please help me. All right, just hear me out on this. Please help
I've been
me.
to the majority of the Middle East, not Saudi Arabia.
Please, just please help me. Just listen. Just please help me. Please help me.
On a residency permit. On a residency permit.
Just look, bro. Just please help me. We just seen a video with from what I seen, it was about 36. I seen 36 pictures of people that were dead. There's no changing that. I didn't get all the pictures. So please help me. So please help me understand this. If this is what you are seeing, if this is what is going on, if your people are dying at this rate, Please tell me why in the fuck would you continue to go there? And you talk about America.
Well,
Hold on, wait. And you talk about America's whitewashed? What the fuck are y'all?
What are you talking about, William? I'm so confused.
Stay the fuck out of Saudi Arabia is what the fuck I'm talking about.
People
Stay
are
the fuck out of Saudi Arabia.
All right, Ashley, that's good. Like,
God
that's
damn,
good.
y'all crazy as fuck.
Right, Ashley,
Y'all crazy as fuck. Why the fuck would you go there?
Hold on.
Why would you go there?
Advising
Please tell
people
me
to
why
not
go
go
there.
there now is all well and good, but we are talking about the people that are currently there and being mistreated. They clearly didn't know that they were going to end up in this situation when they went there. They couldn't predict that this was going to happen, but it's happening.
This shit has not. This is not the beginning of this shit. Saudi Arabia has been doing this shit. So let's not act like that we just found this out. Don't act like that y'all just found this out. Don't act like that. Do not act like that.
William, a lot of the people don't have access to the media.
Get out of
Like
here,
that.
man.
They hear stories.
I ain't want to say shit. I tried to be cool.
Yo,
William.
family.
Yeah,
I tried to be cool. I ain't want to say shit because I ain't want to get amped up. But I'm listening at this
William,
shit.
let me explain. I'll explain.
Man, come on,
chill out, man. Let the man moderate.
I'll explain, bro. A lot of the people
Bro, y'all crazy
do not
as
have
fuck.
access to this media. They're sold a dream of go Saudi Arabia, you get this many $100, you can send it back to your family. And there are a few cases where people do make money and they're not harmed. But
So who sold
that
that dream?
They don't
Who
realize
sold that
until
dream?
they're in the depth of the situation.
Who sold that dream? Who
That's
sold
like when
that
they
dream?
come
The
to
people
UK
that
though, isn't it?
you
That's
know
like when they come
people,
to
man.
UK.
Even till today, like people gas people
But isn't that like
up
when they
about
come to
Europe
UK
and
and
America
America?
like it's the best place in the world.
But you know what? You know what?
What's your point? What's your point?
Every African that comes to America, they're not persecuted. They're not put in cages. They're not fucked up. They're not beat. They're not whipped.
I
They're not
remember the
tased.
Mexican kids that were put in cages. So I don't know what you're talking about. Mexicans were still
No.
coming.
I didn't say Mexican. I said African. I said African. Don't say Mexican. I said African. I said African. Every African that comes here is good.
I don't think
Every African that comes to the States is good.
I
But you motherfuckers,
they don't
He
get it.
bro,
They
that's
don't have
that's
that
crazy.
America for so
No.
long. I don't get
People
it.
don't
That's
understand on this
crazy.
panel. No.
I can't. I really can't believe
Your belly's
that
full
you
in America,
niggas.
bro. You don't know about children dying of
Ashley, can
hunger.
turn your mic down a bit, I
Being
beg.
desperate. You don't know
Bro,
about
Chill out.
it's just beyond me that if
it
this
is
shit,
beyond you because your belly's full. Your belly's full. Your belly's full, bro.
If this shit is
hear
happening,
anyone else.
Your
why
belly's
keep sending
full.
your people
That's
to
why it's
Saudi
beyond
Arabia?
you.
If this shit is happening in Saudi Arabia, quit sending them there. It's just that
They
fucking
send
simple.
themselves there. What are you
What
doing?
the fuck?
It's
They
okay,
travel
Ashley.
So why
there
would they?
for a better life.
Ashley,
Bro, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. Like I'm trying my best to understand this. I'm not
but
gonna
you
go somewhere where my
oh,
people keep
Your
dying.
beefy gets
I'm
it.
not
I
gonna
can't do it.
I'm not gonna go
Someone
somewhere where my
like
folks keep
this.
dying.
stop the
If
juice,
Saudi
brother.
Arabia is
All
doing
right,
We
this,
get the
bro.
point, bro. We get
We
it. We
hear
get it.
you. We
You
hear
repeat the
you.
same
We
thing
hear
like
you.
5 times.
Big up, Baku.
okay, so what the fuck are we talking about it for?
Yeah, big up. Big show.
What the fuck are we talking about it for?
Sorry. Hey, Mr. Jones, relax, man.
All right, Matthew, I got you, bro. But that's just a little fucked up to me.
Oh my day.
That's just a little.
Come on, man.
That's just a little fucked up to me. Why keep?
Mackie, could you explain what desperation is?
If you was asked to be
that people can
stationed
get
there,
desperate, could you explain it?
you wouldn't be saying the same thing. You wouldn't be screaming at the top of your voice. Yeah, if they stationed American troops on behest of Saudi Arabia, you might end up working somewhere like that. Do you get it? So like,
Yeah,
like,
I do get it back, but
my brother.
But when we
there's a package, it's so there's a package like any other country. Yeah, remember, you have to smuggle information out of the country, showing you that they have control over the media. Anybody can't just film in Saudi Arabia. Do you get what I'm saying?
Okay, Matthew. So that's right.
Hold on. And
All right, cool.
About the human rights.
Come on.
The human rights atrocities.
Come on.
Because they're executing certain amount of people. I don't know how many they've done this year, but it's against their very extreme regime. The other thing I wanted to say to Rayhan was
okay, Matthew. So
let me finish.
The other day, when I jumped
up, you ever talking?
When I
not
jumped
you, Matthew, but this other motherfucker.
When I
go ahead,
bro. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm good, but I'm just a little, not, bro. Somebody else said something. Somebody else said
He's been
something.
talking for about the past 6 hours. He just jumped on the
Bro,
panel.
shut up, bro. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to my bro. I'm talking to Macu. Bitch, shut up.
Please,
Go ahead, Macu.
I beg this go, bro.
Go ahead, Macu. I'm not talking to you, bro. I'm talking to this other motherfucker that's butting in.
Please.
Control yourselves. I was beg.
All right, okay, Macu. So you said what you said. So look, listen.
No, he hasn't finished.
This is oh fuck. This is not the first time. This is not the first time. This is not the first time that this has came up with the Saudi Arabia incident. I'm pretty sure this is not the first time. So if that's the case, why in the fuck would niggas keep going there?
Desperation. You have no choice.
You know what we do? You know what we do in America when we desperate? We sell crack.
Yeah, but we don't do that in East Africa. Sorry, bro.
So let me get this straight. You would rather not sell crack and not sell drugs, but run over to another country and get put in a detention center and die?
Hey.
Come on, bro.
What a nice
Come on, bro.
right there.
Come on, bro. Come on, Macu. Come on, Macu. Come on, Macu. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'll shut the fuck up. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But you would rather go somewhere to where you know you're gonna die instead of selling crack or selling a drug to better your environment or to better your family. You would rather go somewhere and die
or sell crack to your own people.
I think a lot of people said, as in earlier, a lot of these people in these circumstances, this is not what they signed up for, in a sense, right? That's what it is, bro. You get me? You can't put it on the afflicted already. You're gonna talk to about the victims, like, why would you go Saudi Arabia, man? Why would you go? Why would you go?
Wow. But please explain it to me.
Yeah, but bro, like we already explained to you, like you're talking. We're only gonna be talking on people who just received the information. Yeah. One thing that you was correct on is that the atrocities in Saudi Arabia are long-standing. Do you get what I'm saying? Longer than Rayhan's age. Do you get what I'm saying? But what makes me laugh, bro, is last week, I was on the stream after whooping his ass on this stream about Saudi Arabia. We go on Jedi stream early in the week, and he's like, yeah, Macu, Saudi Arabia. I didn't even answer him. I didn't even reply him. Yeah. Because of the simple fact, you were caping for Saudi Arabia. You lived in Saudi Arabia a decade. Yeah. We already explained to you about what they do to Saudi Arabians, let alone what they do to foreigners, let alone a man shitting on girl's face for money. Let alone the ladyboy thing. Let alone there's so many different things that we know. Those people in authority, they've done some criminal shit. We're talking boxes of food and shit, Ashley. You understand? And they got charged.
I'm with you, bro. I'm with you.
That's not Islamic, is it? That's not Islamic. You know what I'm saying? They don't care about that. They're in control of everything, right? And these are Europeans pretending to be Arabians, right? This European interest again to Israel, this, blah, 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 that. Who's funding America? Who's funding this country? Who's It's the Saudis. We know this already. Yeah? Your whole Bin Laden situation that you had in America, the whole family and all of that. Remember, the Bin Ladens are the financial arm of the Saudi royal family. They're the money people. So with the two families, it's mad, isn't it? So like, little things we're supposed to know. Little things we're supposed to know. We know that they do extreme Sharia in that country. It's extreme. Everything they do is extreme.
What's extreme?
What did you say?
That's one. So Macu, okay.
Yes.
So now that you go ahead. Now that you just said this. Now that you have said this, and maybe it's because you are further educated than some of these motherfuckers, but I don't think so, because listening to how they've been saying, they've been touching on instances from 2 to 3 years ago, maybe 4 to 5 years ago. So this means that they fully understands what Saudi Arabia is. So why in the fuck? You gotta feel me on this.
We already established
Whoa.
My brother,
If you knew,
William,
and you know, as being African people, and you know, why in the fuck, out of desperation, would you take your ass to a place that is going to kill you?
Not kill.
Anyway, so yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You nobody can answer that question.
Hold on, bro.
Nobody. Oh man,
my
they
brother.
live a better life than
Save
before.
your
Okay,
question.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
You might as well save your question. Hold on. For if we get in contact with a victim, you can ask them that question. And I don't know how well placed that question would be. Do you get what I'm saying? Because over here, it's not a very clever question, my brother. It's not really that rocket science.
But Mac, you look at the pictures they've been showing. Have you dealt with a body before? Have you dealt with a dead body before? Not gonna say that you have.
You gotta take.
But have you dealt with a dead body before? Look at those pictures. Look at those pictures. Them niggas was dead.
My brother.
Them niggas were dead as fuck. They fucking soul was gone. The way that their eyes were pointing, they were gone. Their pupils wasn't even there. Their pupils was rolled in the back of. They were dead. They were dead.
Well, from what I saw, I didn't really see it the same way. But
so go back and look. Go rewind this video.
My brother, like, and this is supposed to have taken place
in Saudi Arabia
during the pandemic. So it wasn't that long ago, and then that would give you more context, right? Right? Because you're gonna isolate people and do the like you ain't doing.
Back you, I feel you, bro. I understand you, and you my nigga.
So that's
and
what
you
100%
100% knowledgeable. You knowledgeable, and I would never take that away from you. But some of these motherfuckers are just doing this to argue. Never mind. Look, why the fuck would you continue to, out of desperation?
I think that question has been answered a couple of times, but let's move on from that now because
let's move on because let's move on.
Yeah, but the question has been addressed.
Sorry, is the idea that we're saying the regime itself? Yeah, this is no surprise to a lot of us. That is definitely true, Mr. Jones. Right? It's no surprise this type of behavior, right? But yet many Nigerians holiday to Saudi Arabia and UAE and all of these type of things because they're not seeing it. Remember that media coverage of that area is restricted. They put out what they want. You ain't really gonna know what happened. Only these little tapes, these hotel rooms, a girl's working in the hotel and she's being abused and disrespected. These are documentaries. We have Panorama and all of these type of things that have documented this information and these situations from many years before. It's nothing new. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I feel you, bro.
Are we saying that doesn't happen in the European countries?
You're whataboutism. No, that's not going to help.
Yeah, it is though.
It's not. It doesn't make sense.
And you know what? Hold on.
Watch this, Matthew. Just watch. Matthew.
If you want to discuss it, you feel free to bring that information and we can discuss it. But today, Axum has brought information about what's happening in Saudi Arabia, so we're going to address that. So do you have anything else to say on this particular topic, Rayhan?
I do. Ask Axum, what's the visa process of getting into that country? And if you're trying to legally get into that country, would you not naturally be put into a detention center? If that's a detention center, wouldn't that be something that you process like from an immigration perspective?
Yeah.
Then coming on a dinghy and then getting shipped to Rwanda. So obviously they've got their processes. And if in that detention center they're getting mistreated, I'm against that. Because at least they should get food, water, shelter, until they can decide where those people go. Yeah. But she knows very well, and Sarah knows very well, you can't step into that country until you got particular visas. Either you got a Hajj visa, and now most recently a tourist visa, or a work permit. And a work permit needs you to get a work contract, present that to the embassy verify it. Now, what happens when you go even as a maid? You go to that country as a maid. If that family mistreats you, then that's upon that family. And Sarah even said herself, not all Saudis are like this. So what are we talking about? If not all Saudis are like this, you're talking about individual families mistreating. You're talking now you're talking about individual families.
Yeah, but we're talking about people who live and thing in the country, right? So the ruling elite of the country is what we're talking about. We're not talking about the average Saudi Arabians.
the ruling elite.
Hold on. I just told you that there is many atrocities against their own citizens. Yeah. This situation is not even about their own citizens. This is about how they treat foreign migrants and blah, blah, blah. No matter what, in most African countries, a passport is not really necessary. Yeah. It's only because Saudi Arabia is doing European stuff. Right? You're gonna give citizenship to a fucking robot. Yeah? AI. Huh? What about that one, William Jones? Huh? That's AI robot.
That's really nice, but I mean,
no, it's not really nice. It's just it's just the value of human
because
life.
that's you know, Maku, you know, that's probably more of a. I don't agree with Maku. You're fighting with me. I don't really agree with the Saudi regime in itself. Like, there's a lot of fuckeries that they do. I don't agree with.
But you said you did before. Like,
no, I didn't. We're talking about the immigration policies in terms of certain people coming to the country
held up by who? By who?
Illegally.
Who cares about the immigration
held up by
policies?
who, my brother?
Sorry, Maku, wait. Who cares about the immigration situation? Yeah, right, with the whole thing.
So Axel, would you want anyone else into your country?
Hold on, let Axel speak, please. Rayhan.
Sorry.
Yeah, the human rights have been like mashed up. Yeah, they're treating them.
The human rights according to Sweden.
You see this? Yeah, this is why I cannot be serious with this guy.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? That no,
yeah.
I can't be serious with him at all.
Sweden's human rights. Yeah, listen, is probably exemplary. It's probably one of the more exemplary countries in Europe and the world. Yeah, when it comes to certain situations, you know what I mean? Like,
but doesn't the media want to portray?
Hold on.
I don't give a fuck about the media if I get the report from my people themselves. Don't you understand this? My whole fucking blood is there. What is wrong with you? I'm trying to make you understand something, yeah? I don't care if they come there
but what is your whole blood doing there?
Or whatever. Listen, Raya, shut the fuck up now, yeah? Shut the fuck up. I'm telling you now. I've never speak like this. I never speak like this, yeah? But now you're pissing me off. You're really pissing me off, yeah?
Rayhan, just mute up and listen, please.
Yeah. I don't care if they come there legally or illegally. See this, yeah? People are treated like shit just because they're Africans. Don't you fucking get it?
Not if they in America, they don't.
And you're telling me, what now exactly? Tawheed here, Tawheed there, yeah? I don't give a fuck about the Tawheed.
It's money. I get it. Yeah.
Asmani.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Ismaili, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
How's it Ismaili?
Because you're talking to a woman.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm talking colleaguely.
Yeah,
Ismaili to a woman when you're addressing a woman. But anyway, that's beside the point. Let's continue.
No. We want to talk about Arabic now.
I wonder how good your Punjabi is compared to your Arabic.
That's not. Obviously, I was talking in the Khaliji accent. It doesn't really matter.
No, you don't. Because
Rayhan, I'm correcting you.
You're going to get it wrong.
Meso. No, let's not go there.
Bro, I'm a native Arabic speaker.
Right.
What does that matter?
It matters a lot.
When you're addressing a woman,
do you want to go into Arabic?
When you're saying to a man, you're saying Ismani.
Obviously.
Ismaili. Ana bint, yeah. And continue.
Meso, do you want me to really pull you up on your Arabic?
Bro, we can go there. Do you want to do it?
Yeah,
Want to
let's go.
conversate
Let's
the
do it
full
now.
combo in Arabic?
Y'all motherfuckers just want something to argue about. That's all y'all want. Y'all just want something to argue about. Listen at y'all asses. Listen at y'all.
You're avoiding the issue, and
just don't change subject. Continue.
Okay. But if you want to go into to Nahu and Sarf, yeah, we can go there.
Who cares about the language now? Okay.
Yeah, no. Wait. Well, now all of a sudden.
Nah, stop deflecting. Stop deflecting.
Not
Get
deflecting.
back to the point.
Yeah, that's not. We can. Yeah, if you want to get into Arabic grammar, now we can go there.
Stop being silly, man. Come on.
Bro, it's not about the grammar. You can't speak it properly. Just take the L. Let's continue.
Yeah. Okay. Neither can you.
I just corrected you.
Neither can you. Go on.
How many times did I correct
you? With your local Arabic Iraqi accent. Go on.
Exactly. Pakistani is teaching an Arab.
So, Axum, in terms of what you were saying, anyway, Axum, in terms of what you were saying a minute ago, I understand, because a lot of the time, like, we know that stuff is happening to our people long before it gets any kind of like media attention or whatever. Do you know what I mean? We obviously know what's happening back in homelands where our families are. We get reports back, etc. And so I fully hear what you're saying, and I don't understand why some people want to deny things when you're able to give, obviously it may be a second-hand account, but it's come from people that you know, as you said, like people in your family. I don't understand why it's so hard to accept the truth. And what I would say to Rayhan, because he's mentioned that a lot of the time we will critique articles, etc. And what I would say to that is sometimes we critique how they report certain things. We don't necessarily say every single thing that is made up is false. There is always elements of truth to what is put out there. But as I said, we will critique and we will question how they report certain things. Doesn't mean to say that it's false.
Can I ask Rayhan a question? Rayhan,
no, you can't. No,
are you
you
there,
can't.
bro?
Of course you can. Go for it.
My question, if anyone wants to answer it, like, forget Saudi Arabia for a second, right? Why are certain people treated worse than others all around the world? In China, in Minor, wherever you are, it's happening. Why? Like, we know
Man, is
that
this
if one
con? Is this con? I whoop
Englishman
your ass
goes
in the
missing
streets,
in the Sahara Desert.
When people's family have been afflicted, and you can't just say, let's put Saudi Arabia aside for the minute. This is the point about what about ism, my brother. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if you're going to come in the conversation, at least come in and help steer it, whether you agree or you disagree. But all of this other stuff, like, you're trying to make a whole new parameter in this conversation. I think that's unfair.
And realistically, if we can, like, we could just put that question that you just asked, Khan, we can just put that to this situation. And
That's what I'm trying to do, but in a roundabout sort of way.
Yeah, but you don't.
Because obviously, certain people get triggered when it's Saudi Arabia. But I'm asking you, like, this, the answer to this question is the same no matter what the country is, right?
Right.
I hear you,
applies
but
to
look
Saudi
at
Arabia the same way. Like,
this
obviously,
particular situation.
no one's trying to claim that there's no racism in Saudi Arabia, right? Anyone who's been there knows.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Racist as fuck.
I've never said this is what I'm saying. Everyone's jumping on me. I've never said there's no racism in that country.
I know, bro. I know. But what I'm saying is, ultimately, does this not come down to racism when certain colors of people are treated differently? Is that not ultimately what the main point is?
That's correct.
Like, if you, in your mind, take Saudi Arabia out of the equation, then answer the question, and then bring Saudi Arabia back in, you see it fits, right?
Right.
It fits.
Yeah, all right, Con. You're making a point.
I get what you're saying, Carl.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Right.
Definitely, there's racism in that country. Definitely.
Okay.
And I never said that. I think I said that.
Bruh. As an Asian man, yeah, once you've confessed that, know how hard it is for the darker members of the family, the darker hue. Yeah, you have hue, you have melanin, but we got the darker hue, you know. Yeah, broader nose, bigger lips, we're gonna get treated different. You look more like them, or they look more like you. Do you get it?
Yeah, that's true. Obviously,
You know what I mean?
if a white person
You
marries a
see
Pakistani, within 3 generations, 4 generations, they're white again.
Yeah.
So it's like a different level of threat.
Or they're called Arab or something, you know what I mean? Like, it's a mix. Arab is a mix, right? So it's various different mixes over history. So, like, we're not quivering that, or we're not arguing those facts. We're never going to tell somebody, oh, your Arabic ain't all of that when you don't even live in the same region. You was only a visitor. Whether you live at 10 years or not is beside the point. Yeah, the fact that you stayed there 10 years and you never received any of this just actually puts you in a particular bracket, right?
Yeah, but Maku, you know what? I think like, you know what it is? You know, everyone's talking and everyone wants to jump on a certain subject and narrative or whatever. I even said, before I even spoke about Saudi Arabia, I said I got certain experiences that I would like to share. Yeah. And I haven't shared them right now. Yeah. But there's a lot of things that I've seen myself. I've never said, and I want to correct this, I've never said that there's no racism in that country.
Okay.
Because I've experienced it myself.
Okay. But
So I'm talking about
were you out here promoting them? Yes, you were, because you were saying
what I was promoting.
Hold on, you were saying the way that Tawheed is set
I was
up.
still sick to that. I was still sick to that.
Okay, you still say that, right?
Yeah.
Right,
I still say it, but
this is why everybody is asking you questions in a particular way, because you say you don't support them, but yet you do support.
I don't support the racism.
No, but you support the regime, and the regime is steeped with racism. That's all it is, bro. One can't go without the other, in a sense, you know. Someone has to.
It can, because Tawheed, shirk is worse than racism. Shirk is worse than racism.
And then some of the things you're talking about is politics. You understand? It's politics. And then we're talking about immigration and the immigration status. You get what I'm saying? These are all governmental. Hold on one second. These are all governmental things. These are nothing to do with the religion they follow or the ideology they follow or nothing. They're supposed to be set up in a unique way, right? And again, at the end of the day, we're saying these are a bunch of foreigners. Can you imagine? You are foreigners and you're treating foreigners to the country a certain way. You have it within your system. Do you get what I'm saying? That these things can happen. So we're not
nationalism is a massive thing.
We're not going to blame the troops. We're not going to blame the people who work there. We're going to blame the people who had the idea to build this prison, to set these rules down. Do you get what I'm saying? That's what we're going to do. We're going to aim it at the authorities. And unfortunately, it's supposedly a monarchy that run the country. So then it's down to them. That's all.
And
that's what we've been saying from the start.
My personal opinion.
Our problem is with the regime.
Yes.
No one said all the Saudi people are like that. I would not even allow that anyway.
My personal experiences. Yeah. Of course, Maki, what you're saying is it's true. Right. Yeah, obviously it's top down, isn't it? It comes from the system that they've built. Like, I've not even begun to speak about my personal experiences and what I actually think of the regime. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I understand that. That it comes from the top down. This racism.
Okay, so then why would you query a video like that has it under title? It's a prison or a detention center in Saudi Arabia. People are being treated badly. You might not have seen that while you was out there, right? But you know within yourself your own experiences, right? That you haven't expressed to us. This is why we can't understand why you're caping for them. Like, bros, allow it. That's all. You know where you come from. You know where you live now. I think those are the most important things, no?
But at the same time, that because I haven't seen it myself, I can't verify that video that I saw.
I hear that, right? But you can verify your own experiences, right? And people can do the same, as in
not to that level.
Yeah, but there's no, listen.
Individuals.
No one can undermine your experiences, right? Right? I wouldn't dare to. Yeah. If you tell me, oh, I was out there and this happened to me and oh, sorry, Rayhan. Yeah. Shouldn't happen to no one, right? Right. This is what we're trying to say, bro. Do you get what I'm saying? That these Saudis, or what they put in place and the laws and that's why I made the joke about the robot. It's funny how you could give robot citizenship and then we're talking about all this visa shit for human beings. Do you get it? It's just a joke. Yeah. They don't practice what they preach. This is a definite truth. You know what I mean? So, like, trust me, we're not attacking the country. We've never attacked the country. We've always attacked the regime. We've always attacked the House of Saud that believe in certain ideologies and could put out certain ideologies that criminal organizations, as we say, as Daesh and all of that, are running on the theology set down by the Saudis. These things are clear.
Yep.
Yeah. This is
fact.
why anyone
I would
Saudi
question
Arabia,
with that. Yeah.
anyone
Okay,
came
we
to Saudi
go
Arabia
on.
is considered, an extremist or a terrorist.
No, yeah. Okay.
That's how that came about. Do you get it? So this is my point. When I'm at Speaker's Corner with my brothers, and they're going at other Akis, Akis are going at other Akis. It's on that principle. You support Saudi Arabia? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Stuff for Allah. This and that. You get it?
Yeah.
And then the ones that support, innit? They say, there's nothing wrong with Saudi Arabia. What? Why are you not going on like that for? Nigga, you're on terrorist watch list. Yeah? And then now you're on camera.
Man's blatantly on the watch list as well.
No, man's blatantly on the watch list, man. You know the ones there, like, I've seen you. Yeah? Man's with Andrew Chowdhury in Regent's Park and that. Yeah? We know who from who. Yeah?
Maku.
And as I said, some of them terrorists, right? Or supposed terrorists are some of the most exemplary Muslims in the whole park. Their behavior is thing. Because if they have a bad day, we all have a bad day, right? I always check up on them. We good? We good.
Now, if they have a bad day, you won't be there the next day.
Yeah, because man's got a rucksack and that. Man's rolling through with the rucksack. Don't let the little man get mad or and had enough of people keep pointing the finger at him and saying he's a terrorist because he supports the Saudi regime. That's it. So no, these people that you're talking about or that we're talking about, and you know what we're talking about, it's never been the people. As I said, they oppress their own people to execute women and all of that. It's just long, bro. It's just too much. Yeah. We're talking about public beheading and that. Like, this is crazy.
A teenage boy got killed as well.
It's going to be a mazza.
Oi, Maku. I don't know if this is true, but I heard this. Yeah, do you know, like when we're fasting and we wait for the moon to come out so we can like start the Eid and that? I heard that some people go by if the moon comes out in Saudi Arabia or not. Like not even the country that they're living in.
Not in their own country. Mad,
they're going by Saudi.
No,
and even Saudi's telling them, don't do this. Don't do this. And
anyway,
they still do
it. What you're saying was interesting, yeah?
Yeah. Because
do you feel like what,
another great example, Rayhan, is that the new prince now, or should I say king or whatever, in charge, when he came in, did you see how coarse and military his shit was? Like anyone who didn't agree with his thing was instantly locked up and blah, blah, blah. We've got to question this regime. It's mad. They've got 500 princes. Their reign will never end. We've got to look at these. And
I mean, politically, they're obviously trying to protect they're trying to take control of their land, isn't it? That's like politically, there's a lot of things I don't agree with, like what they're doing. One of the interesting points that you mentioned was that the terrorists, have some connection with Saudi Arabia.
That's correct.
And I don't really think that's true because I think Saudi Arabia, not just Saudi Arabia, but I think their literature is anti-terrorism because they talk about not blowing up people and not doing all these kind of things. So how do you kind of say that the people that you've met in the park have some connection with Saudi Arabia? The terrorists hate Saudi Arabia.
Listen, let me give you an example. Yeah, there's one or two that support Saudi Arabia, but are the first to pick out at Muslims and did it, like someone like Shamsi, for example. And because of that, even Shamsi gets side-eye. You understand? Even Shamsi gets side-eye. Like, it's all good exposing the Muslims who are terrorists and believe in certain thing. But you yourself, you believe in it and want to protect the Saudi regime. Oh, yes. You're like, what? Are you not listening to your own rhetoric? You're going to use it as a tool to attack other other Muslims, yeah, or other Akis who certainly have that thing around that aura and that name and
But
that.
why do you think the terrorists hate Saudi Arabia?
Sorry.
Why do you think the terrorists hate?
Because,
why do you think
you
there's
know
It's
what?
not Saudi Arabia. Wait,
It's
wait.
not
Let me.
You know, like
let me
you're saying,
rephrase.
bro. You know, like you're
That's
saying.
a lie, by the way. That's a complete lie. There's been captured ISIS members with Saudi IDs, and there's even cars with Saudi number plates.
Yeah, but they've converted to the ideology, Meso. It's a bit obvious, come on, Meso.
Bro, there's Saudi number plates. The cars are coming from Saudi Arabia.
Osama bin Laden, one of his main
I'm not talking
reasons.
about him.
Yeah. But I mean, he's the father of this, isn't it? Let's. He's the father of this kind of suicide bombing and going into European lands and stuff like that. And one of the things that he said was,
Can I ask you a question?
One of the things
Rayhan?
that he hated.
I don't usually
why he
talk
turned
about
away.
terrorism. Forget Osama,
Wait.
right?
Let him finish.
And one of the things that he hated was the Saudi regime.
Who? Osama bin Laden?
Yeah, he did.
No.
But his family. Wait, Maku, you know his family is quite big, innit? They built Jeddah, they built Riyadh, they built the airports and stuff like this. And,
As I said,
a lot of the construction companies, even till today,
you're not listening, bro.
they have Osama
He's
construction
part
company.
of the royal family.
You didn't hear what I said. Yeah.
Yeah.
They are the Bin
royal family, man.
Hold on. They're not even Saudi Arabians. That's the can we stop the nonsense?
Yeah, it's not. What we're trying to say, the terrorists
Go on.
are separate from the Salafi Dawah. Yeah, they're separate from that.
No one's doing Salafi Dawah. Who's a terrorist?
They're separate from that. They're separate from the Salafi Dawah.
Sorry, they're not doing
They're
that.
separate from that.
Bros, what are you doing?
If that's true, then why is it when they catch the terrorist cells, they got people from all those countries?
Mm-hmm.
How comes?
No, I think if you look at is it Ray J? If you look at if you look at the statistics, you'll see that most of these terrorists are from foreign countries: Algeria, Pakistan,
which is nothing
India.
to do with Saddam, nothing to do with
not Turkey,
Bin Laden,
obviously Turkey.
nothing to do with Bin Laden. All the countries you're naming,
Turkish sellouts anyway.
Yeah, good.
Wait,
fuck the Turkish. I hate them too. But what I'm saying is,
Chechens as well.
When we're talking about Bin Laden, right? Bin Laden went from Saudi Arabia to Afghanistan.
It's always the foreigners.
But when the terrorists get caught, where are they from? They're not from Pakistan, are they? They're from all those countries where you're talking about Salafi Dawah is going on. That's where they're from.
Which countries are Salafi Dawah going on?
Sorry.
You know, bro.
In Turkey and Pakistan, the biggest school of thought is Hanafi, and they're very relaxed.
No. You know what I'm talking about, bro. You know what I'm talking about.
I need you to explain to me because I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah,
I'm saying to you
Maku,
that the terrorists had nothing to do with Osama or where Osama's been, because Osama ain't been on a world trip global, going around the world trying to raise up troops.
We don't need to.
He ain't been doing that, has he?
Media.
No, because it's not Osama that did that. It's the Saudis that did that. And they've been doing that for how long now, spreading their Salafi Dawah to all countries.
But hasn't the Salafi Dawah always been against terrorism? I don't even know what you're talking about.
Sorry. This is just ridiculous.
Tell me which one the Salafi Dawah.
As I said, the CIA claimed these supposed terrorists.
Already claimed them, fam.
Can we go back to the subject though?
Now, yes, but the problem with that is, they are running under a ideology provided by the Saudis. It doesn't mean that they're necessarily is what they're exactly doing, but it's very similar. That's why they call them Wahhabis.
100%. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
So, but that's the way you're getting to.
Right. So nothing to do with Salafi when it comes to terrorist organizations and none of that.
Can I just add one thing in, Mike? Right. Yeah. You know when Saudi agreed to use the American dollar as the currency, right? Mm-hmm. For the petrol, they'll only sell petrol in the US dollar, right? They made a deal with the Americans saying that they could spread their dawah unhindered, unstopped. They could do their global Salafi movement. That's how that came about. It didn't came about because they were so pious or because they had good intentions. Like they got the clearance from America to do that, to spread that movement globally. And that's why when you look at the terrorist cells, the people are from those countries that they were successful in spreading their dawah to.
So anyone could look it up, yeah, where the Bin Ladens are originally from. And just like Khan said,
they're not from Yemen, no?
They're from one of those countries, you get what I'm saying, that are on, well, trust me, yeah, they're from Yemen, right? That's what you think, right? But when I saw the picture of them in, I don't know if it was Delhi or one of them other major cities.
London, they came to London. They came to London.
One second. Their whole family had it, and they had the old-fashioned car. You know,
Yeah,
them
I saw that
old
picture.
cars with the big kind of sides. They have them in America and old India in a sense, right? And Osama bin Laden is a baby in the picture. He's like one of the kids, right? When they're giving the history of this you could say royal family, because one of them is Prince Bandar, right? Now this is why we brought in 9/11, the fact that the bin Laden family, yeah, got flights all the way back. Well, where they going? Saudi Arabia. Why are they going to Saudi Arabia? Because they are the financial arm. That means they are the backers of the Saudi royal family or the regime. You get what I'm saying? This is why they can never be eradicated or never in that sense. That's why they can use one family member and make him seem like a terrorist. But behind closed doors, we know they've got deals going on. Yeah. For Prince Bandar to almost be like one of the Bushes.
Yeah,
Now,
definitely.
what are we doing here?
Yeah.
You understand?
Yeah, of course.
Right. So this is what we're trying to say. And then it makes sense now when Hillary Clinton is confessing, oh, yes, listen, Al-Qaeda was a list of operatives working in the Middle East, meaning ex-soldiers or mercenaries and blah, blah, blah. A list of them, a list of CIA operatives working within the Middle East. Look how long they've been in the Middle East in different parts, Israel, this one, that one, blah, 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 you know, Iraq, all of that. They left troops, remember. Some troops was there for ages, walking around with big straps in certain Helmand province or wherever, you know?
I mean, yeah, they equipped them for the Russian war anyway.
Right. And then when these guys, instead of going home, get hired for little missions, go and be insurgents in Somalia, for example. Go and land on the coast of Somalia and start your bullshit, right? And then now man are calling you ISIS. Now man are calling you Daesh. Man, now people remember that list of operatives became top 10 terrorists. Top 10 terrorists. So if Osama bin Laden...
Here's the thing, even if...
Hold on. If Osama bin Laden was part of a list that was entitled Al-Qaeda, yeah? And then later on, these list of operatives turned to terrorists.
Yeah.
You can see the play here.
Yeah, they equipped them, innit? The Mujahideen in Afghanistan.
So even if they started off ISIS with Mujahideen and good intentioned people who went to fight with honor, as soon as they need weapons, who they turn into? America's like, yeah, we got weapons for you. At that point, you're infiltrated already.
They created their own monster.
You're already done, bro.
I remember they look at the
beast. Yeah, we all know that. What's this got to do
with remember the reason why they backed him. They didn't back him in the sense of help him with the war. He funded his own. You get me? With these with the Mujahideen, he funded his own stuff. Yeah, which amazed them and won. Do you get what I'm saying? So it was like, okay, we have to take this guy on as one of us because, like, bro, he's got enough money. Who's his family? Bin Laden's. Hold on. Oh shit!
His family built most of Saudi Arabia.
One family member can take a portion of his wealth and put it into a campaign or an idea that he has to protect or help push out the Russians from Afghanistan. You know what I mean? Americans are smart, you know. They're like, yeah. England as well. Oh, can we help you? No, I'm good. All right, it's safe. Once he's won, once he did, then they approach man and say, yo, come work for us.
Fuck that family, man. They're demons.
Blah, blah, blah. We'll reimburse you all that money you spent and that was amazing. Did you get it? So you got to understand what's his name? Saddam Osman. Yeah, yeah, or Osama bin Laden. You see, once he was Osman, that was the operative. That was them taking him at CIA and saying, you know what, this guy, he's got potential.
Why are you calling him Osman?
Yeah, but
why are you calling him Osman? Is that his code name?
It was,
yeah.
But the thing is, yeah, the thing is, like, he didn't grow up in that kind of family. He was a black sheep. That he saw things that, like, growing up in the lands of Makkah and Medina. One of the things that he saw was that it was modernizing, yeah, and he couldn't take that. So he's like a black sheep in the family. So for him was like, I can't stand, yeah, the fact that we got even a KFC here. We got Western influences here, yeah, and he went against everything that he was taught. Growing up in the system, growing up in that schools, going to madrasa, learning from even the scholars that taught him said we never taught him this kind of stuff. But he, again, couldn't see that Western influences. It was very political for him, yeah. And whether or not he got influenced by the CIA, America, yeah, of course those powers were involved. But it's nothing to do with
Ray. Let me say something. As Muslims,
something that was he was taught, because I've been taught through that system.
Ray. As Muslims, we've always backed each other. Always backed each other. Even unrelated people, yeah, the Mujahideen will go and fight alongside them. Yeah. So, for example, when the Ottomans were having difficulty, yeah, do you know how much boxes of gold Indians from India sent to support Turkey? Like, to support the Muslims, right? As Muslims, this is how we are.
The Sufis, isn't it?
When it's not about Sufis, bro. It's like when the Muslims were being massacred in Sarajevo and places like that. Mujahideen was coming from all over the world to fight alongside their brothers. Do you understand? They said, I can't eat, I can't breathe, I can't sleep at night, I can't even kiss my children because Muslims are being slaughtered somewhere. That's how Muslims are, bro. Yeah,
that's
it happened in Iraq as well. There was many foreign fighters.
Historically, we've always been like that.
But there you go,
right? But this mechanism within Islam has been infiltrated by America. And the reason how they manage it is because they supply the arms.
Facts.
And that's all it is. They used it for their own advantage.
Yeah, but
and when it suited them, they switched from Sunni to Shia, from Shia to Sunni, and they turn one side against each other, and that's it. And now then they withdraw and they just sit back and watch the fireworks.
Yeah, I don't know about the Shias, but
what do you mean there was Shia hit squads, innit? You remember the Shia hit squads?
Yeah, obviously the Shias throughout history have always kind of like
listen. We don't even want to go.
But let's not get into it.
Why the Saudis are so bad? Listen, in the origin, because they're from Iran. And now
exactly. So America's like, let's arm the
wherever they're from,
and then they switch sides and they're like, no, let's arm the
Shias. The Dawah has always been against terrorism.
But I'm saying Iranian Dawah. Did they call us Iranians as terrorists?
No, I never heard that before.
What?
Never.
Everybody in the world is scared of Iran. Are you mad?
No, obviously, like geographically.
Hold on, Ayatollah Khomeini.
Bro,
you keep forgetting.
Yeah, Saudi.
And the way they treat women and people.
I'll give you that. When I was in Saudi, they were like paranoid about Iran.
Sorry?
They were paranoid about Iran.
Everyone
100%.
Why do you think Iraq fought an 8-year war with Iran?
It's like Pakistan and India. It's like Pakistan and India.
Yeah, that's what it's like.
Yeah,
exactly
Rayhan, why do you think Saddam fought 8 years, 1 million dead, yeah? Billions of debts, yeah, all to defend the Gulf states? Because at the time, during the 80s and 90s, they were very, very weak in terms of army. There's no way they would defend themselves. Iraq was the only one capable of defending the Iran's aggression at that time. Yeah. They know that. That's why the Gulf War happened, because they wanted their money back from Iraq, who's been defending them for 8 years.
Yeah, facts.
They're snakes, bro. The fact that they turned
Iran was making a super.
No, I don't want to call them snakes, bro.
Kuwait snakes, bro.
It's just politics. It's politics, isn't it?
It is politics, right?
Yeah, it's
but
just
what
politics.
What we're saying is a form of those people left from that land where atrocities are going up until today. They don't even know how to kill each other. very well, right?
Yeah.
And
My
we wouldn't
point
even,
is this.
hold
My
on,
point
hold
is
on.
very
We
clear.
wouldn't even really know, because just like Saudi Arabia, guess what? Media coverage is limited. So that allows you to get away with atrocities and do certain things within the
What
country.
atrocities?
And only certain journalists get out and say, Iranian ones, and say, look, this is what's happening in the country.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But what atrocities?
Same as Saudi. There's no different. But it makes sense now.
Is there? Okay. What atrocities?
Because the leaders of Saudi Arabia have an Iranian mentality. Facts.
They have Iranian mentality.
Yes,
Maybe.
Iranian.
I don't really care about the
And
regime,
remember,
to be honest.
yeah, but
I care about the dawah that's happening.
The thing is, it's the paranoia. Yeah. Once you highlighted the paranoia that look, everyone was paranoid of Iran and yes, when Ahmadinejad was licking shots in his own.
But you would be as a country, innit? If you
slew in America, slew in England, slew in things. You can say that from there because no one ain't trying to move to him. Man was scared.
Because Iran has certain political leaders that have always wanted to overthrow the Sunni leaders. That's just how it is. And the Sunni leaders want to take over the Shia leaders. They see them as a threat.
It's just a rivalry.
It's just that's what it is really.
It got made recently, as in.
But
it goes back to the
pathetic, and you know
when the problem is when it comes to the deen, when the Imam
how long is the Ayatollah Khomeini been?
Imam Abdul Wahhab was from Riyadh, and he was trying to preach Tawheed. Now, when the ruler of that country, when they started taking over these little tribes, little states, where the tribes had control, because remember that land was just full of tribes. It was different tribes, Banu Tamim, Banu Ismail, all these kind of tribes were just controlling different lands.
Where? What are you talking about?
When
talking about Arabia,
in that region side, because
Arabian Peninsula.
Saudi Arabia.
No, that's the Ottomans.
Saudi Arabia is a modern term. Wait, hold on. Saudi Arabia is a modern term.
When they got there,
Ahlul Hijaz and Ahlul Najd.
Please, man.
Was it not Ahlul Hijaz?
No power whatsoever. Look into the history of the House of Saud. They were not a massive force. Hold on one second.
Matthew, Al Saud came from outside. They came from Kuwait or wherever they came from.
Man.
They came from Kuwait.
I told you that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not disagreeing with that.
I told you that. They crossed over.
But they're in power now.
Whatever.
We deal with that.
They're in power now.
Imam Abdul Wahhab met the one, like, met him and said, okay, you know what? As long as you preach Tawheed, I will join forces with you.
And
because that's my mission.
This is what you're claiming to cover the atrocities of the Saudis.
So you have to tell me, from it works on Imam Abdul Wahhab that he preached terrorism, he preached something different.
Well, I don't know what you're doing.
If he made a mistake,
point though, like any Muslim country, Malaysia, Indonesia preaches Tawheed. Are they kuffar? No, they're not, bro.
No, they're not
kuffar. If there's a majority Muslim country, obviously they be preaching Tawheed.
They got temples. They're not preaching Tawheed.
You know what it is.
They're not establishing Tawheed, though. They're not establishing.
Brunei has Sharia law. The Kingdom of Brunei. Are they not? Are they preaching Tawheed?
Sorry.
If they are, then big up Brunei.
But hold on. What? Yeah, like Mezzo said, I don't understand the importance of what you're saying, because the main thing would be the Sharia, right?
Yeah.
The law. Right.
So which part of
Arab League? Hold on.
That land is not establishing.
Most Arab League countries do not accept the Sharia of the Saudis, and that should tell you something. Yeah, and this is why they are on the what they call them when you do atrocities and all of that. You get me? Humanitarian, all of this type of shit. Yeah, they're being looked into. And then this is why there's no media coverage, because the atrocities that are going on, if you can publicly execute people, chop off a man's head in public, or a woman. Come on, bro. No African country, you get what I'm saying? Or Arab country, it wants to accept that. Everybody can accept Sharia if they want to, yeah.
But that's their law,
right? It won't be
What's wrong with that? That's their law.
Extreme as what the Saudis are doing. So, regardless of their position, the only place that has accepted it is northern Nigeria, right?
Big up Nigeria.
Well, I'm just saying, I don't know about big up anyone thing, because we would consider those.
Maku.
Hold on.
There's people blogging Chop Square.
Brother.
Yeah. You know what? I just want to talk about the chopping head because you mentioned it quite a few times. There's a place in Riyadh. They're called Chop Square.
Okay.
Yeah. And the Chop Square is known as where they chop up people's head.
Yeah.
99% of the time, no one's head gets chopped off.
No
one wants to be in the 1%.
Myself, and I don't see anyone's head get chopped off because they just go through the courts.
I told you last time when we were in the lockdown, yeah, and it was like, or just before the lockdown, it was like January, February, right? So we would like 1 month into the new year, or 1.5 months into the new year, right? And we checked, and 90 people had been beheaded. That's in a month and a half. So it's a new
what's
year.
the
Let's start
population?
fresh. Hold on.
What's the numbers?
We're just looking it up. It was like 90. How so?
Yeah, but that's 90 people out of like 10 billion people or something like that.
Cool. But I'm saying that's just things. So to say that it was hardly used sounds a bit, I don't know.
No, it's there. It's there. I'm not gonna lie, it's there. That's their law. That's their law. We're not saying that. That's their law. Yeah, but obviously that's their law. What
now look anywhere else.
Okay, but Maku, if that's their law, what's the issue?
I don't understand how beheading people's got anything to do with whether or not the country's extreme or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And the country prints out stuff.
That is extreme.
Not to
What
blow
kind
up
of people's heads is extreme?
Of course, as the punishment.
No, that's not extreme.
Hold on. As some of the punishments set by
but it's
the
capital
Quran,
punishment. It's capital punishment. This country in America uses injections.
Yeah, exactly.
What's the they use chopping off heads? Okay, that's just something that's.
Let me finish, man. What do you mean chopping off heads is what? What does that mean? Are you lot stupid or something?
No, I'm asking you.
So in America, when they use
where else in the Islamic world, does this happen? I'll wait.
But that's what I'm saying. There's no other country.
Where else in any Arab League country? Hold on, my brothers. Hold on. In any Arab League country, please explain to me where they have public executions.
In America, they have public executions. You can go and sit down and watch somebody get lethal injection in front of you, live.
Still not public.
And you're not calling America extreme.
It's not public.
But what's the difference? You're gonna die. You're gonna die.
Hold on 1 second. This is again what about ism? I definitely agree.
Maku, I feel like you're trying to say that anyone that supports Saudi are extreme.
Hold on. I definitely agree that America is extreme. Yeah. But the funny thing about that is, Khan, it's not your people, it's mainly my people who's gonna suffer at the end of that. Maybe that's why you don't feel no way about it. Yeah.
No, I'm the one that's feeling the way about it. You're the one that's not.
Hold on. About the electric chair, about lethal injection, and all of these type of things.
But again, you're talking about you've not been there. I've seen
we're the ones that's calling it extreme. You're not.
Yeah.
No, I'm definitely calling it extreme.
Trying to flip 180 on me.
No,
a minute ago, America was cool.
I'm saying it's extreme. I've never said it was cool. The sentences, the 200-year sentences, and all of this, and not being allowed to take the body out of the prison until the sentence is finished. Can you imagine?
Maku, have you seen the video? Have you seen the video?
America. Hold on. Don't tell me about America. I know full well of their atrocities and what they're doing. That's another subject. Again, it's what about ism? Stick to fucking.
Now it's about what ism,
right? And the idea. Hold on. You couldn't even explain, another country, that practices the extreme Sharia that these Saudis do, right? Because
they don't expect it. They don't know which part of extreme Sharia do they practice. Which part?
Countries,
besides the beheading, normal. Which part of practice? What part? Go on.
Yeah,
I'm against that part. But I would give them credit. That in these regions, the crime rate is significantly less than anywhere in the world. You can literally
But it's
leave
what
your
I'm saying.
belongings and
That,
walk
so
out. So
yeah.
that's. I mean, Qatar's. I don't know if you've heard that, but they're given 11 years to anyone that holds a rainbow flag.
Like what part? Okay,
It's
besides
their
the beheading,
land, isn't it? They
besides the
make up the
No,
beheading.
no. I'm personally sorry, guys. I'm personally against the term extreme Sharia. To me, Sharia is haq. Like, there's no extreme Sharia. There's no such thing.
There
I
is.
don't know who made that up.
But this
I
is
mean,
what I'm trying to
David,
ask. This is what I'm trying to ask.
Sorry,
What's
Sharia is
extreme?
haq, bro.
Fuck Saudi Arabia.
My brother. Yeah.
What is
you
extreme
understand
Sharia?
that that's the case.
Beheadings.
Yeah. But yet, in that form, yeah, no Muslim country has decided to use it. Yeah. Now, the countries that have decided to use it, yeah, use an extreme version because the penalties are not what is written down in the Quran. They're no.
Okay.
Yeah. So
Matthew.
where it was stoning, where it was lashing, where it was
They don't
you get
stone
what
in
I'm saying? Has now
Saudi.
turned to has now turned to extreme. That's what's extreme. People
Yeah,
dying.
we bond them. Who are you talking about stoning and burning and stuff like that? I know you're talking
No, there's
about.
no burning in
No,
Islam.
I'm
There's
not
no
saying
burning.
burning. I'm
Yeah,
just
yeah, but that's what I'm trying to say.
saying
That's what I'm trying to say.
man. Even in the Bible and all of that, stoning
You're
was
trying
running.
to talk about Al Qaeda.
Hold on,
And
man, bruv. And you know these men are deep into slavery, so like, yeah, getting a couple lashes, public lashings, and whipping.
All right.
Those things
1 minute,
those
man.
things are everywhere.
Everyone chill. Everyone
In the
chill.
ancient world. Hold on.
1 minute, Mike. So,
that's
Mike.
everywhere in the ancient world.
So we know we're all on the same page, Mike. Yeah.
No, we're not.
Would you say
We're
that
not on the same page.
publicly
Don't ever do that.
beheading pedophiles? Would you
Don't
say that's
ever do
extreme?
that, bro.
Would
Don't
you
ever
say that's
do
extreme, Mike?
What?
If you was to say in England, right, publicly beheading pedophiles, is that extreme?
No.
Right. Publicly executing somebody for getting a parking ticket, is that extreme?
That's fucking extreme.
Right. So the extreme part doesn't come with the beheading. It comes with why you're being beheaded.
Nah, not really.
I disagree.
And wait, hold on. If anyone,
hold on, what rule of law are you using?
What do you mean?
Someone
You
who's
already
been to the
established that.
Hold on. If you're using via the Quran, yeah, I'm telling you straight, it's extreme because the penalties, according to the Quran, are not the same, right? So if you're doing something else, you made that up. You
It's
do
not
that.
the
Why
penalty,
can you do that?
it's
Hold
the
on.
implementation of it.
One second. Why can you do that? Because you are the caliphs of Saudi Arabia. You
not-
are in charge.
What is the Khalifa of Saudi Arabia?
Hold on. Any scholars in your land, yeah, are getting paid by you. Yeah, you can make them write new hadiths, right?
Nah.
Hold on.
What am I hearing?
My brother, are you all right?
No, I want to hear you say it clearly.
Are you all right, my brother?
Are they writing new hadiths, Dan? Are they writing new hadiths?
Bro, my brother.
There ain't no hadith in the Quran, is there?
My brother. There's no hadith. Hold on. There's no hadith by Sahih Bukhari or Sahih Muslim.
Let's get to the point. Let's get to the point. Let's get to the point.
Yeah, I'm getting to the point. We're getting interrupted by ignoramuses who don't know what they're talking about. I've had these discussions and things over many years. It's all in the public eye. I can put a video for you now to embarrass your blood clot. Do you get what I'm saying? On this subject of Saudi Arabia. Like, you're not
I'm asking you,
how are you
who's
going to
writing
embarrass
hadiths right now?
Who's
writing hadiths? Tell me.
So what we discovered, hold on, you dickhead. Yeah? What we discovered, yeah, is like when they say Abdul Wahhab, yeah, and we say Wahhabism,
Rahimullah.
overstand, yeah, that they own the scholars. They are in control of the scholars, so they can ask the scholars to write their own hadiths, right?
No.
I'm going on mute.
Mackie, you're getting confused.
Hold on. There is a hadith. Hold on. There is a hadith.
Maku, you're being disingenuous. Maku, you're being disingenuous.
Please.
Maku, I'm gonna say this one point. Maku, say what you like.
When I'm talking,
please, my bro.
Yeah, you can't cut.
Hadiths you can't say. You can't.
Dickhead, shut up. Yeah, when I'm fucking talking, you fucking listen. I don't want no scoffing. I don't want a thing because you're not as smart as me. You fucking ignoramuses. Yeah. I know what I'm fucking talking about because you are not up to speed. You didn't even know what was going on in Saudi Arabia just a minute ago until someone showed you, you dickhead. So dumb. When we listening to Khan as well, he ain't no smarter either. Yeah. So listen to what I'm saying. Yeah. They own certain they own the rights to everything, right? They own the rights and control our holy places. Yes or no?
No.
They do what?
The government of Saudi Arabia, the kingdom of Saudi Arabia, does not own the holy sites. They're responsible for the upkeep. That's all.
Yeah. They do control. They do control.
That's what I said. Did they not put barriers there? That thing. Do they not have to, as you said?
That was dumb, man. That was dumb.
Hold on. You can have a Hajj visa. Like, what are we doing here?
So many different things.
Yeah, he just basically proved your point. He agreed with you. He agreed with you, but disagreed with you.
If you go there, you can see the building. Who's in charge of the building that's going around the Kaaba and all of that? Who's doing all that?
Exactly.
But obviously, there's going to be someone's going to be in control.
Hold on, 1 second. 1 second. So let's go back now. If they can do all
control
that,
is ownership.
yeah, right? Thank you. If they can do all that, they're the only ones who let cameras inside the Kaaba. They're the only ones who could do such a thing, right? I've seen it. Everybody's seen it.
Yeah.
Oh, most of the people here have seen it, seen the videos and that.
You can go back to the death punishment.
By just showing you who's in control, right? Who's in charge. Now, those people with so much wealth, more wealth than most people in the world, yeah? Are you telling me they cannot make up their own hadiths, yeah? And that terrorists now are running by these hadiths.
What hadiths have they made up?
They've made their own Wahhabi based
Which ones?
hadiths. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, that require that in some situations, yeah, you stick a bomb. You see, the word bombardier, or whatever, yeah, a bomb in your anus. Now, are you telling me this is Sahih Bukhari or Sahih Muslim? It's not. It's not. Yeah. So how did this come about?
So the hadith says stick a bomb in someone's ass.
How did it come about? Well, let's see. Where are the schools of thought for Islam?
So what hadith says to stick a bomb in someone's ass?
Hold on. Yeah, it didn't come out of Egypt. It didn't come out of Iraq. So just a process of elimination. We know where it came from. We know who followed the original ideology, right? As I said, it's not extreme as in what Abdul Wahab was teaching. It was that is definitely true, yeah? And even the Sharia was the Sharia of the Quran, right? As I said, what's happened is they have made it extreme. They have thing. Abdul Wahab has no influence in thing, only in their mindset and what they express to the world, yeah? About his teachings and yeah? They personally are not even living and abiding by that, my brother. This is what I was trying to make clear from early. When men are selling shipments of drugs and all of that and not getting no penalty and nothing because you're a Saudi prince.
And when you say that, it makes sense because of even when I think of where hadith comes from, hadith is not in the Quran, is it?
No, it's not.
So someone's obviously writing in these hadiths, guys.
Where does Imam Abdul Wahab say that?
Brother, I just asked you a question. Who has the authority to write a hadith? I'm asking you, Rayhans. Answer the question.
There's so many things that have been said, like 100 things at once. Like, what the fuck? Like,
it don't matter what was said. It's a simple question. Who has the authority to write a hadith?
Not answering such a dumb question.
Who has the authority to write a hadith?
Question.
Who has the authority?
Don't answer that, man.
Because you're acting like what Maku's saying don't make sense. But that's why I'm asking you the question, so we can see. You can show us now through your answer that it doesn't make sense. Who has the authority to write a hadith?
Question, Shifa. If that's your question, Shifa, direct it to Maku. Because he's the one who made that claim.
I'm asking you. Where the
That's
hadith come
no.
from?
We're
Don't you know
saying
your
that's
own
not
thing?
true. He's saying that it's true.
If
So
you're
ask
saying
him,
it's not
innit?
true, if you're saying it's not true, you know your own religion, right? So
Hello?
I'm
Are you
asking
following my
you,
line of logic
brother,
here?
you're saying
He's the one
brother,
saying it.
I'm not,
Ask him.
no,
Listen, Shifa's an agent of
I
confusion,
don't
man.
need
Fuck's sake. Fuck
to
him.
ask
He just
him. I'm
jumps in the
asking
convo, not knowing what the fuck's
you.
going on.
I'm asking you. And
Yeah, we don't know nothing
clearly,
about that. We
obviously,
don't know
you
nothing
between
about
you and
people making
Rayhan,
up
I'll give
hadiths.
you
We
both
don't
the
know
floor.
nothing about that, fam. Nothing about that.
This
Okay.
man
You're
thinks
asking
you
the
take a
wrong
course.
So
people.
where the
You take
hadith
a
come
course
from,
and then
Khan?
you get
Where
a
the hadith
badge, then
come
you can
from?
rewrite hadith.
You
Like
don't
this
know
is
where hadith come from. So you don't know where hadith come from.
Brother, ask Maku, innit?
What do you mean? Where does
Well,
hadith
you're
come
supposed
from?
to know, ain't you? If you're disagreeing with Maku, you must know where hadiths come from, mustn't you?
Now he's telling me something, and I'm saying I don't know nothing about that. I don't know nothing about people making
This
up
is
hadiths.
stupid, man.
I
This
never
is
said you
really
knew
stupid.
anything about what he said. I asked you where the hadith come from.
No. We ain't got time to take
Can't
time
answer
out
some
of a deep
question.
conversation to start educating dumbos about where hadiths
It's
come from.
relevant
Hadith.
to the
Like
conversation. It's relevant to
the
the
logic is just
conversation.
fucking stupid.
Right? I know. Sahih Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, they are free from this, right? They are free from what we're talking about. I made that clear. But there are other hadith. There's many thousands hadith books and blah 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 written by various things. Certain sections have their own hadiths. Do they not? Shias have their own hadiths. You got what I'm saying?
Shia don't have hadith. So what are you talking about, man?
Huh? I said they have their own.
Thing.
Right?
Stick to one thing. Like stick to one thing. Like
No, I'm just being, bruv.
The subjects are deep, though.
Are you not understanding? Hold on 1 second. When a big man speaks, bruv, like, who are you telling to stick to one thing? I'm trying to explain something.
You went from capital punishment
hold
to
on,
hadith
my
to
brother.
this and that. Like, listen. I'm not even trying to argue with you, my bro. I'm not trying to argue with you. I'm trying to say let's stick to one thing. We talk about capital punishment. People's heads getting chopped off, and that the basis for that is from Imam Abdul Wahhab. Then you went from hadith.
No, I didn't say that.
Now, let's stick to one thing.
I said I didn't say that. You see, that's why I say you don't listen. How could I say that Abdul Wahhab is responsible for the Sharia placed by the Saudis?
Okay.
House of Saud. Hold on.
No, but you keep saying hold on. Let me
on,
ask the
my brother.
question. So what Sharia from the
Hold on. Which is clear. There's no argument here because
which Sharia? Which Sharia?
My brother, it's clear who's in control in that region, right?
Yeah, they're in control. They're in control. That's their land. They're in control.
Capital. Hold on, my brother. Again, I explained it's not their land.
Right now, they're in control. So what?
Right. You can say that. You can say that, but never say it's their land. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool.
Right.
It's not their land. It's not their land.
It's
So
not their land.
what they're doing is that's against the Sharia.
And I told you, yeah. Oh, what are they doing? Yeah, as I said, the capital punishment and execution of people is extreme, and that's what we're not having. You got what I'm saying? And that's what everybody is up in arms against.
So does not a country have a right
even other Muslim countries do not agree with it. That's quite clear.
That's forget because we're talking about Saudi Arabia.
Hold on. If it was good, it would be implemented in more than 2 places. Come on, in Saudi and in northern Nigeria.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay. Let's go with. Let's forget that. We're talking about Saudi Arabia.
Yes.
So what part of the Sharia that you got issue with capital punishment? So what are they doing wrong in capital punishment?
Well,
not from the Sharia.
What are they doing wrong? No one said wrong. I said extreme.
Extreme. What's extreme?
Right. Extreme is death.
Death.
Right. Anything that's going to cause death is extreme, right?
Not necessarily. It depends.
Right.
Depends on what the punishment.
Necessarily.
No. It depends upon what the crime is. Sorry.
No. Not necessarily. You're saying. The rest of us are not doing like America and all of that and and death row and then lethal injection or electric chair and So what are you talking about?
But they decide to chop off someone's head.
Okay.
For a pedophile or a rapist.
Fine. But those unfortunately under that regime, pedophiles and rapists walk free.
And you know this for a fact.
I know this for a fact because some of the atrocities that have been committed on people visiting the country and include rape.
So I visited the country. I never got done for anything.
I'm not saying you. Why are you bringing it to yourself? And then
I'm a foreigner as well. I'm a foreigner.
A lot of the things you say is like, I didn't see that, I didn't experience that, and and we're not going to knock that, yeah? But you can't be in all the country at all one. Like, that's stupid.
Yeah, we're not in all the countries. We're talking about Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, we're not even putting that on you and saying, yeah, you must have seen something. Nah. It's all right not to see.
The only country that I know that chops off heads.
Nah, my brother, come on. As a young man, it's all right not to see those type of things. I think that'll be a bit too much for you. Do you get what I'm saying? I agree. Yeah. I think when you get to a certain age, then, you might be exposed to certain things or might have the choice or feel the need to go and watch public executions and that. But because you don't see atrocities, because it's in a prison, who was you ever in a prison? No. Did you ever go and visit anyone in a prison? No. So, like, how are you going to see atrocities that happen behind walls and all of that type of stuff? You know what I mean? I'm not going to put that on you, Rayhan, right? Yeah? What I'm going to put on you is when the information is then presented to you, yeah, you act like you got camel dung in your eyes.
What? I don't really know. Okay, you're talking about heads getting chopped off, okay?
Well, you just need to look it up, bro.
Yeah.
Like,
forget looking up. I told you the name. Yeah, it's known as Chop Square. It's known as Chop Square.
Yeah,
type it in. Type into Google. In Riyadh, which is the capital city of Saudi Arabia.
Why don't you type how many people were beheaded?
I don't need to because I lived near there. Yeah. I didn't see no one getting chopped off.
But I'm saying your baby. So how are you going to see that? Who's going to invite you to that?
It doesn't matter if I'm a baby. It's after Jummah. It's after Jummah, bro. It's after Jummah.
It doesn't matter.
It's after Jummah. After the Grand Mufti of Saudi Arabia gives a khutbah.
And you've got
hold
on. You've got a what? UK passport. You stayed out there 10 years with a UK passport.
Yeah, but we're talking about people getting the capital punishment. It's nothing to do with what I have.
Now, in the 10 years you was there, go and look it up. How many people lost their lives for public execution? And then get back to me. Because like you acting like, oh, because you didn't see it didn't happen. That's not true. Yeah. I'm saying it happened, but because you weren't privy to it, we can accept that.
Yeah.
And still have you in the conversation, even though you lived there 10 years. Like
but
we
that's
didn't
the law,
live there one day.
They have public
Hold on.
execution.
I didn't live there one day and I know a lot of information about Saudi Arabia. Yeah? And as much as they're willing to release, remember.
All I'm saying is, if I was accused of a crime and they said to me, you're going to be judged by 6 Islamic or 12 Islamic scholars who are going to sit down and, according to Quran and Hadith, judge you, I'd be like, Alhamdulillah for Islam. Like, I will face that every day rather than some fat old white English cunt, who's happy to get me fucking imprisoned for life, and he don't give a shit about my kids, he don't give a shit about my wife going without a husband, he don't give a shit about nobody. Yeah,
my brother.
I would rather face execution, possible execution at the hands of Muslims than life imprisonment at the hands of the kuffar. 100% every day of the week. I guarantee you there's less innocent people in Muslim jails than there is when you compare it to Western jails. Guaranteed. I don't give a shit how many pedophiles got executed. That's the pedophile's fault. If that's the punishment for that crime, you shouldn't have done the crime. Now, the person who sets the crime or the punishment, he can't dictate how many people we're going to execute this year. How's he going to know how many people are going to commit crime?
They have to sign it off with him. So
right. Not even that. I've been to a public execution where they're still giving a chance for the family. They're giving a family to say, do you forgive?
Execution. Joke thing.
Yeah.
But he hadn't been to one a
we
minute
never
ago.
said we never said there's no public executions. They happen.
When he wanted to present his lie, he hadn't seen nothing. Now that he's been found out, and I'm posting links in the side chat, all of a sudden
punishment. There's a public punishment. there is public, there is execution, state execution. It just like in America, this is a state execution, and they still give the people that have been victim of that crime to say,
What
do
kind of
you
things can you
forgive
get
the person?
executed for?
Do you
What
think
kind
it's
of things
sharp,
can
man?
you get?
Do you forgive?
What
And
kind of things can you get
they've
executed
forgiven the
for?
person. They've forgiven the person, and then nothing happened. Nothing happened.
What kind of crimes
Where
can you
do
get
you
executed
find the
for?
court system where they go through the whole court system and then they just die? Because
My
the
issue,
judges
my
are
In
issue is the
involved,
England,
not the
public.
people.
in England, we don't do executions of any kind. So
Yeah, in
yeah, there you
England,
go.
you'd love England,
Unfortunately,
innit?
Hold on. How are you saying in
you've
England and
you've
then
been
following it with a we? How are you saying in England we? Are you
He's a
English
proud,
now?
he's a proud Briton.
Are you
unfortunately,
English? I mean, they don't ask you with a
your
proud patriot of
diversion
America. Now we
your
got these guys who are
diverting
saying in
tactics are
England
not going
we.
to work. Your
Listen to who
diversion
we're
tactics
dealing with.
are
All
Listen
of
not
a
to who we're
sudden,
going
dealing
to
with.
work.
A minute
Europe has
Your
ago,
become
you were
diversion
some
tactics
pro-black
are not going to
nationalists.
work.
Now
Yo,
it's in
Mackie,
England
you
we.
see these
In
men that
England
scream down
we.
microphones every time someone's trying to make a
Pussy-o.
point. What we
You
have to start doing
pussy.
is muting them.
Shifa, yo,
Because what
your
it is
chat is
now,
shit.
a man's calling me a pussy or like
Yeah,
whatever, but
you
if
are a pussy,
the thing is
you
now,
are a pussy. You're
if
pussy
you were
for what
standing
you're
in front
saying.
of me, I'd knock you square out. I'd just knock you out. So I'm not going to
Yeah,
do
you
this
probably
arguing with
would.
you online. I'm not going
Shifa,
to
you
argue with you
probably would.
online. I'm
You
just going to
probably
say,
would.
listen,
You probably would. But so what?
there's no
So
point in
what? At
going
least I ain't a
pussy or
hypocrite.
back and forth
At
for half
least I
an
ain't a
hour when we're trying to
hypocrite.
have a
At
conversation.
least I ain't a
There's no
hypocrite.
point in doing that when trying to have a conversation, man. It's better you just
Can't have a
just allow it,
Shifa. How are we
let
gonna
me
have a
speak,
conversation with you where you're
and you
talking
have
shit?
your chance to speak too, innit? You know, like that. It's better we do that rather than we fight, because it's just not sensical, is it? What are you winning? All right, thank you.
No,
So like I was
You're
saying,
just Shifa.
what type of things do people get executed for?
Rape, pedophilia, yeah,
Is
murder,
that it?
murder.
Yeah. Anything else?
Well, those are probably the three major things. Yeah.
Is there anything else people can get executed for?
No. That's what I've seen.
Nothing else. All right. So let's go. Let's have a look. Hey, Maku, you saw what I posted, yeah? Could you put that on the screen for us? And we've heard what he's got to say.
What they got executed for stealing an apple. That's bullshit.
Jeez. Listen, let's see what they get executed for. I'm not gonna speak for Saudi Arabia. I'm just gonna let this
Yeah, but you
article
can't
speak for
speak
itself.
at all because you're not been there, bro. So you
I
can't
don't need to,
speak.
but
You can't. No, because
Saudi
you're
Arabia's
using the
got laws,
same
right?
media that you come on here every
I'm not
day
using the media. Saudi Arabia's got laws, right?
to say, oh, the media is saying this, the media is saying that. But then when it comes to certain things that I'm saying to you or someone else is saying, no, you know what, the media is true.
Okay. So what you're saying is that if Saudi Arabia
I'm
has
saying you got a
laws,
bent eye.
sorry, brother, behave. What you're saying is if Saudi Arabia has laws which would apply to the executions law, yeah, then what you're saying is, regardless of whether, you know, those laws would include being executed for other things other than what you've said, you don't care. You're not interested.
So what they've been executed for? Let's look at that. Let's go on, put out the whatever you're.
All right, you want me to read it to you? I'll read it to you.
Read it.
It says the mass execution of 81 individuals, Saudi and non-Saudi citizens on Saturday against signals and appalling
Saudi
escalation.
citizens, did you say?
No, it says Saudi and non-Saudi citizens on
Yeah. So
Saturday.
Saudi citizens. So like, there's no racism. There's no racism in that sense.
Wait. Pause right there. Please. Now, I was talking about Saudi citizens. Now we got non-Saudi citizens. How is this possible?
Bro, that's why I was reading it while you're talking. I was listening to what you're saying. I'm saying, rotted. My man's just digging holes, you know. And this is why sometimes it's not good to cape, brother. You need to get your mouth off of that Arabian dick.
If they did the crime in Saudi Arabia, they are subject to the law.
Right.
That's true.
Exactly.
That's true. And we're not arguing.
Why is that so hard to believe? Like, I feel like
we're not arguing that, though, brother.
I'm just thinking. Listen,
no one's arguing that.
Hold on. Doing atrocities to other people. You try and execute a British person, and let's see what goes.
You're done out here.
Right.
But we're talking about
like,
Saudi
we
Arabia.
know
You're
there's
in
levels to it.
their
One
law.
second, my brother.
When you go to
One
Vietnam,
second,
which you've probably been like 100 times, yeah.
1 second.
92 people in 2022.
Okay. When you go to Vietnam,
hold on, my brother. You went there with the red book, yeah? And I'm
Yeah,
telling you how powerful that red book is. Even though you don't want you want to disassociate yourself, that kept you safe from this. Trust me. Yeah. So even though we say non-Saudi citizens, yeah.
But I never
Meanwhile,
committed a
it's
crime. I never committed
nobody.
a crime.
Hold on. It's nobody holding a UK British passport. Facts.
I know. Well, okay.
Right. So let's move forward.
You haven't lived there, so I know many
US.
UK, American.
Well, in 2022, it's listed that 11 people in America were executed in 2022. In Saudi Arabia, the number is almost 10 times that amount. But we're not going to go. We're not going to. That's not
We're
part of
gonna
the
go
argument.
there because they got
That's
executed.
not part of
Most
the
American
argument.
and
Look,
UK
that's not
people
part of the
know
argument.
know
That's
the
not
law
part of the
a bit more.
argument. Listen to this. It says the Ministry and Interior on Saturday announced that executions of 81 people, all of whom had been convicted of a wide range of offences. Yeah, not just particular ones, like you said, including terrorism-related crimes, murder, armed robbery, arms smuggling. A number of those executed were also convicted of charges such as disturbing the social fabric. Whoa, this one sounds crazy. And national cohesion and participating and inciting sittings and protest, inciting sittings,
You sound like a
and
European.
protest. So someone who's inciting a sitting or a protest can be executed, right?
Can be executed. Okay, Rayhan.
Yeah, but you don't know that. You don't know that.
Hey.
Whoa, that's what it says here. Can you prove it wrong?
Yeah. No, I've never heard anyone they've been imprisoned for protesting. I'll give you that. They've been imprisoned for protesting, not executed.
All right, well, I'm going to see if I find any. If I find one, are you going to concede the point? All right.
Well, no, I'm not going to see a video of someone just being executed.
No, they do execute people for talking on the regime. That's a
No,
fact.
yeah. I just said that.
Oh, you're done. You're done. You lied on top of it. You lied.
Read the bottom line. Read the bottom line. 41 of
lie.
those who are executed on Saturday are from a Shia minority.
They're from a Shia minority.
41 of them.
Well, I don't know about that, but yeah.
All right, shit happens, bro.
You don't
Shit
know.
happens.
It doesn't mean it didn't happen.
We're
Yeah,
not debating
I'm not saying it
criminals.
never happened. I'm not saying never
executing
happened.
criminals. No one's defending murderers or
Relax.
rapists.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
No.
Let him finish, man. Come on, man.
No one said that ever happened, but yeah.
Everyone's wobbling now because y'all didn't bring.
We've gone to like 20 different things.
Y'all
Murderers,
didn't put
rapists,
evidence in the
now
country.
Shia.
Right now, all it is
Now
is
Shia, all of a sudden.
And this
The
is
Shias are living. Wait, hold on. The Shias
One
have
minute.
nationality. The
Can I
Shias
just
have
point out one
nationality.
thing?
In Damam.
Can I just point out one thing to Shia?
No.
It's on the article.
In
it's not my
Damam.
words.
In
No,
Damam.
look,
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Rayhan.
That's
Rayhan.
But that's their law, innit? If you're gonna protest, you're gone.
Rayhan.
I'm not agreeing with it. I'm not agreeing with it.
You're done out here, bro.
Yeah, just go on. Like, don't let these.
I ain't gonna let shit for like fucking.
Brother, listen, you got broken down into smaller chunks.
Huh?
What
I
you
let
gonna
you
do?
on an extremist on my channel. I let you.
I'm an extremist. Come on, man, Maku. Chill, man. Don't use those words,
Hey,
man. Don't use those
Maku, being
words.
honest, yeah, Maku, you know I'm an honest guy. Although I may be controversial, if I thought what you
No,
were
you're
saying
not being
didn't make
honest
sense,
right now.
I'd argue with you, bro. But because I think what he don't make sense, I'm arguing with him, and he don't like it. He's upset.
It's like 20 different
bro.
things, like
It's
now we're
just the
talking about
truth.
Shias.
I argue with everyone. I'm not picking on you, bro. It just is what it is. How are you gonna deal with
the
this?
Shias in that country, the Shias in that country have their allegiance to Iran, so they cause a lot of problems. They're terrorists in that country. Yeah,
So
they try to.
terrorism.
That's what I'm saying. So if the government, sees them trying to like, they're spying on people, they're blowing up stuff, they're doing fuckeries, then obviously they're going to do whatever law they're going to do.
They're gonna
You're
we're not
just
talking
simply
about
taking it
terrorists,
and
though.
saying,
We're not
they
talking
chopped off the Shia's head.
No. We're not talking about the terrorists. We're talking about people who want to protest, people who don't necessarily agree
No,
with
it doesn't
things
happen.
the
It doesn't
government are
happen.
doing.
That's
It's,
just
that's what,
you can read
I
this
don't know,
news,
man.
whatever. Yeah,
I
you
don't
can
know,
read it.
man.
Just fake news. Fake
Go
news.
on. Anyway,
We'll see.
go on. This dissuasion tactic, and you're just making yourself look terrible.
Fake news. Fake news.
And
How am
anyone
I
who's taking
terrorist?
you
How am I terrorist? I'm against the suicide
terrible.
bombers.
Making you look terrible, not terrorist. Yeah.
Alright, cool.
You could never be a terrorist. You couldn't. And we know that for a fact. Well, let's move on.
Yeah, my aqidah, my manhaj doesn't teach me to be a terrorist anyway. So
I will punch your face back of your skull. Easy. So like
why you even got to go to that? Why you even got to
I'm
go
not
to
even
that?
a terrorist in any type of way.
Why you even go to
The
physical?
real terrorists on the road, my brother.
Chill.
The
You
real
don't need to
terrorists
go
on
to
the
that.
road,
You don't need
my
to
brother.
go to that. You need to go to let's stick
Doesn't
to
matter
what
what
we're talking
religion,
about.
they're on the roads.
Yeah. You punch up
Not
everyone.
in their house in front of a computer.
Yeah. Let's talk. Let's
Their
talk.
excellent skin fade. Shush your mouth.
Yeah, that's
Go on,
fine.
let's
That's
go.
fine. That's
Let's go,
fine.
man.
That's fine. let's talk about what we're talking
Why are
about
we
right now.
joking what Chiff was saying? Come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm trying to, but you're talking about being physical.
Bro,
Like,
just relax.
chill.
Yeah,
Yeah,
as I
I'm
said,
relaxed.
real
I'm relaxed.
terrorism, you don't know until I start terrorizing you. Then you
Yeah,
know
okay,
what
all right, yeah,
terrorism
you
is.
terrorize,
Yeah?
yeah.
I
You
terrorize
terrorize.
terrorists. Yes, bro.
God, whatever makes you feel better.
Yeah? I'm
Yeah,
like, hold on, wait. You're part of a terrorist organization. Can you call them? Can you call
whatever
them?
makes you feel better,
Can
man.
you call them?
Whatever makes you feel
One
better.
second. 1 second. Can you
Whatever
call
makes you feel better.
Can you call ISIS or Daesh or things to come and defend you? By the time they reach here, you'll be in a pile of whatever. You get it?
Why would I call those
Yeah?
parties
But
when
the difference is,
I acknowledge them as terrorist groups?
my brother, the difference is I can pick up the phone, yeah, and get 100 goons quick. Yeah?
That's
Willing to give
nice,
their
but
life.
who's
Hold
talking
on.
about that, man? I
Hold
don't
on.
even know where you're going
Hold on.
there.
We've
Just
increased
let him say it, bro. What's
everything
gonna
is
happen?
about
Go on. Let him
everything
vent.
is about power and
Let him vent.
influence. Yeah, we live in a concrete jungle. We live
Yeah.
in an environment that is very secretive. You got what I'm saying? We do things, but it's very in secret. We can't openly carry guns and we can't do those things. Yeah, but we about whatever life. You get me? You don't know the underworld or the underbelly of this England here. Yeah, that's where terrorists.
I'm from Pakistan,
Even if you use a terrorist
yeah.
cell,
Do you know what I mean?
hold on. Even if you're a
I
terrorist
don't know.
cell, you've got to live within the boundaries and you've got to stick to the rules of the community that you're in. Facts. Yeah? That's why I say you can be a terrorist little more, but once you step out into outside the speaker's corner, you're in Oxford Street. And I'm telling you, there's more cameras, more feds, more than you could ever imagine, right? So everybody knows the rules. Get on your train, get on your bus, get in your car, and go your ass home. Humility, humble, yeah? No one's shouting at the top of their voice, do you get what I'm saying? Or trying to prove their point or outside of a venue that allows for that. Makes sense, right? Because when you're in speaker's corner, it's freedom of speech, so you can say whatever. But outside of the park, you get your face caved in. Facts. Because people are passionate about their thing. So passionate, yeah, that they'll be willing to express their freedom of expression. And that's the truth. You know what I mean? That's why when there's fights in speaker's corner, it's like, bruvs, what are we doing here?
Can I ask you a question quickly,
Ideology, when we all know the laws, the dean of the street. We all know the dean of the street. When you're walking around, hold on, when you're walking around, you know not to get in trouble, right? You know not to do certain things so you don't get yourself kidnapped by them. Let's put it that way, right?
Maku, do you know what generation
Hold
we're
on, I had
living
a
in now?
question, man.
We ain't
I
living in
asked
a
you-
generation of big black muscly men going around chiefing up
for
white
fuck's
people.
sake, man.
We're living
Wait
in
a
a
minute.
generation of 14-year-old white boys pulling out choppers and fucking wedging man in their throat over a piece of crack. That's the generation we're living in now. That's why there ain't no more bad man rolling on street running things. Because little crackhead little white youths will pull out a fucking blade and cut your throat.
All right,
So
thanks for
all
that,
them
Khan.
days you're talking about, the glory days are over, fam.
Hey, Maku, 1 second before you go, yeah?
Know
A real quick
yourself.
question. Just a real quick question, Maku.
Sorry, we gotta live. Sorry, in the same streets that you're talking about, we live. And we breathe and we raise children and we do all that. So what you're talking about is
Yeah,
a myth.
Maku, it's nice to
You know what
hear
I'm
about
saying?
the glory
Hold
days,
on,
man.
sorry. What you're saying, Khan, is
But
a
you
myth.
know what? It's a bit dead now.
It's like propaganda, yeah? Because again, we have to live in these same streets. Like, you're chatting shit.
So Maku, you're talking about your wait, hold on, Maku. You're talking about chopping heads, but you're willing to take out people. You're willing to take out people. You're willing to take out people.
People who serve up crackheads and do you know they carry guns? Do you know
biggest terrorist here right now.
Hold on.
The biggest terrorist here right now.
I'm dealing with next man's point. I'm dealing with next man's point before I terrorize you. Yes, right? So my point is that all this slitting your throat from a crackhead. No, crackheads don't slit people's throats, bro. That's idiot business. You know what I'm saying? They must be really sick and there's no benefit in that. How are you gonna get crack from that? You're not gonna get crack from a crack dealer by slitting his throat. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, you got in jail for that, and you ain't getting no crack from
rolling
there.
up on no nitty, licking his shots from his car and without packing something. You get what I'm saying? But we know nitties can be a bit nervous and This is why. Like some people won't take up that type of career, yeah, because of what goes with it. You have to carry protection. You have to You're dealing with the dregs and strays of society, and they're not young white boys. They're old white people or middle-aged white people or, you know what I mean, of all varying things. But on these hard drugs, definitely Europeans. Yeah.
Can we go back to the actual point though, Maku? Because I wanted to ask you a question. Do you see Al Jazeera or whatever it's called, yeah? Is that British media?
No.
It's not a British company. Would you agree that, Rayhan, that it's not a British run media?
I don't watch Al Jazeera, so I wouldn't know.
I think Al Jazeera is Egyptian, I think.
So it's not British, right?
It's either Egyptian or Algerian or something like that.
All right, so I've posted a link for you, Maku. This one's Al Jazeera, so you can't sit there and make this argument because he tried to do it earlier. Oh, it's the Times, it's the Telegraph, the British are just making up lies. But yeah, I posted another link for you that I'd like him to see for himself, man. Because a lot of people, like, certain times you lot do this chatty patty thing, and it's Khan's fault, man. He's your big brother. He's supposed to show you better, man, and show you, like, find your information. Listen, find your information, yeah. Bring your sources in it, especially 1 second, brother. Especially if someone has pulled up something, or you know they've pulled up an article or whatever it is. Even if it is the Telegraph, you're supposed to find your information to dispel all of the nonsense. Come on, man.
Bro. What a level of hypocrisy is going on here is ridiculous. Yeah. You're going by mainstream media, and as a black man, as a person who you don't even listen to white man's science, you're going by white man's media. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Like,
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
Rayhan, this is called Muslim baiting. This is Muslim baiting. Because you're a Muslim and you care about something deeply, man just comes on him and chat shit to you and baits you out, bro.
You might have to share
He
it.
don't give a flying fuck
BBC,
about Islam. He don't care about nothing, bro. He just wants to bait man out, trigger you, get you all excited, and then he's sitting there laughing at you like, ha, you actually care about something.
I'll read it.
You actually care about something.
All right, this is Al Jazeera News.com. Yeah. It says Mustafa Al-Darwish.
You know I'm method acting now.
Saudi Arabia executes man over teen protests. Yeah, this is teen protests, teeny boppers. Mustafa Hashim Al-Darwish was arrested in May 2015 and charged with protest-related offences.
I'm pretty sure that I could read up
many of which occurred when he was 17. Saudi Arabia has executed a man for offences rights groups say he allegedly committed while under the age of 18.
But Shifa, wait, hold on. Shifa, shut the fuck up. Did you not say in your own country, you ban the pedophiles?
Brother,
you ban murderers.
I said, but this is what I said. I'm gonna remind you now, I said,
what you can do?
If people wanted to create the state that I was talking about earlier, if anyone was a paedophile, they wouldn't be allowed to go there. Rapists, murderers, and stuff, you're not allowed to go there. If you do something,
so wait, they're in your country. They're born there. They're born there.
If you do something like that,
they got residency.
Sorry, brother, you listening or you talking? If you do something like that while you're there, then we're sending you back to whatever place you came from or where your parents came from, whichever one.
How are you going to send them back?
Easily. It's all about contracts, brother. It's all about contracts. Don't worry. That's all it is. Everything's a contract, bro. If you didn't know that, like, get to know, man. You're not as smart as you sound. I thought you Asians are supposed to be like the bright ones.
How do they get into your country being a pedo?
We're around these people, supporting them, backing them, trying to be for them, and look how we get treated.
How are you for us? Explain.
See? You're just looking for a white person to attack, but you can't go to no racist.
But this is what I'm saying.
Person.
Like
you can't bring it to the
rednecks.
Is
hypocrisy.
You got to do it to the Arabs and to the Muslims and to the Pakistanis. You can't bring it to the white boys.
Are you telling me that I told the Saudis to put
go and jump on their panels? Go and jump on this bare white man channel. Go and jump on their panel and chief them up. Let me see you do that.
Article, man. Sorry.
They wouldn't let me on. They wouldn't let me on. I would definitely chief them up, though.
Yeah, you try. You try.
Like louder. Yeah.
Go on. You know what it is.
These men are trying to mess up the structure. I'm saying.
Yeah. Of course we are. That's 100% what we're doing. When people show you love, it's not good enough for you. You want to be able to have a target, someone to hate.
No,
you ain't for us. You ain't for us. When push comes to shove, you ain't with us.
You know what? There's so much contradiction here.
All these words, Hold on.
Everyone is using BBC News, but at the same time, when someone gets shot, BBC News are chatting shit. Telegraph are chatting shit. But
Go on,
all of a
Rayhan,
sudden
give
now,
it to them, bro. Why are you
Saudi,
holding back?
this,
Don't be
that.
a pum-pum. Tell them, bro.
It doesn't even
But
make
that's
sense.
the
What they
truth,
want to
though.
hear
That's
the
the truth.
truth.
That's the
They
truth.
want to hear
The
the truth. Tell
hypocrisy is
them.
so fucking real.
Again, hold on. Again, what about
But now, yeah.
What about
You know what? Telegraph are chatting the truth.
What about
Just because so and so says.
Again, what
And
about
Al Jazeera's lying, right?
When it's in
And
your
none of
favor,
the
hold
things,
on.
none of the things
When
anyone
it's in
said
your
is jumped to
favor,
100
when
things.
it's in your favor, it's fine. Yeah, all of these
It's not. It's not though. It's not
when it's
though.
not in your favor or not in the favor of the Saudi Arabia, it's not even.
I don't care about Saudi Arabia, Maku. You're not listening. I don't care about Saudi
Why
Arabia.
you're
It's the
emotional about
hypocrisy
it.
that you're talking about
Relax,
now.
relax.
You need to check
I
that.
can't even read
Acknowledge
the
that.
article
You
without
care, man.
critique,
You
and you're
definitely
not
care.
bringing nothing. Nah, please, shush.
But
Go
you're
on.
bringing the same articles that you.
Shut up, man. Go on, Shifa, please.
Yeah, he's definitely upset because now he looks stupid as well. It's like
Don't know what he's
you're
doing.
up here caping for Saudi Arabia. You're caping for the flipping executions.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling us what you think people can
Yeah,
get
capable
executed
for the
for.
executions. What executions? What
Brother,
executions? Just like America.
You're gonna learn some discipline today, fam. Trust me.
this is what I'm saying. And he jumps in the middle of my sentence to say, it's like American. No, it's not like American. We looked at the numbers. America in 2022 executed, I think it was either 10 or 11 people. Yeah. Might have been 12. Yeah. But we're talking about 92 people in just 2022 alone. You understand? And then when you look at the logistics of a person protesting, if people could get executed for protesting, there'd be a lot of dead black people right
But
now.
how many people is on death row though, Shifa?
Wait, hold on. Did they not say media is not allowed in Saudi Arabia?
No. You tell me.
Where
You're
you get
supposed to know the answer to that,
bullshit?
man. You're bringing the argument.
You just
Again,
Oh,
what aboutism? What aboutism? You see what I'm
media.
saying?
Yeah, what is it's just a fact.
Yeah, you know, what about America? What about thing? What about this? What about
But
that?
Macu, media is not
You
allowed in
don't
Saudi
even
Arabia.
want to relate it to the country that you're in.
Media is not allowed in Saudi Arabia. You said it yourself.
And I'm saying, like, you know, in most cases, you would say, go and live there.
Everything you're reading on the media is false. Everything you're reading on the media is false.
None of this. So
if media is not allowed, you said yourself, media is not allowed in Saudi Arabia.
That's correct.
Then everything you're reading on the media, BBC, Telegraph, is false. Then, no.
Rayhan, let me ask you a question, right? Globally speaking, right? If we pick two sides,
do they have journalists in Saudi Arabia?
You said media.
Do they have journalists in Saudi Arabia?
Journalists, not media.
Do they have journalists in Saudi Arabia? Yes or no?
Yeah, they do.
Okay, then cool. Yeah, because in every country where atrocities happen and things are going on,
but
it's a
who are those
journalist job.
journalists?
1 second, it's a journalist job to report what's going on, right? And this is how they get the news. Yeah, the news never happened yesterday. It probably happened a long time ago because this is the movie, right? They try and put in front of us, right?
Mako, are you against capital punishment?
What? Huh?
Are you against capital punishment?
What, in this country?
Why? What difference does it make what country it is?
Yeah. Are you against capital punishment?
It does, because it's the country
no,
I live
are
in.
you
right?
against?
No, it's a question. Give me the reason. Why is it different? In what country?
It's because of the country you live in, right?
Why is it different?
If I'm used to, hold on, this is a country that used to have capital punishment and they ceased from doing it maybe only 70, 80 years ago, right? Last being a young man, 2 young men, and the older one got executed and the younger one got off. And it was the younger one who actually shot someone on the roof, some mad case or whatever. But
let him have it or whatever.
As I said, so yes, thank you, Khan. You know the one, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like as I said, we're not doing whataboutism. Like, do I agree with capital punishment? I don't agree with it even in America. As I said, my people are going to be the most afflicted by this thing. But for rapists and paedophile, fine for me. Give them the fucking electric chair, injection, whatever you want to do, gas, whatever. I don't give a damn. Yeah. Because that's legit for me. Those type of people will not change their ways. So there's nothing else you can do. Since the system's been there, yeah, from Wade and barbaric and all of that and archaic and all of that. Every society has this form of thing, but a lot of them have decided to let it go. Yeah, in some African countries, it was a hand or a foot for stealing.
Brother, they got 10-year sentences for kids. I haven't got to that part yet. You know, like that. Like, when I look, like, because you lot are sitting there talking about it, I was there looking. I'm saying, okay, let me actually find out what's going on before I start chat. And that's what you should have really done, Rayhan and Khan, the two of you, man.
Not at all. But I'm asking you, Shiva, would you prefer God's law or man's law?
Listen, I would prefer that kids aren't getting 10-year sentences, and you know, there's not like people getting executed every year. I prefer that.
Would you choose man's law over God's law?
You're just
Yes or no?
reading the same.
I prefer
article that
so-called
you read.
Hebrew, the so-called Israelite.
I
Are
prefer
you
they were not
choosing
black
God's law
people
over
dying
man's
in
law?
jails.
This is stupid.
I would prefer they were not black people dying in jails.
There ain't not one
and
black
being
person being
beaten.
executed in Saudi Arabia out of the 100
Beaten.
people that got heads chopped off. Not one of them was black. So why are you
Yeah,
objecting to that?
I prefer that black people are not being beaten in jails.
Hold on.
What do you mean? He said that there were Shias. There ain't no black Shias.
How do you know?
It's like there ain't no black Sikhs either.
They ain't all Shias.
Yeah, there is black Sikhs. So we've
not real ones.
Hold on,
not real ones.
No, we've established that.
Hold
So,
on. You
and there's
establish
black Saudis. Are they not black Saudi Arabians?
You establish a country. If you establish a country.
Sorry. Are they not black Saudi Arabians? Were you out there, Rayhan? Did you not see black people?
And they got the same rights as every other Saudi Arabian. Yeah.
So there's black Saudis, right?
Yeah.
And there's also people who from the surrounding countries, as we've just seen, Ethiopia, these are all close by.
That's right. It's not the Saudi people being executed, is it?
I've always said, Khan,
Saudi people do
look like me. If you don't look like me, Shifa, Axum, Lady Sarah,
but Axum don't look like you. Sarah don't look like you.
Hold on. You came in there at a later time, right? That's the truth. You know what I mean?
Mashallah, obviously, like all of you lived there and resided there and know how
and you're still there. So you're doing all right.
Get treated. This is stupidness. This is literally
what they're doing is stupidness. Yeah, I get you. You know what I mean? Like
I agree.
No one's agreeing to the behavior of the Saudi administration and That's what we've all been told.
What are they doing though? What are they doing?
Yeah. Like, don't say that, Rayhan, because that sounds ignorant. That sounds like that everything placed in front of you.
No, I'm talking about what you're saying they're doing.
And then on top of
the way you're making it sound,
you ain't even told us your personal experience.
But Matthew, the way you're making it sound is that left, right, and center, people get executed. You're black. Oh my god, look at you, execute.
As I said, it's not on color in Saudi Arabia because there's already racism going on, right?
That country could not run if it wasn't for people of color.
You already accepted.
So how are they executing people?
Racism is in Saudi Arabia, right? You already accepted that. Now we're not making that the issue.
Racism in England. Do you not bow that every day? Do you not bow that every day?
My brother. When it comes to things, remember America. What we was talking about when we talk about death row and we're talking about executions and that. We're talking about America, and I'm saying my people are going to be the most afflicted. Yeah. Out of all the people that get executed, because we know pedophiles get executed, we know serial killers get executed, we know certain, you know what I mean, certain deviants, but gang members.
So if serial killers get executed in Saudi Arabia, do you have an issue with that, Maku?
If that was what was happening. No.
That is what's happening.
Rayhan, let me ask
you
a more subtle. Hold
on. You can't hold on. How are you gonna say that?
I'll tell you why.
One minute. Rayhan.
They go to court.
For example,
the judges are scholars.
One sec. I've got a good question.
Name me a
Saudi. They have to pull out the Quran.
Saudi. Hold on.
And the Hadith.
Name me a Saudi serial killer, please.
I don't know.
Listen,
my question is this. Yeah? One minute. In the article,
Saudi, it's not covered by the media.
1 minute, man, Rayhan.
It goes against everything you're saying. It's not covered by the media.
Rayhan, one sec. In the article that Axum brought in.
Both of you shut up. Yeah. Go on, Shifa. finish your thing, man, because I don't know about all this blockage and all of this
It's
shit.
not covered by the media.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dogger, you ain't
You
even
know
got
that's
a neck.
ridiculous.
You get me? I don't even know why you think you could talk to me, bro. Little dickhead, bro. Shut up, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah?
I would just prefer that.
Before I set my brother Vic Rose on you, and you know what time it is, bro. Shut up. Yeah?
Okay. It's a bit.
Yeah, but I would prefer my brothers and sisters are not being beaten in jails and, you know, being held for, you know, in cases, certain cases, haven't even committed a crime. You know, like that. I prefer that.
That's in America,
cases,
bro. That's in America. Talk about America.
I prefer that. Well, it happens in both by the sound of it. I prefer that, you know, my brothers and sisters who may be in bad situations, you know, especially if seeking asylum and stuff like that, you know, would at least be treated in a humane fashion and treated like humans. But it looked like they were being treated like stray dogs and then like that, herded into cages and just, you know, sleep on the floor. It didn't even look sanitary in there.
So now Khan has decided to leave because I muted him. Yeah. And there's no one to cape for you now, Rayan. You left.
No, I'm here. I'm talking about. There's nothing
and
that.
as I said,
what lot of what you're saying is
you're left with the wolves, man.
I
You're left
think
with
you
the
both
real
know.
terrorists, bro. Like, what are we doing?
I'm a terrorist. Maki, are you saying I'm a terrorist?
What you say?
Did you say I'm a terrorist?
No, you didn't say you're a terrorist.
I said, I'm the terrorist. Like, are you not getting it?
Yeah, I
I've been in the presence of supposed people who have terrorist views and ideas.
But Maki, you're a Muslim though, innit? Like, wouldn't you not think like?
1 second, my brother.
Would you not think like?
Don't do that. Don't do that.
You're not done anything that any justice like to support that.
Don't do that. Because at the end of the day, as I said, when you're out on the street, what your religion got to do with anything? Only when you're begging for your life, do you really want to know what a person's religion is.
So you would execute them?
I punch you in your
Would
face.
You execute them on the street?
Yeah. All of a
you
sudden,
execute them on the street, Maki?
You're not a Muslim. That's what I'm used to hearing. You get it?
So you keep talking about how you do people on the street. Would you
I don't need to
execute them?
anyone of anything, my brother. I'm me. Yeah. And I grew up with a different.
But you talk about all this violence, but yeah, you got issue with Saudi Arabia. It don't make sense.
You're living luxury and comfortable in Saudi Arabia. You ain't been on the streets of where I've been, bro, and seen the things I've seen. Like, relax.
So would you do a man's head in?
When I say, bro, I'm telling you, I could meet you and slit your throat and sleep very well afterwards.
But that's what I'm saying.
Bro.
For little reasons like that, you would execute people, and you're talking about say it Saudi Arabia.
Bro, it's my choice. I make the law.
But so, what's your issue with Saudi Arabia? If you're willing to slit people's throats?
What?
Well, he's just matching your violence, isn't he? He's matching your level of violence in the conversation.
What violence? He said.
Well, that's what they do, isn't it? That's the stuff we do.
Yeah, you say barber, I'm saying I roll with a cutthroat. So,
it's about barber.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, don't chat shit, bro. You don't live in man's world. Yeah, you're baby. The world is horrible and harsh. Yeah, and we. My mom always said to me, "You don't want the streets to teach you how to be a man, how to behave, and how to, because you make a mistake out there, you are dead."
Yep.
Yeah. While you're chatting shit here, this was a man's reality, as well as studying and reading books and doing whatever man had to do. This is a reality for some man. Yeah, you got dumb ass Khan out here telling you, "Oh yeah, you know what? A crackhead will slit your throat out here with zombie knives." It's really stupid. Yeah, chatting shit. He's living in a fantasy world. Do you get what I'm saying? Of fear. Don't go outside and do. That's how you get that big. Yeah. Worrying about white crackheads with zombie knives. It's just ridiculous. You know what I mean?
Why is he around crackheads anyway? You know,
Yeah. Crackhead. I said, and what's a zombie knife to a fucking gunman? I just don't understand. You don't bring that to a gunfight. This is where we're coming from. We're like, bro, okay. There's youths out there with zombie knives. Guess what I'm bringing to the party?
Bro, I've seen a man arrive with his knife here, and a man pulled out a cricket bat and whopped him up. I said, your knife never worked today, brother. You should have found a better. Yo.
You get me? Sweet. sweet chariots. You get me?
I know,
I'm doing
I
some
know
bass
Rayhan knows
music.
about the cricket bats though. Rayhan must have a cricket set.
No, I had an aluminium bat because I like the idea that it's not so dramatic like a knife.
Yeah.
You get
Were you like when you hear the boom?
bro, you don't know one stab in the wrong place, game over, right?
It's true.
So that's not really what I'm about. I'd rather break your
Mm.
arm and break your legs, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So you in pain and in hospital for a while will cast it up thinking about what you done. Yeah.
And especially when a man arrives with a knife now, yeah, it's like if you've got like a sports equipment and you've managed to, you know, like you got a golf club, for instance, and it was just in the back of the car because you was playing golf, you know, that day, whatever, and you managed to, you know, disable that weapon, that's a life saved, really. As long as you don't like, you know, do something really dramatic with it, like hit them in the head, like in the back of the head, or you know, I don't know, repeatedly, like. It's a life saved at the end of the day, man. You don't always need to be thinking about knives and guns and, you know, the type of yeah.
It's just Dogger, man. You know what it is, man. For real, man. You know that's why you keep sending. Oh, send Vic. I'll tell him. I don't
You
need
know
to
what it is though, as well, Matthew.
Yeah.
I don't understand why everyone's so
Tell your
racist.
little apprentice Dogger, like, fix up, man. You know what I
Why
mean?
is everyone racist, yeah? And then when you call out their racists and they want to say, oh, but those other people over there are racist too. Why don't we talk about them? Why don't they ever want to just deal with the issue?
Whataboutism is fuckery. I don't know what's going on in the world. You know what I mean? Man needs to fix up.
Hello.
He's back.
Can I talk now?
Go on, fire away, man.
All right. I got a serious point, yeah. Global, let's take it on a global level, right? America is gradually withdrawing from the world. So countries traditionally have either been on the American side or allies with Russia, right? And some countries or some people flip between the two, sort of whoever's making them the best deal. Now, this article that we read out, or we had read out, about Ethiopia and what's happening with the dam, yeah, because they built a dam, right? And they're blocking off water to all the Arab countries because, like, it's going through their country. They're going to use the dam to create hydro power and electricity for their own country, right? So they're saying it's their right to do that. And other countries are saying, well, like the water that's supposed to be coming through, you're holding that back from us. So, like, they're objecting to it. So traditionally, well, I think Ethiopia was on the side of England. Yeah, England was backing them. But for some reason, recently, very recently, England sort of withdrawn its support for Ethiopia. That's why, like, you notice that certain people are allowed to move to certain countries in the West. Like, when you look at Sweden, for example, you see certain populations, they're like the ones that they want to keep cozy, like the Kurds and the Ethiopians in them, Eritreans included. These people, unfortunately, haven't had the sophistication or the experience required to cut deals with people internationally. So you can see the Kurds. 1 minute they were on the Russian side, the next minute they were on American side, the next minute they were on Russian side, and then both sides dumped them. And I think the same thing sort of happened with Ethiopia, where they were trying to cut the best deal going back and forth, and then all of a sudden they're out there on their own trying to wing it now, and it's all come a cropper. And I think that these kind of like them, they're people who are abroad getting flung into jails and that is a sign of those countries, like, for example, Saudi Arabia, who's allies with England and America, also withdrawing their support for the Ethiopians, whether it's them in their own country or them in their country. And I think that this is really, if you look behind the scenes of what this story is telling us, this is really what it is. It's like the geopolitics of the whole situation is affecting the man on the ground, the innocent person who's just
good,
trying to work
remember,
and send money
that's
back
what they
home to
tell
his
us.
kids and
Again.
whatever. Sorry, what?
That's what they tell us.
Yeah, exactly. So
Because
this is
the
what they're telling us. We've got to try and read between the lines of what they're actually
but
telling us.
the relationship between some countries are long-standing, and they
Yeah,
never
obviously.
Right. So with England and Ethiopia, it's never going to be a thing like that. Do you get it? As I said, who's your daddy? It's the person who's
I'm
giving
thinking
you.
England put the
Hold
money
on,
forward
it's the
for
person
this
who's
damn
giving you the most,
situation.
who's paying your wages and shit. And these
Yeah,
Saudis,
yeah.
a lot of these European and American governments and officials and all of that, loads of money to do and allow them to do what they will. Do you get what I'm saying? But
Well, I
that
think
is
that
beside the
countries
point.
like Ethiopia, they got to borrow the
One
money,
second.
right?
1 second. If you got beef with Ethiopia, you take it up with the Ethiopian government, right? You do not take it out on unsuspecting Ethiopians who are just, you know what I mean, trying to find work or do stuff in your country. Do you get
No,
it?
but they do that. For example, when
No, but
Japan
I'm
went
saying
to
they
war.
do that. But is that right? That's not correct.
No, it's not right. But
It
what I'm
would
saying
make
is that
sense.
when England,
No, but
sorry, when
hold on.
America went to
Since you're
war with.
talking politics,
No,
yeah,
you're right. You're right. I'm not arguing against you. I'm just saying an example of what you're saying here is when Japan went to war with America, there was a lot of Japanese living in America who were anti the government, the Japanese government. And even though they were anti the government and they were Japanese, America, for no reason, put them all in prison. Imprisoned all their Japanese population because they said, oh, one or two of them might be spies or insurgents or whatever. They didn't want to risk it. So they put the whole population of American Japanese in prison during their war with Japan and then released them after. So when you're living in another country, you are sort of an ambassador for your people. So if something goes wrong, you're going to feel it. Now, we can say the same thing about the West and their relationship with the Sunni Muslims. As soon as they switch away from the Sunni Muslims, all of a sudden, there's Islamophobia in Europe. Muslims are getting run down. It's all because of their bad relationship with the Sunnis now. Because before, the West was backing the Sunnis against the Shias, and they were like, Iran's the threat, and they were backing them, and Saddam was their guy. Now, all of a sudden, they switched on Saddam. You get me? They switch sides, the West. They do that, innit? They switch sides.
Of course they do. Of course they do. But as again, it's not gonna change the fact that if they got beef with Ethiopia, and the thing is with that is like it makes sense for the Ethiopians to do that with the water, not because they're trying to scuffer the Middle Easterns. Yeah, like you could go and find your own water source. To be honest, you know what I mean. There's water there. You know what I mean? Yeah, in your dry ass desert. But they need the water for the land, and it helps with their GDP, obviously, because you know theirs is in the billions because they got really good produce. You know what I mean? They do farming, everything. They produce so much different stuff. Yeah, and they're gonna need water for that.
But what we're talking about, Maku, is hydropower. So when the
Yeah,
petrol
even
runs out, everyone's
run-
switching to hydropower, which is
Yeah,
reliant
but
on
even-
dams. Those big dams, yeah, when the water comes flooding over the dam, there's little motors inside it that gets turned like.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, like that one.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's good for them because you know, like electricity is a big thing in Africa. You know what I mean? Who can supply and who can give you sustainable thing. Now, if
Yes.
a very strong economy like Ethiopia, yeah, very very strong. Do you get what I'm saying? The GDP is that. You know what I mean? Compared to Saudi, Saudi got oil, so that's different, right? It's a different commodity. You say the Ethiopians ain't got oil. They've got oil and everything else. It's
Of
just
course.
that they're not necessarily tapping and refining oil. There's no need, right? Especially in a lot of these African countries, as I was explaining, and I showed the GDPs of various African countries. Yeah, it's not based on the thing that the Europeans want and have been taking. They're so rich in everything else. Yeah. And I'm saying that was the original modus operandum in the first place. Yeah. The produce and the thing that the Europeans got from these African countries. And later on plotting a plan to say, like, we're going to take the produce and we're going to take gold and we're going to take things. All of these things never affected the societies or the, you know, civilizations of Africa at the time. Yeah, because we got it in abundance, right? Right. So we're saying, even though now they've put governments in African countries to keep their interest. Like you can be pumping oil, but we've got other oil companies in Nigeria doing the same thing. That's how much oil there is. There's endless reserves, right? But
Of
yet
course.
you're still going to Kuwait and all of these ones for lower grade oil, but they've got decent oil still. Do you get it? And then the Saudis as well. They got decent oil. They ain't got that retrograde, top grade crude.
Nah, I think Nigeria's got the best oil.
Yeah. So, and endless reserves. But again, it doesn't stop them, as we've seen politically, trying to usurp more. Because as production goes up in Europe and other places, America and all of that, the consumption of that product that they made a thing. Do you get it? If they didn't make oil or petrol a thing, it wouldn't be a thing, right?
Exactly.
Because what's oil or petrol to an African back in the day? You know what I mean? We ran fuel. We had fuels in other ways, like, you know, palm oil was the
Yeah, but
strong
Matthew, you know the dumb thing is, the oil we're using, we don't even need it. Because guess what? We could be growing hemp and making hemp oils, and it'll be just as effective.
There's many,
but they don't want to let us go it.
but obviously the hands of the major companies, like things like say China. China found oil recently. Now China has the biggest oil companies. Yeah, because before they would have to outsource the oil from, again, the Saudis and all of these other people to keep their industry and all of that running. They know what but manpower, no one can beat them. Do you get it? But engine and motor and transporting and they're going to see that as an L for a while, as in an expenditure that is a lot. Do you get it? The amount of oil we have to ship in and ship in and ship in and ship in until they found oil.
Yeah.
Now it's like, oh shit,
Running things.
Do you get what I'm
fuck
saying?
you lot, man. Yeah, fuck you lot. We don't need you.
We don't need you. Right.
Don't need you for shit.
So now other companies have joined with China because it's like, yo, shit, oh, you got oil over there. Just getting on this. Yeah. But now they got big, massive oil companies. Like, look up the top oil companies in the world. You're just going to see the Chinese flag right there. Bam. You get me? We looked it up a year or two ago. You know what I mean? It was like raw. Because I was trying to show the people that at the base of these companies are some of these royals and some of these, you know, Bilderbergs and all of these families. You know what I'm saying? Hiding under a company, or you didn't know the Queen was involved, or you didn't know this person was involved. And they've had this company from way back in the East India Company and all these little companies, how they used to colonize us and, you know what I mean? Go around the world and do what they do, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when it was Industrial Revolution and all of that, and the labor trade, you're taking Asians all over the world to build railroads. Found out they weren't that strong. You know what I mean? They couldn't handle the hot.
Weren't it the Chinese that were building at the railways?
No.
That's what you just said. Asians.
No.
Oh, yeah.
But this is why there's a large percentage of them were dumped in the Caribbean after.
What, the Chinese and that?
Sorry?
Oh, is that how them Chinese got out into the Caribbean because of that? I didn't even realize that.
And mostly Asian, like Indian. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because they could withstand the heat and but they just wasn't physically as strong. And remember, you're just coming from slavery. So you haven't got the slaves now. Now you have to hire the people who used to be slaves in America. That's how it went. Do you get it? It's like, we're going to have to, like, you know what I mean? Who's going to work at 110 and 120 degrees? You know what I mean? Working in those conditions and not fainting. A good old black man. You know what I mean? So, they had to do it in a different way because they've abolished slavery by then. Do you get what I'm saying? So they can't go back on their thing. They're just going to do it in a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's only strictly European. Remember, that's got nothing to do with what the Middle Easterns and the Arabs are doing on the other side. They're still continuously kidnapping people, you know what I mean? Taking people into slavery, taking them to other countries and all of that. Crazy. You know what I mean? But for the Europeans, they had to, you know, because the first company they had was, you say, East India.
One other thing we should cover, like in terms of slavery, I think, is the white slave trade. Because when we're talking about manpower and men, obviously it's always been that black Africans that have been slaved and utilized the most. But when it comes to the women, I think the white women, because we always ask the question, why are the North Africans so white? I think that is to do with the Barbary or the Arab slave trade, which was running women to that whole region.
No,
a lot of women got abducted.
People
They were going
can
around
go into that
abducting women
region
from
still.
Europe
Yeah,
and
we
sending
know
them
women
to
were
North
subjective,
Africa.
man.
No,
Everyone
but
knows
hold on,
women
hold
were
on, hold on.
subjective, man.
I
For the
mean,
last
when we're talking
400
about,
years, West Africa has been under colonial rule. Let's not get it twisted.
yeah, that's why.
That's
And
why.
again, those are later migrants, some of them, and there's some of those earlier ones, yeah, like the Amazigh and all of that. They're perhaps they're
I think
Ashkenazi.
like a lot of these Arabs got their hands on white women through slavery, though.
No, but you know, like the Ashkenazis,
Arabs are
if they were like gypsy-like or traveler-like, and
Nomadics,
They
nomadics.
yeah, they
What you saying,
traveled all
Carlito?
the
Like
way.
that film Taken, yeah? They just
Yeah,
that's
no,
how they
like
got their
they
hands on them.
traveled.
It's just grabbing
They
up white
traveled
women,
all
bro.
the
It's
way
called the
to
white
the.
slave trade, isn't it?
Yeah, no, but it's not a white slave trade if blacks were the ones selling Europeans to Europeans.
But they weren't fully blacks. Like there was like
No,
Arabs,
that's the
obviously with
black
one or two
Arab.
black
Hold
people
on, wait.
amongst them.
That's the black Arab slave trade. It starts with Europeans talking about they've got their slaves, right?
Nah,
And
these
then
lot were slaving Europeans.
sorry?
The North Africans were slaving Europeans. They were
No,
capturing them
well, I
from
wouldn't
like
say the
Spain
North
and
Africans
Italy
necessarily.
and Germany and all these places. They were slaving them and
I'm
selling them.
saying
They were selling them off to Arabs and
What,
Turks and
sex
that.
slaves, yeah? Sex slaves.
Yeah, sex slaves, women. Like they were
I mean,
using them as
before Turks,
concubines. All them men had bare harems with like 50 women in it.
before the emergence of the Turk, this was happening. I'm saying still, but
Okay.
yeah, yeah, the definite the trading, but it's all the way up the Levant. This is what I'm trying to say. It's mostly Middle Eastern talk that we're talking. It's not really North Africa like that. It's mostly, I mean, that's along the trade slave route, you could
Yeah.
say. But nah, there was morely it's maintained the Middle East because the Europeans or the Arabs that they're trading with are coming from the north of the Middle East. So it's at a time where they have settled in places like Damascus and all of these type of, you know, they're just
Can't,
Europeans. So we have to,
can't,
or Asians mixed with Europeans, you know, Uzbeks, yeah, all of them, Persians and all of that, they're all a mixed bag. Yeah, Arabs mixed bag. Yeah, pale
Yeah,
Arabs.
definitely.
Yeah, not the black Arabs like we know. You know what I mean?
How
No,
come
they
you
were
agree when Maku
originally
said it though? Hold on,
black
wait a second.
Arabs.
How come you agree when Maku said it, but when I said they go back into Persians and X, Y,
So
Z,
I
you
don't
said no?
like you. I don't like
Say
you.
that. Say that.
It's personal.
Much cheaper. Now you got
That was a good one. So I like that. I like that.
can't, you know, it was a hand.
Bit like when Schiffer hears a woman speaking. I hear you.
It was a hand.
Ah!
Look, you lot are good, man. I'm sorry if I offended you earlier, but you lot was getting on my nerves, man. I just felt like we needed to progress the conversation further.
You just don't like when women speak. Just admit it, Schiffer.
Sometimes I don't. You're right.
You know
Sometimes I
what,
think you lot get
Schiffer?
emotive in the conversation.
You're
and
one
get
of them
on my
guys
nerves.
that you can't take it when people hate you. You can't
No, I
take it.
can
If
take
I
it.
say I hate you, you're gonna try and like win me over.
No,
Whereas if
no.
I said to Maku I
Yeah,
hate
yeah,
you,
he
he'll
can't.
be like,
He
yeah,
can't
fuck
take it
you
when
too.
people disagree, innit? He has to always try and convince people that
Yeah,
his way is
You
the
can't
right
take
way,
it.
innit?
You can't take it. It's
Do
too
you know
soft,
what?
man.
MJ was more to the point still, but you tried, Card. But I'm not gonna listen. I don't care if you hate me, man. I don't care if you hate me, man.
Listen, bro, it's all fun
You're
and
allowed.
games, bro. It's all fun and games.
I know.
Well, yeah, man. As I said, yeah. So like when we talk about the real Arab slave trade, when we're talking about black Arabs, yeah,
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like when we say the Arab slave trade, we're talking about Arab slaving Africans. But when
Right,
we're
that's
talking about the
almost
Barbary
later,
Coast, slave trade, we're talking about a like much different time zone. We're talking about like when the Ottomans took over and they
Right.
had lots of like ships going back and forth, and they had like Italians had their bases in places like Tunisia, and like it was like a real rivalry to see who's going to dominate the Mediterranean between the Muslims or the Arabs and the Christians, like the Italians.
Again, there was an encroaching from Middle Eastern kind of Asians thing.
Yes.
That Moroccan side. You know what I'm saying?
Of course,
All the way
yeah.
to Ethiopia and all of that.
Yeah, during them times, a lot of white women were taken into slavery, and like they sold them off to like far-flung places. That's how all these harems with like Bulgarian women and even Irish. I think the Irish, they had a lot of Irish women as well. Because like when people do their genealogy, all this turns up. Like how have you got like a big percentage of Irish genetics in North Africa?
Mm.
You know what I mean?
People travel there. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, the women were slaved. They were
But if
taken.
people are travelers, no, man, because I'm saying like you're
Said they
mixing
were
time and
taken.
shit.
Because remember,
People can wander into places at different times. Sometimes it's not
Yeah, you got to
wandering.
get the time zone.
Right,
and the
right.
Celts were in Egypt, so to say. When they
Yeah,
went
to have that many European women in that region, even now, it shows that it was a thing more than
Yeah, they do like it down there. They like
trailer
it down
load.
there, man.
Yeah, like
So
trailer
sorry,
load.
Khan, who took Irish women as slaves?
What they used to do, MJ, they used to send people out.
Who's they?
Envoys, like Muslims would send envoys out into Christian countries,
Lord,
and they will buy up.
Mhm.
They will buy
It's not
up
gonna work
women.
out
They will
well.
buy up even children. They will buy them, and then obviously sell them off. So they'll be like the middlemen, innit? They'll go around buying like poor children from their parents and selling them off, and they'll all
Right,
end
and
up in
is there any
harems.
evidence that they actually sent these people to Ireland to buy Irish women, or are you just going off the fact that there's
No,
some
I think with
DNA
the Irish.
there?
No, I think with the Irish, it was because someone was saying that there was a lot of Irish DNA turned up in North Africa, and they were saying, "How is it possible that these Irish people are in North Africa?"
They say that we share DNA, innit?
With the
And they
Amazon.
reckon it's because they migrated to Ireland and then went somewhere else, innit? At one point.
Oh,
No,
maybe I'm
you
remembering
guys.
it wrong then. Yeah, maybe it's that.
But I've never heard of anyone coming to Ireland and like enslaving a bunch of Irish women.
All throughout
Yeah, Khan
Christendom,
said they were
like, it was
taken.
known
He
to
said they
be
were
like mass
taken.
poverty
There was no
because of the.
Liam Neeson to save them. They were just taken.
No, but there was like what's it called in Europe? What's it called? Someone said it earlier. Beefy said it earlier. What was that word? Beefy. The
word?
system that not feudal. Fucking like where everyone was serfs basically, where people were
Imperial.
serfs. That was all throughout Europe. So the Muslims obviously were more wealthy at that time. Like even the people were more wealthy. Like they could go into Christian countries and just buy up whatever. Do you know what I mean? And like they took a lot of women into slavery, especially Eastern European women and Russian women as well. They had a lot of them because obviously they're bordering onto the Ottoman Empire, to the Turks and all that.
Yeah, that would make more sense, to be honest.
Yeah, but that's always happened though. It's always been going on. Even in the Roman times, they used to take women and send them off. Like any pretty girls they'll come across, they'll be like, "All right, I'll send you to my man back in Italy."
People being enslaving each other left, right, and center for years.
There's been like sex trafficking, slave trade, all these things been going on.
But this is why I think like it's women like who suffer the most in society, innit? And that's what I was trying to say earlier, MJ, when I was saying like if Beefy enacted this shut down all of the system, mash up the whole system, and it's just chaos. It's the women who's gonna suffer, I'm telling you. And that's why I think like I wasn't trying to have a go at you lot earlier, but I was trying to get that point across to you.
Like I hear what you're saying, Schiffer, right? But I think because I think slightly differently, right? I understand why you're saying like women depend on the system because there's a lot of circumstances where women are going to depend on elements of the system, be that the benefits or the police or whatever. Do you know what I mean? My thing is trying to encourage people to not be dependent on that system to begin with, because let's say that system crashes itself one day, right? I'm not talking about Beefy crashing it down or me crashing it down. I'm saying if it crashes itself, right? And we're all dependent on that system, and then there is no system in place, how the hell do we become independent then? Do you know what I mean? So I'm more for having an independent mindset in life right now, not being dependent on them, but understanding that I live within the realms of their systems, and but just as I said, not having that dependency on them. So that thing of, not using them. If I have an argument with my partner or something, I'm not just going to use my female privilege to phone the police and say, "Oh, sort this out for me," because there's other ways that we can sort it out without going to those.
The women would be the first ones to flee, because everyone would exodus to the surrounding countries, which you're seeing these Africans now, like these Ethiopians in Saudi Arabia. You see that in reverse. you'd be seeing like all Europeans fleeing, like all the travel points where you
No
can get
one's
across
fleeing Ethiopia, though.
quickly. No, at the moment, I'm just saying.
Yeah, but I'm
But if
saying
the
no one's
West
fleeing.
collapsed, what would happen? Like, where would be the access points for people to exodus and leave? That's what you would see, like
But
flooding of
okay,
people in them
but you know,
directions.
all right. So Khan, I would say to that, why would we need to leave if the system crashes? The land is still here, right? So just because there isn't a system, that doesn't take away the land. So we still got the land. So this is what I'm saying. Like, learn to
But as
survive
soon
on the
as you
land
set
without
yourself
being
up and
dependent
survive,
on the
yeah, but
system,
then
innit?
you're setting up a survival system surrounded by vultures who are going to basically, as soon as you
What the
accumulate a little
vultures?
bit of wealth, they're going to fuck your shit up. It will be
You'll
like
be
living
hungry
in the
with
land
death.
of zombies. Like they'll all be on you.
Wait, Khan, when you say that, yeah? So remember, the system is down. You have to survive. You have to get food. Who's feeding these vouchers? Are they going to be waiting for me to grow food so they come in voucher?
Yeah,
They're going to
that's
die of
right.
hunger. They're going to die of hunger.
Yeah, that's what will happen. There ain't no bartering, bro. They're taking everything.
So no, it's Khan. They have to wait for it to start food to grow and survive in the meantime. Yeah.
Now you
Right?
need the army to defend your land,
No,
yeah, and you
from
need
who?
borders, yeah, to protect your women. If you can
From
do
who?
that, then yeah, you got a chance of survival. If you don't have that, as soon as you accumulate any wealth surrounded by vultures, you ain't surviving because you're
You
making
gonna
yourself a target.
You gonna be the vulture, yeah?
No,
I'll
I'm gonna
kick
be I'm gonna be dusting. I'm gonna be exodusing like it was the
where?
Bible.
Going to where?
Cyprus, Turkey, North Africa.
All right, so
Don't
if the
forget,
system's
like
down,
I
hold
can
on, the
survive in
system's
all
down, there's
climates,
no
bro.
flights. The system's down,
I'm a
there's no
hybrid.
flights. How are you getting home if there's no flights?
What do you mean? We're walking, or we get in the car, yeah, and
Wait,
filling up with petrol, and we're getting to Dover. Once we get over to France, we're making our way to
Bro,
Finland.
there's no boats either. There's nothing. The system's down.
No. What do you mean? That can't happen.
The
That can't
system's
happen.
down. You
No, that
gotta
can't
have a
happen.
private. You need a
What are
private
you
jet
talking
or
about?
a boat of
Armageddon,
thrown.
where everything goes down at the same time.
You're talking the system's down, bro.
Well, then you got to preempt it, innit? You got to jump before everyone else does.
Nah. How?
So where are you going? The system is down all over the world. Where are you going? I'm asking you, where are you going?
What
Do
system are you talking about, bro? What do you mean?
Well,
System we
England's
live
locked down. If it all goes left, yeah, England's locked down. You can't leave by sky, water. Do you know what I'm saying? All the exits are locked off to you. You're going to have to find some other way. And I've examined many angles, and it's quite difficult, bro.
Sounds actually the way you're putting it does sound difficult.
It just sounds difficult. They're going to still have their military on the water, so you ain't going to be able to take no boat, even if a friend's got a boat.
What I'm saying is, there's no military to stop you do whatever you want to do. You're free to go and do whatever you want to do.
You know what I'll do, Beefy? I'll find out where there is the most amount of women and the most amount of like women of a certain age in a close proximity, and I will go there and I'll try to like make a go of it there myself.
Why? What do you want to have?
Because
no, but hold on. Do you want to like make babies and that?
Yeah.
But why? Because how are you going to feed them? You haven't yet established a plan on how you're going to feed yourself or these women. So why then you're going to bring babies into the fold and you haven't established a sustainable plan of survival?
If I come rolling through,
no, because it takes 9 months for the baby to come in. We can accumulate some growth in that time.
But why don't you accumulate the growth and have a supply of food before you think about bringing babies into this madness that we're going to be in?
No, I think what will happen is we'll, like the residual wealth that's left over from the collapse, we can survive on. But then after a period of time, there'll be like a dip where we run out of resources and we need to find fresh resources after that.
Listen, 3 days and this whole country is going to be a whole madness. There won't be any overflow of resources.
I've got a long
anything,
wheelbase,
bro.
MJ. I've got a long wheelbase Mercedes Sprinter. I'm reversing that straight into Tesco's, and basically all the whole canned aisle.
You and half of North London, bro.
No, cans. Fuck frozen. I'm going cans.
Listen, you ain't getting out of there with your car. People are going to surround you and they're going to take all your canned goods. What are you doing?
I'm driving over cars, man. My van would just drive straight over cars. Trust me.
No, you need some friends. That's all I'm saying. People going to need allies all over the place.
No, if I get in and out quickly, I don't need friends. Then friends can become a hindrance.
Really?
Yeah, because when my baby start popping out,
Let
I'm
me
gonna be
tell you
thinking this one
something.
looks a bit like that motherfucker Maku. Like, what was he doing? You know what I'm saying?
But so just going back to the thing that Schiffer was saying about, you know, if the system was to go down, women would be affected the most. I said I do agree with him to a degree because there's so many of us that are dependent on the system. However, I will say again, my point is we shouldn't be so dependent on this system, because if we take, for example, the pandemic and the what you call it, the badge and all these things that followed, and like there was even talk at one point of if you don't comply, then your benefits can be affected, your this can be affected, your like, and this is where that dependency on the system can be a bad thing, because if they're now putting stipulations on you being reliant on that system, that means you're fully under their control.
That's where we've been
It's
heading.
a matter of accessing funds. If you can access your funds, then you're not reliant. But the way how they've set it up is you won't be able to get your money. No matter how much
We can though. It's all about your mindset, Khan. We know, like, we don't have to. There's so many ways of getting money and all of that. Now you just have to
like if you have
think
money in the
outside of
bank,
the
how are you
box.
going to
Innit?
get it out?
Don't have all your money in the bank, innit?
The money is
This is my
useless.
point.
Money is useless. Listen, people, your money is useless. But tomorrow, your money can be worth $1. Tomorrow can be worth 100, depending on what they say. Your money ain't shit. It all depends on them. Anyway.
Do you know what? If you're gonna buy anything right now, buy a mobile home, one of them vans that you can live in. Like, buy something that's going to be useful forever in this
Why
situation.
do you need to buy it? Like, you can just steal one when the time comes. Like, when the time comes, right?
Fair enough.
I'll jump in my little 4-seater car.
Can you get
pull
two,
up
please?
outside Mercedes where all the brand new vans are and take my pick. Why do I need to buy one?
But you know, those vans are all controlled electronically, so they're going to
You're
shut
saying the
them all
system's
down.
down, though. You're saying the system's down. So who's
But
electronically controlling?
Mercedes have still got remote access.
Well, I'll be driving it with the alarm. The alarm will be like going, "Roo, roo, roo," and I'll just be driving it still, going, "Yeah, what?
For
Who
real.
gives a shit?"
Driving to go where?
Driving it straight to the petrol station and filling up.
Yeah, I'm picking up some more. Yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? Petrol's
barrels
then
of
going to be
fuel.
the issue. Oh,
You better start building yourself a nice shelter. You know when it's going to be cold, when it's going to be hot, where your water supply is going to be coming from. Those are things you better be concentrating on. Then once you got yourself nice and comfortable, when you can think properly, then you can think of moving somewhere else. But until then, boy.
If I had the army and I could choose like where to take over, I would take over somewhere like Kew Gardens. You know, where it's like you could just grow anything you want there 24 hours a day. Like some hydroponic.
Nah. That's. I don't think that's going to be secure in the sense of they could easily surround you. Do you know what I mean? Like,
you need the
got
perimeter.
nowhere. You don't have any way of escaping from there.
I'm going.
Why are you escaping? If everything grows there, why are you leaving there?
No, but like if you get attacked and you need to leave, isn't it?
I'm finding somewhere in the woods where I'm all by myself. It takes people time to come there, so I can be left by myself to do my shit. Simple. Shelter, food is all you need in life. I don't know what more people want. You know what I mean?
Livestock's good. I would just go and kidnap someone's cows. I just be like, cows, these men are gone. No one's feeding you. Cows, you best come with me. I want a couple of milkers. You get me? Like, milk them. You know what I mean? A couple of like ones to chop up and eat for steaks. You know what I'm saying? There's cows out there, man. Why would you leave the cows? Like, just go and just like get a couple of vans, fill them up with cows.
Get a couple of vans and fill them up with cows.
You need, well, that would be a good start, you know, like for a little community. You need like some livestock, innit? To, like, do you know what I'm saying? It ain't all about just planting stuff in the ground and waiting a year for it to grow so you can eat it. You need some livestock.
True. The funny thing though, a lot of people are just going to drop down dead anyway because you can't survive with electricity. People can't survive with no heating. People can't survive with no air conditioning.
Yeah, the old people ain't going to survive without
not
heating.
Old people, not it's everyone.
Yeah, they're not making
it. We've all been conditioned to having heating on, fans on when it's too hot, all this business.
Yeah.
When there's none of that stuff about, people are going to drop down dead.
Yeah, if you're old, you might as well just dig yourself a grave and get in it from now, bro.
Forget the old people. It's going to be the young people. Since
I'm
they
talking about
can't get
you,
on
fam.
TikTok and Twitter, they won't know what to do with themselves.
It's true.
I can't charge my phone. What do you mean?
So I worrying about too much about resources because a lot of people are going to be dying off anyway. So it's going to be, I'll sit back and relax for a few while, a month or two. Let the dead die, the idiots die, then go out and do your thing.
Just wait for the idiots to die. That's a good one. Now, do you know what? As long as we don't all steal the same thing, we're all right. Like, we all got to steal something different, innit? So then we can trade with each other. If we all go out and come back with the same shit, then we're fucked. So we got to have a plan, innit? Like, I'll go and get the petrol,
I've
you
got
go and get the
oats
cows.
and I've got potatoes.
You get the potatoes. You know what
I've
I
got
mean?
potatoes and oats.
Yeah.
What have you got?
Me, I don't need nothing from you.
Oats? Why have you got oats?
There's wild animals.
Because I actually have a stock of emergency food and a couple of bags of oats is a part of my emergency food.
They ain't lasting.
Listen, that's going to be porridge every day for 2 months. What are you talking
I love
about?
porridge, you know, porridge with honey and a bit
Exactly.
of peanut butter. I'm eating that twice a day, every day.
There's
Beans on toast. I'm eating beans on toast every day as well.
I'm going hunting, boy. Hunting out here, boy.
I don't know about hunting, though, Beefy, man, because them animals got parasites.
What you say?
You know what I'm saying?
It's tough, mate.
How you gonna think the parasite? How you gonna know about parasites and gut in it? It's all got like dead grass in the stomach and bile and all that shit inside it. It's like
so when you kill a cow, when you kill a cow, it just takes con. What are you gonna do?
No, that's when MJ comes in. She knows about all them things there.
Yeah, there's fish.
Now all of a sudden the vegan becomes a butcher.
You
said you wanted to learn how to do all that.
Oh gosh.
Khan is one of the first to die. Seriously, Khan can't survive.
Me? Yeah. I'm never. Nah, how could I be the first to die?
You can't survive 2 days with no electricity.
Because, bruv, you're gonna eat too much food, right? You're gonna have like 3 people's supply of food per day. We can't be having that.
I don't eat much. You know how much weight I've lost? Oh, you don't even know.
There you go, MJ. You see the greedy one. Like me and MJ, like there's a greedy one. He's gone. He's a gone.
Yeah, let's get rid of him.
I went out the other day and bought all new clothes because my clothes don't fit me. They were like potato sacks. I had to chuck them all away. None of my clothes fit me anymore. They were like huge.
Mad.
Yeah.
Don't chuck them away though, just because but like maybe just like put them in the attic or something.
Charity
because
shop.
Yeah, but what if you do?
Again?
Yeah.
That's not the plan. That's not the plan.
But it's happened to me before, and like put on weight, lose weight, put on weight, lose weight, and then it's like chuck out clothes, and then a couple of months later, a year later, you're like, damn, I put on weight. Why did I chuck out all those clothes? No, but it's good. What you call it? Can't think right now. Encouragement,
motivation.
Thank you. I know. You can tell it's late.
What time is it?
It's 11:20.
Oh, I gotta go to bed, man. I've got work.
What job are you doing? Don't mind me asking, Khan.
Bit of security.
Oh, cool. That's cool. That's good. You know, security is high in demand at the moment. I don't know why. Because people need to be securing their stuff because they know Armageddon is coming.
Yeah, man. You wait till you get to personal protection and that. Yeah.
Well, is that what you're doing? Yeah.
You have to go to Saudi and that.
Saudis ain't hiring no Turk. They hate Turks.
Wow. But for real, there is an increase in security jobs at the moment. There's a few reasons. Number one, because a lot of the supermarkets are going like contactless, checkout-less, whatever in it. But they're increasing their security staff, obviously, with the cost of living crisis. They know, like, there's been all these reports recently that, like, butter and cheese and is getting stolen more regular from the supermarket. So they're whacking, like, security things on all these products because it's like £5-6 for a tub of butter now. So, yeah, because of all these things, they are increasing security in a lot of places.
Yeah, butter's got
They know what's coming. They know what's coming. They know what's coming. People need to survive.
But listen, like, at the end of the day, there's only so much that security can do, right? Especially if you're outnumbered and there's only one or two of you in a store, do you know what I mean? And you're limited as well to what you can do. Like, not like that security guard that we've seen in the video that I posted in the group chat that decided to beat up the youths.
Mad.
Gareth, man was headbutting the youths and everything in the store. Like, what are we doing?
But MJ, was it true that in Ireland the petrol station blew up?
Yeah, in Donegal.
How? And apparently all the people in the flats upstairs just got murked. Like, they just
10
got
people
killed.
died. 10
Fucking
people died,
hell.
bro. 10. And one of them, there was a teenager and a kid. I think, I can't remember, it was 5 or 10 years. I think 5 years old she was, a little kid.
How?
They're
How
saying
did
it was
all
an
go wrong?
accident. I don't know. They're saying
Someone
it's
was
an accident,
smoking.
but I don't know.
Putting petrol in the car, smoking, thinking, yeah, nothing will happen.
Like, the initial reports are saying it's an accident, but obviously because of where it is and that, like, and because there is like rumblings happening up north because of all the talks about Ireland's possibly being reunified and all of this, I don't know. I
Are they
don't
saying
know.
it could be a potential hit, just like trying to make themselves known?
Well, no one's claiming it and no one's really trying to say that, but obviously I think a lot of people are just wondering, like, was it really an accident?
Nothing like a coincidence, innit?
Yeah, innit?
But yeah, 10 people died from that, man.
Wow.
Imagine that. You'll regret the day you took that flat above the petrol station thinking, yeah, nothing will happen.
I'm telling you.
Shit. Why didn't I take the flat above Spa?
but I thought you know how petrol stations not above, like residency above petrol stations. I thought that's.
I'm not sure, was it above or was it a row of shops next to it, I think, and then basically the blast caught the row of shops and the row of shops, I think, has got flats above it.
Yeah. It must have gone off like an atom bomb. Imagine how
Yeah,
much
it was an
underneath
actual explosion, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably a fire in the gas.
Obviously, because this only happened yesterday, like, they're just making a guess that it's an accident. Like, they haven't done any kind of investigation. Well, like, they're just going to be gathering evidence at the moment. So we're really going to have to wait to see what the
But
investigation says.
like, just imagine that explosion would have just like wiped out any evidence anyway.
Yeah. But yeah, it's mad. 10 people died. Don't know how many people injured. If 10 died, then there must be
Hopefully
a bunch
they
of
died
people that's
instantly.
injured
Like,
as well.
imagine roasting on your
Oh
flat.
man, in petrol, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, so
Hopefully
sad.
they died instantly, like in the blast and that, and they didn't suffer.
Yeah, it's all kind of madness happening.
That's a mad one. People die every day, B.
Such is life.
Well, I've never seen a petrol station blow up.
So did Conscious Eye come bring his evidence?
No, he did not, and unfortunately, his case has been dismissed because he failed to bring his evidence against MJ. He's literally not even in the chat or nothing today.
Kids say.
Telling you. And no, I'm not even calling him a kid. He's 25, bro. I don't call my own son. I don't call my own son a child no more, innit? So, like, yeah, I'm not calling him a kid. 25, you should be grown up. Like,
well, for every day you lived, I've lived 2 days. To me, you're a kid, innit?
Nah, you're just getting old, bro.
I'm not old.
When you call a 25-year-old a kid,
I went on a date the other day.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, I said I was 42 though. Everyone lies about the age is standard, isn't it? Like you should expect it.
Was this a Tinder date?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay, so tell us, where did you take her?
Nice little bar, lovely little bar. Yeah, had some like little munch like that she picked from the thingy menu. What's it called? The starters. So we had like the crispy chicken, which is like sort of like chicken strips. with a little sweet chili dip.
Bro, I asked about your date, not for a review on the food.
She had a couple of thingies, the mojitos and all them. But obviously, me being me, I'm like on the Diet Cokes in it, so I'm not having no alcohol.
Right.
She's having the mojitos. She had 3 of them, and then she was smashed in it. So I just walked her to the station, and lovely little date.
Wait, is she Irish?
No, Swedish.
Oh.
Can I ask the question though? You don't drink alcohol, yeah? You go on a date, the girl's drinking alcohol. Do you kiss her or don't kiss her? A rum or?
I got a couple of kisses in it, but on the lips though.
Is that a rum?
Is it rum? No, she had mojitos.
Haram.
Yeah, it was a nice little date though, man. Like little confidence booster, innit? Little trial run. I thought, yeah, it went quite well, you know. My chat was good. Like she was just all like just looking at me, just like amazed, listening to my stories. I was
So
like,
is there
this
going to
quite
be
good? Like it's like a live stream.
Hold on, I've got 2 questions. Is there going to be a second date?
Nah.
Oh,
Nah,
right,
no second date.
Secondly, did you pay?
Yeah, I paid. Of course, I paid.
Oh,
I
pick
told
up
her before she
yourself,
come down. I said, like, it's on me, innit? Come down. Yeah, it was a minor. It was just like 50 quid. It weren't nothing. Like, do you know what I mean?
All right,
it weren't
cool.
expensive.
So why no
weren't like
second date?
£200. It just the chemistry just weren't there, man. Like, weren't really like, you know, that.
So,
and to be honest, I told her straight. I said to her, listen, I ain't looking no quick fuck, innit? I'm looking like a proper relationship. I come out of a relationship. I ain't going backwards, sort of thing. I'm looking another relationship, like, and I think she was just looking fun, innit? She was just looking fun, and like she thought, do you know what? Like, we could do it. Like, we could have the just go for the fun aspect of it, but obviously, if that's not what he's looking for, like, she didn't want to waste my time, innit? So I was like, yeah, like, I'm just not looking like.
Okay, I feel. When you got to Moose Match? When you try Moose Match?
I did, but like, I didn't get no response on there. They weren't into me.
Well, I think looking for a girl who's a Muslim, I think for you, it's not a good look.
But
what do you mean?
Must accept sausages. Make it. It's what you put in your profile. You know what I mean? It's what you put in your profile that's gonna determine. You get me? Halal. Must make halal sausages.
Must have wants a bit of bacon.
And must be a white Irish. Like you can't.
Nah, I'm done with the Irish, man. They're hard
White
work,
Irish
man,
Muslim.
man.
You get me on Muslim. You're like white Irish Muslim. Yeah.
There's bare white. Oh, there's bare white reverts on Muslim match, man.
I know,
Bare
but
of
they're
them.
not Irish, are they? They're not Irish. So,
Yeah, some of them are. They're British, innit? You don't know if they're Irish or not.
You got to broaden your.
All right, then.
Yeah, you got to broaden your search thing. You know what I'm saying? You come up with looking for the same type of chick. This Islamic version. It's not gonna happen. Yeah. You want a feisty Islamic Irish chick. Like, it's not gonna No way, it's not happening.
Idiot.
The closest you can get is that G.I. Jane, or what was it called? Jihadi Jane.
Jihadi Jane.
Yeah, she was ruthless, man. Bad girl. You know what I mean? Yeah, she was like Mijuli, Islamic Mijuli. What Mijuli? Cha.
Fatima, Khadija.
Oh my god. Yeah, I want to know. Yeah, like I haven't done it myself, like, but I want to know, like, when people are going on Muz Match and that, what are they putting in the search thing, like?
Yeah, come on, show us your profile.
to get better results. To get better results, you're gonna have to, like dash away your inhibitions.
Do you say what?
I know he's looking for white reverts though. I know that was the first thing on the search.
Straight away, boy. I was like, "Where's the white chicks at?"
You're white, bro.
Right.
You don't like
a lot of them. You get me? Half hijab on, not on. Hijab.
So what did you go for? Hijab is not hijab.
Did she bedazzle? Nah. Nah, she didn't. Bad. Yeah. Ones with old school tattoos. Before there was Islamic, there was Tommy Robinson fan. We got Tommy on the arm. Change that to Arabic or something. Yeah. But oh boy. But yeah, to find one, that's a diamond in the rough. But you could probably find one still.
Yeah, if you waited long enough.
Like, she has to be ginger.
I ain't got
as well.
the patience.
Ginger.
You can't tell under the hijab. How you gonna know? What? Judging by the eyebrows?
Yeah.
Empress Sakina is there. She's single.
Who?
Empress
Nah, I
Sakina.
don't. Smoke. She's a smoker. I don't deal with smokers, man. I can't deal with smoking. Cigarette or weed. Like, I'm not interested. No smokers. Guaranteed no smokers.
Maybe you can encourage her to stop.
Nah, who her? She ain't stopping for no one.
Fair enough.
Some people just smokers, isn't it? That's it. I remember I used to smoke, but I was never into that into it in that way.
Wait,
like, I know people, they wake up, they just reach over, grab the fags, and it's like before the alarms even got turned off, they've lit one up. Like some people just
but you go on a date with a woman who drinks, but not a woman who smokes.
Mad.
There's social drinking, isn't it? Like, I wouldn't be with a woman who is a hardcore drinker.
Priority street, Con.
Father Ted style.
It's a rum.
Babe.
Drinking is a rum, con.
No, I'm alright, thanks. Drink.
Drinking is a rum, con. Don't you get it? Smoking a rum.
Of course it is.
Is it?
Yeah.
Where?
Smoke is anything that's harmful to your body is haram, innit?
Well, it's not. So.
Magnums are
smoking gives you cancer. It's like
Magnums are good for your body.
That's tobacco. That's shisha.
Magnum.
What are we talking about? We're not talking about hashish or nothing. We're like, what? No, man. Come on, man. You gotta do better than that, mate.
But alcohol is fully around, though. There's no argument, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean for you? Like, what do you care, bro? I don't understand it.
No, some people we know, innit? Like, he knows because he's been around Muslims and they're like, we know certain things.
But most of family are Muslim, bro. So I know these things. I got a lot of family.
I'm not saying you don't know, but I'm saying, like, why are you judging it by that standards? Like, what does it matter?
taking away the whole Muslim thing and that, does it not, like, if a woman drinks too much, does that bother you?
Yeah, if you get silly, yeah, definitely.
Not even giving her the opportunity.
It's not the amount you're drinking. It's like if you're drinking and getting silly in public, like, to me, that's like embarrassing.
Or what if there's a dependency on the drink? Like, you know, them ones of like, but not just that, the ones that would be like, oh yeah, I have a glass of wine in the evening, and then I have a couple of bottles and maybe a cocktail on the weekends, like them.
Yeah,
where it's like you're not an alcoholic, but you like a drink.
Yeah,
I'm saying when I was at Speaker's Corner,
that's too much for me.
The best herbs from my Akis. Best fucking ganja, bro. Best fucking skunk, bro. Green is in the greenest green. You know what I'm saying? One of my Akis, bro. You can see me in the video. 1 minute I'm beefing with man, and next minute I'm not even involved in the beef. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just off with my Aki, like, yeah. He's like, yeah, bro, I got this. I sniffed it. Oh shit. Yeah, let's go. And then I came back, and man was saying, yeah, these men have been smoking weed, and they just reached in the park. Yeah, and actually, I was the one who was smoking. Came back glossy eye, like, yeah. You know where I got it from, though? Shit.
We got smarter there. We saw smoking in where people were speaking in it, but we go smoke. We'll come back, then everyone starts smoking. Because we are there, they can smoke. No.
Remember the Adnan Rashid one? Oh,
Yeah.
the chemists are smoking. Hold on 1 second. We're surrounded by Muslims.
Muslims.
We're surrounded. Like that smells coming from the outside into the circle where we at. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing here, bro? We're standing right in front of you.
No, not in my hands. It's all your actions behind who are smoking the
you're
weed.
intoxicated. You're intoxicated. Like, come on, stop that, Adnan. Stop your nonsense.
Hamza, I don't think people are high. Like, shut up.
Yeah. But then man will do like a double sniff. Like, yeah, who's smoking? Oh, you're taking more in. Mad. Yeah, Adnan Rashid, bro. He's a funny guy, bro. I'm telling you.
Don't ever try and tell me Adnan Rashid ain't smoked the spliff in his life. Like that is some hypocrisy.
That's what I'm saying.
Man was a student, man. He's had a few spliffs. Trust me, he knows. He knows.
Let me take 2 pulls. I can imagine him outside in the USA of the student process. Let me, John, just give me. Yeah, let me.
Aki.
Yes.
Well, no, Aki. No, Aki.
My salad will not be received for a couple of days, but yes. I can accept it. You get me? Nah, definitely. And as I said, we had the smokers' corner. And bro. Yeah. Where do you think we had conversation with the Afghan brother, yeah, about Bob the Builder? What do you think we was doing at the time? There was nowhere in Speaker's Corner. We always go to that corner, and everybody else who smokes comes there and meets us there.
Yeah, and plus they're following us at the end.
So not to throw no people under the bus, but I'm just letting you know. Yeah. We having a conversation, and whatever we're smoking is being passed about because we're away from the cameras. We realize that it's better that way. It doesn't look good in front of the camera, you know. So yeah, we just found a little corner, and then everybody start coming there.
It comes the corner.
Start coming there to pray. Yeah. Right where the pissy drunks are. Like, what? Allow it, man.
Like, stop it, man.
Yeah. Muhammad Hijab, like, yeah. Oh, you gonna go and pray here? Oh, come on, allow us, bro. You know what I'm saying? Everyone's feeling bad now. Semi-stubbing out their zoots and that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, let's go back into Speaker's Corner, man. Yeah. I mean, jokes.
The mosque right across the road. I don't get it, but anyway, let me not digress.
I know that's what we always used to say. Isn't it? How you not get banned from the park? Yeah? Is there a law that says you can be banned? Come on, man, do your research, man. You know what I'm saying? I think the Jedi was the biggest campaigner for that, against that. Beat up the policeman with facts and knowledge. Like, yo, excuse me, what law says a man can't pray? So if I stand here right now and just close my hands and put my hands together, Christian style, yeah, what? What you say to me? Like, you can never stop that. Like, what are you doing, bruv? You know what I mean? Man got told. And then man told him about, bruv, the royal parks have a different set of rulings and there's a public policeman. It's not a public place.
It's the royal parks. Police.
Yeah, it's
private land.
The royal park. This is the private property, bro.
Yeah, but I can do what I want here. This is private property, my G.
This is why they have to march you outside of the park to administer any type of justice. Like, they're not realizing. So dumb. You know what I mean? I'm like, perhaps, yeah, I dare a park ranger or a park officer. Yeah, the park officer was there for Speaker's Corner. Yeah, to keep people not rowdy and, you know, to have a presence and that. But he ain't got no powers. Yeah, can box him up in there and run out into the street, and then I'm in trouble. Yeah. He's like, oh, you're calling it a disturbance. Where? In a public place? Like, stop it, man. Stop your nonsense. Yeah, just look it up, the royal parks, and then you see, like, it's got big foundations, all of it. Did you know Speaker's Corner had a massive police station inside, in the middle of the park? It's crazy.
Well, they couldn't live around the corner, so they need to make sure she's protected at all times.
It's her apartment.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she can be taking a walk at any time there. So,
and that underground car park thing, I don't know. I don't know. Dogger, have you seen that? Like, yeah, been there. That with all them dark passages. You know them dark passages? It's mad. You're like, oh shit. I remember Esau coming out there. Remember that time he was down there, Jen? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah.
I was laughing. That's why I was laughing.
I know. Yeah. You want to show the barge bad man in the daylight. When it comes to evening, it's a different story, bro.
Different story, boy.
Yeah. Find out you're not even from the ends. You know what I mean? Where's
Come
it
from
from?
Birmingham. Coming all the way from Birmingham to get to, I don't know.
Yeah. Coming to cause a madness, show the barge bad man. Yeah, I think it was just going to be that. Caught you slipping, bro. Yeah, you parked your car in the underground park. Oh, shit. Yeah. Oh, shit. Yeah. Mad. I got that video somewhere still.
No.
Yeah, I got that video still somewhere. Kept in my archives, just in case someone ever doubted my resolve or something. Saying, "Oh, Mackie, you got bullied, man. I remember when the guy pushed you and you didn't do nothing." Yeah, there's a part 2 to that video. Just like there's a part 2 to us badding up odds in them. Yeah, there's a part 2 to that. That's funny. Because remember, that started with the skull crushing of Rat Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, when Jedi gripped his head top. Grip. How you grip a man's head top and squeeze? Yeah, squeeze the hat off him.
I mean, the park was funny, but the park was like, to the day experience. You go there and do the day, all the argument at first, people arguing, then some early evening, people start dying off. People start now picking allegiance, start finding protection around the park, trying to be around man. When it comes totally dark, only bad men are in the park.
Yeah.
All bad men are in the park.
Only
Now we're going to whole park to ourselves. No one telling us shit.
Yeah, say that shit you were saying earlier. You know the
Yeah. No, man. Hey, you want a spliff? You want a spliff?
Yeah. Or can I get some of yours? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm much more high than that. You know, that guy, man. These guys are characters, man. But you know what I mean? I think most of them are decent, deep down. I wouldn't say good.
Yeah, I think most of the people who attend there are just put into just like all these things. But I separate some of the people who from these YouTube channels who go there. They have a narrative to go there, and some of the people who go there are straight agents in my eyes. Straight up agents, paid government workers, just people who are there to spin narratives professionally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I swear there's a few ex-military guys floating around. Like,
bro, there's all listen. There's
all I'm saying is, yeah, and Khan, you had one brother who was considered a terrorist, right? And then you had another brother who was part of the British military. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, huh?
Yeah.
You know, the Somali brothers, right? I'm like, what? When the brother showed me on his phone, him marching up the hill with his big strap and all of that,
full gear,
beret. I said, "Oh shit!" You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And me and him nearly come to blows before. I was like, "Bro, you got my ass kicked." Yeah.
I won't say too much, but I'll keep quiet.
Yeah, no, but after I found out that's what really switched me off from going to the park. Because man said to me, "Now I've been watching out for you, man. You get me? I'm here. I'm watching out for the man. Them you get." I said, "Nah. You're part of the British establishment. You're like part of the park and shit. You get me? You're like part of the system, bro." Like
the funny thing, his brother is
protagonist.
Like this is like comedy hour. Like what are we doing here?
It's mad. And all Reggie can do is fucking interview man and snitch on man. I just didn't understand that.
You can put like Reggie there coming holding hand in hand with the beast. Like this is you guys feel this connotation in awe the whole day. Like what the fuck is going on in this world?
And there's a lot going on in the world. That's why I said a lot of these discussions about Saudis and you know, Wahhabi and all of that. It's long standing. This is like the Gary Google's tools.
Then you even have the professional hecklers out there.
Man,
Professional
now
hecklers.
I was bringing it out on the tablet. Like, yeah, okay, you want to know what Abdul Wahab said? Well, let's read.
Let's see.
Let's read together.
What evidence this is? What evidence this is?
Yeah, I've been there with men who are from them regions, just having normal conversation, and then James FC's there. You know what I mean? That we had deep conversations. The men are switching on their other fellow Saudi or whatever. Remember, I've had man from Saudi come especially to visit man, to see me. You get it? A man came all the way from Saudi to come and see man. You know what I mean? That's a big honor. I respect that. You know what I mean? But we're never going to lie about the regime or nothing. Nah. We're all in. We all know what it is. From the longest time. So, you know, poor Rayhan. You got to live and learn, man. You know what I mean? You're saying that from the safety of England. You know what I mean? It's crazy.
I mean, Ryan just trying to get into something the Shriners. That's lying, man. The top Shriner.
You have to learn, bro. It's not that. Yeah. But anyway.
A lot of these young men need to learn.
Innit? Let's finish up with some music, man.
Yeah.
Some music. Okay. Flag was running strong today.
Come on.
Yeah,
You was doing Irish history this morning.
Yeah, I missed that, but I watched the last bit with the riots and that. That's when I kind of came in watching. It was interesting. You know what I mean? And interesting people's reaction. I wanted to jump on when Kale jumped on. He was like,
No. Luckily enough, I was actually busy at that point, so I missed a lot of what he actually said.
Lucky for who? You or him?
For me.
It was the way he came in. He was like, "Yeah, you see this ice people? Like, what are we doing?"
No, man. You missed out the first one. Mem J, we meet again. Okay.
But I knew what he was on because he was typing away in the chat anyway, so I knew exactly what he was gonna say when he arrived up here. But yeah, I think we've done quite well on the Irish history today, because I gave them the ancient history and then sort of the period of when Britain was involved, not involved, not involved, and then as far as up to the Troubles, you know what I mean? So hopefully people have an understanding of the complexities now of the Irish history.
And how we live. And as I said, for some of us, we're living through this. You know what I mean? We're living through, or it starts just before even man's born, right? So man,
Right.
the 70s, knows about it. It's things
fresh.
that's in the mind of the
Generations.
media and all of that, and your parents. So you can already tell. No one has to tell you that they sympathize with the IRA, but they blatantly do. You know what I mean?
But when he was there loading the bullets for the guns, like, come on.
I'm saying, like, we have to live with said people, and then people who were tarnished with the same brush. You got to remember that. Every Irish person was an IRA terrorist, which we found not to be true, right? And then even if you was, from our point of view, that wasn't no slur.
But the thing is, back in this, they was happy to demonize us, but they weren't telling people what they was actually doing to the Irish in Ireland, were they?
Of course.
Yeah, but that Bloody Mary thing situation, that looks like
I think we knew, as I said, things are well documented, even though it's their version. It was still documented, and obviously the amount of Irish people living in England even then.
Yeah. But like, see that footage that we're seeing today, like that's something that only became available in recent years. So certain things like that, although people would have heard about it,
they would have
to actually, see what was happening. It's madness. Like somebody saying, "Are we watching a war movie or something?"
I think it was World War.
I grew up in the era of the Ulstermen, Jerry Adams, and all of that. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Remember,
and all these known names, Yeah, with his Sinn Féin and you know what I mean? Like, yeah, all of that. Remember the hunger strike business? Like all of that. They made him to movies even. You
I
understand?
remember I used to go past Victoria every day, and every day was a bomb scare.
I know. We lived through that.
Yeah.
Terrorism. I grew up in a terrorist environment, supposedly. Right?
Yes.
We are not unfamiliar to that. That was part of our life. So that's what I say. But when some people talk, because it's in the past for them. They're not even born when some of these interactions and some of these things, and even they're only seeing maybe the Good Friday Agreement. But we saw everything that led up to it. We saw the bombings. We felt some of the bombs. You know, Canary Wharf and all of that. We was there, like, yeah, my house window shaking and that. Like, what the fuck was that? Yeah, real shit. We used to do it as a joke as kids. Run to the phone box and say, yeah, we are the IRA. Yeah. And run for your life. Because I'm telling you, within 5-10 minutes, that phone box is swarming with feds. Yeah. It was so bad that the IRA and the police had a call sign. So they knew it wasn't a hoax. But the amount of hoax calls. So who's the hoax calls helping? Is it helping the police? Or is it helping the IRA, in a sense? Do you get what I'm saying? Because he's throwing the feds off. They're like all over the place, like at the time. And why would that be happening? We're doing knockdown ginger in phone boxes, basically. Playing with our liberty. Because even though we're kids, you know what I mean? That's the only free call, remember, in the good old red phone box. You understand? That's the only free call. 999. Yeah. Nine. So, like, as a kid, you're just playing, all right? But that's in your mind. How did that get there? All what you're watching on the 9 o'clock news, the 10 o'clock news at 10. You sit down with the family. They're forcing you, in a sense, to watch the news. My mom said, you watch what's going on in the world. You gotta learn about what's going on in the world. And I'm just trying to stay up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because I usually, after 9 o'clock news, or if I get to the 10 o'clock news, I better keep my ass very quiet so I can get to the movie. Yeah. And then
so you don't get sent to bed.
Right. And then nudity, and after that point, they start looking around the room. You know what I'm saying? People start kissing on the stream. Mom's looking like, yo, who? You still up?
Oh shit, you're still here. Is it time for bed?
Yeah, it's time for bed, man. Yeah.
Let me read out this super chat quickly. Apparently, Jamaican man turned up to collect his winning $1.5 million lottery check wearing a scream mask. He said he wore the mask because he didn't want his relatives hassling for money. # true story. Mad. Big up Dark Soul.
Dark Soul was you, yeah?
That makes sense, right? Because even the lottery is like, you can have your anonymity, like, and say, like, no, I don't want people to know that I won this.
Blood clean.
Right. You're right, man.
Man didn't want anybody seeing him going in there.
Yeah. Straight up. Yeah. As I said, how I would do it is, as I said, have a party for all my friends and close associates. All of a sudden, it's become small. It's become small, yeah. It's a little band of how many people for this special party where they all get a check. I don't hear no moaning, no bitching. Yeah, you're getting a check. Sure.
Maku, what are you doing for your 50th?
I got a friend who's running.
Well, I haven't decided.
You got to do something. You got to think about it quick, man. You got to do something, man.
No, but I say it has to be big, innit? Like big venue, all of that shit. So, yeah. But all the others, as I say, I always do my birthday. I always celebrate my birthday or have a party or do something. So it's not going to be any change. Just going to be on a bigger scale. That's all. That's all. Find a bigger venue. You know what I'm saying? A huge one, in fact. You know what I mean?
And do a nice little after party as well.
I'm telling you, it's like, bro, wherever it is, it's going to have to be like a 24-hour thing, car.
Yeah.
It's mad.
That's it.
You have people coming from all over. So
you have to have a look-in after, innit?
So what are you doing? What are you doing for your birthday?
I'm gonna who me?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna invite everyone like that I know to Maku's birthday, and then when we get there, we'll be like, surprise! It's my birthday too.
A couple months down the line. I'm always gonna like have a big bloody
secret wedding. I mean, big secret party.
So I don't know. The big barbecue.
Yeah, some sujuk on the barbecue.
Ever imagine? You hear me? Like bear fries.
Bear turkey sausage.
Yeah.
Some sujuk on the barbecue.
Everything barbecue. Don't bring anything. Only roll up with raw meat and that. Allow it. And no pork. No pork allowed.
Yeah, it's true.
Make sure your things allow, but you can bring any meat pause to the barbecue. Yeah. Khan's birthday. You get me?
That'd be a good one.
Calorie-free birthday. Yeah.
Magnum on the rock.
If you've been watching your calories, just allow it for that day.
That's going to be keto birthday. Just meat and salads.
Good luck. Good luck with that one, mate.
Yeah.
Enjoy.
That's finger nuts.
Everyone's going to be like, "Where's the mac and cheese?" Keto, mate. Keto.
Keto, like you eat nuts. Pause. Isn't it? My brother was on it. You know what I mean? And he was just eating like these bloody walnuts and all these funny like. What are you doing?
Yeah, walnuts you can eat.
Allow it.
Because they're high in fat, low in carbs. But some nuts are carbs, like almonds are carbs.
Pause, you know. Pause. That's what I'm saying.
Pause on the nuts.
When you say keto, I'm like, right, get some nuts, yeah? Pause.
I think you can eat Brazil and wool.
It's the key, yeah?
Pause.
Yeah. All right, let me play to you, man. Big up, though, Khan, man.
Big up, bro.
Always,
you know, you already know.
And big up everyone who's been out there, and MJ especially. You know, Sunday is MJ Day. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Deacon MJ dealt with the thing, and yeah, man. Yeah, she's progressing very well, and I hope you lot have compensated her, hit the MJ cash app and all of that. You know what I mean? And showing your support. You know what I mean? Because she puts in it's a hard job, you know. It's not easy. Anyone doing
Not at all. Not at all.
To control a panel of rowdy, sometimes even like loose.
Michael, could I ask you a question though? Michael, is there a way? Because I'm noticing some people would a skill of putting the volume up so high that they can't hear anyone else talking, and all you can hear is their voice when they're talking.
Yeah, you can always. We can turn.
Oh yeah, don't worry. I do adjust it if it's so just let me know, Beefy, if you think someone's too
bullying, bro. It's strictly bullying. Like some people got some super microphone. I just don't know.
They know that.
To be honest, as an audience member, it's really irritating sometimes when the volumes are different, because what I'll find is I'm then changing the volume. Like somebody have a really low volume, and then like someone like Jeds comes in with the super mic, and it's like, whoa, why are you shouting, bro?
But it has to sometimes, because when you just talk normally at the normal set level, it's like no one's hearing.
No, but it's not even that he's shouting. It's just because, as I said, I have my volume up high because someone's volume on the stream is low, but then someone else will sound really loud. You know what I mean? So, yeah, we just need to try and balance it out sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes that's even the video.
Turn
it up because the video was, you know what I mean? You're like,
yeah, for real. Sometimes you put the volume up high because the video's low, and then all of a sudden someone speaks. You're like, ouch, my ears.
It was low, isn't it? That's my eardrums. You get me? Mad. But yeah, man, that was a good show today, man. I'm gonna watch it back.
Yeah, man.
Michael, man, everyone was on my case, but everyone came to my side. Beefism is winning all the way. Beefism is winning all the way.
Beefism,
yeah. We're gonna get there.
Big up Beefy as well, man. Come
on. Just do your own shit, innit? Just do your own shit. Don't worry about other people. Just do your own shit.
Yeah.
That's Beefism. Yeah. Big up Shifa as well, though. But Shifa need to allow the arguing, bro. I swear down.
Yeah, MJ, your team got beat up today, man. Allow it, man.
Shut up, man. I'm trying to ignore those things, bro.
Oh yeah.
Oh, last I heard it was 1-0. What was the score?
3-2. Away from home.
That's all right. It's only football.
Yeah. But when it's anyone else, you get chocolate.
It's only football.
Man United.
Did you win? Did you win this weekend? Did you guys win? Wait, did you guys win this weekend?
Huh?
Did you win?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Before you get too excited, you know, I'm just saying.
That will make man happy, fam. What are you talking about?
I'm happy. I want to listen, Michael. I want all Liverpool to be playing shit at the moment. So now the players get for the World Cup, so they can stay at home. When people come back, all your World Cup players come back, all tired and injured, we'll win the league. Minor. Minor.
Well, it seems like we did win, so yeah. F.U.C.K. lot, man. Clock, man. Throw him in the bin, man.
No way. It's early days yet.
Nah. He's cool still. I know Liverpool will pull up their socks. You know what I mean? That's just like a flip. Because I say, like, early in the season, Arsenal are proving to be a little bit formidable still.
Like I said, no Arsenal, because remember, most of the team from last year were not internationals. So most of the team hasn't been picked for that international team having international breaks. So they're not having that disruption in the team. And they're all there for, remember that this preseason is only like 2 weeks.
You're right.
So they had a long preseason compared to other teams.
That's what I said, like later on in the season, it's a different story. Like, yeah, they're gonna go up to Anfield and it could be a mess.
So now after the World Cup in December, January, it's gonna be peak, bro. Remember some key players
they're doing all right though. They're doing all right as in what Arsenal are doing, I mean.
They're doing good. Yeah.
But I mean, for Liverpool, it's a big L that you sold Sane, man. For me,
I think
he's unreplaceable, and the guys you replaceable are good, but they're more like future.
But exactly, but Michael,
you know what I mean? They need a season. They need a thing.
Mane was not gonna stay there forever. Salah not gonna stay there forever, and he wanted to go. So we have to make a decision at some point. For me, sooner rather than later. Right now, this is.
Who would you have got rid of? I would have maybe got rid of Salah over.
But if we to go, Michael, we play on to go, want to go. This thing of keeping players want to go for me is a long thing.
Yeah, man.
No one player makes a team. So
no, but as I said, well, it does. Yes, let's be honest. One player doesn't.
Our problems. I think our problems are not up front. Our problems are more in defense. We started managing play in defense. Our problem is now we're leaking goals like on tomorrow. We're not leaking goals before.
As I said, Barcelona missing Messi. You know what I'm saying? You lot where Van Dijk, you was missing him. You know what I mean? Like so, sometimes one player can have an effect on the overall structure.
But I think Liverpool, for 7 years, we're playing a system, and people have now sussed the system out, how to play against us. We just need to find a new way of playing, a new system, and just keep it in the same intensity, but just find a new system. That's all.
No, but you're saying Thing said Mane wanted to go. Yeah, but if man's not paying you the same as next man, you and next man, on this African Player of the Year, whose team won the African Nations Cup, it's Mane. Mane should be the one getting at least the same money as next man.
I hear you.
Writing up a new contract, thinking about it. No, you don't respect me. Yeah, I'm buying minutes. I said I'll pay that money. We'll pay double what you're asking. You're definitely worth it. And that's all it is.
I hear you, but Liverpool with a wage structure in it. So
no, I hear you. But
and I don't want us just be buying players, paying them big wages, then we can't get rid of them in the end, and on big wages and everything with a wage structure, and players know when they come to Liverpool that the wage structure is there. It's not a hidden thing.
When it's one of your star players and little young right backs and left back are getting more money than man. Like, bro, we can't do.
I think the things which are being said in the paper and what he was getting paid. He was one of the highest earners at Liverpool, but he wasn't the highest. I'll give you that. He was one of the highest earners at Liverpool, Mane. No doubt. You know what I mean? He was signing. Remember when we signed him from, we got him on a cheap and we gave him big money for signing. So So that's a myth. Shit money. That's bullshit. Because we got a big deal for him and we paid big money for him. We gave him big contracts. You know what I mean? That's.
Well, I think it was big contract at the time for Mane. You know what I mean? Like coming from Southampton and all of that. But now, in comparison to other people in the team, you've attained the same status as them. You've been there longer than them, and these young youths are getting more than you. And then your fellow winger is leagues and thing getting paid more than you. Like that's your agent is gonna advise you to. You know what I mean? Make sense.
I wouldn't call him money want to live because of, but me, I'm thinking as a Liverpool fan I'm of the mindset that no player is bigger than Liverpool. You know what I mean?
But I don't think he disrespected Liverpool. I think Liverpool disrespected him in the same.
Most probably, but I'd rather keep our West structure and we don't go the way like the other teams where they got players who are sitting on the bench on high wages. They want to go sitting on the bench on high wages and just I don't want our team to go that way. I rather the structure we go and we keep it that way.
They're right in doing that, yeah. But I would say with the younger players, you need to start doing that. Increasing their money gradually rather than your 40 or 200 like already, and you're only all right. You've won Champions League and all of that, but bro, that's not the real thing of your value. You know what I'm saying? It's overinflated because you're in a good team. You know what I mean?
I think what Liverpool do
of that team need to be getting paid proper money, and that's all it is. And
with
that man everywhere. Yeah, look at Makelele. Same thing. Real Madrid. We didn't know he was on small wages.
Yeah, but I think with Liverpool, I think what done was everything is bonus related, isn't it? So if the team does well, they give every player a bonus. So you will, but if you're not doing well, why would you get high wages if you guys are not finishing 12th and 15th in the league? Finish first, second, you get a bonus for finishing that team. That's where your money comes in, the bonuses. But paying players just for being a player, I don't agree with it. It's footballers.
Man, you just keep taking L's, man. Please, man.
Who's that now?
Dogger nose. Even Dogger nose. We've done this already. This is what broke you last time. Yeah. Sheikh Fayed's verses in your guru book. It's like it's mad. Influenced by Muslims. You know what I mean? Yours is called a Muslim. Your thing. Like you just gotta accept it. Yeah.
Come on.
But at the end of the day, it's still Islamic, bro. Like that's why.
Like Sikhism, we have to be real with you, is a baby religion compared to the
that's
other.
Why I told Raj. I told this to Raj ages ago. I was like, Raj, sorry, Sikhi is Buddhism and Islam, though, isn't it? He was like, yeah. So, why are you talking about Islamic grooming gangs? Does that make sense? He was yeah. I finished him quickly, 2 minutes. You get me? Like, huh? Hold on. You're Sikh, yeah? Early.
Like what, 250 years?
Speaker's Corner, he had baseball cap on. Let's get
how old is Sikhism? 250 years? 150 years? How old is it?
Not even that. Yeah, maybe something like that.
Something is a baby religion. Baby.
It is it's very young.
All
of them other two were established already. That's why I meant to say there is no Islam, there is no because there is. When you say there is, obviously.
Ruling at the time as well.
In the common sense of what he's saying, like there is no thing, there is only the one, or there is only Sikhi. You're just making a point. And it's not necessarily factual. Do you get what I'm saying? So it must be an analogy that you're trying to convey rather than making a literal statement. Because at that time, there was Hindus and there was Muslims. You know what I mean?
How can a Sikh say about ancient text when it's only 250 years old?
It's not ancient, no.
That's not ancient. That's not ancient, my G. That's not ancient. When we talk about ancient, we talk about millions of years old, some of us.
Yeah, but if you're thinking Buddhism is not even that ancient, but it is ancient. The concept of Buddha as a god, you know what I mean, as a deity or whatever, is older than
Jay. I call it Jayism, innit? But
the
but
prince
yeah,
tried to obtain Buddha status. You know what I'm saying? That's different. That's a man, and that was recent as well. That you know what I'm saying? You want to reach enlightenment, you want to reach nirvana or dwarka or whatever. Yeah.
Basically, Sikhism just Buddhism, new version, innit? It was
with the Hindu, with the Islamic spin.
Yeah, the guru is a Buddha. Just switch for me, just switching same thing, but I think it's in different places.
Been to Mecca, he's done all these things, like you know what I'm saying? He's rolling with hardback Muslims, you know what I mean? Sheikhs and that. You know what I'm saying? Like he's getting advice, he's getting verses of the Quran and putting them in the team. Like, come on, bruv. Like that's an L, man. If you're anti-Islamic as a Sikh.
How do you say Astaghfirullah in Sikhism? Hey, come here, come on. How do you say Astaghfirullah in Sikhism? No, I mean, so you can say Astaghfirullah to that.
Akida, man, just allow it, man. You've lost, man. Again, another L. Yeah, all these knives and all these swords and all these mythical weapons and metaphysical and all of that, and you lose it. You're taking L's. All you got is love. All you got is love. And we don't want it.
You and Ray and just need to join forces and just hold an L competition. At this point in time, just like hold an L for India, hold it like 2 L's up each.
Let's make it interesting and include countries like
IDL, Indian Defense League. Come on. Yeah. IDL, man. Come on, man. Yeah. You just have to relax, man. You're saying you wish and da-da-da. No one's convinced. You learned it the other day. And you learned it poorly. And that's the tragic end to your story already. Mad. Before it even began, it was doomed to failure. Because man don't want to learn the thing fully and then come and speak to us. Man want to interpolate little bits. Man said, I only read a couple pages of it. You know, it's so deep, it's and blah, blah, blah. But the guru says.
That plus a few hours ago, he was typing in the chat, you know, the whole, I'm a dunce, I don't know anything. So, bro, you clearly don't know anything. You're a dunce, innit?
So we're going to teach
you. For once, you're saying the truth. You're curious.
Like your guru. We're going to teach you like your guru, man.
Get well soon.
What he's actually talking about, and what man was actually dealing with, and what was the general consensus in the environment at the time. And you lose on every count.
But me,
to be in a lake and decide and get the eureka and say, you know what, we're rolling with Sikhi now.
But I want to know, Michael, you go in the lecture class, there's to be here for 3 days. I want to know what was going on. What were people thinking? What was happening? What people panicking? They pronounced him dead, drowned, or something. Then you just have reappear out of nowhere 3 days later. And now from Hindu, now you're Sikhi. But I don't know.
I know the props.
There's more to this story than Mr. I to me. You know what I mean?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? We understand the statement, as we said, but it's not a big deal to us. It's a big deal to some of them who are not real Sikhs don't say these things. You know what I mean? Yeah. And we've been in the presence of proper Sikhs, so I don't need to listen to this guy. You get me, dogger? Like, don't even bother with him, man. It's late, innit? Yeah. Just put respect on Islam's name, and you're good. Yeah. You saying Bear Takia, like that's a Sikhi word. Like, stop it, man. Yeah. You can't be borrowing from a thing and then it doesn't make sense. Speak Sikhi, innit? Yeah, use the Sikhi equivalent of Takia if there is such a thing.
Hey, TK, Akira, TK.
If the thing's based on a lie, how can it be Takia? Because no one believes, man. Yeah, that statement is not true. That's all. It's not harmful. It's just not true. Yeah, there is no Sikhi. There is no, but there is though. It's my first question. You know, first class. My finger's up straight away. And I'm sure a lot of other people's finger would be up. Excuse me. Excuse me. He said what? There is no Hinduism. There is no Islam. Oh, is it? Yeah.
Are you sure?
Marauding, hordes of different groups flying under the various banners, and the people walking around worshipping Shiva, Kali, and all of that. And why it's still prominent in your text. And you say, oh, Shiva, Kali, Shiva the destroyer, blah, blah, blah. Is that Sikhi? Like, bros, that's Hinduism you're talking to me. You get me? And then when I start mentioning the deities and going into detail, you're baffed.
Dealing with jinn, man. Huh? And they call jinn, man.
You're not even up to speed with Hinduism. That's crazy. And then us outside, yeah, I've read the Upanishads and, you know, the Gita and the Mahabharata and all of that. Man's read them things already, like child's play. You know what I'm saying? Now my Hindu brother, who I used to trim and did Jay Shetty, is a big social influencer. He writes books and all sorts. You know what I mean? He's been doing it for time. He's been promoting his Hare Krishna thing up in Luton and all of that. Like do little conference for the youngers. You know, like there had to be someone who was bringing it for the young Hindus and the young, you know what I mean? So he was one of them with his blue eyes and shit. You know the ones that are looking like model. Yeah. Used to come and get trim, get that knowledge, blah, blah, blah. We share knowledge. Can you get me these books? Because he's carrying a load of the books to, you know, distribute when he's doing his conferences and da. So he's got the beads and everything. That's where I got my beads from. You know what I mean? It's mad. Like, yeah. So when you learn the thing, you just try and learn all of it. You get me? Yeah. That. Please, man. Remember, you're suffering from mental health, my brother. Yeah. Taking on Sikhi is not going to mask the fact that you're start raving bonkers. You know what I mean? And you should not be rolling around with a cool partner or anything like that. Come on, bro. Let's be honest. You know what I mean?
That's right.
But if I ever saw you and you was walking around with those blades, it might be night time for you. I don't know how I'm going to react. You get me? Oh, this is not a blade. This is, you get me? There is no blade. There is only Sikhi. Oh, yeah? There is no jab. There is only my left hook.
There is no fist, there's only pain.
Yeah.
There is no fist, there's only pain.
There was no blow. Yeah. There's only knockout.
Only light up. There was no blow, there's only darkness.
You are actually a danger to society. Like, you need to know. And now, tomorrow, you're going to take all that off. Yeah. You're probably bald underneath as well. You're going to take all that off. You're going to tuck your beard in, put your shirt and tie on, and go work. I'm not
work.
That type of, like, bro, you took an L the moment you mentioned that. When I go to work, I don't mention, well, that's it. I don't know why you're online mentioning. Like, it makes it better.
Stay strapped, Kazi. Just tell your boss, I'm not doing this. I must stay strapped, Kazi. Yeah.
No, there is no 9 to 5. There is only the one.
There's only one hour, Kazi.
Until it's clocking in and out time. Until it's clocking in and out. Yeah. What time do you call this? H?
1.
Yeah. What time do you call it? Yeah, 1.
Time is only 1.
I start work at 1. Yeah. Well, if you're so smart, that means you're leaving at 1 in the morning.
That's 1.
Got your 1. Yeah. You're gonna work 24 hours for that.
Innit? You're doing a double shift.
Yeah.
1.
No, there is no duality. There is only the one.
Get me? Store is peaceful at night. Yeah. I just rock in the corner of the store.
Ego. Corner shops, right?
Yeah.
He works in children's.
Listen, your mind is in a pit. Yeah, in a sunken place.
Yeah, just get well soon, bro.
Yeah. You feel pity. Yeah, that's all you're feeling. Yeah. As I said,
Your mind,
ever
your mind,
express your views, you'd feel more than pity, bro. You feel pain. Yeah. And the
your
pain is
mind.
an indicator of life. Shows you're still alive, but not in the way you're gonna get it. When I stomping the guru out of you, like, oh yes, I love you, yes, oh my brother, hold up, man, yeah, nah, we don't even want his explanation. He's just shit. You know what I mean?
You're some kind of gallery of dick pics. That's where you are, bro.
Yeah,
Pause. And I mean, like, long.
I'm not interested in really revisiting the scene of the crime. You know what I mean? He's already been lined out in chalk, all of that. It's long, man. You know what I mean? He
Cold
disappeared
case.
for
It's
3 months.
it's not a cold case. It's a assault.
Him. Hold on, wait. They said they rebuilt him. Raj came like, yes, he's being trained now. He's da-da-da-da. And he came back with the same
Worse.
fuckery. Worse. Talk about postcodes and that. Yeah, here's my address. Yeah. If you want to find out about the one. Yeah. The man. You lot are slaves. You lot are this. You lot are that.
I'm not racist. I've never been racist in my life. But I was racist to my own people. I used to think like, what is this?
And then I stopped being racist. You know what I'm saying? Like we're not going to do that. Yeah, you're just going to cry. Yeah? Rock in the corner and cry. Wank yourself to sleep. Yeah? Speaking about mountain goats. Like that way, in your mountain clothes. Yeah. Yeah.
Ain't no mountain high enough.
My whole fucking life has been destroyed because I've been exposed to your fucking dick pic. Mad. Yeah, because you didn't remember. Why did I have to be exposed to the facts? You were there on my phone. Like, oh shit! You were there. I might have done it, cuz. I might have. What? You said no.
Michael.
Yeah, there was no putting a screen in front of that one, was there? Fuck's sake.
You see, first of all, he was in denial. He never done it. He was lying and everything. This time, he was fully a Sikh then when saying all those lies.
Thank you. You had full Sikh outfit on.
Telling them,
yeah, but then it's also.
I didn't even know them outfits had a zip bit.
Beefy, he's still in denial anyways because he only admitted to one scenario. But remember, we've had people jump on the stream talking about he has sent pictures to their sister and all kinds of stuff, and he's denying that. So he's still in denial. He's probably still doing it anyways.
But if you're in court right now, yeah, you've already been caught perjuring, yeah, we're not gonna believe you're getting caught. But you've already lied under oath in full Sikh gear, saying one, I don't lie, and you're lying out of your mouth.
He definitely pulled out one. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh wow, really, really, cuz.
Wow, Guru, wow.
Yeah, thank you. One this and all of this. I just can't take it. I can't take it with a pinch of salt. Every time he comes on, no, because it all started in India. What? Dick pics. Anything else you think about this? This is the first thing goes to mind. What? Someone who used to send dick pics talking. I have to put up with this nonsense. You get what I'm saying? That's why we can't take you seriously anymore, man. You're finished. You finished yourself bare times. Yeah. But yeah, man, you're cool, man. We know what it is. But don't come here like you can try.
Muddy.
Yeah. You are a victim. I mean, you've been abused. You know what I'm saying on these live streams. Remember the first time I came here, I beat you up, man. Slapped you up. You try to come with 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
I felt sorry for him that day, but not anymore.
Yeah. I kicked that other H as well. You got to remember that all of these have gone through that initiation. They still managed to survive and or come back after a couple months. Do you remember what happened? Triller.
Reincarnation, Michael. It's called reincarnation.
Yeah. That's why I said zombies. Because you can't kill them. Yeah, when we say we kill them, we're not like real killing. Like, no one's gonna do that. That is dumb. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm talking about punching you up and that's real. Like, yeah. Yeah, what I could really do to you, like, yeah. Please, like, example, one of them stuff is definitely real. No fantasies.
Oh, good point, Stopzilla. That might be a fake H.
Nah, it's always fake.
Yeah. Makes sense.
No,
yeah, it's a fake one.
Always fake when you come and say the same shit. You jump on the panel, it's a fake H thing. Like it's a fake H. You're so dumb.
Yeah, it's fake. They faked it by using his picture. That's how they did.
Look profile. That's how fake it is.
Yeah, the same profile that was on the dick pics, though. Mad.
Mad.
Yeah, same. Bro, that other picture where you're looking down with the thing turban on. Like, bro, there's so many pictures that you sent to Gav, trying to send them cheeky videos and all of that, and then the willy pic, just no asking.
Random.
They didn't even ask. Yeah, we saw the whole context of the conversation. You get me?
One dick pic.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, the one. Oh, sister, no response. Just one-way traffic. Yeah. And then eventually videos, dick pic. Oh, fuck's sake. Is that what you're gonna do? Yeah? Fully in the outfit as well. Mocking the thing. So if anyone was mocking Siki, it's you. I was bad in those days. I wasn't quite baptized, but you were still walking around with a Quran and still pretending that you was a Sikh. This is what we,
and like, H, I'd be interested to know, like,
that was Sikhi Takia right there. That was, it was never Sikhi Takia. It was you.
I'd be interested to know what response did he expect from sending that picture.
One pum pum.
It wasn't on request. So yeah, the door is at his door where what he was thinking. Yeah, it might be like dusk till dawn. You know when it was on the thing, and the lady says he thinks the lady says something about eating her pum pum. Yeah. Like, yeah. Yeah, we can do that later. She's like, huh? You can see that face. The fuck? Yeah, that's H.
That's H.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I heard you. Oh, you want me to send dick pic? I will. Sorry? Uncle Scooby?
Dick pic? Dick pic?
Big up, General. Right. Mad thing, H is saying she gave me her address. I guess I got led on. Who gave you their address? Stop lying, H.
Lies.
Which
Now
one?
you're gonna start lying now.
Which one? Sia, that was your girlfriend.
Your girlfriend, Sia.
That's what made you mad. You think it was the other shit? Nah. The fact that you said she was my girlfriend. Like, what?
Lies.
What? Nah. Top troll in the ends, you know? Not in the ends, but in fucking Holland. You ain't in Holland. You in London. Like, what? Your girlfriend? Or cyber girlfriend? What are we doing?
Imaginary girlfriend.
Both of them. Mad, he's trying to say both of them gave their address. So, all right. So let me ask the question then. Are you trying to say that Empress Sakina gave you her address? Because I never seen that in the messages.
I didn't see it.
Mm-hmm.
Pull back. Fucking nonsense.
Why are you lying? Fake girlfriends, fake messages, fake addresses, fake accounts.
Fake profile. But he knows all the answers.
They're all from India.
What in the call center is going on here? I don't know. You're running a call center, Edge, from your room, sending dick pics to all the girls. Like, what's going on? Like,
trying to get them sweet immortal juices.
Edge, right now you're fully sick. Now you're lying about they give you addresses and everything. Is this what the guru will do? Like, I'm confused.
Facts. And I'm screenshotting those messages that you just typed, H. So we're gonna find out. We're gonna address this.
Evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you just throw me in your own self. Can't help it. Just like sending a dick pic. Can't help writing stupid messages. Incriminating yourself.
Self-snitching is mad.
Yeah,
It's
I
a
know.
mad.
Yeah, he's moving like Tekashi 6ix9ine.
6'1".
No, Siki 9.
Tekashi
1
11.
1.
Yeah, we got your number, man. 118, man. Stop it. Yeah, he's got the same mustache as them, man. Yeah. I bet he's bald underneath there, like Raj.
Most probably.
Yeah. The person who's with the longest flowing hair is probably R.S. Sid. You know, like it's worth wrapping up because it's like shoulder length.
Yeah.
Yeah, these men have not got long hair, fam. I can tell you that for a fact. Yeah. Unfortunately for Raj, a reflection in the mirror just on the recording that he done. It's like, oh my God. We know a couple of other people, right?
Too much information, H. Nobody needs to know that.
What? You did what?
Nobody needs to know that his hair comes down to his arse.
Shit, man.
Bakabazi business. I don't know. Kushner business. I don't know what is going on. What are you doing here? Pause. No pause. Nothing in the comments.
Like one single plat and go work. Like, shut up. Wrap it around your neck like a scarf. Like, what are we doing here? Huh? How are you taking that off and going work? Bro, I'm telling you. You ain't got no hair under there, man. Seriously. You was a racist, so you probably bald. In your racist days. You're probably a skinhead or something.
Yeah, you're just wearing all those clothes and that to cover up your tattoos. We know what's going on.
Yeah. You get me? Yeah.
Probably got a queen tattooed on your arm.
Yeah. Akida, the guy formerly known as Harry. Harry the racist and that. Like, now it was. Front row, screaming. Like, mind out for these soft voice killers. I told you, man. Yeah, Rayhan. These men will kill you softly, man. Don't worry. Yeah, let me just stick the knife in. Yeah. You get me? That's Rayhan. And then this one, there is no knife. There is only Guru. I'm not stabbing you. I'm stabbing myself. Mad.
When I stab you, I stab myself. So let me stab you 3 times so I can stab myself.
When I stab you, I will die. Me die. Like, what? What the fuck are you doing?
When I stab you, I'm hurting, but you're dying. Yeah, right.
But it doesn't matter because we're all going back to the Guru, to the one. To the original Dandayati Daga Dan Dada Dan 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 Daddy Bum Boom Bam Boom Bim Bam Boom. Yeah, keep it moving. You have to laugh, bro. Your life is a joke right now. Doesn't matter. Yeah, man. That's what happens when you're a chat warrior and we entertain you. You just get roasted for that outside. Yeah, it's a good way to
Stop. Sheila goes, there's no celibacy, there's no right hand.
Yeah. There is no thanking. There is only you. Nah.
I feel like you win. Fuck it, you win.
That's why I thought he did such a dick. Yeah. Before he said it, spiritual. It was a spiritual dick pic. Yeah. There is no dick. There is no dick.
There's no dick pic. There's only pixels. There's only pixels.
You know when the girl texts us back, he only writes back for the first time. You got that right. It's the only thing you got right. There is no dick. There is only guru. Disappointment emoji. Yeah, allow it.
No, H, there is no jealousy because jealousy would mean duality, and there is no duality. There is only the one.
Right.
There's only the one H. Oh, shit. Oh, this is so funny.
It's mine out. Because if you end up on the sex offenders register, you'd be like, yeah, there is no sex offenders register. There is only okay, get in!
Oh, and H, I don't know what kind of mad woman you had in the chat looking for you yesterday, but did anyone see that person that kept making accounts, had pictures of her, basically a picture of her vagina as her profile picture, and she was desperately looking for H, calling H her husband.
Mad.
Oh, wow, H, there you go. You got some pum pum. One pum pum.
I think her name was like Intuition or something like that. I don't know, but yeah, she was. So the thing is, H, whatever you're doing out there, like people are gonna find you, innit? You're obviously known somehow. Like people know how to find you. People know that you're on these streams. So anything you do, we're gonna find out about it.
Excuse me, Mr. Akida. That man carried the biggest weapon out here, my brother. We stay strapped.
Originate from India. Hear what, H? You know what you can do with your with my so-called Christian roots? You can take them all the way back to India with yourself and the one. You can be one with those Christian roots. I don't want them. Have them. Take them.
H, why are you always bring up your Hindu roots? Is that the H stand for Hindu? I'm confused.
I thought you was a Sikh. It doesn't make sense.
Because Christianity came before Sikhi. Sikh is after Christianity. So, if anything, the guru is copying Jesus.
Right. And he knows about Jesus. He even knows about Muhammad.
3 days. Dead for 3 days and come back. Go for 3 days and come back alive. Enlightened. Really?
He already knows that there's a Bible.
Oh, what is that? What the guru did?
He already knows things
really.
Oh my God.
And now your book is God. Like, I'm out, man. I was out from the beginning. It's like, rah, this is a holy book. That's not holy like that. You just got holy scriptures of other people. And
Hindu. Yeah. Don't how many job find you, man?
There's references.
Find you, yeah. You Hindu.
Yeah, there's references to Shiva and Brahma in there. I'm out, man. See you later, man. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good still. I mean, and that's why Shiva, the destroyer, neutrons, positive, negative. Shut up. Shut up. Yeah, your medication should be that. Mad you. Yeah. Throw Guru Nanak and order them in the bin, fam. Yeah. You're doing them a disservice, fam. You done fucked up the information, taking it wrong, and you're running around showing your willy. It's mad. You know what I mean? There's no Sikh alive that would respect that or claim and say, this was my Sikhi brother. Nah, allow him. No.
Only Thriller maybe, but yeah.
Yeah, most man will say, nah, he's not Sikh. He's not Sikh. Who baptized him? What's going on? What is this? Huh?
How?
What Willie showing Gurdwara is this that man's going to? Like, allow it, man. Yeah? He made it up, man. You know what I mean? He found out this is in his roots, right? He's estranged from his people then, and then he took this up after being racist, after growing up with Europeans, as he said, white people, and becoming a racist. Yeah, I was racist towards black people, but then I stopped being racist. Yeah, about 11 years ago, nigga. Once a racist, always a racist. Come on, man, stop it. Man. And now you've taken up Siki. That's not helping Siki. That's doing it a disservice, man. It's fucking it all up. That's why we can laugh at you. You know what I mean? But we know real Sikhs, and this ain't.
It's not stopping your racism either.
This ain't it. No one ain't jealous of you carrying a knife and I got gun. Dumb.
I'll punch you with your knife. Yeah. I'll punch you with your knife. I'm like, what are you doing?
The knife right in your nostril. Yeah. We're not allowed to use it. We're not allowed to use it. Well, guess what?
The black man got strapped by God, Rubai. I'm good.
And even you see this
I strapped.
A double platinum edged kitchen knife that I bought from Tesco's. See this one that's longer than your coupon. You see this? It cost me like £2.50 or some shit. You see this, bro? It's different. It's different. Yeah. Let alone those zombie knives and like all of that. As I said, there's many counters, man. Yeah. You get a shopping trolley thrown at you. Like, allow it, man. Yeah. Or you just get thrown in front of the way of the bus or something. Like, bro, you need to behave. Yeah. I think you're a danger to society. And you said that you've been stopped bare times. Because people have complained that there's a youth walking around with 2 massive coupons and that. Like, allow it, man. I don't want to see that in my area. I'll be scared. Oh, Dad, we just went to McDonald's here, and there was the Sikh guy, and he had these knives on him, and he was just looking at us strange, saying one. It was weird, Dad. I know. Yeah.
There's no you.
Oh, they're allowed to carry their coupon. Yeah, I'm not going to say that. I'm going to say this is a madman. Yeah.
Threatening everyone in McDonald's ordering a Big Mac.
There's no McDonald's, but give me upper for line so I can send you my dick pic. Allow it, bro. There's no McDonald's. There's only one online. That's coming for dick pic senders, yeah? Like bad. What's up with you guys, all you Morellis, man? Haircut Morelli, like what's going on? I bet he's your cousin. I bet he's your cousin.
There is no guru. There is only gherkin. Mad.
Yeah. Hey, Gurkha, her carrot. One of the Gurkhas in the Nepalese, isn't it?
And the thing is, I'm wondering if he's eating well because, like, who's cooking for him?
The one.
Right. There is no food. There is no shopping. There is only what? No, bro. He's gonna die.
No. What's the point of?
There is no cooking. There is only the Gurdwara.
What's the point of being skinny like Gandhi saying you're strapped? I don't get it. Like, man, we're just gonna, like, I don't know, push you away or something. Like, what are we doing?
Listen, every couple of you, as I said, you just throw them in the bin, and do stuff like that with those type of people. Like, you know what I mean, do you remember what Chris Eubanks did to the Nassim Ahmed? He put his heavyweight title or his middleweight or flyweight title in the bin and then put him in the bin. So this is what we're saying, bro. Like yeah, all this weapon carrying, like we even scared. Like it doesn't make sense. I'm scared for the public. I'm scared for myself. Oh, we jealous. We did it. I don't care if you got coupon. Guess what I got in the back of the act? Yeah. I got the Mac, man. Come on, man. Allow it, man.
Man said there is no Big Mac. There is only Dick Mac.
Mad. You're finished. Finished. See?
You're done out here, my G.
Yeah.
go in the bin alongside, and I have to say it again, conscious eye open. I cannot believe after all the guys' talk yesterday, he didn't show up today.
Yeah, that was whack.
He was
Like
changing
a
his eye.
dappy do of evidence.
But you're analyzing the tapes. You're analyzing the videos. You analyze it well then.
What
And
did they
even
say?
so,
If tomorrow never comes, eh?
bro, even so, like, there's no excuse. There's no association between you and Jupiter. No way, no how. Yeah.
Exactly.
He was wrong.
And to be honest, that's the only reason I even addressed him. If it hadn't have been in that conversation, I probably wouldn't even have addressed him. But I'm not going to have anyone listen back to these streams and hear, oh, racism, Jupiter, MJ. Hell no, not without there being some context, evidence, or something to it.
He put them out of the bag.
Those ways to find you where you're running a whole panel for a whole day and can't show up. Like, bro, just you can't say anything to him again.
Never.
Other than an apology, you shouldn't just be quiet. Man.
Exactly.
But that's what they do. You know, he's moving a bit like Hector.
I can't believe he came on for Reggie the other day as well. But anyway, issue there. I was shocked. Like, he was having got a Zulu, but came in for Reggie. Like, I don't get it.
It just shows where his mentality is at, though, doesn't it? I was quite surprised at that as well, but yeah, you know. So I said, I don't know what's happening with these young people these days, but it's scary when I see like this is the next generation. And as I was saying to him yesterday, like you're of the generation that's bringing forth the next generation now. Like there's 25-year-olds that have kids, you know what I mean? I was 25 with kids. So like it's scary to know that this is what's bringing up the next generation.
No.
Like,
I'm not scared. I'm not scared. I know my real youngers in the real world, they're nothing like Reggie. And these people, they're actually having kids, doing stuff. You know what I mean? Not being, I don't know. I would hope for the future. I don't judge everything on people like Reggie. No. He's a little abnormalist in society. I bet they don't even behave this way at home. When Reggie's at home or work, he's not behaving this way. I don't think so. Even people like Khan or H, this is just for online, most of them. Online egos. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But Jupiter and Hector, they do that. That's them in real life. But everyone else is actors, method acting, online.
The best. All right, let's hit him with the last little tune and we out.
Yeah, big up everyone still.
Come on.
I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame. Johnny flaming them, way too much heat in my cranium. Like a hot boy push up geranium. Make the lava splash like I'm capable. Or the block like the sun boy. Jado, I'm not entertaining them. I got brimstone on fire for raining them. I'm a hot boy from Monday to Sunday. Burn up your skin like the sun rays. So my man's gag, one sun gaze. True to see the heat I'm projecting, I'm medium selecting. You know the eye has a deeper connection. With the ether, my chi is a weapon. I can melt concrete when I'm stepping. Cause I got the fire, I got the fire. I got the flame, the man them are liars, the man are not riders, the man them are strange, I'm trying to live righteous, but not like Mike, cause he were nothing the same, do not roll with vipers, no wipe your snipers, quick to put one in your brain. Mike, cause he were nothing the same, do not roll with vipers, no wipe your snipers, quick to put one in your brain. Mike, cause he were nothing the same, do not roll with vipers, no wipe your snipers, quick to put one in your brain. We real ill, revolutionary but still deal. Red pill, chill, will kill. If I shoot, it won't be no nil-nil. We real ill, red pill, chill, will kill. If I shoot, it won't be no nil-nil. I get 2 for 1 like a meal deal. I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire. I got the flame, I got the fire.
There is not much they can say. We come with fire and rain, the essence of blessings and pain. Tsunami all over parade. We turn up and burn up brigades. Make you don't get in my way. Akibulanians up in the place. We do not play. We go whenever expires. I got the fire, now who wants a flame? Huh? More time, I'm on my own wave. Scrap the book, I'm on my own page. White sparks, no cold gate. I got them fire bars and that's cold flames. Now why would I lie? Look, I come with heavenly vibes. If ever you try, disrespect what's on the line, more than your ego will cry. Highly explosive. This shit will damage you. Ether is flammable. Highly corrosive. Don't make me get animal. Move how a savage do. Why'd you provoke it? The flow kicking like kangaroo. Head up and cabbage you. Rip and unravel you. Fire and brimstone should avidly roll.
I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the fire. I got the flame.
Fire in my soul, fire in my Ross Clark belly. Anytime I rhyme is Shelly, he wanna get scolded. Fire for a chicken snitch dog, you know the cold man grow with. Young please keep a mask and glove, 2 bells in the snub, they don't more than COVID. And it's food for the dogs that they lost, ain't nothing ever done for showbiz. I talk to the real, don't care if the fake ones listen. I think fire on ganja, more fire on Babylon system. Free Brody in prison. Free the Brodies that think that they free, but they chained to social addiction. Can't let go the phone, come like their whole soul is missing. I got the fire, I got the flame. The flow is insane, I drink till I'm drunk, then throw up on flames. Really don't play games, I don't know what them man thought. When I rhyme, I'm the human torch. I see a rhythm get torched. Who wanna see a rhythm get bun down? When we land this clip, there's no sundown. Sweet one wants on their bum round. Make hood stand up and not calm down. Score pointing pussy like touchdown. I got the fire, I set shit ablaze. This fire can't tame, tryna lock it in cage. It's like war in the sun, so I'm gonna get blue.
I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire, I got the flame, I got the fire, I got the fire.